Li Mu, having been dismissed by He Gu after the incident involving Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, traversed into the realm of cultivation, becoming the imperial consort for the female emperor, who was renowned for her unparalleled beauty. The empress of the Qian Dynasty was indeed a woman of extraordinary charm and grace. However, her singular focus on cultivation left the burdens of the court and the harem squarely on Li Mu's shoulders, which he managed with the awakening of a divine weapon system. Amidst the celestial beings boasting of their ability to catch bullets with bare hands, the ministers hesitated to draw their weapons. With a smirk, Li Mu retrieved his divine truth, expecting merely a trivial display of power, yet it spiraled into an uncontrollable situation. Chapter 1. The journey begins. In a certain state of America, Li Mu and his roommate boarded an unlicensed taxi. The vehicle was filled with individuals of a particular ilk, including the driver. Sporting identical braided hairstyles and possessing skin that gleamed with health, several of them clutched devices for immediate exit. Sensing the unwelcoming gazes, the two intended to disembark, yet the driver had already closed the doors. Embarrassed, they exchanged awkward smiles and moved towards the back door of the bus. "Fatty, quickly find your phone," Li Mu whispered urgently to his roommate, suddenly realizing a grave issue. "Why?" His roommate responded innocently, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. "Because of your ringtone." Before he could finish, an infectious tune erupted from his roommate's device. "How can I cry? Everything will be fine." A time bomb had been set. Their expressions shifted dramatically, especially the roommate, who frantically began rummaging for his phone. "Why now of all times?" Li Mu exclaimed, hastily assisting in the search. The current meme had yet to gain popularity, but uttering that phrase would surely lead to chaos. The roommate's bag was overflowing with an array of items: tissues, power banks, charging cables, snacks, bottled water, but the phone was nowhere to be found. The onlookers were transfixed, some listening to MP3 players, others engrossed in their P40 phones. "Since we can't change it, why harbor resentment? And why bother remembering?" Disaster struck. The foolish roommate had become a target of disdain. How could he not have foreseen this? Li Mu quickly stepped aside. "You're in." The melody twisted in the air, yet to the onlookers, it conveyed a different meaning. Their expressions turned sour, and expletives filled the air. "Why? Damn." The MP3 in his pocket suddenly morphed into an MP5, and he set aside the P40 for a P90. His roommate, defeated, was left helpless as the music continued. That Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, dee-dee-da. In an instant, the roommate seemed to gain weight. The phone finally silenced. Li Mu nearly lost his composure, retreating to the back seat, his face pale with fear. Yet, in the next moment, music erupted from his own pocket. "I want." "What?" The onlookers were bewildered. Was this a second round? The music blared on. "You want." Li Mu collapsed, filled with frustration. "Why has my ringtone changed? Damn you, you absolute genius." The song "I'll Share My Juice With You" played without warning, a swift explosion, leaving him no time to react. Moon crescent, entwined. Juice shared, love to bear. In an American dormitory. What the hell? Why won't anyone answer their phones? In the imperial harem of the Qian Dynasty, a man and a woman embraced on the bed, lost in passion. "Lower your voice. If the emperor comes, it will be troublesome." "What's there to fear? My father is the chancellor, powerful and influential. Even if discovered, he would likely turn a blind eye." "True. I've noticed how weak the emperor is. He lacks any masculinity. He obeys my every command, not fitting the role of a true emperor. Indeed, you have often complained about his uselessness. Tonight, I shall demonstrate what it means to be useful. You're so wicked." Just as their intimacy reached a peak, the chamber door burst open. "Ipin, I have come to indulge." A handsome young man entered, and upon witnessing the scene, he froze, his voice abruptly halting. "Your Majesty." Ipin gasped in shock, hastily rising to adjust her attire. "What are you doing?" The young man stepped back, shouting. Ipin trembled, instinctively kneeling. The man on the bed, Lei Ming, paused, revealing a hint of trepidation as he scrutinized the young man's demeanor. Then, with a calm demeanor, Lei Ming rose from the bed and leaped down, his expression dismissive. "What's the matter? Doesn't your Majesty realize? Your woman is quite inviting." Expecting Lei Ming to kneel and bow, the young man was taken aback when Lei Ming feigned a gesture, causing the young man to stumble and fall. "Ha ha." Lei Ming laughed heartily, fixating on the young man. "It's astonishing. Our emperor, besides being foolish and aloof, exhibits such a feeble side. If you were a bit more domineering, I would be the one kneeling tonight. How is it you who kneels instead? Are you truly the emperor?" Upon hearing this, the young man turned away, desperately concealing his fear. Meanwhile, Ipin crawled to Lei Ming's feet, shaking her head in disbelief. While casual banter was one thing, Ipin never anticipated that Lei Ming would dare act so brazenly before the emperor. Did he wish to endanger his family lineage? Who truly held the title of emperor? Ignoring Ipin, Lei Ming approached the young man, seizing him by the collar. "Tell me, Who are you really? Was this person truly the emperor? Lei Ming found it hard to believe. The emperor, though foolish, maintained an air of seriousness and nobility. Surely he wouldn't be reduced to such a state. I am the emperor. I am Lu Qian. I will kill you. I command your death. The young man struggled to free himself from Lei Ming's grasp, mustering the courage to utter these hollow threats. His fists clenched tightly, yet his gaze never dared to meet Lei Ming's. Just you? Lei Ming roared, brandishing a dagger that he plunged into the young man's abdomen. Even if he was the true emperor, what of it? With the power of the Lei family, supporting a new emperor was a trivial matter. Moreover, Lei Ming harbored grave suspicions that this individual was an impostor. Should tonight's events become public, it would tarnish the Lei family's reputation. Thus he could not afford to let him escape. The young man was cast aside, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. His expression was one of agony as he attempted to crawl away, but after a few futile attempts, he succumbed, lifeless in the courtyard. Thunder rumbled, illuminating Lei Ming's fearsome visage. The wind picked up, and raindrops began to fall, as if even heaven could not bear witness to this act of treachery. Ha ha! Lei Ming laughed exuberantly, exhilarated. The royal males were frail, and Lei Ming found himself wishing that he had indeed slain the true emperor, for that would grant the Lei family the chance to vie for the imperial throne. Afterward, he returned to the chamber, closing the door to continue his revelry with Yi Pin. The rain intensified, washing away the blood in the courtyard. The corpse lay beneath the night sky, a stark contrast to the sounds of indulgence within the room, creating a haunting silence. Time passed, and the body grew still. Rigid, as if possessed, it eerily began to sit up. Chapter 2. The female emperor's sole focus on cultivation, leaving me to manage the harem. Tick-tock. The gentle patter of rain echoed persistently. Limu shivered slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? My stomach aches terribly. In an instant, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. What? The empress is devoted to her ascetic pursuits, and I am to manage her harem. Have I truly traversed into another realm? Limu glanced around, piecing together the memories, confirming that indeed, he had crossed over. Should I laugh or weep? That fat fool. Limu struggled to sit up, cursing vehemently in frustration. All because of a ringtone, he had endured dozens of peanut attacks. That foolish imbecile always enjoyed pranks, altering ringtones, and now look where it has led him. Well, since fate has granted him a second chance at life, he ought to cherish it. He resolved never to associate with treacherous friends again. They are simply too detrimental. Limu reached up and tugged at his face, removing an unusual mask, revealing a distinctly handsome visage. This appearance was truly his, no, rather, it was the original owner's true form. The original owner, also named Limu, was timid and easily frightened. Due to his striking looks, he was summoned by the Empress, Lu Rian, to oversee her harem. Indeed, the emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty was a woman, a closely guarded secret. However, Lu Rian was solely focused on her ascetic endeavors, indifferent to court matters, let alone indulging in her harem. Thus, this heavy responsibility fell upon the original owner. Initially, it was a delightful and enviable role, being the favored one of the emperor, engaging in nightly escapades. Who could have anticipated tonight's thunderous interruption? Ding. Detected host presence, binding to the god-level firearm system. Binding successful, reward. 2,000 spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can be used to purchase and upgrade firearms and equipment. Raindrops cascading on his face heightened Limu's awareness. That familiar mechanical voice, splendid. It was the system, an essential companion for a traveler like himself. He was saved. Overwhelmed with joy, Limu gazed skyward, his eyes deepening with resolve. In this life, he would live fully, with purpose and distinction. He would avenge the original owner, eliminating Thunder and punishing the scheming concubine. Limu accessed the system shop, filled with an array of firearms, equipment, and even special weaponry, including fighter jets. He casually clicked on the handgun section. Desert Eagle, for spiritual energy. Silenced pistol, 3 spiritual energy. Shotgun, 2 spiritual energy. Flintlock, 1 spiritual energy. A Desert Eagle? Limu immediately spent 4 points of spiritual energy to acquire one, albeit at level 1 according to the system's display. Level 1 Desert Eagle can inflict lethal damage on ordinary individuals. Upgrade requirement, 1 spiritual energy. It can be upgraded? Level 1 seemed standard. Perhaps a higher level would enable him to slay cultivators. Contemplating this, Limu proceeded to upgrade the Desert Eagle, deducting 1 point of spiritual energy. Level 2 Desert Eagle can inflict lethal damage on martial artists. Upgrade requirement, 2 spiritual energy. Martial artists. In the realm of cultivation, they were hardly formidable. He would continue to upgrade. Level 3 Desert Eagle can inflict lethal damage on half-step cultivators. Upgrade requirement, for spiritual energy. As expected, it reached the cultivation level, though half-step cultivators seemed insufficient in his memories. The original owner often heard mentions of various stages of qi refining. Thus, he must reach that tier. With ample spiritual energy, he continued to upgrade. Level 4 Desert Eagle can inflict lethal damage on qi refining stage 1 cultivators. Upgrade requirement: 8 spiritual energy. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8. Level 12 Desert Eagle can inflict lethal damage on qi refining stage 9 cultivators. Upgrade requirement: 1000 spiritual energy. Limu upgraded the Desert Eagle to level 12, expending a total of 1120 points of spiritual energy. If not for the staggering requirement of 1000 points for level 13, he might have reached it already. Purchasing firearms was inexpensive. The real expense lay in upgrading. After deducting the 4 points spent on the Desert Eagle, he was left with 876 points. Needing to conserve them, Limu surveyed the firearm in his hand, noting the dramatic change in style due to the upgrades. Rainwater glistened on its surface, exuding a rich metallic sheen, as if infused with some form of enchantment. Upon removing the magazine, he discovered it was empty, explaining the unusual weight. He opened the system panel to purchase ammunition, only to be bewildered by the prices. Desert Eagle compatible ammunition, level 1, 1 spiritual energy / box. Level 2, 3 spiritual energy / box. Level 3, 6 spiritual energy / box. Level 11, 120 spiritual energy / box. Level 12, 140 spiritual energy / box. Astounded, he realized the ammunition was exorbitantly priced. Reminder: firearms can utilize ammunition of lower levels than their own. However, using higher level ammunition will diminish their durability and may even cause them to explode. Explode? Limu was at a loss, but it seemed possible to use lower level ammunition. Yet, he feared it would lack potency. Making it a waste, he decided to purchase a box of level 12 ammunition to resolve his immediate predicament. Thus, he spent 140 spiritual energy for a box containing a staggering 7 rounds, equating to 20 spiritual energy per shot, almost enough to make him choke on his frustration. Now, only 736 points of spiritual energy remained. System, what happens if I run out of spiritual energy? Limu pondered inwardly. Ding. Goddess record loading. As long as a beautiful female activates the goddess record, the host will passively gain spiritual energy. The amount of spiritual energy depends on the female's affection and cultivation level. Additionally, the host can also gain spiritual energy as their own cultivation improves. Goddess record, passive spiritual energy gain, and cultivation improvement? This is quite the predicament. It seems I must thoroughly exploit the Empress Lu Ruyan. In the realm of cultivation, while the Great Qian Dynasty may not embody the liberating essence of true cultivation realms, it nonetheless revered martial prowess. However, the original owner was a mere mortal, surrounded by queens and concubines, all possessing cultivation. Without the facade of emperor, he would likely not even be allowed to approach, let alone indulge in their affections. Thus, Limu believed he could effectively leverage Lu Ruyan. Since she was solely focused on her ascetic pursuits, indifferent to state affairs, did it not follow that all the women in the realm could be his? Which man could resist such temptation? In time, he would possess power, status, wealth, and women, everything sought in his previous life, be it through education abroad or the pursuit of immortality in this world. In the future, he need not worry about resources for cultivation, especially with the system in place. Who would dare to challenge him? One shot would suffice to make them comply. What of immortals? They too could fall to a single bullet. Just as Limu basked in his aspirations, an unbearable voice pierced through the moment. I can't take it anymore. I want. Chapter 3. The spirit power of the imperial concubine. What is that sound? Limu glanced towards the palace, rubbing his subtly aching abdomen, his eyes turning cold as ice. He donned a peculiar mask, transforming into the emperor, Lu Qian. Methodically, he loaded bullets into the Desert Eagle, chambering 1 round. While dragging his injured body to the entrance of the inner sanctum, the battle within was fierce, the clamor growing increasingly distinct. The licentious imperial concubine was indeed ablaze with passion, and at this moment, she was likely ascending to the heavens. With a resounding crash, Limu burst through the door. On the bed, both Lei Ming and the imperial concubine were taken aback by his sudden intrusion. Lei Ming staggered, momentarily losing his composure. Your Majesty, you. The imperial concubine stared in shock, her heart racing at the predatory glint in Limu's eyes. Was this truly the emperor, the exalted sovereign of Qian? She clutched the blanket, retreating into the corner of the bed. Lei Ming hastily donned his trousers, his expression darkening. You are still alive? Truly a resilient one. What? Do you wish to join us? He leapt from the bed, already concocting ways to torment the emperor, a smile creeping onto his lips as his earlier lethargy dissipated. At this moment, Lei Ming was increasingly convinced that the man before him was an impostor. Had he truly awakened without seeking the imperial guards, instead foolishly charging in to meet his demise? And wielding a firearm, as if he could inflict harm? How pitiable. Lei Ming lunged at Li Mu, akin to a famished wolf pouncing on a lamb, his eyes gleaming with hunger. Li Mu felt a twinge of anxiety, although he had handled firearms during his studies abroad. Pointing one at a person was a daunting prospect. Yet, the thought that he was in a different world, where this man had slain the original owner of his body, and was now advancing upon him, extinguished his fear. With a sudden pull of the trigger, a deafening bang echoed, and bits of flesh scattered. "Ah!" The imperial concubine shrieked, diving under the covers, trembling uncontrollably. Was he dead? Reduced to mere pulp? Li Mu did not retreat, his expression one of surprise. The recoil of the Desert Eagle was even less than anticipated, truly a divine weapon. Shaking off the remnants of the encounter, he wiped the blood from his face, directing his gaze towards the quivering figure on the bed. "Come here. Your Majesty, did you not hear me command you to come over?" The imperial concubine peered out, her heart racing as she saw Li Mu aiming the firearm at her. This very object had turned Lei Ming into nothingness. Terror gripped her, and she trembled, not daring to defy Li Mu, crawling toward him in a daze. "Your Majesty, spare me. I know I was wrong. Everything was forced upon me by Lei Ming. My heart has always belonged to you." She clutched Li Mu's feet, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. In that moment, the imperial concubine was utterly convinced that the man before her was indeed the emperor of Qian. "He forced you? How ridiculous. Did he truly compel you? Your trousers fell on their own, did they? Your legs spread of their own volition, did they?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Pin was engulfed in despair, her forehead bleeding as she implored, "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall raise my head." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Pin timidly lifted her gaze, her beauty now marred by fear. Li Mu contemplated inserting the Desert Eagle into the mouth of this lascivious woman and pulling the trigger, but reconsidered, opting instead to grant the Empress, Lu Ruoyan, the opportunity to resolve the matter herself. Otherwise, should both perish, the events of the night would lack witnesses, rendering Li Mu's explanation rather feeble. By chance, Li Mu's eyes fell upon Yi Pin's voluptuous form, stirring desires within him. Prior to his transmigration, he had never experienced a proper romance, spending his days in abstract discussions with his roommates. Now, facing death, he felt a sense of repression that he vowed would not befall him again in this life, particularly as he was destined to oversee the imperial harem on the Empress's behalf. Thus, he resolved to follow his heart. In that moment, Li Mu bit down on the Desert Eagle, pressing Yi Pin's head down with both hands, murmuring, "My temper is rising. You know what to do." The following morning, Li Mu, attended by Yi Pin, indulged in a bath. The previous night had left them nearly devoid of rest. "Your Majesty seems even more vigorous than before, truly. A dragon in spirit," she remarked. "What? Do you imply that I was not vigorous before?" Li Mu opened his eyes, his expression stern. Realizing her gaffe, Yi Pin quickly knelt, bowing her head. "Your Majesty, that was not my intention." Li Mu cleared his throat, feeling the effects of the rain-soaked night, perhaps catching a cold. This body was indeed frail. It was no wonder Yi Pin had deemed the original owner inadequate. Had he not possessed superior skills, he may not have been able to conquer this fiery woman. "Is your Majesty afflicted with a chill? I shall summon the royal physician for a remedy." "No need. Yi Pin, if you possessed such awareness, why did you not act sooner? You forsook your duty to serve me, pursuing that beast, Lei Ming. I am the one with a fever? I believe it is you who is truly unwell." Upon hearing this, Yi Pin was terrified. "Your Majesty, please spare me. I served you well last night. You must promise to forgive me." Li Mu raised an eyebrow, appraising Yi Pin. This woman was indeed well-formed and her visage pleasing. It was no wonder the original owner frequented her company. Last night, Li Mu had been caught off guard, succumbing to momentary excitement, inadvertently agreeing to Yi Pin's request. However, this matter was beyond his authority and required the Empress's decision, especially with Lei Ming's corpse still lying on the ground, the son of the Prime Minister no less. "Bring me my garments. Attend to my dressing," Li Mu commanded abruptly. Yi Pin promptly rose, fetching the imperial robe for him to don. "Yi Pin, this matter is not without negotiation. As long as you serve me well, I shall grant your requests." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall strive to perform admirably henceforth." Li Mu summoned the Desert Eagle, elated at the prowess of the divine system. Firearms could be stored and summoned at will, a convenience unparalleled. In this realm of cultivation, he would stride with confidence. He glanced at his spiritual energy, 744. Last night, after purchasing the bullets, did I not have 736 points of spiritual energy remaining? Where did the sudden additional 8 points come from? Li Mu recalled the goddess record and promptly opened the system. The goddess record flipped through its pages automatically, soon halting at a specific entry. Name, Zhang Ke. Cultivation level, Qi refinement, first stage. Favorability, 90. Spiritual energy, 2 points per hour. Is the name of the favored one Zhang Ke? What transpired with this enchanting woman throughout the night? How could her favorability soar to an astounding 90? Li Mu found himself puzzled. He had only bound the system last night, and yet Yi Pin had been entangled with Lei Ming. How could her regard for him be so elevated? Could it be that he had conquered her last night? Li Mu, filled with doubt, turned his gaze towards Yi Pin, speculating within. Go lie down. Your Majesty, as you command, I shall obey. Chapter 4. Lady Jiyu, Empress Lu Ruyan. Ha! Half an hour later, Li Mu erupted into hearty laughter. At this moment, Yi Pin's favorability had reached a perfect 100. Indeed, this captivating woman had been subdued by him. Upon reaching 100 favorability, the spiritual energy Yi Pin provided increased from 2 to 4 points per hour, a remarkable doubling. She was truly a treasure of experience. What brings such joy to your Majesty? Yi Pin lay upon the bed, her body quivering slightly. Lost in his elation, Li Mu paid her no mind. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a tall, dark-clad beauty wielding a sword. She first cast a glance at Li Mu before her gaze fell upon Lei Ming's corpse, her expression darkening. At that moment, Li Mu noted that the goddess record had resumed flipping its pages. Name, Jiyu. Cultivation level, Qi refinement 9th stage. Favorability, 5. Spiritual energy, 2 points per hour. How intriguing. A mere 5 favorability, yet possessing the capacity to generate 2 points of spiritual energy each hour. Li Mu was left in a stupor. Is this the advantage of having such cultivation? It seems that pursuing cultivation is imperative. Li Mu hastily approached Jiyu and followed her outside the door, eventually arriving at the outer chamber, where Jiyu finally inquired, "What has transpired?" "Lady Jiyu, it is precisely as you see. What did you call me?" The woman interrupted Li Mu. "Oh no." Li Mu froze, realizing that the original owner's foolishness had led him to silently refer to Jiyu as wife in his mind, causing him to inadvertently blurt it out. But that is not the crux of the matter. Li Mu removed his mask and lifted his clothing to reveal a knife wound on his abdomen. "When I arrived last night, I fortuitously stumbled upon the Chancellor's son, Lei Ming, in an illicit affair with Yi Pin. While Yi Pin begged for mercy on her knees, that Lei Ming truly disdained the imperial authority. Not only did he refuse to kneel, but he also insulted your Majesty before ultimately plunging a dagger into my heart, though it seems I have not perished." Jiyu, Lu Ruyan's personal maid, was exceptionally beautiful. It was said that the emperor possessed discerning taste. Indeed, Jiyu exuded far more grace than Yi Pin. Jiyu's expression subtly shifted as she gazed at Li Mu's abdomen, where a gaping wound lay, a deep gash that suggested a dagger had been thrust into him. How could one survive such an injury? Jiyu pondered. For Li Mu was merely an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation, while Lei Ming had been a practitioner of Qi refinement. It seemed inconceivable that a dagger could fail to kill. The evidence was before her, compelling Jiyu to accept the reality, yet a larger question soon burgeoned within her, prompting her to inquire, "So you killed him?" Li Mu nodded affirmatively. "How did you do it?" Just moments ago, Jiyu had witnessed Lei Ming's lifeless body, the gruesome state of which was beyond what a mere mortal could inflict. Li Mu reached into his trousers, prompting Jiyu to fixate on him with a chill in her demeanor. "What are you doing?" she questioned. "I am retrieving a gun," he replied. "Are you seeking death?" She retorted. "I truly am." Li Mu discreetly summoned the desert eagle and produced it, careful not to invoke it directly in front of Jiyu, lest he find himself in an untenable position. Upon witnessing Li Mu brandish a firearm resembling an ancient musket, which emanated a unique aura, Jiyu realized her misunderstanding. Yet she remained perplexed as to how this related to Lei Ming's demise. "What are you trying to convey? I cannot afford to waste time here. His Majesty awaits my presence in court." "Jiyu, I shot Lei Ming dead with this pistol. Impressive, isn't it?" Li Mu boasted, striking a pose reminiscent of a legendary marksman. Jiyu's expression turned to one of exasperation. She had no desire to engage with Li Mu further. "I hope you can explain this to His Majesty as well. Hand me the mask." Jiyu seized the mask from him and departed swiftly. "Wait for me." Li Mu glanced back at the sleeping quarters and hurried to catch up. Inside the Taihe Palace, Li Mu, now clad in attire befitting a commoner, followed Jiyu into the hall. Before them, seated behind the foremost dais, was a regal woman in imperial robes, her eyes closed in serene contemplation, radiating an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. As her phoenix-like eyes opened, an aura of cold majesty enveloped her, emanating a formidable presence. This was Lu Ruyan, the empress of the Great Qian Dynasty. Li Mu hastily consulted the divine registry, and indeed found Lu Ruyan's name inscribed therein. Name, Lu Ruyan. Cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment. Affection level, 2. Spiritual energy, 1 point per hour. Though the rate was lower than what Jiyu offered, the potential for accumulation was significantly higher. If he could win the Empress's favor, the resultant spiritual energy could be exceedingly formidable. Jiyu approached and presented the mask, briefly recounting the events surrounding Lei Ming. Lu Ruyan's expression remained inscrutable as she lifted her gaze to Li Mu. The intensity of her stare was almost entrancing. The Great Wu Dynasty poses a grave threat. We shall address Laming's matter later. Li Mu, you will accompany Jiyue to court shortly. Understood, Li Mu replied, taken aback by the mellifluous quality of the Empress's voice. However, Lu Rian did not assign him any particular status nor impart any formal etiquette. Her demeanor was remarkably casual. Thus, the original host had either been unable to converse meaningfully with Lu Rian or had exchanged only the most superficial pleasantries in the past. Lu Ruoyan donned a mask, transforming into Lu Qian, her voice adapting to this new guise. Jiyu, prepares several fire guns. It appears the formidable warriors are rather concerned about our Great Qian's military prowess. Let them witness it. Understood. With her instructions conveyed, Lu Ruoyan hurried off to attend court, leaving only Jiyu and Li Mu in the Taya Hall. Jiyu, this evening I wish to call upon the Empress. Li Mu leaned closer to Jiyu, a mischievous grin adorning his face. He needed to remain steadfast in his mission, to oversee the imperial harem on behalf of the Empress. Though Lu Ruoyan rarely entertained concubines, certain elements were essential to quell the incessant whispers of the populace. Have I not advised you against such dreams? The Empress, the imperial noble consort, and the noble consort are off limits for the time being. Their statuses are exalted, and each possesses a formidable background. Should anything be revealed or go awry, your head would not suffice for the consequences. Jiyu glared at Li Mu, bewildered by how a man could possess such insatiable desires. Each woman in the imperial harem was a paragon of beauty. Was it not enough for Li Mu to only pursue the concubines? Li Mu's eyes flickered as a suitable excuse sprang to mind. But Jiyu, this cannot be a long-term strategy. While neglecting them may prevent exposure. Ponder this. If we continue to ignore them, what thoughts will fester in their minds? Are they not beautiful? Or is it that His Majesty is lacking? Furthermore, should the Emperor frequently favor the concubines while disregarding the primary consort, idle gossip among the officials is inevitable. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will implement sufficient measures. I am well versed in these intricacies, and exposure will be avoided. Li Mu understood these protocols well. If he was entrusted with the management of the harem, favoritism was not an option. Presently, the Empress had one Empress, one imperial noble consort, and 2 noble consorts, followed by 6 concubines, totaling 10 women. Each a vision of beauty. Was it unreasonable for a man to harbor such thoughts? Chapter 5. The Immortal proclaims he can catch bullets with bare hands after hearing Li Mu's analysis. Jiyu found merit in his reasoning. Yet, considering the ensuing complexities made her head ache. Let us revisit this matter later. I will arrange for you to approach the Empress, shall I? Li Mu nodded vigorously. How could he not desire such an opportunity? Initially reserved, his conversation with Yi Pin the previous night had liberated him. And the pleasure of wielding the Emperor's authority was simply exquisite. Approaching the Empress may prove challenging, as she is the sister of Lei Ming. Her brother's mysterious death in the harem complicates matters. You should first contemplate how to explain this, Jiyu remarked as she prepared to set off. Needing to gather the fire guns, Li Mu hurried to catch up. What is the issue? That individual intruded upon the harem, defying His Majesty. Yi Pin can testify. This is a grave offense warranting annihilation. Punishing the Empress would be lenient in comparison. She should harbor no grievances. At these words, Jiyu paused, glancing back at Li Mu, surprised by his newfound boldness and eloquence. Men can sometimes experience sudden growth. Indeed, I was stabbed last night, and I have matured. Yes, I have indeed evolved. Albeit in a more lascivious manner. Sister Jiyu is merely jesting. We are both striving to alleviate the burdens of His Majesty. You are responsible for the affairs of the court, while I tend to the harem. Our paths, though divergent, ultimately serve the same purpose. Having armed themselves with firearms, Li Mu and Jiyu approached the Golden Throne Hall. Before they could enter, they overheard a commotion within. Envoys of the Great Wu, upon meeting our Emperor. Why do you not kneel? Do you truly lack the decorum befitting a great nation? Are you trying to provoke discord? As the situation escalated, the two hurriedly leaned in to observe. They beheld the ministers kneeling in reverence to the Emperor, while the envoys of the Great Wu remained defiantly standing in the center. Showing no inclination to bow, Lu Ruyin sat upon the dragon throne, appearing indifferent as she perused the book in her hands. Having long heard of the grandeur of the Qian Dynasty, the encounter today revealed a cacophony of ignorance. You claim to understand the will of heaven and recognize the times. Yet why do you insist that our envoys kneel? We represent the Great Wu Dynasty. Today, our talents shall assess your court. How could your decaying glories possibly compare to the brilliance of the full moon? Do you dare to speak such foolishness, believing that a few rudimentary firearms grant you the audacity to challenge us? Do you truly think the Great Wu would fear an army composed of such trifles? A middle-aged man among the Wu envoys spoke with an air of arrogance. Chancellor Lei Daoyuan rose, casting a cold gaze at the man. Did you not come to witness the might of our firearms? Why this insolence? Ha ha. The middle-aged envoy erupted in laughter. To witness your might? That would be truly foolish. You of the Great Qian do not value martial prowess. Instead, you dabble in such trifling matters. These mere firearms are nothing more than tools for foul hunting, hardly worthy of serious consideration. Today, we come to inform the Great Qian, if you know what is wise, surrender the Shanhaiguan Pass. Otherwise, our Great Wu army shall soon march southward and annihilate your rabble. Outside the hall, Li Mu was taken aback. Such audacity was unprecedented. While it is customary not to harm envoys during wartime, this provocation was intolerable. Beside him, Ji Yu, armed with several firearms, boldly strode into the grand hall. The ministers, incited by the envoy's insults, rose in anger, retorting with equal fervor. Old fool, you presume we of the Great Qian are without champions? How dare you speak so brazenly? There is no need for empty words or barking. Do you seek war? The Great Qian does not fear you. The Golden Throne Hall erupted in a chorus of shouts. Lu Ruyin cast aside her book and looked down at the scene unfolding. At that moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Ji Yu, her formidable presence instilling fear in all gathered, silencing the uproar. Is this truly the purpose of the Wu envoys? Lu Ruyin inquired nonchalantly. The envoys exchanged glances. Choosing to concede, Ji Yu's oppressive force was too potent to withstand. They had not anticipated that the seemingly frivolous Great Qian harbored such formidable strength within its palace. The middle-aged man, with a fist salute towards Lu Ruyin, shook his head, asserting, not at all. We have indeed come to witness the might of the Qian fire guns today, but not with admiration, rather, with disdain. We merely wish to convey to His Majesty of Qian that your firearms are utterly powerless against cultivators. Lu Ruyin refrained from further speech, allowing the ministers to express their views freely. One minister, stepping forward behind the chancellor, remarked, firearms are inherently no match for immortals. Is this not a mere tautology? Our dynasty has developed firearms merely as a supplement to combat, to replace bows and arrows and engage in close-quarters battle. Who claims we intend to pit them against immortals? The middle-aged man scoffed, his face a mask of contempt. Yet our Great Wu army is comprised entirely of cultivators. Your firearms are rendered completely ineffective. A minister snorted dismissively. Do not speak nonsense here. And how strong is your Great Wu in the realm of cultivation? Keep that in mind. Come now, if you doubt. Feel free to test those so-called firearms. I could catch a bullet barehanded, or even without hands, just using my feet. His audacity was astonishing as he proclaimed his intention to demonstrate how one could withstand a bullet. The ministers were incensed, hastily taking the firearms from Ji Yu's hands, aiming them at the emissaries. At that moment, Li Mu stealthily entered the grand hall, curious to witness the firearms in action. It was no surprise that the emissaries were so arrogant. These rudimentary firearms were likely inferior even to a single strand of hair from a level 1 desert eagle. Come on, fire away. The emissaries struck various poses, some pressing the gun muzzle to their mouths, urging the ministers to shoot. Others aimed at their heads, palms, birds, and even their rears, displaying an outrageous level of insolence, completely disregarding the firearms. Enough, Lu Ruyin bellowed, fearing that if she delayed any longer, someone might lose control and pull the trigger. You may leave if there is nothing else. If war is what you seek, Qian shall oblige. Lu Ruyin's voice turned icy once more. Li Mu recognized that Lu Ruyin was at a disadvantage. If they were to fire now, as the emissaries claimed, the firearms would not injure them in the slightest, leading to an inevitable loss of face for Qian. He approached Ji Yu and quietly inquired, Sister Ji Yu, what is the highest cultivation level among these emissaries? Li Mu had already observed that there were no changes in the goddess record, indicating that only attractive females could appear on it, not same-sex individuals. Ji Yu shot Li Mu a glance, her mood evidently displeased, as Great Wu was clearly trampling on Qian's dignity. Sending these clowns was merely a tactic to undermine Qian's morale. Quickly tell me, Sister Ji Yu, do you remember Lei Ming? I have a way to help restore our dignity. Ji Yu paused, recalling Lei Ming's tragic fate, and questioned with curiosity, what is it? You mentioned the 7th level of qi refinement. What is your plan? Only at the 7th level of qi refinement? A smile spread across Li Mu's face. Sister Ji Yu, if I manage to restore our dignity, you must consider the matter of flipping the queen card. Enough with the pleasantries, speak quickly. Ji Yu, intrigued by Li Mu's words, insisted on demanding further details. Li Mu once again reached into his trousers, his actions rather lewd, and drew out a desert eagle. Could this wretched contraption truly be effective? Ji Yu dared not gamble with the reputation of Qian, although she ostensibly managed the affairs of state on behalf of Lu Ruyin. Certain essential matters still required Lu Ruyin's presence, and any mishap would be difficult to explain. Seeing Ji Yu's disbelief, Li Mu promptly seized her and led her outside the Golden Yuan Hall, discreetly purchasing a box of level 10 bullets for 100 spiritual energy. You try it on me first. If it fails, I shall hold you accountable. Ji Yu retorted impatiently. There's no need to test it, Sister Ji Yu. The power is undoubtedly sufficient. Li Mu was aware of Ji Yu's cultivation level. These bullets were meant for those at the 7th level of Qi refinement. And the 9th level would likely yield no damage. If you insist on testing, we could use the bullets from last night's encounter with Lei Ming. There are 6 remaining. Even if you wish to test it, you need not put yourself at risk. I could fire at the ground, and you would still feel the impact. Li Mu considered Ji Yu such a delicate beauty. Even if it did not inflict harm, a mere scratch would be undesirable. Enough of this nonsense. I will not easily trust you, Li Mu. If something goes awry, it would not only tarnish my reputation, but that of the entire De Qian. With that, Ji Yu seized the Desert Eagle and fired a shot into her palm. Bang! The bullet struck her hand with remarkable speed, emerging from the back but failing to penetrate entirely, leaving half the bullet lodged within. Their expressions shifted drastically. Li Mu gazed at Ji Yu as if she were a monster. After one shot, her hand remained unscathed. Was she even human? Fortunately, the bullet was designed for the 7th level of Qi refinement. Had it been a level 12 bullet, her hand would have surely been obliterated. Sister Ji Yu, are you alright? You fired the gun yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Ji Yu's face contorted in discomfort as she extracted the bullet, then clenched her fist, casually stating, I'm fine. You may go. Are you truly unhurt? Sister Ji Yu, do not frighten me. Li Mu's intuition suggested that Ji Yu seemed to be angered. Fearing repercussions, he hastily fled into the Golden Luan Hall. After his departure, Ji Yu relaxed her grip, blood oozing from her palm, sending tremors through her body from the pain. Where had this rascal obtained such a powerful firearm? Its potency was astounding. Fortunately, it was merely a test on her hand. Had it been aimed at her body, the injuries would have been severe. Inside the Golden Luan Hall, Li Mu approached the previously arrogant middle-aged envoy. Clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention, he then urged silence. Was it not you who claimed to be able to catch bullets with your bare hands? Or even with a bird? Surely you jest? Upon hearing this, Wang Lang's expression faltered momentarily before he vigorously nodded. Indeed. What? Do you wish to test your luck with a gun? Li Mu shook his head. Observing this, Wang Lang's demeanor turned icy. Then you best step back, coward. I thought De Qian had produced someone with grit. What I meant to say is that a simple test is rather dull. Why not raise the stakes a bit? Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Even Lu Ruyan could not help but furrow her brow. Yet as she observed Ji Yu gradually entering the Golden Throne Hall, her expression softened once more. Could he truly represent the De Qian? Wang Lang glanced at the surrounding ministers and then at Lu Qian seated upon the dragon throne. Lu Ruyan remained silent. While the ministers began to murmur, who is this fellow? Isn't he merely a minor eunuch beside Ji Yu? What nonsense is he prattling on about? As the chatter grew increasingly tumultuous, Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke, just as he had anticipated. The emperor has actually spoken. What on earth is this young man as background? What does he intend to achieve? The ministers were left in bewilderment. In contrast, the envoys were all grinning from ear to ear, for this was precisely the outcome they had sought. Not only could they strike a blow to De Qian's pride, but they could also reap substantial gains from it. Very well, I shall represent Do Wu in this wager. Speak, how would you like to proceed? Wang Lang declared with a smile. Li Mu returned the smile, raising the Desert Eagle. I shall fire 3 shots at you, and if you can successfully block them all and remain unscathed, I shall concede the Shanhaiguan to you. Conversely, should you fail to withstand the shots, Do Wu must cede a portion of land to us in De Qian. What say you? Agreed. Wang Lang replied almost instantly, unable to suppress a celebratory high-five with his companions. They had finally achieved the desired outcome. Observing their confidence, Li Mu could not help but smirk inwardly. So, you plan to pop the champagne, do you? Just wait, I shall shatter your hopes. Foolishness. Ceding the Shanhaiguan, do you have any idea what that entails? Your Majesty, you must not heed this eunuch's treachery. Wagering the Shanhaiguan is unthinkable. That is the northern stronghold. Should we lose it, De Qian would suffer grievously. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the ministers rushed forward to offer their counsel, and soon a cacophony of voices rose in agreement. Yet Lu Ruyan paid them no heed. Witnessing this scenario unfold, the ineptitude of the De Qian emperor deepened the envoy's resolve. It seemed this wager was devoid of suspense. Begin, young man. Do not dawdle. Wang Lang taunted, stepping closer to Li Mu and gesturing impatiently. Just a mere inch or two. Hurry and shoot. Li Mu shook his head, unhurried. Even if you are to perish, should you not understand the gravity of your demise? He continued, 3 shots in total. For the first, you shall catch it with your hand, to truly feel its power. For the second, let us see just how much you can withstand. I am equally curious as to what creature possesses such strength. As for the third shot, I intend to shatter your skull. Wang Lang's expression turned icy. The crude manner of Li Mu's speech ignited a desire to tear his mouth apart. Yet, with the prospect of seizing the Shanhaiguan drawing near, he dismissed the insult. No problem, fire away, commoner. Open your eyes wide and behold how I, a celestial being, will catch the bullet barehanded. Wang Lang boasted. perceiving no energy fluctuations emanating from Li Mu, who was clearly a mere mortal. What audacity could such an insignificant creature possess? Wang Lang stepped forward and extended his hand. Li Mu changed his angle, positioning himself beside Wang Lang to ensure the bullet would not pass through to shatter that canine head. And only then did he pull the trigger amidst the opponent's exceedingly arrogant demeanor. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered. The bullet shattered Wang Lang's right hand, embedding itself into the floor of the Golden Chariot Hall, creating a wide and deep trajectory. The entire assembly was taken aback, and Lu Ruyin was momentarily stunned, her gaze falling upon Li Mu's Desert Eagle. Wang Lang writhed in agony on the ground, while those around him hastily retreated. Now, let us see just how much you possess, shall we? Li Mu exclaimed, exhilarated, aiming the gun. Wang Lang turned pale with dread, swiftly evading. At that moment, he understood all too well that a second shot would surely spell his doom, and he hastily cried out, "No more bets. We of Dawu will not gamble any further." Chapter 7. The Zen Empress. What a joke. You are an immortal. There is no logic in saying one will not gamble and then retracting. Please do not mock us mere mortals. Without hesitation, Li Mu pulled the trigger again. The bullet striking true. Wang Lang let out a wail, his lower body vanishing from sight. I thought immortals were formidable. Is this all they amount to? Truly absurd. Li Mu scoffed, squeezing the trigger once more, causing Wang Lang's head to explode like a watermelon, splattering the surrounding envoys with blood. A brief silence enveloped the scene. What audacity! What a decisively ruthless little eunuch. After a long pause, an envoy stepped forward and bellowed at Lu Ruyin, "You of Deqian have gone mad. In times of war between nations, one does not slay envoys. Are you forcing us into a full-scale offensive?" Li Mu, showing no courtesy, pulled the trigger yet again. Another head exploding. He pointed his gun at several individuals, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You 7 rascals, cease your prattling and swiftly negotiate territorial concessions. Otherwise, it will not merely be a matter of national dignity. Be wary lest I shatter your heads. The silence was deafening. The envoys, stripped of their previous arrogance, resembled lost dogs, heads hung low. Meanwhile, the officials erupted in cheers. Li Mu's actions not only preserved Deqian's dignity, but also dealt a severe blow, securing a city for Deqian. However, Lei Daoyuan, the head of the officials, stepped forward to offer counsel. Your Majesty, Dawu is a formidable adversary. Do we truly wish to sever ties completely? With the Prime Minister leading, several high-ranking ministers began to align themselves, one after another advising Lu Ruyin. Indeed, Your Majesty, why not take a step back? Relinquish the city and allow them to return. It can ensure peace between our nations. Given Deqian's weakened state, we should focus on development and refrain from unwarranted warfare. In response to the minister's counsel, Lu Ruyin paid no heed, rising coldly to declare, "Court dismissed." Your Majesty. Lei Daoyuan knelt down, along with several ministers aligned with him. Yet, Lu Ruyin did not look back, exiting the Golden Chariot Hall with an imposing aura. Li Mu gazed at her resolute figure, filled with admiration. The officials soon dispersed. The emissaries returned to their delegation, and if they wished to remain unscathed, they must swiftly convey the events of the day back to Dawu. Otherwise, as Li Mu had warned, not only would Dawu lose face, but they might also forfeit their lives as emissaries. Gu ordered the cleaning of the Golden Luan Hall and the repair of the ballistic remnants left by the Desert Eagle before departing with Li Mu. As Li Mu perused the goddess record, he noted an increase in his favorability with Lu Ruyin by 1 point, while Gu's had surged by 5. This empress was indeed excessively aloof. After putting on such a grand display today, he had gained merely a fraction of admiration. In contrast, Gu was much more approachable. Gu, how is your hand? Through observation, Li Mu noticed that the wound on Gu's palm had already formed a scab, an astonishingly swift recovery. Do not worry about me. You should be more concerned about yourself. The empress wishes to see you. Then you must pay heed to the matter regarding the queen. He replied, Get lost. You are insufferable. In the Qianxing Palace, within the chambers of Empress Lu Ruyin, a place where even the original occupant had never set foot. At this moment, Li Mu felt a wave of anxiety, for the corpse of Lei Ming lay before him, while Lu Ruyin sat behind the desk, either immersed in meditation or engaged in some activity, remaining utterly silent. The woman had returned clad in a refined garment, her fair complexion adding to her allure. A beauty that could indeed topple kingdoms. Li Mu, growing increasingly impatient, cast a pleading glance at Gu for assistance. Yet, Gu chose to ignore him, simply sitting beside him and tenderly stroking her scabbed right hand. Is it really necessary? Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had previously cautioned that the firearms power was considerable and should be handled with care, yet his warnings had gone unheeded. Now, having caused pain, she was sulking in silence, rendering him speechless. Hand me that flintlock. I wish to examine it. Lu Ruyin finally spoke, her gaze fixed upon him. Li Mu froze. instinctively reaching for his weapon, but upon meeting her eyes, he reconsidered and turned back, retrieving the Desert Eagle. After all, the person before him was the Emperor, and he ought to maintain a semblance of decorum. The Desert Eagle was fully loaded, save for being chambered. Li Mu had no intention of engaging in any furtive actions. Given the Empress's formidable prowess, it would be all too effortless for her to take his life, and any unnecessary antics would only jeopardize his standing. Your Majesty, this is called the Desert Eagle. Submitting the firearm obediently, Li Mu watched as Lu Ruyin examined it, nodding in approval of its fine material. Noting that its essence would not easily dissipate, it was indeed a formidable artifact. Casually remarking on its quality, Lu Ruyin returned the gun without inquiring about its origins, which took Li Mu by surprise. Lu Ruyin then glanced at Lei Ming's corpse. Since you were the one who killed him, you shall handle the aftermath. Is that all? Li Mu had mentally prepared himself for a lengthy reprimand, already strategizing how to accept his fault, yet Lu Ruyin's nonchalance was utterly unexpected. What does your Majesty intend to do with the matter concerning the concubine? She is not your woman, so why ask me? What? Li Mu's head buzzed, still unable to comprehend the situation, when Lu Ruyin began to usher everyone out. Leave now. I must commence my cultivation. Hearing this, Ji stood up, carrying the corpse of Lei Ming, and proceeded to exit. Li Mu hurriedly followed her, only catching up to Ji outside the Qinqing Palace. Sister, what do you intend to do with this corpse? Didn't His Majesty instruct you to handle it yourself? But I am merely assisting His Majesty in the harem and hold no real authority. Outsiders perceive me as merely a eunuch of the monitoring court. How am I supposed to deal with this? Do not be upset, Sister Ji. Regardless of the circumstances, I have indeed rendered a significant service to our Great Qian today, have I not? Then tell me, where did you acquire that firearm? Ji narrowed her eyes, and although Lu Ruyin refrained from questioning, it did not imply that she would allow Li Mu to evade scrutiny. It is called the Desert Eagle, an unexpected acquisition of mine. If Sister Ji desires it, I shall reluctantly part with it. As Li Mu spoke, he reached for the gun. Ji quickly interjected. No need. Keep it for yourself, but do not entertain any deceit, or you shall know the consequences. Of course, one must not deceive their own. Ji let out a light huff, deciding not to delve deeper into the matter nor claim Li Mu's treasure. Since they both served His Majesty, it was prudent for Li Mu to possess a weapon for self-defense, especially given the recent incident with Lei Ming. Had Li Mu truly been killed, the situation would have become exceedingly complicated. Seeing his objective achieved, Li Mu smiled and continued, Then what about this corpse? Simply send it to the Lei family and state the facts. I suspect Lei Dao Yuan will come rushing to apologize. I understand that this is a feasible solution. Sister Ji, would you accompany me? Why? Because I fear that Lei Dao Yuan may lose his senses and act against me. After all, he is the current chancellor, and I wield no status. He would surely think nothing of silencing me, and you wouldn't want me to shoot him, would you? Li Mu's words carried a tone of pleading, yet edged with a hint of threat. Ji shot him a look, realizing his intentions to leverage her status to facilitate his endeavors. How had she failed to notice this audacity in Li Mu before? Nevertheless, Ji did not confront him and merely nodded in tacit agreement. Li Mu chuckled softly. Outside the chancellor's residence, Li Mu and Ji, accompanied by a contingent of elite guards and several eunuchs carrying Lei Ming's corpse, approached the entrance with great pomp. Upon receiving the news, Chancellor Lei Dao Yuan hurriedly emerged to greet them. Upon noticing Ji at the forefront, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he approached and inquired, What brings you here, Commander Ji? Without responding, Ji gestured for the eunuchs to bring forth the covered corpse, then gave Li Mu a gentle push. Since His Majesty had entrusted this matter to Li Mu, Ji could not take over entirely. Lei Dao Yuan stared at the object shrouded in white cloth, utterly perplexed. Li Mu stood before Lei Dao Yuan, gazing into his sharp, eagle-like eyes without a trace of fear. He spoke with solemnity. The son of Prime Minister Lei Dao Yuan, Lei Ming, has committed unspeakable acts in the harem and has grievously injured His Majesty. His crimes are unforgivable, and he has been sentenced to death. Prime Minister Lei has failed in his duty as a father. However, in light of past services, His Majesty has chosen not to pursue further punishment. I hope you take this to heart and reflect upon it. What? The color drained from Lei Dao Yuan's face. He stepped forward and pulled back the white cloth, and upon seeing his son Lei Ming's lifeless body, his features contorted in anguish and his body trembled. The news was undeniably shocking. Yet, being the Prime Minister, Lei Dao Yuan quickly regained his composure. He glared at Li Mu, a murderous glint in his eyes, which ultimately rested upon Ji. Commander Ji, is this truly the case? Ji maintained her authoritative demeanor. Prime Minister, are you unaware of your son's character? His actions speak for themselves. I believe a detailed investigation is unnecessary. His Majesty has already shown great mercy in this matter. I urge you to hasten the arrangements for the funeral. Pray tell, With which concubine did Lei Ming engage in such depravity? Lei Daoyuan's eyes glinted with cold fury. Ji Yu glanced at Li Mu, who instantly understood and replied. Lei Ming was caught in the palace of concubine last night, engaged in lewd acts, witnessed firsthand by His Majesty. His disrespectful words and violent actions against the emperor constitute a heinous crime deserving of the annihilation of his entire clan. Does Prime Minister Lei wish to investigate further? As of now, concubine has been relegated to the cold palace, and His Majesty, in his boundless grace, has been exceedingly lenient towards you. As Prime Minister, you should be well aware of His Majesty's temperament. He has never favored issuing edicts lightly. Should you have grievances, you may enter the palace to seek an audience. Li Mu spoke casually, recalling how the original owner had frequently conspired with Ji Yu in such matters. After all, Lu Rian was indifferent to governance. Whatever they decided was acceptable as long as it was reasonable. Lei Daoyuan's countenance revealed no discernible emotion. He fixed his gaze upon Li Mu, questioning, "Who are you?" Today in the Golden Luan Hall, Lei Daoyuan had witnessed Li Mu's formidable presence, yet he was puzzled as to when such a eunuch had emerged by the emperor's side. His Majesty's personal attendant. Is that not apparent? Li Mu deftly navigated the conversation with Lei Daoyuan, who proved to be more stoic and composed than anticipated. Despite the death of his son, he exhibited an unexpected demeanor, truly embodying the adage that a prime minister's mind can encompass vast matters. Lei Daoyuan chose not to elaborate further, his gaze sharp as he summoned servants to carry the body back to the prime minister's residence. Li Mu and Ji Yu exchanged glances before leading their retinue back to the palace. No sooner had they stepped outside than Lei Daoyuan swept his cloak and approached Ji Yu's side. "Commander Ji, given that my wayward son has brought about the loss of a concubine for His Majesty, I am willing to offer my daughter to His Majesty. I hope you will convey this proposition." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Observing her reaction, Lei Daoyuan bowed slightly, adding, "His Majesty's harem is already sparse, and he has no heirs. This is a disservice to the state and a mistake in the continuity of the imperial lineage. As Prime Minister, I bear the responsibility to oversee and assist." Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this implied a push for the Empress to expand her harem. This was an extraordinary opportunity. After all, the Empress's harem would ultimately belong to him, Li Mu. She is indeed the daughter of the Chancellor. To speak of this Chancellor, he is quite a commendable man. Li Mu felt an overwhelming sense of delight, and a thought began to blossom in his mind. As the ruler of a nation, one typically possesses a harem of thousands of beauties. However, the current Empress has only a handful at her disposal. It is no wonder the Chancellor remarked that Her Majesty's harem is lacking, necessitating his oversight and assistance. His words hold true. Consequently, if he were to take a liking to a certain maiden, he could simply have the Empress issue a decree, thus legitimizing the matter. The more concubines in the harem, the more experiences are bestowed, and the source of spiritual energy would be boundless. By heavens, I truly am a genius. Li Mu's heart brimmed with joy. Yet, Ji Yu wore a frown, clasping her fists towards Lei Daoyuan, promising to convey the message to Her Majesty. With that, Ji Yu stormed off in anger. Li Mu was perplexed. What could be the reason for her ire? Could it be that the Chancellor's daughter is unattractive? Why else would Ji Yu be so incensed? He hurried after her, inquiring, "Sister Ji Yu, is there something wrong with the Chancellor's daughter?" "Do you not know?" Ji Yu replied sharply. Li Mu racked his brain, recalling that the original owner of his body had no knowledge of this matter, and he shook his head in response. "You all return to the palace first." Ji Yu instructed the imperial guards and a throng of eunuchs, pulling Li Mu aside. "Since you are unaware, I shall show you, but do not rejoice too soon. There will come a time when you cannot smile." Ji Yu's words were laced with coldness as she tightened the loose cuffs of her sleeves. Li Mu understood then that the Chancellor's daughter indeed harbored some issue. Subsequently, Ji Yu led Li Mu as they scaled the high walls of the Chancellor's residence and entered the estate. They evaded the bustling servants and arrived at a small, dilapidated shed shrouded in a foul stench. The shed was situated in a corner of the yard, amidst chaos, with the odor overwhelming. "Sister Ji Yu, why have we come to this latrine? It would be inappropriate for me to accompany you." Li Mu pinched his nose, astonished that such a magnificent estate would harbor such a wretched restroom. Goodness, how could one endure such conditions? What if one were to faint from the stench and fall victim to the filth? Ji Yu rolled her eyes, pointing an accusing finger at Li Mu as if to scold him, but ultimately refrained. "This is not a latrine." Ji Yu approached the small shed, and Li Mu, filled with confusion, followed closely behind. Suddenly, a shadow flitted within the shed, followed by the sound of dragging chains. Li Mu was startled and instinctively pulled Ji Yu back a couple of steps. Inside the shed, a figure squatted on the ground, disheveled and trembling. A rusted iron chain fastened around its neck. At first, Li Mu thought it was some sort of animal, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a human. The figure bowed its head, shivering and curling up, too frightened to look at them. This is the Chancellor's daughter. Ji Yu gazed intently at the shadow, speaking softly. What? Li Mu was astounded, staring at Ji Yu in disbelief. From Ji Yu's calm and indifferent expression, he realized she was not jesting. Is this truly a jest? Li Mu's heart sank as he approached swiftly, bending down to observe. It was unmistakably a young woman before him. Her garments were tattered and worn. Yet her modesty was preserved with utmost care. Noticing Li Mu's scrutiny, fear flickered in her eyes, and she quickly averted her gaze. Despite her emaciated frame and dire circumstances, a glimmer of hope remained within her. It is often said that one should take life without cruelty, especially when the individual in question is the daughter of a prime minister. Li Mu could not fathom why she was subjected to such humiliation. Seeing the expression on Li Mu's face, Ji Yu achieved her aim and turned to leave. No, I must save her, Li Mu exclaimed with indignation, reaching for his gun, only to be forcibly pulled away by Ji Yu, who had returned. They scaled the high wall and emerged onto the street. Ji Yu, does this girl suffer from some ailment? He inquired. No, she is in good health, she replied. Is it her appearance, then? Not at all. It is said that she is exceptionally beautiful, surpassing even her sister. Ji Yu spoke of the girl as sister, who was none other than the current empress. What is the reason behind this? Li Mu pressed. Because she is a bastard, not even worthy of being called a legitimate daughter. Ji Yu, recognizing Li Mu's urgency, decided to divulge the details without further delay. It was rumored that Prime Minister Lei had once deeply loved a woman but was unable to marry her. Utilizing his power, he wed another as his legitimate wife, who later bore him a daughter. The Prime Minister cherished both mother and daughter until he discovered they were not of his blood. Upon this revelation, in a fit of rage, he confined the woman and imprisoned the so-called daughter, caring for her only sporadically to ensure she did not perish from starvation. All to torment the pair. Li Mu fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. So, this is not merely about offering a daughter. It is an affront to the Empress herself? Given Lei Daoyuan's power, this matter would likely be fraught with complications. Ji Yu was indeed troubled by this. She understood the Empress's temperament all too well. Whether or not she married was inconsequential to her, as she cared little for her reputation or the opinions of outsiders. If agreeing posed no trouble, why stir up conflict with Lei Daoyuan? Li Mu's heart grew heavy, realizing that even in this realm of cultivation, power and influence could not guarantee love. He considered acquiescing to Lei Daoyuan's demands in order to rescue the girl. Have you lost your mind? Which side are you on? Ji Yu rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Li Mu refrained from further argument, acknowledging that the decision ultimately rested with the Empress. Upon returning to Qianqing Palace, Ji Yu recounted the events, and as anticipated, the Empress exhibited no reaction, stating simply that she would agree to Lei Daoyuan's request. Ji Yu felt exasperated. The Empress was singularly focused on her cultivation, showing little interest in other matters. Li Mu found satisfaction in this outcome, recognizing that since he could not change it, he might as well let events unfold naturally. That evening, outside the chamber of concubine Li Mu, now embodying Emperor Lu Qian, pondered. Are we truly to cast concubine into obscurity? This is imperative. The death of Lei Ming has unveiled a situation. If Pin remains unaddressed, it will be impossible to silence the whispers of the court officials. Moreover, with Lei Daoyuan watching closely, one cannot afford to be negligent. Ji Yu turned to glare at Li Mu, but upon witnessing the emperor's countenance, she hesitated. How could this be? Li Mu repeatedly waved his hand, dismissing the concern. After all, this woman has already been tainted. She is no great loss. He merely promised to spare Pin, and being relegated to the cold palace does not constitute a breach of his word. A simple edict will suffice. I shall not enter. Li Mu wished to avoid facing Pin, as it would only lead to bowing and begging for mercy, which he found tiresome. Very well. I shall instruct the Imperial Guard to escort her to the cold palace overnight. Ji Yu turned to leave, and Li Mu quickly added, do not make her situation too difficult. Ensure she lives and can fend for herself. Although Pin is sullied, her favorability remains at 100. As long as she survives, an endless source of spiritual essence will flow. At worst, I can check on her periodically to ensure her favorability does not diminish. It seems you are still reluctant. Ji Yu scoffed, having encountered many duplicitous men before. Oh, Ji Yu, let us not dwell on me and her. Has the arrangement with the Empress been completed? If not, my ears shall surely develop calluses from your incessant chatter. Be cautious, should you slip up. Prepare for the annihilation of your entire clan. Understood, understood, Li Mu smiled, eager to make his way to Qian Palace. Upon entering the palace gates, the maidens and eunuchs along the path knelt in reverence. Your Majesty, the Empress is bathing. Hush. Li Mu gestured for silence and then entered the inner chambers, dismissing the maidens and eunuchs, securing the door tightly. Ahem, Empress, I have arrived. Upon hearing Li Mu's voice, the steamy partition suddenly echoed with the sounds of bathing, followed by a woman's startled voice. Your Majesty, What brings you here? I am bathing. No matter. I have come to assist you with your wash. Li Mu swallowed hard, a mischievous smile on his face, approaching the area enclosed by the screen. Through the delicate veil, he could vaguely discern the graceful silhouette within, the alluring curves of her form. There is no need for such trouble, Your Majesty. Please sit for a moment. I shall be out shortly. Lei Yudream's face flushed with embarrassment. The emperor was far too direct. Since becoming the empress, she had only met the emperor once, on their wedding night. Why would such an aloof figure suddenly storm into Qian Ning Palace at this hour? Was it due to the matter of Lei Ming? Or did he intend to stay for her favor? Doubt raced through her mind, but she quickly dismissed the notion of him seeking to indulge her. A year had passed since their marriage. If he wished to visit, he would have done so long ago. Moreover, the emperor only favored concubines, never touching the main consort, which brought Lei Yudream a sense of relief. Tonight, he must be here solely regarding the matter of Lei Ming. Suddenly, Lei Yudream's gaze froze as she caught a glimpse of a figure beyond the screen, hastily retreating into the water with a splash. The emperor was spying on her. Her embarrassment deepened significantly. Once one enters the palace walls, it is as deep as the ocean. Since being thrust into this frigid harem, Lei Yudream has understood that she is destined to spend her life within these palace confines. The emperor is notoriously heartless, despite being married for a year. His Majesty has never once deigned to visit her. Thus, Lei Yudream comprehends that he harbors no feelings for her, nor does she dare to hope for such sentiments. Their fade of a marriage is naught, but a mere charade. As she perceived nothing around her, Li Mu finally regained his senses. Zizi, take your time washing. I shall await your emergence. Chapter 10, Energy Capsules, Spouses? Li Mu sighed in relief, nearly forgetting the title that Ji Yu had instructed him to use. Subsequently, he settled onto the soft bed, aware that this was his first encounter with the Empress. He must not rush things. Should any slip occur, Ji Yu would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Ji Yu had mentioned that Lei Yudream was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed remarkable talent for cultivation. At this moment, she likely wielded the strength of the 7th level of Qi refinement. If things could not unfold naturally, it would be unwise to force the issue. Li Mu understood Ji Yu's concern. She feared that he might incite the Empress's wrath, leading to complications that could reveal his true identity. After all, beyond her role as Empress, Lei Yudream is the daughter of a chancellor wielding immense power. It appears imperative to hasten my learning of cultivation from the Empress. This cautious approach is indeed rather mundane. As Li Mu pondered, he accessed the system panel, navigating through various pages. Rifle page, 475 spiritual energy, 415 spiritual energy. Submachine gun, Thompson, 5 spiritual energy. Uzi dual, 7 spiritual energy. Sniper rifle, 10 spiritual energy. Barrett, 15 spiritual energy. Machine gun, Gatling, 30 spiritual energy. In addition to firearms, there were also throwing weapons, special weapons, equipment, and aircraft. Upon exploring the special weapons section, he discovered an array of items including a rocket launcher, a car, a drone, and a tank. However, many options remained inaccessible due to insufficient system levels. Yet, in the equipment section, Li Mu stumbled upon a rare item, the energy capsule. To his astonishment, it required 500 spiritual energy each. Energy capsule. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation. Li Mu swallowed hard, feeling tempted to purchase one for a taste. But after glancing at his remaining 692 points of spiritual energy, he resolved to exercise restraint. Currently, his spiritual energy was too scarce. What if an unexpected situation arose? Furthermore, he had yet to attain any cultivation level. It would be more logical to await the teachings of Lu Rian and the others before acquiring any true skills. Your Majesty? A soft, bashful voice emerged from the partition. Your humble servant has finished washing. Could you please assist me with my garments? Li Mu rose, casting a glance around until he spotted a nightgown on the rack of the partition, promptly retrieving it and handing it to Lei Yudream. A delicate, fair hand, adorned with droplets of water, reached out, grasping at the air before finally seizing a garment. Li Mu, ever considerate, found a cloth and offered it to her. Zidong, dry yourself before donning your clothes. Thank you, Your Majesty. We are husband and wife. There is no need for such formality, Li Mu replied with a warm smile, his heart racing with anticipation. Husband? Lei Yuming felt a strange sensation within the palace, as if she was partaking in a rather unconventional narrative. Soon, the screen slowly parted, releasing a gentle mist, and a breathtaking beauty emerged. Her countenance, captivating enough to topple kingdoms, resembled that of a celestial being. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her enchanting gaze was enough to leave one entranced. Noticing the absence of her shoes upon glancing at the ground, she stepped gracefully onto the floor with her delicate, rosy feet and approached Li Mu with a respectful bow. Your Majesty, I apologize for keeping you waiting. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Is it concerning Lei Ming? Li Mu, momentarily lost in the beauty before him, was captivated. Simultaneously, the divine record flipped its pages. Name, Lei Yuming. Cultivation, 7th level of Qi refinement. Affection level, 5. Spiritual energy, 1 point per hour. Already a 5? Splendid. Seeing that Li Mu remained silent, Lei Yuming called out again, Your Majesty? Li Mu snapped back to reality. What did you just say, Zitong? I was wondering if you came here for Lei Ming. No. I have come to sleep and indulge in your company. Li Mu nearly blurted out, almost speaking crudely. Lei Yuming trembled, disbelief filling her eyes as her heart raced erratically. Indulge? What is this about? Your Majesty, I am not quite prepared for this. What do you mean unprepared? You've had a year to get ready. Li Mu dismissed her concerns, his thoughts consumed by the exquisite allure of the Empress. How could one not be captivated by such beauty? Your Majesty, I fear pain. Lei Yuming clenched her delicate fists, her feet nervously pressing against the ground, realizing that Li Mu's words were far from jest. What should I do? Am I to face this? Fear not. I am gentle, Li Mu assured her, stepping closer to grasp her tightly clenched fists. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he lifted Lei Yuming effortlessly into his arms. The contact of her soft, tender form against him heightened his restless desire. Your Majesty, my hair is still damp, she murmured, feeling the masculine aura emanating from him, her cheeks flushing crimson. That is of no concern, I shall dry it for you. Li Mu carefully laid her upon the bed, retrieving a dry towel and tenderly drying her hair, treating the Empress, who bore the weight of the world, like a frightened kitten. Unable to meet his gaze until her hair was completely dry. Your Majesty, allow me to assist you with your attire. Oh, there's no need for such trouble. Li Mu lifted the covers and pressed her beneath him. Your Majesty, I hope you will be considerate, for I am quite fragile. Li Mu could hardly believe these words. After all, he was a cultivated immortal, while he himself was rather frail. Soon, the curtains fell, and the flickering candlelight created a dance of shadows. Chapter 11. Elder of the Qian Dao Sect, Ice Phoenix Divine Body. An hour later, Li Mu suddenly sat upright, startling the delicate figure beside him, who assumed he was about to act again. How many times had this been? Your Majesty, what is the matter? Li Mu gently brushed his fingers against Lei Yuming's exquisite nose and reassured her, It is nothing. Zitong, you should rest well. Tonight, I shall keep you company. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that Lei Yuming's affection level had surged from 5 to 20. Name, Lei Yuming. Cultivation, Qi refinement 7th layer. Affection, 20. Spiritual energy, 4 points per hour. Indeed, mutual interaction could enhance affection, as the saying goes. Li Mu felt elated, his gaze falling upon the crimson stain on the sheets. Zitong, I truly adore you. With excitement, Li Mu pressed a kiss to Lei Yuming's forehead, leaving her momentarily bewildered. She murmured softly, Your Majesty, I love you too. When she uttered the word love, her voice faltered slightly, as if taken aback. How could their sovereign be so haughty? Their time together had felt quite pleasant. Was this merely the cunning of a ruler, a manipulation of hearts? Li Mu settled back against the pillows, turning his body slightly, and felt a hopeful future ahead. The method of gaining spiritual energy through the goddess record was indeed remarkable. Unbeknownst to them, both drifted into slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, Li Mu felt a chill run through his body, awakening him with a shiver. He reached for the blanket, only to find it icy to the touch. Quickly retracting his hand. What is happening? Li Mu flipped over, and the sight before him was nothing short of alarming. Lei Yuming was entirely encased in ice, the cold spreading throughout the entire chamber, while the candlelight flickered ominously, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Goodness, this is no dream, this is dire. Li Mu hastily leaped from the bed, searching for tools to shatter the ice. However, when sharp metal struck the icy figure, it left not a single mark. The hardness of the ice was beyond imagination. Li Mu summoned the Desert Eagle, contemplating using it to shoot through the ice, but feared the might would be too great, potentially harming Lei Yuming. Reluctantly, he utilized 1 point of spiritual energy to purchase a dagger, then spent 500 points to elevate it to level 12. Only then could he manage to pierce the ice. After considerable effort, he finally freed Lei Yuming from her frozen prison. Yet, at that moment, she was still icy cold to the touch, and just the slightest contact made Li Mu fear for her very life. My dear queen, you must not fall ill. Sleeping too long could be fatal. Gu and the Empress would never forgive me. Anxious and frantic, he could not afford to delay any longer. As a cultivator, Lei Yuming should be able to understand her condition, and he resolved to seek help. Just as Li Mu prepared to dash out of the chamber in search of assistance, he noticed an elderly woman quietly observing from the palace wall outside. Li Mu's keen gaze quickly fell upon the old woman, straightening his posture and adopting an imperial demeanor. He inquired, Who are you? Intruding upon the royal palace is a capital offense. I must take that woman from the Great Qian Emperor's chamber, he asserted. The old woman bowed respectfully, her words laced with reverence. By what right? Li Mu questioned, simultaneously reaching behind him to summon his Desert Eagle. I am an elder of the Qian Dao sect. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Mu shot without hesitation, disregarding her title as an elder. He could not afford to delay in rescuing the person in peril. The old woman clutched her bleeding left shoulder, her expression turning cold. Had she not evaded in time, her chest would have surely been the target. Suppressing her anger, the old woman spoke softly. Your Majesty of the Great Qian, what is the meaning of this? I can save her. Moreover, I truly am an elder of the Qian Dao sect. You can place your trust in me. She is the Empress of the Great Qian, Li Mu declared, aiming his gun at the old woman. No matter her words, he could not allow her to take the person from his grasp. Her condition has awakened. If not treated promptly, it may be beyond remedy. That is not acceptable. Who knows what ulterior motives you harbor? Li Mu was indeed fearful of something happening to Lei Yumeng. After all, she was now his woman. Even if one were to think positively, should she be well-intentioned, he would still need to consult Ji Yu and the Empress before making such a decision. Li Mu, unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, was reluctant to trust a stranger. Then I must offend you. The old woman moved swiftly towards Li Mu. Bang! He fired again, yet she bore the impact with ease, sustaining only 2 bleeding wounds. Li Mu was astounded. Her strength was formidable, at least above the 9th level of qi refinement. With no time to ponder, he dodged, though the old woman showed no intent to harm him, instead entering the room to lift Lei Yumeng. Truly, the Ice Phoenix's divine body embodies the pinnacle of ice attribute constitution. Put her down. Li Mu tightened his grip on the Desert Eagle, aiming it at the old woman's head. Your Majesty of the Great Qian, your weapon is impressive, but it is of no use against me. Do not expend your efforts in vain. With that, the old woman swiftly exited the room. Li Mu pulled the trigger, only to discover the gun was silent. The bullets had run out. Hastily, he pursued her, reloading his Desert Eagle with 6 level 12 bullets, only to find Ji Yu standing atop the palace wall. Sword pointed at the old woman. Ji Yu cast a glance at Lei Yumeng in the old woman's arms and inquired, what has transpired? I know not what has befallen the Empress. This old hag insists on forcibly taking her away. Li Mu replied bluntly. Chapter 12. Seeking lodging in Ji Yu's palace, the old woman sensed the formidable aura emanating from Ji Yu and remarked, I did not expect there to be another master within the palace. Surely, you can discern her awakened constitution. Only by swiftly returning her to the Qian Dao sect for treatment can there be a glimmer of hope. I merely wish to take her as my disciple. I harbor no ill intentions. The Qian Dao sect has always maintained amicable relations with the royal family. Why do you press so fiercely today? The old woman's voice was frigid as she cast a glance at Li Mu while speaking. I acknowledge your status as an elder of the Qian Dao sect. Yet she is the Empress of Deqian, a figure of immense prestige. How could you dare to take her away so easily? Ji Yu hesitated, recognizing the precarious situation concerning Lei Yumeng. Do you intend to watch her perish? The old woman asked, her ire rising. Why is it that the royal family behaves so unreasonably tonight, especially that emperor? At that moment, the voice of the Empress resonated in Ji Yu's mind. Allow her to take the person away. The awakening of the Ice Phoenix divine body means that only that old fellow from the Qian Dao sect can provide the necessary treatment. Ji Yu exhaled in relief and turned to the old woman. You may take her, but I implore you to remember, she is the Empress of Deqian. Should anything go awry, the Qian Dao sect shall bear the consequences. The old woman appeared pleased, nodding her head. I will use my cultivation to support her. We shall reach the Qian Dao sect within half an hour without any mishaps. With that, the old woman leapt over the palace walls, intent on departing. But Li Mu called out to her urgently. Listen well, once you have saved her, return her promptly to the palace. I shall permit her to become your disciple. However, should there be any misstep, I will surely annihilate your Qian Dao sect. Li Mu declared with imposing authority. The old woman glanced back at him and departed swiftly, clearly having never encountered such a naive and incompetent young emperor, unaware of the audacity he displayed in uttering such words. Ji Yu landed beside Li Mu and inquired, Are you all right? Li Mu shook his head. Ji Yu patted his shoulder. You handled tonight's affairs admirably. Lei Yumeng is the Empress of Deqian. She must not be lost. If it weren't for the Emperor's message, I would have struggled to make a decision. She continued, however, your previous proclamation was rather reckless, threatening to destroy the Qian Dao sect. What kind of jest is that? Reckless? Li Mu chuckled. As long as one possesses the spirit, even a great Luo golden immortal would kneel in submission. What is a mere Qian Dao sect? He scrutinized Ji Yu, pondering that she too was likely inexperienced. And should he succeed in winning her over, his favor would surely flourish. Sister Ji Yu, I see you still possess an allure, he remarked. What did you say? Ji Yu's gaze turned icy, sweeping over Li Mu, causing him to shudder and adopt a serious demeanor. Nothing, I was merely complimenting you, Sister Ji Yu, on your beauty and grace. He sensed that Ji Yu had nearly struck him moments ago. Had he not been adorned with the Emperor's guise, he would likely have faced repercussions. You rascal, are you harboring intentions towards me? Ji Yu discerned his earlier gaze, which had been decidedly inappropriate. She recognized the unmistakable glances he cast upon her, confirming that men were indeed driven by desire. Even with the Emperor's harem at his disposal, he dared to harbor ulterior motives towards her. Sister Ji Yu, you are overthinking it. We are merely good friends. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? Li Mu had not anticipated Ji Yu's heightened sensitivity. Not wishing to offend her, he resorted to vague reassurances. Ji Yu snorted dismissively, choosing not to dwell on it further. And after tidying herself up, she turned to retire for the night. Li Mu glanced around the room, where the bed was enveloped in icy crystals, exuding an unbearable chill that rendered it unfit for slumber. After much hesitation, he resolved to follow Ji Yu. Sister Ji Yu, the queen's bed is completely frozen at this hour. What do you think about me staying at your place for the night? I could easily find a concubine's chamber. Surely you're not concerned about disturbing them? It's quite bothersome. Just let me stay for one night. I can sleep on the floor. Li Mu truly wished to avoid any further hassle. Having endured the ordeal with the queen, he felt utterly exhausted and longed for a peaceful night's rest. Venturing into the concubine's quarters would undoubtedly lead to another sleepless night, which he could hardly bear. The imperial harem was vast, yet the well-being of one's body was paramount. He didn't want to forego the pleasure of rest only to find his health deteriorating. Well, you could return to the prison courtyard. Don't you have a room there? I haven't been back in months. Do you really think my bed is still there? Ji Yu was at a loss for words. Li Mu's excuses were indeed plentiful. Unable to withstand his persistent pleading, she eventually acquiesced, permitting him to stay for one night. Ji Yu resided in a side hall of the Qianqing Palace, in close proximity to the Empress Lu Ruyan. Upon entering, Li Mu was met with a unique, delicate fragrance. Unlike the queen's chamber, this scent was subtle yet delightful. Ji Yu brought 2 blankets and handed them to Li Mu, simultaneously issuing a warning. You'd best behave yourself while you sleep. If I catch you misbehaving, you might just find yourself truly transformed into a eunuch. Rest assured, I shall be on my best behavior, Li Mu replied with a grin, as he laid out the blankets. By the way, Sister Ji Yu, when will you teach me to cultivate? Weren't you reluctant to learn before? Li Mu inwardly scolded the original owner for being foolish, then smiled amiably and said, I was simply immature before, now I've grown. Perhaps in a little while. We must prepare for the emperor's marriage to Lei Luoxue, which is quite the hassle, Ji Yu remarked, drawing a screen to shield the bed from Li Mu's makeshift bedding. Lei Luoxue? Is that the name of the prime minister's youngest daughter? Li Mu's eyes widened. It was rather charming. Indeed, you must also be prepared. On the wedding day, you will have to step in. There are many rules and rituals. No problem, Sister Ji Yu, you can rest assured. Li Mu, already sympathetic to Lei Luoxue's plight, was naturally eager, especially since Ji Yu had remarked that the woman was even more beautiful than the queen. As Li Mu settled down on the blankets, the chamber gradually fell into silence, with not even the sound of breathing to be heard. Initially drowsy, he found himself unable to drift off to sleep. Instead, he tossed and turned, his mind plagued by errant thoughts, occasionally feeling the urge to sneak a glance at the screen to see what Ji Yu was doing. Li Mu felt he must be losing his mind. Should Ji Yu discover this, it would surely spell the end of their camaraderie. Just then, his stomach audibly protested, its growl interrupting the silence, and the sense of hunger began to replace his drowsiness. Sitting up, he shook his head, feeling increasingly alert. It seemed sleep was far from him at that moment. Perhaps it would be wise to find something to satisfy his hunger. In the early hours of the night within the Queen's chamber, Li Mu meticulously examined the system and stumbled upon 2 items available for consumption on the equipment page: compressed biscuits and instant noodles, each priced at 2 spirit points. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to purchase a bucket of instant noodles, only to regret his decision immediately, realizing he had no access to hot water. Cursed be his luck. However, much to his surprise, the instant noodles came with a sausage and an egg, making for a rather sumptuous meal. Well, trouble or not, it would suffice to satiate his hunger. Li Mu exited the sleeping quarters and wandered aimlessly for quite some time without finding a single source of hot water. Ultimately, with the assistance of a guard, he managed to procure hot water from a nearby kitchen. Fortunately, the guard was acquainted with Ji Yu and had seen Li Mu on several occasions. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences for his late-night wanderings in the inner palace. Upon returning to the side chamber with hot water in hand, Li Mu hastily tore open the package of instant noodles, poured in the hot water, and cracked the egg into the mix. As he was about to open the sausage, he couldn't help but glance at the screen, wondering if the aroma of the noodles might disturb Ji Yu from her slumber. Cautiously maneuvering around the screen, he beheld Ji Yu lying on the bed, arms crossed over her chest, fully clothed and seemingly alert even in sleep. Enraptured by her beauty, Li Mu found himself drawn closer to the bedside, momentarily forgetting all warnings. Ji Yu's exquisite features, with her fair and smooth complexion and statuesque figure, captivated him utterly. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard. And as the enticing aroma of the sausage wafted through the air, a mischievous idea took root in his mind. He brought the sausage close to Gus' nose, gently prodding it, hoping to entice her into dreaming of its delectable scent. His gaze wandered downwards, resting upon her alluring form, and he swallowed again, causing his body to react instinctively. In a flurry, he reached to rectify his position. However, a comical mishap ensued. In his attempt to adjust, he inadvertently poked Gus' lips with the sausage, pushing it directly into her mouth. Stunned, Li Mu quickly concealed the sausage behind his back. Just then, Gus' eyes flew open, locking onto Li Mu, who was retreating with an expression of guilt, his left hand awkwardly positioned. The combination of her recent tactile sensation and the salty taste lingering in her mouth conjured up scandalous images in Gus' mind. With an explosive surge of indignation, she unleashed her fury upon him, sending Li Mu hurtling backwards, toppling the screen in the process. Li Mu, I am not jesting. I shall end your life, Gus declared, her countenance filled with disdain as she wiped her lips and advanced towards him menacingly. Gus, it's a misunderstanding. Truly it is, Li Mu exclaimed, grasping the broken sausage and hastily attempting to clarify, his instinct for survival kicking in. It was this item, nothing else, Gus. I am wronged. Do you truly believe I would fall for your perverse tales? Gus retorted, effortlessly lifting Li Mu as if he were a mere chick. It's a misunderstanding. This is merely a sausage for eating. Li Mu lamented, on the verge of tears, as he took a bite of the sausage, presenting it to Gus as proof. Gus wore a skeptical expression as she set down Li Mu, seized the half sausage, and held it to her nose for a sniff. The aroma was indeed quite reminiscent, so she decided to take a bite, discovering it to be exceedingly delicious. Reflecting on the delightful sensation and flavor, she realized she had unjustly suspected Li Mu. She mused that even if he had 10 lives, he would not dare to commit such a despicable act against her. Is it amusing to disturb me in the dead of night with such antics? Gus thought Li Mu was deliberately teasing her, leading her thoughts astray. Otherwise, why had he made those gestures moments ago? I was hungry, so I prepared something to eat and intended to invite you to join me, but my hand slipped. Li Mu refrained from admitting that he was drawn to Gus' beauty and had approached her involuntarily. Otherwise, he might have faced her wrath. Chapter 14. The gluttonous Gus sees the light. Li Mu reflected on his reckless behavior with trepidation, relieved that his intimacy with Gus had increased slightly. Otherwise, he would have surely faced dire consequences. What did you call me here to eat? Is this all there is? Just this little bit, enough to fill your teeth? Gus scolded as she devoured the sausage in one bite, acknowledging the unique flavor. Try this instant noodle, Li Mu suggested, pointing to the bowl of noodles he had just prepared, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Gus paused, lifting the bowl, and was greeted by a fragrance that intoxicated her senses. Li Mu adjusted the fork and handed it to her. If it's not delicious, you'll have to sleep outside tonight. Gus shot him a glare, then accepted the fork and took a bite, her eyes lighting up with delight. What exquisite flavor! So delicious. Holding the bowl of noodles, Gus walked away, her demeanor reverent as she indulged in her meal. Li Mu realized that Gus was indeed a true foodie. But what would he eat? He quickly checked the hot water, noting plenty was left and at the right temperature, so he prepared another bowl for himself. By the time he finished, Gus had nearly finished her noodles. She placed her bowl on the table and looked at Li Mu with curiosity. Where did you get this food? I bought it. Where did you buy it? Is it sold in the capital? Yes, I know where to get it. I'll take you one day so we can stock up. Gus nodded, saying with a hint of mischief, in light of these noodles, I'll forgive your teasing this time. But if they're essay next time, you shall wish you were never born. It was just an accident, not teasing, Li Mu mumbled under Gus' wide-eyed gaze, lowering his voice. After tidying up the remnants of their late-night feast, he finally tucked himself under the covers, ready for sleep. Though the screen had been broken, Gus had somehow procured a new one to place in the center, leaving Li Mu exasperated. With a disdainful snort, he gradually succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, at the minister's residence, within a newly arranged morning hall, the body of Lei Ming lay in a coffin adorned with intricate carvings. Surrounded by the flickering light of incense candles, paper offerings burned in a fire pit, with ashes occasionally lifted by the cold breeze. In a side hall, Lei Daoyuan, clad in white linen, gazed out at the moon obscured by dark clouds. At that moment, a man in black appeared quietly behind him and spoke. The head suffered a catastrophic blow, resulting in instantaneous death. With the testimony of the cold palace's favored concubine, it can be concluded that the weapon was the firearm wielded by that young eunuch in the Golden Hall. Additionally, I suspect this weapon could potentially injure a Foundation establishment cultivator. Lei Daoyuan did not respond immediately, continuing to stare at the night sky. After a while, he turned to the man in black, his weathered face displaying an array of emotions. Can your Foundation establishment cultivators clear the clouds and reveal the sun? The man in black, momentarily perplexed by the phrase, looked outside and soon realized, you overestimate the capabilities of Foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps only a nascent soul expert could achieve that. Lei Daoyuan cast a glance at the man, forcing a smile. You could go kill the young eunuch and bring back the firearm. This task is not difficult. It is said that this young eunuch is merely immortal, possessing no cultivation. Should we also deal with the concubine in the cold palace? Let her accompany the young master? Lei Daoyuan shook his head and turned back to gaze at the night sky. There is no need to complicate matters. There are powerful individuals within the palace. Yu has only reached the 9th level of qi refinement. I do not regard her as a threat, the man in black scoffed. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, on my way back, I saw the queen being taken away by an elder from the Qian sect. She seemed to have awakened some kind of constitution. At this remark, Lei Duan's expression flickered, his gaze distant as he pondered. Yet he did not engage with the man further. After a prolonged silence, he diverted the conversation, seemingly indifferent to the fact that his daughter had been taken by the Qian sect. The envoy from the Great Wu has suffered a setback today. They will certainly not cede land over a mere verbal agreement. Therefore, you should assist them. The following day, Li Mu awoke to find the screen had been removed. Yu was nowhere to be seen, likely busy with matters. Stretching lazily, Li Mu stepped into the courtyard and looked up at the blinding sunlight. It was now close to noon, and he had unknowingly slept for so long. After a simple wash, he made his way to the Taiha Hall to meet Lu Rian. He needed to inform her of last night's events and request her guidance in cultivation. As he entered the Taiha Hall, a refreshing chill met him, mingled with a pleasant fragrance. Lu Rian, graceful and poised, sat cross-legged on a soft couch with her eyes closed, likely engaged in meditation. Li Mu could not comprehend why a woman would be so obsessed with power when she had already reached the pinnacle of authority. Casually picking up a pastry from the table, he approached Lu Rian. Your Majesty, could there be unforeseen consequences from that person taking the queen? Should I go to the Qian sect to investigate? Lu Rian remained silent, her eyes still shut. But Li Mu could distinctly sense an invisible ripple of energy circulating in the air around them. Is this the power of a cultivator, a celestial being? Chapter 15. The 5 Elements Spiritual Root. Pseudo-spiritual roots are difficult to cultivate. Your Majesty, perhaps we should take a moment to rest. You haven't dined yet, have you? Shall I instruct the royal kitchen to prepare something? Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow slightly, opening her eyes to regard Li Mu with keen interest. Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. With a chuckle, Li Mu finished the pastry in one bite, wiping his hands on his sleeve. It cannot be hidden from your Majesty. So I shall be direct. In light of the recent incident with Lei Ming, I believe it prudent to possess some cultivation skills. Last time, I narrowly escaped a dire fate. Who knows what ill fortune may befall me next? Since I have been assisting Sister Yu, perhaps it would be best if she guided me in my cultivation. It would not interfere with my duties. Lu Ruoyan smoothed her skirt, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Li Mu. You seem different from before. Hearing this, Li Mu's heart tightened. Had she discerned something? Regardless, he maintained his composure and replied earnestly, it is through the trials of life and death that one gains profound understanding. I am indeed fearful and hesitant to confront such circumstances again. Your Majesty, do not mock me. Even the most insignificant creature values its life. Yet rest assured, in critical moments, I shall sacrifice myself for your noble cause. Lu Ruoyan let out a soft laugh, pursing her lips. Previously, Yu informed me that you were disinterested in cultivation. I had thought you understood. Do you not realize that you possess a false spiritual root, rendering you incapable of true cultivation? A false spiritual root. Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely you jest. I may be somewhat dull-witted, but I implore your Majesty to elaborate on why I cannot cultivate. What exactly constitutes a false spiritual root? With remarkable patience, Lu Ruoyan elucidated. Common spiritual roots are categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more singular the attribute, the more sensitive one is to the corresponding elemental energy, resulting in pure magical power upon absorption and a rapid cultivation speed. A singular attribute is termed a heavenly spiritual root, while 2 to 3 attributes are recognized as true spiritual roots. Your 4 attributes classify you as possessing a false spiritual root, while 5 attributes would denote a mixed spiritual root. A false spiritual root, burdened with excessive attributes, struggles to maintain elemental balance, making cultivation exceedingly arduous. Li Mu felt a wave of despondency wash over him, grasping his garment tightly, his gaze urgent. Is there truly no remedy for this predicament? Lu Ruoyan shook her head. Li Mu could not discern whether it was a lack of options or simply her unwillingness to expend effort. Regardless, this news was a bitter blow. The notion of being unable to cultivate in the realm of immortality was utterly absurd. You may attempt cultivation on your own. Let Yu guide you. Although the challenges of a false spiritual root are considerable, it is not entirely impossible to practice. Lu Ruoyan rose from her seat, took a few steps, then turned back to him. Last night, you injured an elder of the Qian Dao sect with your fire gun. That individual is a foundational cultivator. I did not anticipate such formidable power. Speak honestly, where did you acquire this artifact? Previously, Lu Ruoyan had refrained from questioning, deeming it unnecessary. After all, a weapon capable of slaying a 7th-tier Qi cultivator was not something she regarded highly. Yet, she had not expected it to severely wound a foundational cultivator, raising significant concerns. Li Mu felt a shiver run through him, swiftly weighing the pros and cons. He dared not employ the evasive rhetoric he had used with Ji Yu on Lu Ruoyan. Only sincerity could elicit sincerity. Otherwise, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Fate is equitable. When one door closes, another window opens. As your majesty has stated, I possess a false spiritual root, rendering me incapable of cultivation. I shall not conceal the truth from you, and will speak candidly. Since the moment of my birth, I have harbored within my mind a peculiar space containing numerous firearms, including the Desert Eagle, which I retrieved from this very realm. This matter has been a personal burden, one I have kept hidden since childhood, never daring to disclose it to anyone. Had it not been for the threat posed by Lei Ming to my life, I believe the secret would have remained buried forever. Your Majesty, my loyalty to you is unwavering, as the heavens can attest. With that, Li Mu did not hesitate to summon the Desert Eagle before Lu Ruoyan, presenting it with both hands. Given that Lu Ruoyan had already inquired, a reasonable explanation would serve to resolve the matter once and for all. Otherwise, trouble would inevitably arise in the future. A single lie necessitates countless others to cover it. Lu Ruoyan circled the Desert Eagle, gazing intently into Li Mu's eyes. Are you being truthful? Your Majesty has bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. I would not dare deceive you, even if I had 10 heads. Lu Ruoyan reached out to take the Desert Eagle, but found Li Mu gripping it tightly, showing no inclination to release it. Are you merely putting on a show for me? Lu Ruoyan swept her sleeve, causing a fragrant breeze to swirl around them. I would not, Li Mu quickly replied, loosening his grip. Upon acquiring the firearm, Lu Ruoyan examined it briefly before aiming it at the ground and pulling the trigger. A sharp click resounded, yet the gun did not fire. Oh, it's out of bullets. The level 12 bullets are far too potent. Li Mu was reluctant to use them carelessly. After the old woman led Lei Yuming away last night, he had removed all the bullets. Opening the shop, he purchased a box of level 10 bullets to load into the Desert Eagle before handing it back to Lu Ruoyan. This time, there were no mishaps. The trigger pull sent a bullet piercing through the ground, leaving a wide and deep trajectory. Lu Ruoyan wished to fire again, but Li Mu hastily advised against it. Your Majesty, the bullets are exceedingly precious, limited by spatial constraints. It would be unwise to waste them. How many of such Desert Eagles do you have in your space? Currently, there is but one. The others do not possess such power. As he spoke, Li Mu waved his hand, purchasing a level 1 Desert Eagle along with level 1 bullets. While the two firearms appeared similar at first glance, Lu Ruoyan, being a foundational cultivator, could immediately discern that they belonged to different tiers. Chapter 16. An incident with the envoy. The ordinary Desert Eagle is not significantly different from our crafted firearms. It poses no threat to immortals and is of little use. If your Majesty desires, once the space produces more, I shall present you with a more formidable one. Li Mu painted a grand vision while subtly indicating his capability to produce weapons suitable for dealing with foundational cultivators. Lu Ruoyan silently observed the two guns, deep in thought. At present, it was undeniable that Li Mu was merely a mortal, lacking a Qinquan bag. However, she had just witnessed him conjure the Desert Eagle out of thin air, leaving no doubt that a special space existed within him. Whether this space contained what Li Mu claimed, Lu Ruoyan could not ascertain. Nonetheless, one can draw a conclusion. Li Mu possesses immense potential, albeit hindered by his inability to cultivate, which is somewhat regrettable. Lu Ruoyan returned the two guns and inquired, pray tell, what are the conditions for the emergence of artifacts in this peculiar space of yours? Li Mu accepted the guns with a grin, replying, of course, I have yet to fully comprehend the specific conditions for the production of weapons from this space, but one thing is certain, the longer the duration, the more formidable the weapons that are produced. Could you allow me a glimpse into the interior of this space? Li Mu shook his head, affirming that it was indeed impossible. Lu Ruoyan, undeterred, lightly tapped her finger on Li Mu's forehead. After a considerable pause, she released him, her brow furrowed in disappointment. There was indeed nothing to be found. At present, Li Mu was no different from an ordinary individual. Had he not confessed, no one would have suspected the existence of a strange space within him capable of producing weapons. In this regard, Li Mu was quite candid, which pleased Lu Ruoyan. In this vast world, the extraordinary is commonplace. Existence is justification enough. Develop your space well, do not let me down. She patted Li Mu on the shoulder and, with a shift in her gaze, added, the Great Wu will likely not easily honor their promise to cede land. You shall handle this matter entirely. Understood, Li Mu replied, his eyes brightening with relief. Once Lu Ruoyan departed, he accepted the guns and seated himself at a nearby table. It was fortunate that Lu Ruoyan was merely a woman, wholly absorbed in her aspirations of cultivation, lacking the inscrutable scheming typical of an emperor. Otherwise, Li Mu would not dare to relax. Even so, he remained uncertain whether he had truly earned Lu Ruoyan's trust. He needed to demonstrate his worth and must not jeopardize their current rapport. In the evening, within the side hall of the Qianqing Palace, Ji Yu returned to find Li Mu tinkering in the courtyard. Not only had he made a fire, filling the air with smoke, but he had also somehow procured half a goat, leaving a trail of blood across the ground. Are you trying to provoke me into killing you? Ji Yu stormed forward, intent on grabbing Li Mu and delivering a good thrashing, only to be halted by a skewer of roasted meat offered to her. The meat sizzled with juices, its aroma enticing. Just in time. Please sit down, and let us indulge in a feast. Li Mu, munching on the skewers, handed her a freshly cooked piece. Thankfully, the shop sold spices, otherwise the flavor would not have been so delightful. Did you actually roast this? Ji Yu, after tasting it, gazed at Li Mu with reverence, incredulous. Is it not obvious? Eat quickly. Later, I shall instruct you in cultivation. I have already consulted with Her Majesty. She said it was fine and even allowed me to stay here with you. What? Ji Yu spat out the meat, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did Her Majesty truly say that? Would I deceive you? Li Mu shrugged, turning the skewers sizzling over the fire. You are to stay with me? Ji Yu lost her appetite, placing the meat on the table, and seized Li Mu, exclaiming, Did you say something to Her Majesty? You lecherous scoundrel, you are indeed harboring designs on me. Previously, when Li Mu referred to her as his wife, Ji Yu became wary. Coupled with the events of last night, it was almost too much to contemplate. I did not mean that, Sister Ji Yu. You have misunderstood. It is His Majesty who believes it convenient for us to work closely together. He instructed you to prepare a room for me in the side hall, not to imply that we would share a bed. Li Mu hastily clarified, knowing Ji Yu had misinterpreted his intentions. Although he indeed harbored such thoughts, they remained merely in the realm of contemplation. He dared not act recklessly. Ji Yu rolled her eyes, releasing her grip only to seize him again. You cannot simply tidy the room alone. Find yourself a place to stay. This is the Emperor's directive. Do you intend to defy it? Her words bore the weight of a mountain, immediately extinguishing Ji Yu's ire. She raised her fist as if to strike Li Mu, but merely gritted her teeth and gradually lowered her hand. Li Mu chuckled, observing Ji Yu's unwavering loyalty to Lu Ruoyan, who commanded her respect even from behind the scenes. Commander Ji, a voice called from the entrance of the courtyard, prompting both to turn. A eunuch stood there, visibly startled. What is it? Ji Yu's sharp reprimand caused the eunuch to stammer. The Four Barbarians Pavilion urgently reports that the Great Wu envoy has been killed. Not good. Ji Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly approached the eunuch. What happened? Who killed the envoy? The eunuch shook his head in fear. He was merely a messenger, unaware of the details. Li Mu quickly put away his tools and followed Ji Yu. Lu Ruoyan had previously instructed him to handle the matter regarding the territorial concession of Great Wu entirely. If the envoy was indeed dead, the negotiations would surely falter. Chapter 17. Foundation Builders. The Four Barbarians Pavilion, at first glance, might seem like a grand structure. In reality, it comprised several relay stations, designated for the accommodation and rest of foreign envoys or delegations. Ji Yu led the Imperial Guard to encircle the area. The two officials from the inspectorate stood in the street, their expressions filled with trepidation. Lady Ji, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Ji Yu, the officials approached, their clothing marked with conspicuous bloodstains. What is the situation? Have the culprits been apprehended? Ji Yu inquired as she walked towards the pavilion, with Li Mu trailing behind, silently summoning the Desert Eagle. He still had 6 rounds of the level 10 ammunition purchased that morning, and he discovered a method to buy bullets individually. Although the shop only sold them by the box, upgrades were not restricted. This meant he could elevate a single round from level 10 to level 12, converting the cost to a few points of spiritual energy, thus providing a remedy in times of scarcity. All 7 envoys are dead. The personnel guarding the Four Barbarians Pavilion have been completely annihilated. The assailants clearly targeted the envoys, and upon receiving the news, we promptly sealed off the scene. Yet the perpetrators have vanished without a trace, one official explained anxiously. All dead. Ji Yu and Li Mu gasped in shock, quickening their pace towards the pavilion. As they entered the courtyard, a pungent stench of blood assailed their senses. Li Mu hastily covered his nose, taking in the gruesome sight of corpses strewn about the relay station, drenched in blood. Ji Yu casually flipped over a corpse, noticing that there was still warmth emanating from the body. She turned to the officials from the Daziyuan who had accompanied her and commanded, "Notify the Daziyuan to seal off the inner city. No one is to enter or exit." Upon receiving her orders, 2 officials departed. Li Mu approached her, sharing his observations. He He noted that the officials within the hall had succumbed to instant death, their ends gruesome, while the envoys, though similarly brutalized, bore expressions of astonishment and fear upon their faces. Listening to his words, Gu examined the bodies of both the officials and the envoys, confirming that, indeed, there was a marked difference in their expressions prior to death. Such a scenario could only be rationally explained by one conclusion. The envoys recognized their assailant. Your Majesty entrusted you with the matter of ceding territories to Dawu. Why did you not come to the sea pavilion sooner? Choosing instead to roast meat in the palace? Gu was both furious and resentful, realizing that the prospect of territorial concession had now become a mere illusion. I refused to bear such a heavy blame. Li Mu, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. He had intended to take his time, unaware that events would unfold so swiftly. You should convey that to His Majesty, he muttered under his breath, relieved that he had not approached earlier. Otherwise, he could have met a fate similar to those around him. Just as they were deliberating, a deep voice echoed, and the surroundings were instantly shrouded in darkness. Gu's expression turned grave as she sharply gazed towards the entrance, noticing that the scene had become increasingly illusory, ultimately obscuring any view of the Imperial Guards outside. This is bad. The assailant is still within the sea pavilion. Gu shouted, prompting several soldiers to quickly form a protective circle, back to back, remaining vigilant. The entire sea pavilion gradually became enveloped in a gray mist, visibility diminishing rapidly. Li Mu understood that this was undoubtedly a technique from the realm of cultivation. He gripped his desert eagle tightly, prepared to fire at the first sign of danger. Indeed, I did not expect that the Deqian court would have a 9th-level qi refining practitioner stationed here. As the mist swirled, a group emerged from the front pavilion. Their faces obscured, yet Gu instinctively pulled Li Mu closer, her tone markedly serious. There is a Foundation establishment expert among them. This situation is dire. Stay close to me. Foundation establishment. Wasn't he that on par with Lu Ruyen? Li Mu felt a shiver of apprehension, if Gu regarded them with such trepidation. Their journey was likely fraught with peril. Who are you to act so brazenly within the capital's inner city? Gu bellowed towards the group, her aura unrestrained, surging forth like a flood and causing the mist to churn violently. Act brazenly. What will you do about it? Leave her alive? Kill the rest. A voice commanded from within the mist, followed by several figures darting forth. Gu, fueled by righteous fury, unleashed her energy first, leading the soldiers into battle. The clash of weapons echoed chaotically. The scene was too tumultuous, and with the mist obscuring visibility, Li Mu refrained from firing, fearing friendly fire. He focused on Gu's position, preparing for self-defense. Amidst the chaos, a blade swung towards him. With no time to discern friend from foe, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the assailant collapsed in response. Li Mu approached and saw that the individual was clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard, prompting him to awkwardly cover his mouth. My brother, do not blame me. It was you who mistook me for someone else. Amidst a fierce skirmish, visibility diminished, and Li Mu gradually lost track of Gu's position. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, where only the sounds of clashing weapons were discernible, rendering any other judgment impossible. Li Mu refrained from shouting, fearing retribution from the enemy. Time slipped away unnoticed until the sounds of combat subsided, and a figure emerged from the swirling mist. Instinctively, Li Mu reached for his firearm, only to have his hand seized. It's me, Gu's voice resonated. What? You managed to dispatch them all? Li Mu exclaimed in astonishment, a smile beginning to form on his lips, poised to flatter Gu. However, she shook her head, stating, no, the Imperial Guards we brought in are all dead. Chapter 18. The ill-fated lovers captured together. What? Li Mu was taken aback, realizing only then that Gu was gasping for breath and staggering, clearly injured. Let us flee. We must leave this place at once. He quickly supported Gu, searching for a way out. Flee? Huh. Today, I shall not allow you to escape. I would be the laughingstock of my foundation. The mist swiftly dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man wielding a long knife, accompanied by several others. The ground was littered with corpses, yet they trod upon them as if walking on solid earth. Gu instinctively shielded Li Mu, and the two began to retreat cautiously. Head, this woman at the 9th level of qi refinement must possess a distinguished status. We could take her hostage and threaten the Great Qian, one of the men suggested. The middle-aged man shot him a disdainful glance, wiping the blood from his long knife, which gleamed like silver. A smile crept across his face as he looked at Gu, asking, will you surrender willingly, or shall I be forced to take action? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. Indeed, Li Mu had fired his weapon, the desert eagle still smoking in his hand. However, to everyone's astonishment, the bullet was caught by the middle-aged man in a peculiar manner. He inspected the bullet with a discerning eye before casually tossing it to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Kid, you have quite the audacity. The man's expression darkened as he lunged forward. What the hell? This is truly bizarre. Li Mu instinctively dodged, while Ji Yu brandished her sword to parry, only to be forced back by a swift strike. Subsequently, both were captured, leaving Li Mu with no opportunity to switch to his level 12 bullets. In the Prime Minister's residence, within the cold and silent morning hall, Lei Daoyuan sat on a wooden chair, facing the coffin in silence. Before long, footsteps approached, and a figure clad in black came to his side. Someone acted faster than I. They have already cleansed the 4 barbarians' pavilion, leaving no envoy alive, and Ji Yu along with that eunuch has also fallen into their hands. Lei Daoyuan turned to look, his previously rigid face now displaying emotion. Very well. Immediately order Zhang Yong to seal off the scene. No one is to enter or leave. The man in black furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know who they are?" Lei Daoyuan replied with a calm smile. "Is that even a question?" The 4 barbarians' pavilion. Li Mu and Ji Yu were brought before a vast, empty hall by 2 thugs. The middle-aged leader's whereabouts remain unknown, and the entire 4 barbarians' pavilion is shrouded by treasures, rendering it imperceptible from the outside. If you remain honest and wait for the Great Qian to deliver the ransom, you will be safe. 2 henchmen bound Ji Yu and Li Mu's hands and feet, tossing them into a corner before turning to sit at the table, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Ransom? Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. Had not these ruffians just stated their intention to exchange them for land with Great Qian? How had it suddenly transformed into a ransom? It seemed the middle-aged man was no fool. Li Mu quickly deduced the situation. How could you be so foolish as to hand over the Desert Eagle to that man? Now we can only be at their mercy. Ji Yu whispered her grievances to Li Mu, lamenting that if the Desert Eagle were still in her possession, even if her powers were sealed, she could easily dispatch these 2 guards. What nonsense is that? Am I so foolish? It was merely an ordinary Desert Eagle, easily given away. Ji Yu's eyes sparkled. Then quickly retrieve it. It requires ammunition, but since our hands and feet are bound, that is impossible. However, fear not, if the gun is unusable. I still have a knife. Li Mu blinked, revealing a cunning expression. The dagger he had used to break the Queen's Eye sculpture had been upgraded, costing him a steep 500 spirit energy. Where is it? It's not hidden in your pocket again, is it? Ji Yu glanced disdainfully at Li Mu's trousers. Of course not. It is right here at my chest. You can retrieve it with your mouth. The blade is sharp, and with a gentle effort, it can cut through fabric. Li Mu had prepared for this moment while being bound earlier, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. The 2 guards were of average strength. As long as Ji Yu freed herself from her restraints, she could easily subdue them. Ji Yu shifted closer to Li Mu, finding the plan somewhat unsavory. What are you doing? Do you need to resort to such tactics to behave? One henchman noticed Ji Yu's movement and immediately scolded her. Brother, do not think too much. We shall be obedient and would never dare harbor ill intentions. Li Mu quickly smiled and feigned weakness, stating that with their hands bound and powers sealed, they would not dare to act recklessly before the 2 of them, no matter their abilities. Then why are you so close? Keep your distance. The lean henchman interjected. Being a woman in such a situation, it is only natural to feel frightened. Please have some sympathy for our plight, dear brothers. Li Mu spoke with fervor, his words dripping with earnestness and masculinity. Plight. Ji Yu was clearly displeased, yet had no choice but to grit her teeth and comply, adopting the demeanor of a frail woman. Enough with the nonsense. The lean henchman spat out a sunflower seed shell and prepared to rise. The first henchman who had scolded him grabbed his arm, his eyes darting. You claim you are a pair, yet how can I believe that? One is a 9th-tier Qi refinement master of stunning beauty, while the other is a eunuch devoid of any cultivation. Such a pairing is inconceivable, unless you can prove it otherwise. You are merely toying with my brother and me, and you know what comes next. Upon uttering those words, the lean enforcer instantly grasped his comrade's intentions. Curiosity sparked within him. How would the eunuch and the commander prove their claims? The unfolding drama was rather intriguing. In Chapter 19, the gun is fired. Yet you remain unhappy. Li Mu wore a smile while harboring a hidden malice. These 2 scoundrels were eager for a live performance. This worked in his favor, as he was troubled by how to retrieve the dagger concealed at his chest. Yu, I apologize, Li Mu said as he leaned towards her. Though their hands and feet were bound, their minds remained agile enough to engage in intimate gestures. Just wait, Yu murmured softly, complying as she nestled into his embrace. Amidst the masculine scent surrounding her, she discerned the precise location of the small blade. The 2 enforcers widened their eyes, munching on sunflower seeds with great interest. Where else could one witness such a spectacle? This revelation convinced them. No wonder Yu fought fiercely to protect Li Mu. Their relationship was indeed scandalous. Hurry, hurry. Escalate the tension. The enforcers exclaimed, their blood surging with excitement, even more animated than Li Mu himself. However, in the next moment, Yu sprang to her feet. The ropes binding them had already snapped. In a swift motion, a sharp dagger sliced through the air, piercing the chests of the 2 enforcers. In a blend of exhilaration and shock, They collapsed, blood gushing forth. You scoundrels wished to witness a performance. You were not worthy. Li Mu spat, his mood immensely lifted. Even more gratifying was the affectionate gesture when Jie Yu had nestled against him. It felt far too genuine to be mere pretense. With a swift motion, Jie Yu summoned the bloody dagger to her hand and rolled her eyes at Li Mu. Where did you acquire this blade? It surpasses the sharpness of my flying sword. Merely a stroke of luck, Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of modest pride. Speak the truth. Jie Yu stepped closer, gripping Li Mu. First the desert eagle, then this magical dagger. How could an ordinary person obtain such treasures? Let us first resolve our immediate predicament. I shall recount everything upon our return. Li Mu realized he could no longer conceal the truth. After all, he had already explained matters to Lu Ruyan, so having Jie Yu in the know mattered little. Jie Yu released her grip, then added, hand over the desert eagle. I will deal with that fellow. No. As a man, I cannot hide behind a woman. That scoundrel dared to injure you. I shall make him pay. Investing 100 spiritual energy, Li Mu upgraded 2 rounds of level 12 ammunition to level 13. According to Jie Yu, the middle-aged man likely possessed a cultivation level nearing the mid-stage of foundation establishment and had formidable physical strength. Although level 13 bullets might not guarantee an instant kill, they were sufficient to inflict serious injury. However, one must exercise caution. The Desert Eagle was only level 12, and using it against a higher level could risk a catastrophic malfunction. Yet Li Mu had consulted the system, and a one-level disparity would not lead to disaster. Albeit it would deplete durability. The pair cautiously ventured outside, and Jie Yu could not contain her curiosity. You claim these individuals were sent by the Great Martial Empire. What leads you to that conclusion? It is quite simple. Initially, someone mentioned the intention to take you hostage and threatened to divide the territory of Qian. Who, apart from enemy nations, would dare to make such demands, be they common criminals or factions? Li Mu elucidated the situation, and Jie Yu immediately grasped the implication. They changed their demands to a ransom out of fear of exposure, particularly because they had murdered their own envoy. Indeed, Li Mu affirmed. At this moment, they were traversing the 4 barbarians' pavilion. Although the fog had lifted, the pavilion remained enveloped in magical artifacts, hindering communication with the outside world. You've surprisingly demonstrated some wit this time, Jie Yu remarked, playfully tapping Li Mu's forehead and unable to suppress a grin. I have always been quite astute, you know, he retorted. Oh, I am curious to see just how astute you are, came the sudden voice of a middle-aged man. The two exchanged wary glances, alert to their surroundings. A group of individuals appeared without warning ahead, led by the very middle-aged man, brandishing a level 1 Desert Eagle. Li Mu acted first, drawing his gun and aiming at the adversary. Observing this, the middle-aged man chuckled. If you possess the audacity to fire, go ahead. That firearm of yours poses no threat to me. I expected something extraordinary, yet it is merely commonplace. He casually discarded the Desert Eagle onto the ground and strode forward. In his eyes, Li Mu was nothing more than a mere jester, presuming his firearm held any special significance, only to discover it was utterly unremarkable, lacking any capacity to inflict harm. Go on, coward. Are you afraid of being disarmed again? Li Mu couldn't help but smirk. If that is the case, allow me to oblige you. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, and when the middle-aged man reached out to catch it, he was taken aback as it pierced through his palm and struck his forehead, embedding itself deeply. The middle-aged man's face turned pale in shock as he felt the warm blood trickling from his brow, his fury now uncontrollable. What is the matter? Are you displeased now that I've fired? Individuals like you are truly despicable. Li Mu pulled the trigger once more before the middle-aged man could react. Another bullet soaring through the air. The middle-aged man, now fearful, hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal shot to his forehead. Instead, the bullet grazed his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Jie Yu, moving with a ghostly grace, approached brandishing a small dagger, deftly bringing the middle-aged man to the ground within a few exchanges. As for the henchmen, they fled in terror, as if their souls had been snatched away. Li Mu showed no mercy, firing repeatedly until they were dispatched. Against these feeble opponents, level 5 and 6 bullets sufficed. Sister Jie Yu, spare that man a breath. Just as Jie Yu was about to deliver a final blow to the middle-aged man, she was promptly halted by Li Mu. Understanding his reasoning, she sheathed her dagger and quickly sealed the man's cultivation. A foundational cultivator is not to be underestimated, even severely wounded with a moment's carelessness. He might find an opportunity to escape. Chapter 20. Interrogation in the Dungeon. Li Mu's coercive strategy. Humph. Continue your bravado. Why have you fallen silent? Aren't you fond of shouting? Li Mu stepped before the middle-aged man, striking his cheek with the gun, his triumphant demeanor unmistakable. You treacherous wretch. The firearm you provided me is not the same one at all. Gazing at the Desert Eagle in Li Mu's grasp, the middle-aged man clenched his teeth in disbelief. never expecting to stumble at the hands of a mere mortal. The victors claim the spoils, so there's no use in idle talk. Li Mu rummaged through the middle-aged man's belongings, extracting a finely crafted pouch and a palm-sized copper mirror. Just as he was about to tuck them away, Ji Yu reached out and seized the copper mirror. As a surge of magical energy flowed into the mirror, the restrictions of C.E. Pavilion gradually dissipated, revealing the forbidden troops waiting by the entrance. What a treasure! Li Mu exclaimed in awe, reaching for the copper mirror. But Ji Yu rolled her eyes and evaded his grasp. Fine, the mirror is yours, and the pouch is mine. Li Mu conceded, recognizing the fairness in their division. Ji Yu felt exasperated, remarking on his greed. You fool, magical artifacts require spiritual energy to activate. What use is it to you? And this pouch bears someone else's soul imprint. You cannot utilize it. Shaw, once I cultivate, I'll surely put it to use, Li Mu retorted defiantly, though internally an emptiness lingered, fueling his resolve to train even harder. Why should his mediocre spiritual root hinder his cultivation? He refused to accept such fate. Ji Yu, uninterested in further banter, ordered a team to tidy up the aftermath before leading the way out. Upon returning to the palace, Ji Yu promptly sought an audience with the Empress, with Li Mu following closely behind, hoping to seize an opportunity to claim a magical artifact. However, Lu Ruyin placed great importance on these items, taking them all for herself. Li Mu, you have performed admirably this time, Lu Ruyin remarked, appraising the copper mirror and the pouch, a rare smile gracing her features. It was the first time Li Mu had witnessed such a smile from the Empress, compelling him to steal a few more glances at her, captivated by her languid yet regal demeanor, effortlessly complemented by her casual attire. Typically, apart from essential court appearances, Lu Ruyin seldom ventured from the Qinqing Palace, often appearing relaxed in her clothing. Although somewhat revealing, she nonetheless regarded Li Mu as a man, speaking without reservation. The gentle breeze wafting in from outside seemed to choose its moments wisely, for while it lacked form, it bestowed a proud silhouette upon Lu Ruyin's attire. These are duties my subordinates ought to fulfill, Li Mu remarked, directing his gaze toward the pouch, instinctively sensing that it contained remarkable treasures, being artifacts of a foundation-building cultivator. Yet, in the hands of such a fervent practitioner as Lu Ruyin, sharing in the bounty was clearly out of the question. Li Mu dismissed further thoughts, recognizing that his greatest gain from this venture was the favor he had garnered from both the Empress and Ji Yu. At present, Lu Ruyin's favor stood at 5, with 5 points of spiritual energy per hour, while Ji Yu possessed 15, also with 5 points per hour, including Yi Pin and Empress Lei Yumeng. He accumulated a remarkable 18 points of spiritual energy per hour, totaling 432 in a single day, pure bliss. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the foundation-building cultivator we brought back? He has killed so many. Keeping him in the palace poses a significant threat. Ji Yu, unconcerned with anything else, merely wished to resolve the issue entirely, ideally preventing any future troubles. Handle it as you see fit. You may leave now, Lu Ruyin instructed. As the two exited the Qinqing Palace, Li Mu had already grown accustomed to the Empress's indifference. Sister Ji Yu, teach me the art of cultivation tonight. I can hardly bear to wait any longer. Ji Yu did not refuse. With a smile, she patted Li Mu on the shoulder. Given how much you've helped today, this is certainly not a problem. Let us first interrogate that fellow. In the dark prison, Li Mu savored a bowl of steaming homemade hand-pulled noodles, relishing each bite with garlic. Ji Yu stood with her arms crossed before the torture rack, where 2 prison guards mercilessly tormented a middle-aged man, who repeatedly shouted, "Speak, just speak." Yet, how could a foundation cultivator succumb to such rudimentary methods of coercion? With each act of torture, the man displayed a cunning smile, taunting Ji Yu with his scorn. Enough. You may leave. Ji Yu commanded the guards to cease their actions. She was already troubled by the lack of results in the interrogation, and now faced with the man's derision, coupled with Li Mu's slurping of noodles, her patience wore thin, and she felt an overwhelming urge to commit violence. Is it delicious? Ji Yu tilted her head, glaring at him. Li Mu, not even glancing her way, eagerly affirmed. But sensing her fierce gaze, he hastily swallowed his noodles and trotted over to Ji Yu with a sheepish grin. Sister Ji Yu, it's no wonder he won to confess under your interrogation. This man is emboldened by the fact that we do not intend to kill him. I propose we simply end him, but before that, let me have some fun with him. Li Mu's smile faltered as he extended the bowl to Ji Yu. What do you intend to do? Ji Yu furrowed her brow, puzzled by Li Mu's intentions, instinctively receiving the bowl in cooperation. It's quite simple. To deal with such a hard-headed individual who fears nothing, he must perish in a sea of endless suffering and humiliation to satisfy our wrath. Li Mu cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man and continued, I know of a eunuch in the prison who excels at cleansing. After countless operations, he has mastered a technique that not only cleanses effortlessly, but can also restore what was lost. I have a rather immature idea. He turned to Ji Yu. What if we were to restore him as a dog? Ji Yu felt a surge of anger, appalled that he would utter such vile words before her. Just as she was about to explode, she noticed Li Mu's exaggerated gestures, prompting her to catch on and respond. How would I know? We would only find out through experimentation, but given that he is a foundation cultivator, is this truly appropriate? How will he maintain his standing in the cultivation world if word gets out? Li Mu sneered and abruptly slapped the middle-aged man twice. Does this wretch even deserve sympathy? So he is stubborn, is he? I believe it's necessary to ensure that what he is cleansed of is forced back into his mouth. And then let him eat dog feces daily. Let us see how long his bravado lasts. Ling, now devoid of any temper, glared fiercely at Li Mu. The expression of a fearless young man filled with a hint of excitement made him realize that Li Mu might truly carry out such a ruthless plan. As the saying goes, a scholar may be killed but cannot be humiliated. Ling could not comprehend why he had encountered such an unpredictable and reckless youth who disregarded all sense of morality. This method is indeed more sinister than sorcery itself. Ling's lips trembled, and an involuntary fear gripped his heart. After all, he was a formidable cultivator. If subjected to such treatment, he would rather embrace death. How dare you glare at me, you scoundrel? Li Mu cursed vehemently, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Ling's face before searching for implements of torture. He seized a metal rod and struck Ling's groin with unrelenting force. Let us summon the eunuch from the prison. Today, he must receive a thorough lesson to understand the meaning of cruelty. Li Mu discarded the rod and, with a sinister smile, pulled Ji Yu along, his demeanor suggesting that he was far from acting. Even after escaping the dungeon, Ji Yu remained apprehensive, for the punishments Li Mu described were exceedingly brutal. Wholly unbecoming of a righteous path. What are you dawdling for? Let us move. Li Mu took the bowl and continued to devour his noodles. If he refuses to speak, you wouldn't truly resort to coercion, would you? Li Mu tilted his head with a grin. What do you think? Without employing some tactics, how could we expect him to divulge the truth? We can easily intimidate him with a eunuch. Rest assured, he won't withstand it. Ji Yu was left speechless, shaking her head and chuckling, realizing she had previously underestimated Li Mu. Before long, the duo found a eunuch, coordinating the details before returning to the dungeon. Upon witnessing that they had indeed brought someone along, complete with tools of the trade, Ling's heart leapt to his throat, teetering on the brink of collapse. Oh dear eunuch, I forgot to bring the dog. Li Mu theatrically began his performance. The seasoned eunuch, unfazed, smoothly replied, no matter, let us first cleanse him. And we shall gradually seek the dog. With such a lengthy pause, we won't inadvertently inflict fatal pain, will we? Ji Yu chimed in. Oh. Li Mu raised an eyebrow with a smile, looking at Ling. He is a foundational cultivator. Would a mere inch or 2 truly be fatal? Wasn't Wang Lang previously boasting that he could catch bullets with birds? Though he was shot down, his courage was commendable. As a foundational cultivator, he should not be lesser than others. I believe we should forego anesthetics throughout the cleansing. He can certainly endure it. Ling trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You are truly a dog. Huh? Still daring to insult me. Eunuch, make your move. This wretch dares to look down upon us. Let him witness your prowess. Wait, I'll confess everything, just don't proceed. Ling's heart shattered, and he could not help but shout in despair. It was then that Ji Yu swiftly stepped forward, snatching the blade from Li Mu's hands and giving him a significant look. Are you addicted to this act? Li Mu chuckled. Isn't it necessary to perform the entire routine? Ji Yu tossed the blade back to the eunuch, who took it with a bow and retreated. Now, confess honestly, I possess a pure heart. Otherwise, we shall undoubtedly complete this cross-species experiment today. Li Mu crossed his arms, gazing at Ling, his mood immeasurably buoyant. What do you wish to inquire? The voice of Ling trembled, stripped of the dignity that once accompanied a foundation-building expert, a dignity that had shattered upon encountering Li Mu. Why must you slay the envoy? Who are you truly? Provide me with a detailed account. After a thorough interrogation, Ling divulged the truth, which aligned with Li Mu's deductions. Ling, the master of the Golden Pavilion of Dongwu, was dispatched by the Emperor of Dongwu to eliminate witnesses. Once Wang Lang and the others were dead, their pact with Qian would be nullified, granting Dongwu ample justification to refuse or even take advantage of the situation. With this individual as a hostage, Dongwu, concerned for its national prestige, had no choice but to concede territory. Li Mu chuckled with delight, the joy of regained triumph evident on his face. However, Ji Yu was less than pleased, uncertain of the veracity of Ling's claims. If the reality deviated significantly from his words, the initiative would still rest with Dongwu, for the fact that none of the envoys survived was indisputable. It's all your fault. Had you not shot down those thugs, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Li Mu shrugged. What could I do? In that moment, who had the luxury to consider the consequences? It was fortunate I didn't empty the magazine. Chapter 22. The Fire Elemental Spirit Root. To master this skill, one must sacrifice themselves. After all, His Majesty has entrusted you with the matter of territorial concessions. You shall personally negotiate with Shiling and Dou from here on. I must swiftly prepare for His Majesty's grand wedding. Is there truly a need for such haste? Should not the intricate procedures take at least a month? You do not comprehend. Lei Daoyuan is pressing for a resolution. The Emperor is indifferent, and I find it tiresome to dispute with him. It is far easier to conclude matters sooner rather than later. That is true. The two departed from the dungeon. Regardless, the matter of the 4 barbarians' pavilion had reached a temporary conclusion. Upon returning to the Qianxing Palace in the early hours of the morning, Jiyu yawned, preparing to retire to her chambers. As she closed the door, she suddenly remembered Li Mu, who had come along. The Empress had ordered them to share quarters. A notion Jiyu found distasteful, yet could not defy, inciting her irritation. What brings you here instead of showering affection upon your consorts? Jiyu pouted, her tone laced with reproach. Li Mu, aware of her sentiments, seized the opportunity to step into the room. I would. But Pin has been cast into the cold palace, and the Empress has gone to the Xian Dao sect. I have nowhere else to go. But there are still 5 other consorts, are there not? Jiyu suppressed her anger, forcing a smile onto her face. Why don't you find someone to occupy your time tonight? I will prepare your room for you by tomorrow. What am I to use for companionship? You know precisely how those 5 entered the palace. Mentioning this made Li Mu irate. Previously, he had believed that Lu Ruyan's harem was filled with beauties. But in the past few days, as his memories fully merged, he recalled that many of the consorts were those whom Lu Ruyan had carelessly selected. In her desire to keep lovely ladies in the depths of the palace, she had chosen some who were past their prime. After all, with the royal identity and a life of guaranteed comfort ahead, it was considered a form of recompense for them. Later, Lu Ruyan came to realize the folly of her initial notion. It was utterly unfeasible to merely maintain a harem without bestowing favor. The identity of a woman would inevitably be exposed. Thus she sought the original owner to oversee the inner court. What nonsense you speak. I truly cannot fathom your perspective. Both concubine Shu and Lady Lu have been meticulously selected and conferred titles by me. How have they become unworthy in your eyes? Conversely, I find that Lady E pales in comparison to the two, yet you frequent her company. I am at a loss for words. Jiyu expressed her exasperation. Having attempted to enlighten Li Mu on this matter multiple times, yet he remained arrogantly obstinate. Upon hearing this, Li Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Was his memory in disarray? Images flickered rapidly in his mind, soon revealing 2 maidens of fair appearance. Indeed, they were concubine Shu and Lady Lu. While they could not be deemed aged or unattractive, they were undeniably ordinary, failing to awaken any divine response within him, leaving Li Mu utterly uninterested. Observing his disdainful expression, Jiyu decided to relent. How about this? I shall arrange for the Empress or one of the 2 noble consorts for you. Surely you will have no objections to them. Li Mu felt a twinge of temptation. Such an arrangement was not entirely unappealing. However, he could not afford to delay his cultivation any longer. He must take the first step tonight. Sister Jiyu, the Emperor has instructed me to reside with you for the purpose of learning cultivation. Do you truly believe I wish to take advantage of you? You seem a bit fatigued today. How about you teach me once, and I shall explore the rest at my own pace? Is it solely about cultivation? She inquired. Naturally. Very well, then follow me. Jiyu led Li Mu outside, casually selecting a vacant area. Cultivation requires a spiritual root. Let us first determine what type you possess. If it turns out to be a false root, then we need not waste time on it. What do you mean? Do you look down upon false roots? They can cultivate just the same. Jiyu narrowed her eyes. So, you are aware of your own spiritual root. Indeed, I am renowned for my heavenly fire root. Li Mu fabricated this claim, knowing that Jiyu harbored a strong prejudice against false roots, thus sparing himself unnecessary embarrassment. After all, as long as Jiyu did not corroborate with Lu Ruyan, his identity while outside could be self-assigned. What was there to fear? Heavenly fire root. You? Jiyu laughed outright, finding his audacity amusing. Enough of your prattle. Teach me swiftly, or we shall be here until dawn. Jiyu wasted no time, stretching out her hands to summon an ancient tome and a crystal. This is the method of body forging and breath control. First, you must enhance the strength of your physical body to withstand the baptism of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Then, utilize the breath control technique to refine the spiritual energy into your body, transforming it into magical power, and open your dantian for storage. Thus, you will reach the qi refinement stage. Afterward, you will use this magical power to activate the crystal, which will reveal your spiritual root. This process is intricate and lengthy. You shall follow the book and explore slowly, asking questions if you do not understand. Jiyu handed the 2 items to Li Mu, yawned, and turned to return to her room. Li Mu stood there, contemplating. While the steps for cultivation sounded straightforward, he wondered how challenging the execution would prove to be. He carefully stored the crystal and gently opened the book titled Tian Gang, a method for body forging and breath regulation. However, the striking content on the first page nearly provoked an exclamation of disbelief from him. To practice this skill, one must perform self-castration. Chapter 23, Energy Capsules. Ascension to the first level of Qi refinement. Good grief! Li Mu exclaimed as he abruptly tossed the book onto the ground. What kind of filthy nonsense is this? Is this even human language? Oh, so it's a trick, is it? Surely the last page must state that one can succeed without such drastic measures. Picking the book back up, he turned to the final page, only to find a congratulatory note. Congratulations, fellow practitioner. You have mastered the Tiangang breath regulation method. Li Mu, undeterred by superstition, flipped open the second page, which detailed the steps for self-castration, the process of explosive transformation, and subsequent recovery plans. This was utterly outrageous. Li Mu was left dumbfounded. This was not a guide for cultivation, but rather a manual for becoming a eunuch. However, it did raise a question. How did Jiyu cultivate? Surely she couldn't be a man. As he pondered, Jiyu approached with her arms crossed. What are you muttering about? I forgot to mention, I've added anti-theft measures to the manual. You can simply flip to the middle and start practicing step by step. Li Mu gave her a thumbs up. You're impressive, Sister Jiyu. I almost followed that ridiculous advice. I trusted you so much, yet you omitted such a crucial detail. Jiyu scoffed. If you could believe that, it would be surprising. I'm going to sleep now. Don't disturb me. If you wake me, you know what the consequences will be. Go on, go on. Li Mu waved her off and hurriedly flipped to the middle of the manual, where he finally discovered the true method for body forging and breath regulation. It was quite similar to what Jiyu had briefly described. The first step was to forge the body, establishing a solid foundation before being able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for refinement. However, the manual contained unique methods for body forging. In addition to mere physical training, it also recorded a set of boxing techniques called Tiangang Fist. Mastering this set of punches would enable the body to adequately handle the absorption of spiritual energy. Thus, Li Mu spent the entire night practicing the boxing techniques in the courtyard, completely absorbed in his training and unaware of his fatigue. The next morning, Jiyu rose early and, upon seeing Li Mu manage to execute the initial forms of Tiangang Fist, could not help but smile. Not bad. You have perseverance. Keep up the good work. After a simple wash, Jiyu departed from the side hall. Li Mu continued to practice in the courtyard until the afternoon, when he finally felt tired and sat down on a stone bench to rest. Unconsciously, he recalled the energy capsules he had seen in the system store last time. These capsules cost 500 spiritual energy each. Previously, he could not afford them, but now he could accumulate 432 points of spiritual energy from a day's worth of idling, making it entirely feasible to purchase one. Li Mu was curious to see how much his cultivation would improve from consuming one of these capsules, and whether his pseudo-spiritual root would affect the efficacy of the medicine. With 506 points, he had just enough to buy one. As a golden light flickered, a translucent capsule materialized in his hand. Li Mu examined it closely. The capsule was roughly the size of a third of a banana, exuding a chilling sensation and a rich fragrance. Without hesitation, he swallowed the capsule whole. The taste is rather peculiar. Wait, isn't it supposed to be cold? Why is it so warm? As the capsule enters his abdomen, it transforms into a surge of energy that spreads throughout him, igniting a sense of heat that courses through his entire being. Li Mu involuntarily begins to practice the Tiangang breathing technique, feeling as though every pore on his body is opening up, a mysterious gas rushing in with such intensity that it threatens to burst him apart. No, he must quickly establish his dantian, or else his body will indeed be overwhelmed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Mu hastily flips through the tome, searching for the method to open his dantian. Although he is uncertain why the cultivation process has such leaps, it seems he has no choice but to proceed in this manner. Jiyu, having spent an entire day arranging wedding affairs for the Ministry of Rites, returned home, utterly exhausted, only to find Li Mu seated in meditation as if engaged in breathing exercises. This determination is commendable, yet it is too hasty. His resolve is precarious. Jiyu shook her head, knowing that in a single day, Li Mu could hardly ascend from an ordinary mortal to a cultivator, even if he possessed a heavenly root. Without solidly refining his physical body, attempting to absorb spiritual energy now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Wait, the volume of spiritual energy he is circulating upon closer inspection. Jiyu immediately sensed something was amiss. The spiritual energy surrounding Li Mu was not that of a novice, but comparable to that of an established qi-refining cultivator. Incredible. Within just one day, he had actually opened his dantian. How was this possible? Jiyu was rendered speechless, scrutinizing Li Mu with wide eyes, secretly pondering if he might truly possess a heavenly root. Such talent. She could think of no other explanation. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the first level of qi refining, earning a reward of 1,000 spiritual energy. As the surrounding spiritual energy dissipated, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes. Initially filled with joy as he gazed at himself before noticing Ji Yu, who appeared utterly astonished. Have I truly refined my qi? Ji Yu laughed heartily, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, you have successfully refined your qi. Li Mu leaped up, bounding toward Ji Yu, exuberantly expressing his current elation. All right, quickly go wash up. You smell dreadful, Ji Yu said, pinching her nose and gently pushing him away. Due to the refinement of spiritual energy transforming impurities into magical power, Li Mu had expelled a considerable amount of toxins, hence the unpleasant odor. All right, I have refined my qi. I am a cultivator now. Li Mu could hardly articulate his joy as he sprinted to the bathing area, pouring cold water over himself, feeling utterly invigorated. Who said those with false spiritual roots found it difficult to cultivate? With the energy capsules, I shall never worry again. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Am I truly a false spiritual root? Chapter 24. Four-color spiritual root. Li Mu calmed himself and retrieved the testing crystal that Ji Yu had given him. After careful consideration, he infused a stream of magical power into it. The crystal radiated a luminous glow, revealing 4 distinct colors. This is bad. It truly is a 4-color false spiritual root. Li Mu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, his spirits sinking. It appears that his rapid qi refinement was solely reliant on the energy capsules, with no connection to innate talent. Rather, his talent had hindered him. After scooping a generous ladle of water, Li Mu doused himself, relishing the refreshing coolness. Once he hastily completed his shower, he recalled the 1,000 spiritual energy rewarded by the system. Spending 500 to gain 1,000. Could it truly be that advantageous? With this thought lingering in his mind, Li Mu decided to purchase an energy capsule and consumed it. The familiar warmth surged through his body, yet this time the results were not as swift. He merely felt a slight expansion in his dantian, the reservoir of his magical energy, which seemed more abundant, yet showed no signs of impending advancement. Indeed, cultivation must be approached step by step. Returning to the side hall, he found Ji Yu tidying the room. Coincidentally, at that moment, the maidens and eunuchs brought in the imperial feast. Li Mu called out to the adjacent room, Sister Ji Yu, it's time to eat. I'll clean up afterward. Sister Ji Yu? After several attempts to get a response without success, Li Mu entered the room and locked eyes with Ji Yu, who wore an expression of discontent. What is the matter? It's time to eat. I heard you. You're quite tedious, Ji Yu replied, carrying several discarded items out of the room. Li Mu peeked in and noticed the room was impeccably tidy, devoid of dust. Why not let the servants handle these trivial tasks? You'll exhaust yourself doing everything. Ji Yu retorted with annoyance, tossing the discarded items into the storeroom before washing her hands and joining him at the dining table. Li Mu was already seated, happily eating with his chopsticks. However, upon glancing at the monotonous array of dishes on the table, Ji Yu lost her appetite and, with fervent eyes, inquired, Do we still have those noodles from that night? I want to eat those. Instant noodles? Li Mu chuckled, bemused by her peculiar preference. What is so appealing about that? You said you had some stashed away. Bring it out. Don't keep it hidden. Seeing the eager expression on Ji Yu's face, Li Mu felt compelled to oblige. Considering you helped tidy my room, I'll make an exception. With a wave of his hand, 2 buckets of instant noodles appeared on the table, accompanied by a bottle of chili sauce. It was not entirely Ji Yu's fault for her disdain, although the imperial banquets were lavish. The taste often left much to be desired. Dipping the dishes in chili sauce greatly enhanced the flavor. Where did you get that magical bag? Ji Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Li Mu, already claiming both buckets of noodles. Just because you have one, does that mean I can't? Li Mu opened the chili sauce, drizzling it over his dishes, and indeed, the taste improved significantly. Ji Yu rolled her eyes and instructed a servant to prepare the noodles, while she tentatively sampled the dishes enhanced with chili sauce. As she savored the moment, her eyes closed in delight, and she exclaimed, Delicious! What is this? Just eat. Why complicate things during a meal? Li Mu, driven by hunger, was solely focused on satisfying his appetite. Ji Yu, ignoring his comments, shifted to the matter at hand. News of Shiling's capture has reached Dawu. According to our scouts, Dawu will soon send envoys to discuss territorial concessions and will take Shirling with them. Taking Shirling away? What a jest. This fellow has slaughtered so many of us at the 4 Barbarians Pavilion. He must not be allowed to escape. Li Mu has already forged an irreconcilable enmity with Shirling. Should we release the tiger back into the mountains, with the latter's foundational strength, he could return in pursuit of vengeance, and Li Mu would be none the wiser about his demise. The outcome now hinges on negotiation. I believe exchanging him for a parcel of land is exceedingly worthwhile. Otherwise, even if we acquiesce, the minister shall not let the matter rest easily, Ji Yu remarked. The land must be surrendered, yet the man must remain. If necessary, we shall resort to war. Who fears whom? Do not speak so foolishly. Warfare among the realms of cultivation is no trifling matter. Li Mu ceased to dispute further, silently consuming his meal, yet within. He was already scheming to devise a means to ensure Shiling could never depart from Qian. 2 days later, the emissaries for the great negotiations arrived at the imperial capital, lodging at the Four Barbarians Pavilion. Upon receiving the news, Jiyu promptly took Li Mu to the venue. Amidst the lively and bustling streets, the two walked side by side, and Jiyu calculated, in 3 days, the wedding day shall arrive. We must settle the land exchange before then. Li Mu rubbed his hands together, smiling with anticipation. What you say is piquing my interest. Humph. Savor your delight while it lasts. You shall soon find the burden weighs heavily upon you. Not only is there the wedding, but also the ancestral rites, a ritual exceedingly intricate. His Majesty has decreed that you shall oversee these affairs. Should you falter, your fate is sealed. What? Li Mu felt he must have misheard. How could he be expected to substitute for the ancestral rites? What other option is there? You simply wish to indulge in the harem while neglecting all other responsibilities. Do you not? Li Mu was at a loss for words. Lu Rian was truly extraordinary. Typically, such ancestral rites would require personal attendance. How could he be thrust into such a role? Should this be discovered, he would surely be scorned by officials and commoners alike. Li Mu shook his head, only to then notice that Ji was no longer by his side. Turning back, he saw her paused beside a throng of onlookers, their numbers growing by the moment. Chapter 25. The son of the Minister of War, what has transpired? Li Mu slowly approached, squeezing in beside Jiyu. In the center of the street, a man was being pinned to the ground, a young lord seated upon him. Get crawling, move faster. The young lord vigorously shook the iron chain he held, which was fastened around the man's neck. The man struggled fiercely, refusing to budge an inch, yet all he earned were the fists and kicks of those surrounding him. If you do not carry me around the city today, I shall end your life right here. The young lord laughed maniacally, commanding his subordinates to strike harder and more fiercely. The man emitted pained cries yet remained resolute in his refusal to move. The young lord, in exasperation, handed the iron chain to his attendants, declaring, if you won't walk, then we shall drag you. Thus, the chain began to pull the man along, scraping slowly across the ground. The onlookers murmured among themselves, yet none stepped forward to intervene. They merely parted to grant passage. The young lord reveled in his delight, gleefully patting the man's back as if he were a steed. As the dragging continued, the man's limbs left behind crimson trails upon the earth. Sister Jiyu, shall we truly remain silent like them? Li Mu could no longer bear to watch. Although he did not understand the reasoning, this behavior was undeniably oppressive. In broad daylight, under the scrutiny of the public, and especially within the imperial city, who possessed such audacity. This individual was Guilin, the son of the Minister of War, Guiyu. Known for his arrogance and impudence, Guiyu maintained close ties with the Prime Minister, making it unwise to act against him recklessly. Jiyu's expression grew serious, and it was evident that she was incensed. Li Mu nodded and turned to a bystander, inquiring, do you know what has transpired? Why are these people bullying him so? Alas, it seems this fellow has provoked the wrong person. I heard that he was bitten by Guilin's dog, and in retaliation, he accidentally killed the dog. Upon learning of this, Guilin had him captured, intending to parade him through the streets. Surely, you are aware of who Guilin is? His father is the Minister of War. Hearing this, Li Mu's anger flared. Is there no law? Young man, do not act recklessly out of indignation, merely observe. These matters are beyond the purview of ordinary citizens, cautioned the bystander, noticing Li Mu's eagerness to intervene. Li Mu nodded, appreciating the warning, and leaned closer to Jiyu, whispering, assist me. I have a plan to deal with this scoundrel. Jiyu raised an eyebrow. What plan could you possibly have? Have you not heard? He killed Guilin's dog first. That was after the dog bit him. It deserved its fate, Li Mu retorted. Jiyu felt exasperated. If I intervene, Guilin will not acknowledge that his dog attacked first. It will not resolve the issue. Li Mu shook his head. I will take the lead. You just observe. Very well, if you can handle him, I shall consider you formidable, Jiyu remarked, giving Li Mu a thumbs up. No problem. If I rescue him, you must grant me favor with both the imperial concubine and the Empress Dowager, without refusal. Should I fail, you shall endure my wrath. If I succeed, an abundance of instant noodles and delicacies shall be yours. The two reached a simple wager regarding the matter. Jiyu asked, what assistance do you require? Quite simply, follow me. After a prolonged struggle, the man, having lost excessive blood, could no longer bear the weight of Guilin upon him. Yet, his spirit remained unyielding. He would rather perish than bow in submission. The onlookers sighed, fully aware that the man was likely to be mercilessly tormented to death by this pack of brutes in the street. However, there was little they could do. The son of the Minister of War was not someone they could provoke, and any attempt to intervene would likely result in dire consequences. Officials of Tian County, clear the area. At that moment, a group of constables pushed through the crowd, forcefully halting Guilin and his entourage. Attacking in the open is utterly lawless. Seize them, commanded the lead constable, casting a glance and gesturing to apprehend them. Upon hearing this, Guilin laughed. Does Tian County dare to lay hands on me? Open your eyes wide and see clearly who our young master is, shouted a follower of Guilin, pulling a chain in front of him. Regardless of your identities, take them all away. The captain of the guards was clearly unaware of Guilin's true status, prompting a nearby assistant to hastily remind him, Captain, that man is the son of the Minister of War. Are you sure you still want to proceed? The revelation of Guilin's lineage startled the captain, yet recalling the county magistrate's orders before their operation emboldened him. Seize him. We shall take him back for questioning. Upon receiving the command, the guards moved to apprehend Guilin, but were met with fierce resistance from his attendants, leading to a tense standoff. Concerned that the situation might escalate, the captain's demeanor shifted as he addressed Guilin with a forced smile. Young Master Gua, it is the magistrate's order. Please do not make it difficult for us. Accompany us for a while. Momentarily taken aback, Guilin instructed his followers to desist, intrigued to discover what audacity had possessed the magistrate to send guards after him. Soon enough, Guilin and his companions were escorted by the guards, the act resembling more of an invitation than an arrest. Onlookers, eager for the spectacle, trailed behind the guards as they made their way to the Tian County office. Upon entering the precinct, the lackeys brandished their intimidating clubs, ready for confrontation. The captain's expression fluctuated between anxiety and determination. Would they truly interrogate Guilin? He led the group into the main hall, intending to explain the situation to the clerk, when unexpectedly, the magistrate slammed the wooden block, startling everyone present. How audacious! In broad daylight, you dare commit violence on the streets. Do you not understand your crimes? Chapter 26. Interrogation of Guilin at Tian County. Guilin stood with an air of arrogance, coldly regarding the magistrate as the chains in his hands clanked ominously. Nearby, a bloodied man lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Such audacity! Before this official, you dare not kneel? Guards, strike him with 20 blows as a warning. The magistrate issued his decree, casting a discreet glance towards the side hall. Li Mu and Ji Yu were present in the side hall, with Li Mu having instructed Ji Yu to assist in the apprehension. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Ji Yu could hardly contain her disbelief. Did the magistrate truly not recognize Guilin? If he did, why would I come to Tian County instead of the capital? Just watch, Li Mu remarked with a smile as he exited the side hall. The magistrate, the county deputy, and the clerk rose in response. Li Mu waved his hand, signaling the guards to withdraw. Should they heedlessly strike Guilin with their clubs, the situation could spiral out of control. Approaching Guilin with a beaming smile, he cast a glance at the man on the ground and crouched down to whisper, I am here to assist you. If you truthfully recount your grievances, the magistrate will surely grant you justice. The man looked up at Li Mu, gratitude evident in his eyes. Li Mu then summoned the clerk, instructing him to document the man's statement of complaint. Who are you? Guilin inquired, casting a dismissive glance at Li Mu, unperturbed by his presence. To him, revealing his identity as the son of the Minister of War would compel everyone present to kneel. Ingratiating oneself was a skill well practiced by the lowly. Who am I? I am a dashing and valiant gentleman, one who cannot abide the likes of you pampered scions, Li Mu declared, pointing at Guilin with an air of grandeur. Ha! Guilin burst into laughter and asked, Do you know who I am? Is it necessary to know? Li Mu, with a grim expression, admonished Guilin for his behavior, likening him to a creature lower than swine or dogs. He warned that if not for his timely intervention, a life could have been tragically lost on the streets today. In the side hall, Ji was perplexed by the unfolding events, wondering if Li Mu intended to persuade Guilin to confess through mere words. If that were possible, it would indeed be the height of absurdity. Guilin was a debauchee, but he was no fool. Nearby, the head constable paced back and forth, trying to grasp the gravity of the situation. He could not heed the decorum of the court and approached Li Mu and the clerk directly, saying, My lord, he is Gua. Before he could finish, Li Mu shot him a glare that silenced him. Withdraw, he commanded. If any irrelevant parties dare to disrespect this court again, beware of the consequences. The head constable hesitated, feeling the pressure, and ultimately retreated. Observing this scene, Guilin laughed even more boisterously, knowing that the harsher the rebuke, the more delightful his revelation would be once his identity was unveiled. Before long, the clerk completed the complaint against the man and prepared a confession document detailing Guilin's alleged crimes. A smile flashed across Li Mu's face as he accepted the confession, inquiring if Guilin acknowledged the charges of inciting violence, committing acts of aggression in public, and showing contempt for the law. Do you deny these accusations? If so, what will you do? You choose not to confess. Excellent. Li Mu turned to the county magistrate, suggesting that if Guilin refused to admit his guilt, then it was time for punishment. The magistrate appeared flustered, glancing at Ji Yu and then at the county deputy, uncertain about the implications of punishing someone who refused to confess. What trickery was this? Ji Yu quietly pondered the situation, realizing that if they indeed coerced a confession, the Ministry of War would surely take note, escalating the matter further. Was this Li Mu's so-called method? Punishment. Why are you still hesitating? Li Mu called out. The magistrate finally issued the order. The officers brought forth the instruments of punishment and approached with their intimidating weapons. Seeing the impending danger, Guolin dropped his facade and shouted, "Do you dare? I am Guolin, son of the Minister of War. If you lay a hand on me, I shall have your heads." With this declaration, Guolin wore a triumphant expression, keenly observing the reactions of those around him. First, the officers, upon hearing the threat of execution, recoiled in fear and retreated. Next, the clerk, the magistrate, and the county deputy stood up in alarm, clearly at a loss for what to do. Li Mu also displayed a look of astonishment, covering his mouth with his hand. "You say you are who?" he asked. "Now you know fear?" Guolin, beaming with pride, tilted his head to regard Li Mu. As Li Mu slowly retreated to the dais, he reiterated, "He is the son of the Minister of War. Why did you not inform me?" The magistrate and county deputy, cold sweat pouring down their brows, quickly bowed their heads and replied, "My lord, we had no idea he was the son of Minister Gua." Impudent fools. Li Mu slammed his palm on the bench. "Do you think you can keep your official hats after this blunder?" This statement sent the two men trembling in fear. Li Mu disregarded them and hastened back to Guolin, asking, "Young Master Gua, do you have any proof to substantiate your claim?" Guolin raised his head, lifting his robe to reveal the command token at his waist. Li Mu leaned in for a closer look, his eyes darting about, clearly displaying fear. Guolin, feeling a surge of pride, pushed Li Mu away and exclaimed, "What audacity you all possess! Oh, young Master Gua, what a surprise it is that we are strangers in our own family. Why did you not clarify this sooner? Come, please take a seat," Li Mu said, assisting Guolin to the main hall, his demeanor oozing flattery. The county magistrate and his deputy dared not utter a word, retreating to the side as this affair had far exceeded their expectations. Logically, Li Mu's status should have rendered him unafraid of Guolin, yet his obsequiousness baffled them, leaving them reluctant to inquire further. Chapter 27. Finding a new path for negotiation, Li Mu struck the wooden table, admonishing the man on the ground, "You insolent peasant! Have you lost your senses to dare accuse the son of the minister? Do you wish to entrap us? The minister's son is someone we can ill afford to offend." Zhu Hua lifted his head, gazing at the scene of collusion in despair, offering a bitter smile. He should have anticipated this. Mutual protection among officials had become the norm. Who would risk their position to defend him? Indeed, how naive to think that a mere accusation could topple the minister's son. It was a fanciful dream. Bring forth the punishment. Let him taste the consequences of his insolence, and see if he dares to offend the young master again. At that moment, Li Mu displayed the countenance of a petty man, eliciting gritted teeth from Ji Yu in the side hall. However, she refrained from intervening, suppressing her anger to observe further. "Ah, if this man were to be killed, how would I continue to entertain myself?" "You speak wisely, young master. Let this case be entrusted to you," Li Mu said, pushing the wooden table towards Guolin, his face adorned with a forced smile. "You are quite agreeable," Guolin acknowledged with a nod, his previous resentment towards Li Mu evaporating, for flattery was indeed the forte of the lowly. Such a fool this man is, writing a confession of guilt. It truly is laughable. Even if you, young master, were to sign it, who could challenge you? Li Mu disdainfully tossed the confession before Guolin. Guolin picked it up, inspecting the charges with satisfaction. "Indeed, even if I sign, what can this lowly peasant do to me? The county office is filled with my people. You will obediently act as my dog, parading through the streets daily, or you shall suffer the consequences. Here, let me illustrate this for the peasant, so I may strike him in retaliation for the young master," Li Mu said, pushing the ink and brush towards Guolin. Without hesitation, Guolin signed his name, lost in a euphoric state. Li Mu seized the confession, confirming the signature, and a smile broke upon his face. "Bring this criminal away, lock him in the death cell." The constable stepped forward to take the despondent Zhu Hua into custody. But Li Mu suddenly slammed the wooden table again, pointing at Guolin. "Arrest him? Who do you intend to apprehend? The criminal has already confessed and submitted to the law, yet you still fail to grasp the situation? What do you mean?" Guolin was taken aback, turning to gaze at Li Mu with a dazed expression. "What are you staring at? Get off the stage. How dare he sit in the position of the county magistrate? Such audacity is utterly unforgivable." Li Mu seized Guolin and forcefully hurled him down from the public hall, while the bailiffs promptly restrained him with their intimidating staffs. This spectacle brought a smile to Ji Yu in the side hall, as it became evident that Li Mu had orchestrated this entire scheme. "How cunning. You seek your own demise. My father is the Minister of War, and I will have your heads." Guolin's face turned ashen as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. "So what if your father is the Minister of War? Does he dare to openly defy the law to shield you?" Li Mu laughed triumphantly. At that moment, Ji Yu stepped out from the side hall, casting a reproachful glance at him as she slowly took possession of the confession document. Take him away. A trial for execution will be held shortly. No, my father is the Minister of War. Go fetch him. Guilin bellowed in a frenzy, prompting the attendants stationed outside the county office to hastily return with news. Yet, how could Li Mu allow them such an opportunity? He immediately ordered the arrest of all present. What do you think, Sister Jiyu? After executing these maneuvers, Li Mu cast a flirtatious glance at Jiyu. Stop being so arrogant. Jiyu playfully punched this scoundrel. The county magistrate and the deputy magistrate approached, clasping their fists in salute to Jiyu. Your handling of the case is indeed innovative. We are humbled by your prowess. There are matters I prefer not to elaborate on. You all understand the gravity of the situation. Ensure that no one is allowed to visit. I will send the supervisory court to take over afterward. As you command. Li Mu descended from the high hall and approached Zhu Hua, assisting him to his feet. Come with me. Otherwise, the Minister of War will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Thank you. Zhu Hua looked at Li Mu, offering a genuine smile before succumbing to unconsciousness. Outside the four barbarians' pavilion, Li Mu and Jiyu strolled. Having ensured Zhu Hua was sent to the supervisory court for treatment, where he was temporarily out of danger. Sister Jiyu, do you think Guilin will be sentenced to death? Jiyu shook her head, indicating that this was a glaringly evident issue. Guiyu would certainly not let this matter rest, and the Chancellor would likely take action as well, making a death sentence rather difficult to achieve. For now, let us not dwell on this. We must swiftly resolve the land concession and then focus on the grand wedding and ancestral rites. As she spoke, Jiyu presented her orders, allowing them to pass through the guards outside the pavilion. Li Mu ceased his idle chatter and quickly followed her. Upon reaching the conference room, officials from the Ministry of Rites and the envoy from the Great Wu had already taken their seats. With Jiyu's entrance, both parties exchanged brief pleasantries before commencing formal negotiations. Li Mu began by clearly stating his position, demanding territorial concessions, only to be rebuffed by the Great Wu's commanding officer with an assertion that eunuchs are not permitted to speak, thus stripping him of his voice and relegating him to the role of a mere ornament beside Jiyu. The atmosphere grew charged as both sides passionately argued for their interests. The Great Wu envoy was reluctant to concede territory, deliberately sidestepping the topic, while demanding that the Great Qian surrender Shirling. However, faced with a plethora of undeniable evidence, they were compelled to make concessions to preserve their national dignity. After more than an hour of back-and-forth negotiations, an agreement was finally reached. The Great Wu would cede one city, while the Great Qian was to return Shirling undamaged within 3 days. Chapter 28. The prison break of Shirling after the departure of the black-clad figure. The once clamorous room fell into a profound silence, leaving only Li Mu and Jiyu in each other's company. Who was the formidable individual leading the Dawu troops? His authority was palpable. Li Mu could not restrain his curiosity, the lingering frustration simmering within him. He bore the unpleasant title of eunuch, though he was far from one. The Northern General, Lin Han, is a Peak Foundation establishment expert. It is entirely expected that you could not engage him in conversation. He is known for his rigid demeanor and deep-seated animosity towards wickedness. The fact that any agreement could be reached is already quite remarkable, Jiyu replied. Peak Foundation establishment? Is he not stronger than even the Empress? Li Mu's impression of this stern general intensified. Very well, I must attend to certain matters at the CE Pavilion. You may return to the palace, Jiyu said as she rose to leave. Li Mu remained seated, his resolve to depart absent. The outcome of the negotiations was now irrevocable. Allowing Shirling to leave freely was simply out of the question. To have such a perilous adversary emerge from the shadows would be nothing short of folly. A strategy was imperative to ensure he did not escape from Deqian. While direct assassination was not feasible, an unfortunate demise on the journey could be conveniently attributed to chance. The geopolitical climate between the two nations was exceedingly delicate. Absent a compelling reason, neither side would hastily resort to warfare, thus providing Li Mu with the audacity to pursue this course of action. To confront Shirling openly would require considerable deliberation given his own capabilities, yet a covert assassination would be effortlessly executed with divine weaponry. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mu made his way to the dungeon. Upon arriving at the cell where Shirling was confined, he soon identified a complication. Shirling would be escorted by General Lin Han. Should Li Mu attempt to assassinate him directly, he might eliminate the target but would inevitably face the consequences from the formidable general. Thus, he could not reveal himself. What alternatives remained? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon an item in the shop. Of course, I could remotely control explosives to eliminate him, he mused, excitement coursing through him. The explosives were remarkably stable, akin to dough, rendering it impossible for the inhabitants of this world to associate them with bombs. Li Mu felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm of possibilities, a surge of satisfaction washing over him. He summoned a prison guard to prepare for a meeting with Shirling, contemplating how to leave the explosives discreetly on him. However, upon reaching the torture rack, he found Shiling utterly still. No matter how loudly Li Mu called, the man remained unresponsive, as if he were lifeless. What is happening? Has he succumbed to excessive torture? Li Mu thought, perplexed. It made no sense. Since the extraction of intelligence, no further torture had been inflicted on Shiling. Something was amiss. Quickly, open the door, he urged the guard, hastily rushing towards the torture rack to investigate. Yet, as he took a few steps, he suddenly missed his footing. But the guard caught him just in time. Before his eyes, a vast, dark pit materialized within the dim confines of the dungeon. The grass that had covered it was trampled beneath his foot, revealing the hidden abyss below. Damn it, this fellow actually intends to escape from prison. How did he manage to dig such a vast tunnel? Li Mu swallowed hard, his body trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, the guard had acted swiftly just moments ago. Otherwise, he would have been forced to confront a dire situation. My lord, look over there, the guard exclaimed in terror, pointing at the torture rack. Where the figure bound to it, Shiling, had mysteriously transformed into a wisp of dissipating energy. Li Mu's eyes widened in alarm. Quick, summon help. The guard, in a panic, turned to flee, but before he could take more than a few steps, a chilling force surged forth, piercing through him and causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Hearing the thud of a body hitting the floor, Li Mu glanced back to see a figure clad in black approaching leisurely. The overwhelming aura emanating from this individual was enough to instill fear in the bravest of hearts. Who are you? Li Mu retreated to the corner, summoning his Desert Eagle and simultaneously upgrading its ammunition. The opponent's presence clearly indicated a foundation-level powerhouse. Only bullets of level 13 could stand against such might. Hand it over, the black-clad figure said, flickering into the cell and casting a glance at the profound pit on the ground before slowly advancing towards Li Mu. You want the gun? Li Mu was somewhat taken aback, yet not foolish enough to comply. Surrendering the weapon at this moment would lead only to his demise. Senior, what do you need the gun for? He inquired while browsing the shop interface. Enough with the nonsense. Hand it over, or I shall kill you. The black-clad figure exuded an intimidating presence, his robes fluttering without wind, rustling ominously. Li Mu feigned hesitation, slowly reaching behind him to summon another Desert Eagle to throw. Desert Eagle purchased successfully, deducting 4 energy points. Smoke Grenade purchased successfully, deducting 3 energy points. Ammunition upgraded successfully, deducting points. Smoke Grenade upgraded successfully, deducting points. The Desert Eagle was securely caught by the black-clad figure, who examined it briefly before stowing it away in his treasure bag. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Heed this warning for your next life. With the weapon secured, the black-clad figure launched his assault. Reaching out to seize Li Mu. Li Mu had anticipated this move. He promptly activated the smoke grenade while aiming the Desert Eagle and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet soared through the air, but the black-clad figure managed to evade just in time. However, the thick smoke that enveloped the area obscured his vision, preventing him from tracking Li Mu's whereabouts. So, you wish to play tricks, do you? Show yourself willingly, or I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Chapter 29. Guardian of the Nation, Ancestral Land. Amidst the billowing smoke, the black-clad figure clawed at the air, attempting to force Li Mu out. Yet he dared not move too recklessly, fearing a fall into the deep pit in the center of the cell. Li Mu, attuned to the sounds, deliberately evaded detection, knowing he had to escape before the smoke grenade lost its efficacy. Otherwise, all would be lost. Realizing Li Mu's intentions, the black-clad figure ceased speaking, leaving Li Mu in a state of heightened anxiety, caught in a dilemma of action and inaction. With a sharp crack, a fragment of shattered wood echoed beneath him. Li Mu inwardly cursed his misfortune and instinctively pulled the trigger, firing a shot into the unknown ahead. The dull thud of the bullet's impact confirmed his aim. Yet the next moment, a violent gust surged towards him. In a panic, he fired again, but the black-clad figure's previously restrained posture erupted with immense force, sending him hurtling backward. The sensation of overwhelming weight persisted, and Li Mu let out a scream, realizing he had plunged into a pit. His cries faded from loud to faint, eventually vanishing entirely. As the smoke dissipated, the black-clad figure first cast a glance at the peculiar small bottle on the ground, still emitting wisps of gray smoke, before shifting his gaze toward the abyss before him. Where did this chasm lead? Why had such a vast pit suddenly appeared within the prison? Confusion enveloped him. This young man possessed only the first level of qi refinement. A fall from such a height would surely leave him shattered. I must depart from this place first, he concluded. Turning to leave, he was taken aback to find 2 figures standing behind him. One resembled a withered old man, leaning on a cane, while the other was a graceful woman of exquisite beauty. The aura radiating from them momentarily stunned the black-clad figure, especially the elderly man, whose strength was formidable. Rodent, do you dare to reveal your true self? The old man moved, swinging his cane fiercely at the cloaked figure. Lu Rian remained where she stood, one hand resting on her waist while the other cradled her chin, her gaze fixed on the profound pit in the cell. The fact that the guardians of the nation had been drawn out indicated the extraordinary nature of this chasm. The palace indeed harbored hidden talents. If I cannot provoke them, I can surely evade them. The black-clad man, already wounded from the Desert Eagle's attack, found himself defenseless against this terrifying elder. He attempted to flee, but the old man offered no opportunity. Reluctantly, he leapt into the abyss, grasping for a slim chance of survival. The old man, unable to stop him, stood at the edge of the chasm, shaking his head in dismay as Lu Rian approached. Where does this passage lead, and why do we not pursue him? It is the aura of the ancestor dragon. I cannot approach to retrieve him. Alive, I must see him. Dead, I must see his corpse. The old man spoke with deep sincerity. What? Lu Rian was perplexed. What ancestor dragon? Yet in the next moment, she found herself struck down by the elder's hand. In a dimly lit, yet shimmering space, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes. Where's this place? The underworld? He turned over, surveying his surroundings. The glow created an otherworldly sensation, leaving him uncertain whether he was ensnared in a dream or facing reality. The ground felt soft, as though walking on cotton, threatening to collapse at any moment. Besides the glow, ethereal golden clouds drifted through the space. Li Mu grasped a wisp, astonished to discover it penetrated his body. An experience both mystical and profound, yet it brought no tangible change. Li Mu wandered through the enigmatic space, arriving at two conclusions. Firstly, he was indeed alive. Secondly, this realm appeared to be a facet of reality, as the system panel was accessible for his perusal. What manner of place was this? Why did this subterranean prison connect with it? Unable to fathom the answers, Li Mu continued his exploration, firmly grasping the Desert Eagle in case of unforeseen circumstances. Soon, he encountered a golden cloud, but this time he refrained from approaching it recklessly. He was still uncertain about the nature of the cloud, and should it prove harmful, it would be disastrous. Li Mu cautiously sidestepped, scrutinizing the cloud from various angles, yet in a moment of distraction, the cloud slipped into his body. Generally, gold symbolizes warmth and illumination. Surely, it could not pose a significant threat. Li Mu paid little heed to the golden cloud, for his immediate concern was to find a way to escape. The prison could not have manifested such a vast chasm without reason. And given the peculiar disappearance of Shi Ling, could it be that this abyss was conjured by him, possibly hiding below? With these thoughts, Li Mu became even more vigilant, upgrading his ammunition several times. While fumbling in the darkness to load a bullet, one accidentally slipped from his grasp. Bending down to retrieve it, he noticed the bullet was standing upright on the ground. Initially, he thought little of it, but when another bullet fell and also landed bullet head up, his curiosity was piqued. Such irregularity was improbable, particularly with the ground being so soft. Could there be some hidden significance to this occurrence? Skeptical, Li Mu positioned the bullet head down and released it. Yet an uncanny scene unfolded once more. The bullet stood steadfastly on the ground, bullet head up. Was there a magnetic field at play? He lifted his gaze to the shadowy expanse above, perplexed. Continuing forward, he navigated the space while searching for an exit, encountering several more clouds, all of which, without exception, entered his body. To his astonishment, Li Mu discovered that his fortune seemed to have significantly improved. Not only did he encounter clouds with greater frequency, but he also stumbled upon a flying sword and several spirit stones. Chapter 30. The Fate of the Qian Nation. Spirit stones were the prevalent currency in the realm of cultivation, also serving as a medium for training. In the mundane world, gold and silver circulated widely, accessible only to the most formidable cultivators. To his surprise, he had acquired several without effort. Elated, Li Mu concluded that the golden clouds enhanced his fortune. If this accumulation continued, he would encounter even more clouds and gather additional spirit stones. Realizing this, he procured a flashlight and began to sprint through the space, approaching clouds proactively to absorb them. This endeavor lasted for over 2 hours until an eerie, resonant howl pierced the air, echoing ominously throughout the space. What creature could produce such a sound, exuding such formidable presence? Li Mu gazed into the distance, hesitating for a moment before he decided to move towards the direction from which the sound emanated. Although he was eager to continue gathering the flowing clouds, his desire to venture outside prevailed. The thought of missing an opportunity and being trapped here for eternity was simply unacceptable. After running for a short while, a silhouette emerged from the darkness. Li Mu immediately halted, aiming his gun at the figure, and without a second thought, he decisively pulled the trigger. It could only be Shi Ling appearing here. However, after the gunshot, a voice filled with astonishment reached his ears. Li Mu, what are you doing here? Li Ruyan. Li Mu's eyes widened as he shone his flashlight in that direction, and indeed, he beheld the enchanting beauty of the woman. Your Majesty, how did you end up here? He lowered his gun and cautiously approached Lu Ruyan. She discarded the bullet in her hand and, with a swift movement, appeared beside him, bringing with her a familiar scent. I was about to ask you the same. Weren't you with Jiyu? Where is she? Jiyu is at the CE Pavilion. She isn't with me, Your Majesty. There's been a grave situation. That scoundrel Shirling has dug a tunnel to escape. He has accomplices, and I was ambushed by them. Li Mu recounted the events, hoping fervently that Lu Ruyin had not been taken down by the men in black. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Shirling, is there anyone else here? Lu Ruyin asked with a serious expression. Li Mu shook his head, uncertain of the answer. Your Majesty, you weren't also ambushed by the men in black, were you? Lu Ruyin did not respond, but instead led Li Mu towards the direction from which the dragon's roar had echoed. Along the way, they encountered the golden flowing clouds. Before Li Mu could approach to absorb them, Lu Ruyin reached out and summoned them directly. Your Majesty, what are these flowing clouds? The fortune of the Great Qian Dynasty. How much have you absorbed? Fortune. Li Mu was taken aback, realizing why it could enhance luck. Could it be that this realm was part of the Great Qian's dragon pulse? Not much, just 1 or 2 clouds, he replied with a sheepish grin. Lu Ruyin clearly did not believe his words, but now was not the time for such disputes. According to Li Mu, aside from the men in black, there was at least one more person, Shirling. They had to find both. As Lu Ruyin guided Li Mu onward, she was astonished to discover that he possessed cultivation. Although it was only at the first level of qi refinement, it was nonetheless impressive. Your Majesty, please stop staring at me. It makes me feel rather shy. Noticing Lu Ruyin's scrutinizing gaze, Li Mu understood that his cultivation had been detected. He had avoided the Qianqing Palace these past few days, fearing his secret would be exposed, yet he had still fallen under Lu Ruyin's discerning eye. Did this come from that space within you? Lu Ruyin pointed at the flashlight Li Mu was holding. Yes, Li Mu nodded, summoning another one effortlessly. Your Majesty, you should also take one. It's quite useful. Lu Ruyin took the flashlight and examined it briefly, discovering that it emitted no trace of spiritual energy. Yet, the brilliance it radiated was utterly perplexing. Her curiosity regarding the strange space within Li Mu deepened. After a while, the duo arrived at a pitch-black area, devoid of any luminescence, which rendered it eerily desolate under the cloak of darkness. Li Mu cautiously illuminated the surroundings with the flashlight when suddenly, a shadow flitted past, accompanied by a low, ominous hiss. Startled by the sound, Lu Ruyin shivered slightly and darted forward. Puzzled, Li Mu could only follow cautiously. Not long after Lu Ruyin vanished into the darkness, a crisp sound of combat reverberated through the air. Li Mu quickened his pace, only to witness Shirling soaring through the air atop a feeble serpent while Lu Ruyin pursued him with a sword in hand. Their speed was astonishing, and without the flashlight's beam, it would have been nearly impossible to discern their movements. Goodness! Shirling's fists were ablaze, showcasing martial prowess beyond any ordinary realm. Li Mu swallowed hard, and then he saw Lu Ruyin weaving intricate gestures, summoning thunderous lightning that erupted from her being, striking Shirling down from the serpent with a mighty crash. With its burden lifted, the serpent vanished into the darkness in the blink of an eye. You audacious rogue! Daring to covet the ancestral dragon's fortune, Lu Ruyin exclaimed, brandishing her sword towards Shirling with a chilling glint. Unwilling to back down, Shirling retaliated fiercely, and the two became locked in a fierce battle. Li Mu observed from a distance, his gaze drawn to the shadows, sensing the serpent lurking there, watching intently. Chapter 31. The mysterious shadow. It must be the ancestral dragon the Empress spoke of. I never imagined Shirling possessed such formidable energy, capable of infiltrating the Great Qian's dragon vein. Thus, it seems his initial scheme was to usurp the nation's fortune, and the elimination of Wang Lang and others was merely a ruse. Enlightened, Li Mu hurriedly aimed his gun at Shirling, but at that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from behind. Ha ha ha, the Great Qian's dragon vein, truly a treasure found without effort. As the figure approached, Li Mu felt his knees weaken, nearly dropping his weapon. How could this calamity also have followed him down? Quickly extinguishing the flashlight, he moved towards Lu Ruyin, assuming the cloaked figure intended to kill him. To his astonishment, the figure ignored him entirely, soaring effortlessly to Shirling's side, proposing, "Brother, our goals align. Why not join forces to eliminate this woman and share the Great Qian's dragon vein?" Shirling regarded the cloaked figure, his expression shifting, hesitating to respond. As if weighing his options, the figure continued, "With the dragon vein revealed, the national guardians will undoubtedly receive word immediately. Alone, even if you acquire the full fortune, you cannot hope to escape unscathed. It would be far wiser to collaborate." Before Shirling could reply, Lu Ruyin unleashed a chilling strike towards the cloaked figure. "Your audacity is remarkable. With me here, who dares to covet the dragon vein's fortune? You insolent woman, who do you think you are? If it weren't for that old man above, do you truly believe I would fear you?" The man in black deftly evaded the gleam of the sword, and in the blink of an eye, he engaged in combat with Lu Ruyin. Initially hesitant, Ling was compelled to join forces as he witnessed the black-clad figure's determination, swiftly aligning himself in the fray. Regardless of their differing allegiances, the prudent course of action was to neutralize this formidable woman without delay. Li Mu's gaze was fixated on the tumultuous chaos above. The pandemonium rendered him hesitant to fire his weapon, fearing that a single misfire could spell disaster. Yet, he could not remain a mere spectator. He needed to devise a means to assist. Although Lu Ruyan, being at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, possessed greater strength than both adversaries, facing two opponents was undoubtedly a disadvantage. He opened the shop, seeking to purchase a sniper rifle for precise shooting. But the upgrade cost proved to be a significant hurdle. His current spiritual energy was insufficient to elevate the sniper to level 12. The rifle was unattainable, but fortunately, he could upgrade his ammunition. Level 13 bullets could inflict minor injuries on initial stage Foundation practitioners, while level 14 would be lethal. The black-clad man and Ling appeared to be weaker, likely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. If he could upgrade his bullets to level 14 and find an opportune moment, perhaps he could turn the tide. However, upgrading by 2 levels posed a risk of the Desert Eagle exploding. Li Mu hesitated, reluctant to part with it. But he dismissed his concerns. A gun could be replaced. But a life lost was irrevocable. After a brief internal struggle, he resolved to upgrade his ammunition swiftly. Warning to the host, there exists a significant disparity between the level 12 Desert Eagle and level 13. The probability of explosion when upgrading by 2 levels is as high as 80. Please consider carefully. What was there to consider? If it exploded, so be it. After loading the upgraded bullets, Li Mu hurried to the battlefield below. The overwhelming energy surged around him, rendering him breathless. How could he have forgotten this? He fought to suppress his discomfort, attempting to withdraw from the battlefield, yet it was not a matter of simply coming and going as one pleased. The energy in the air was tumultuous, and an immense gravitational force rendered him immobile, forcing him to crawl on the ground to alleviate the pain. Was this the power of a Foundation practitioner? It was utterly terrifying. Li Mu could barely open his eyes, let alone aim and fire. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The shop might have body armor. He quickly spent 20 spiritual energy to acquire a vest. At level 1, it could only withstand ordinary firearms. But upgrading it would enhance its protective capabilities. He upgraded the vest to level 7, depleting all of his spiritual energy. And only then did the pressure surrounding him become bearable. Blackie, you forced my hand. This shot is for you. Li Mu rose swiftly and pulled the trigger at the man in black, executing the motion fluidly. The 3 combatants above were locked in fierce conflict when the gunshot rang out, causing the man in black to plummet from the sky like a kite with its string severed. Li Mu yearned to empty the magazine, but reason compelled him to first aim at Ling. The upgraded bullets are only 2 in number. To expend both on the figure clad in black would be utterly unwise. You little rascal, how dare you? Upon witnessing Li Mu aiming at him, Ling hastily evaded while shouting, "Quick, stop him. Someone please." It remained unclear to whom he was addressing. Li Mu, steadfast in his aim, was poised to pull the trigger when a chill, sinister aura suddenly enveloped the air, instilling fear in his heart. "What kind of artifact do you possess, young one?" A frigid voice emerged from behind, as Li Mu felt his shoulders firmly grasped, rendering him immobile. He attempted to bend his arm to fire backward, but the gun slipped from his grasp, slowly aligning itself with his own head. Is this how it is used? Chapter 32. Lu Ruyan and everyone became motionless. A ghostly silhouette materialized from thin air, one hand gripping a desert eagle while the other caressed its lips, obscured from view. Li Mu, paralyzed with terror, felt a rush of adrenaline as he struggled to swallow. What in the world is this? At that critical moment, a sharp flying sword hurtled toward the shadow, forcing it to dodge. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ruyan darted in front of Li Mu. A spirit body? So it was you who opened the ancestral land. Lu Ruyan's presence surged, unleashing a gale that pushed the shadow back a few paces. The shadow steadied itself, astonished by Lu Ruyan's power. Young girl, you are no ordinary being, possessing such formidable thunderous might. Lu Ruyan remained silent, the arcs of electricity on her palm burrowing into her hand, vanishing in an instant. Seeing Lu Ruyan preparing for battle, Li Mu hastily warned her. Be cautious of the Desert Eagle. The bullets have been upgraded and can severely injure foundational cultivators. It was too late, the shadow declared. Let me witness the prowess of this treasure. Mimicking Li Mu's earlier actions, it abruptly pulled the trigger at Lu Ruyan. However, instead of the anticipated bullet, a flash of fire erupted before the shadow, followed by a resounding explosion. The terrifying force knocked Lu Ruyan back 2 steps, causing her to stumble over Li Mu. Did it misfire? Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, tinged with excitement. The system's alerts were indeed accurate. The probability of a misfire at level 2 was substantial. Fortuitously, the first shot had gone awry. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom how he might have met his end. You rascal, Lu Ruyan nudged Li Mu playfully. smiling as she regained her footing. I had no idea the Desert Eagle had a bonding function. Li Mu cast a glance at Lu Ruyan, suppressing his urge to speak further, merely gesturing sideways. Ling had once again mounted the ancestral dragon. What was to be done? Lu Ruyan, following his gaze, replied, I will intercept him. The ancestral dragon harbors at least half of the Great Qian's fortune. It must not fall into his hands. What about me? Li Mu lamented. Lu Ruyan, determined, darted away without a second thought for his safety. Meanwhile, the figure in black, clutching its bleeding chest, staggered to its feet. Casting a glance at the spirit shadow before opting to pursue Ling for the ancestral dragon's fortune, Li Mu, feeling vulnerable without the Desert Eagle, dared not engage in the fray. Although the shadow was injured due to a blown chamber, its combat prowess remained formidable, rivaling that of Lu Ruyan, if not surpassing it. It dawned on Li Mu that the shadow and Ling were undoubtedly allies. His previous judgment had been erroneous. Ling's slaying of Wang Lang and others had merely been to prevent a territorial concession by Da Wu, while it was the enigmatic shadow that had orchestrated the emergence of the dragon vein ancestral passage within the celestial prison, not Ling. That cunning rascal. Once I acquire the fortune, I shall ensure your dismemberment. The shadow's voice echoed from a distance, sounding somewhat feeble. Li Mu, wary of underestimating the threat, hastily tossed a smoke bomb to obscure his presence. The wind howled, swirling around him ceaselessly. I have already seen you. Come forth to avoid the agony of flesh and blood. It taunted. Why must it come to this? If you would only stand by my side. I possess a means to restore your manhood. Are you truly willing to live your life as a eunuch? I could also take you as my disciple, with diligence. You could become a revered immortal, no longer laboring in servitude, performing the arduous and filthy tasks for others. The shadow persistently called out, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from Li Mu. The audacity of this creature to attempt deception was astounding. The mention of eunuchs was sheer nonsense. Yet, this also hinted at some truths. The shadow had evidently been lurking within Ling all along, deliberately concealing its presence during the capture at the Four Barbarians Pavilion, all in anticipation of seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the Great Qian ancestral ground. After a considerable time, having failed to deceive Li Mu, the shadow, in a fit of frustration, darted towards the nearby battlefield. Finally, it has departed, Li Mu sighed, remaining prone and motionless. If the shadow supported Lu Ruyan, she would be in peril, yet he could not afford to concern himself with that. In the face of a foundational cultivator, self-preservation was paramount. He could only hope that Lu Ruyan would exercise caution and not recklessly confront these adversaries for the sake of a mere ancestral dragon. Otherwise, he would find himself trapped without a means of escape. The sounds of battle were intermittent, and from the intensity, he surmised that Lu Ruyan was safe. Yet, after a while, the sounds abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Li Mu was taken aback, raising his head to survey the area. It was a sea of darkness. Nothing was visible. What was happening? Not a sound could be heard. Had they all perished together? This was an ominous sign. Suppressing his trepidation, Li Mu switched on his flashlight, sweeping it through the darkness. When he beheld Lu Ruyan motionless, his heart sank, yet upon closer inspection, he realized that not only Lu Ruyan was still, but also Ling, the shadow, the cloaked figures, and the ancestral dragon. Their postures were remarkably peculiar. Encircling the ancestral dragon, their eyes wide open yet unable to move. It appeared they had triggered some form of restriction, akin to a binding spell. Could it be so absurd? Cautiously, Li Mu approached, grasping a level 12 dagger for safety. As he neared the group, he could discern the glimmer in their eyes, indicating they were conscious. Locking eyes with Lu Ruyan, he saw her large, watery eyes brimming with unspoken words. Chapter 33. The Shadow's Demise and Attainment of Power. Do you want me to kill them? A smile flickered across Li Mu's lips. The question was exceedingly simple. In this moment, he felt an urge to compose a poem. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise, clearly reflecting her resistance. Li Mu leaned closer to her. If not to kill them, then what am I to do? Am I to slay the ancestor dragon instead? Lu Ruyan's gaze grew more defiant, leaving Li Mu perplexed. I do not comprehend what you are trying to convey. If all else fails, let me listen to your heartbeat. If I guess correctly, your heart rate should increase. As he spoke, Li Mu positioned himself before Lu Ruyan, straining to listen. Let me hazard a guess. How might I break this stalemate? Should I embrace you and carry you out of this realm? The heart rate remained unchanged. Shall I summon assistance then? The heart rate has shifted. Is it truly a call for help? Li Mu gazed into Lu Ruyan's eyes. Apart from the anger, there was no trace of resistance. It appeared he was on the right path. Yet how was he to leave this place to seek aid? Young man, if you eliminate that cloaked figure, the binding will naturally dissolve. The shadow interjected unexpectedly, nearly causing Li Mu to jump. Scoundrel! Li Mu gritted his teeth, brandishing a dagger, yearning to plunge it into the shadow, yet he restrained himself. He approached the shadow, scrutinizing it from head to toe. How is it that you can speak? What is the reason? My power surpasses theirs, thus, I can. You need only follow my instructions, and you shall save this young lady. Li Mu glanced at the cloaked figure, then back at the shadow, a smirk forming on his lips. The old fellow still attempted to deceive him. Why would killing him dissolve the binding, rather than slaying the other, or even you? Li Mu pointed toward Shi Ling, adopting an expression of enlightenment. From the very beginning, Lu Rian had indicated with her eyes that murder would not resolve their predicament. Should he proceed with such an act, it would undoubtedly play into the shadow's design. Furthermore, even if it were the case, Li Mu would only eliminate everyone except Lu Rian, thus allowing the binding to be lifted. For the binding was set by him. Killing him would resolve the issue. The shadow continued, silence. I have long found you distasteful. Li Mu thrust his dagger toward the shadow. Am I a fool? You yourself stated that your power exceeds theirs. Why then are you under their control? As the words left his mouth, Li Mu's expression shifted dramatically as a gentle energy coursed through the dagger. In addition to the pure magical essence, the energy contained a familiar golden flowing cloud power. The shadow's visage contorted in agony. Quickly withdraw it. You will be the death of me. Li Mu wished to withdraw the dagger, but the sensation felt akin to an electric shock, rendering him utterly incapable of control. Amidst the heart-wrenching wails, the shadow gradually fell silent, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Li Mu stumbled to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. In mere moments, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the 1st to the 5th level of qi refinement. Had he truly just drained the shadow to death? As one's cultivation level ascends, the system continuously rewards spiritual energy, bestowing a staggering 5,000 in an instant. Could it be that such a state, upon my touch, would drain my cultivation? Li Mu seemed to have discovered a new realm, hastily rising to gaze upon the cloaked figure and Shi Ling, both of whom displayed a flicker of dread in their eyes. Yet just as Li Mu was about to plunge the dagger into the cloaked man, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. The ancestral dragon shattered its restraints, sweeping Shi Ling and the cloaked figure away with a single flick of its tail, vanishing into the darkness. Simultaneously, Lu Rian, breathing a sigh of relief, staggered back 2 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Mu cast a distant glance at the cloaked figure and Shi Ling before hastening to support Lu Rian. Are you all right? He inquired. Lu Rian shook her head weakly, gesturing toward Shi Ling and the cloaked man. They still possess fortune. We must pursue them. I pursue? Your Majesty, you jest. They are bound to kill me. Li Mu, upon witnessing the fury in Lu Rian's gaze, dared not continue his protest. Very well, I shall go and eliminate them. After all, the system had just rewarded him with 5,000 spiritual energy. He reassured himself as he turned to chase after Shi Ling, simultaneously purchasing a Desert Eagle and upgrading its ammunition. The previous weapon had been utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. After a considerable pursuit, Li Mu found himself lost in the darkness, having failed to catch sight of any figures. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder, and instinctively, he reached for his gun, only to realize it was Lu Rian. Your Majesty, how did you come here? I searched along the way but found no trace of anyone. Are you truly unscathed? Lu Rian's face was ashen, prompting Li Mu to rush forward to support her, but in the next instant, she collapsed into his arms. Your Majesty? Your Majesty. Unable to find a way out, Li Mu resorted to examining Lu Rian's injuries. To his surprise, her body felt remarkably warm and soft. A superficial inspection revealed no major external wounds. However, the fact that she had coughed up such a significant amount of blood indicated severe internal damage. This posed quite a dilemma, as Li Mu was at a loss on how to aid her. Reluctantly, he removed his clothing and laid it on the ground, gently placing Lu Rian down upon it. Oh, Your Majesty, you must not come to harm, otherwise, I, too, shall be lost. Li Mu fervently prayed. Yet as he observed the pain etched on Lu Rian's face, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. No, I must see if the shop has any healing items. Chapter 34. First Aid Kit. Lu Rian awakens. Li Mu opened the system panel and browsed through the items until his gaze settled on a product labeled First Aid Kit. First Aid Kit, 1,000 spiritual energy. So expensive. I wonder if it can save Your Majesty? Li Mu hesitated momentarily before making the purchase. The situation was dire, leaving no room for delay. Regardless of its efficacy, he had no choice but to gamble on it for the sake of life. The realm of cultivation was no longer what it once was. Just the name First Aid Kit suggested it contained bandages and hemostatic agents. Li Mu was taking a chance, hoping that if it included oral emergency medications, an upgrade would potentially save Lu Rian. As anticipated by Li Mu, the medical kit contained not only hemostatic agents and emergency tools, but also a sizable insurance capsule, a remarkable find indeed. However, the sheer size of this capsule was rather perplexing. Li Mu examined it closely, realizing it was significantly larger than any he had encountered before. Could it possibly be a desiccant? Nevertheless, he resolved to upgrade it and see what would transpire. after upgrading the capsule 5 levels in succession. The information provided did not specify the severity of injuries it could heal, but it was evident that it possessed genuine healing properties, emanating a rich medicinal fragrance post-upgrade. Given that the Empress was a foundational powerhouse, to avoid the capsule losing efficacy due to insufficient potency, he felt compelled to continue upgrading until he could no longer proceed. The previously awarded 5,000 spiritual energy had dwindled to less than 1,000, while the capsule reached level 15. Having done all he could only hope for a favorable outcome. Li Mu placed the fragrant medicinal pill in Lu Rian's mouth, apprehensive that she might struggle to swallow it. He gently pushed it with his finger, yet the pill remained lodged in her throat, refusing to descend. What to do? He anxiously felt the bulge in her throat. Desperate not to inadvertently suffocate her at this critical juncture, gazing at her pale cherry lips, an idea suddenly struck him. After all, she was unaware of his intentions. Li Mu instinctively glanced around before leaning in closer, and in that fleeting moment of mouth-to-mouth contact, Lu Rian unexpectedly coughed, expelling the pill, which was then caught in Li Mu's mouth. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Rian exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly as she gently pushed him away with a soft force. "Your Majesty," Li Mu stammered in surprise, hastily spitting the pill into his hand. "I was trying to feed you medicine, but it got stuck in your throat, and I wanted to help you swallow it." "What medicine? Where did you get it?" "I want to take it," Lu Rian replied, and as she spoke, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, her condition evidently more dire than before. There was no time for explanations. "Please, just take it." Li Mu, in a moment of impulsiveness, forcefully placed the pill back into Lu Rian's mouth, desperate to ensure she ingested it. This time, the process was considerably smoother. Although it momentarily lodged in her throat, she ultimately managed to swallow it. Albeit feeling somewhat nauseated by the ordeal, Li Mu soothed her, cradling her in his arms as she gradually drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate time, Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes, acutely aware of her sticky eyelashes parting as she blinked. Covered by Li Mu's outer garment, she lifted it and was momentarily taken aback, surveying her body. To her astonishment, not only had her grievous internal injuries completely healed, but her cultivation had also ascended to the late foundational stage. What is happening? Lu Rian pondered, momentarily bewildered. Nearby, Li Mu could be heard noisily slurping noodles around the campfire. Due to the presence of cotton fabric in the fire, the flames raged fiercely, compelling him to sit at a distance to avoid igniting his clothing. It had been over a day. When would this ordeal come to an end? After finishing his instant noodles and draining the broth, Li Mu tossed the cup into the fire. He clapped his hands and instinctively glanced behind him, only to be taken aback by the empty space where Lu Rian had been. As he surveyed his surroundings, a pair of eyes met his gaze amidst the vast darkness. "Your Majesty, you are awake?" Li Mu rose to his feet, and a smile broke across his face upon seeing Lu Rian approaching. She said nothing but slowly settled beside the fire. Li Mu watched her, his heart filled with joy. As long as she was unharmed, everything else could be resolved. "How long have I been unconscious?" After a considerable pause, Lu Rian unexpectedly inquired. "Nearly 2 days, Your Majesty. We must leave this place. It is shrouded in darkness and quite unsettling." "Unsettling? Yet you have managed to endure. You seem remarkably unperturbed." Lu Rian gazed into the flames, their mesmerizing dance revealing her contemplative thoughts. "Not at all, Your Majesty. During your unconsciousness, I was plagued with worry and sleepless nights. I had intended to carry you to safety, but I could not find a way, and I was unsure of where Ling and his companion were hiding. If I encountered them, I would have endangered you. You certainly know how to speak." Lu Rian scoffed lightly. "Where did you acquire that elixir?" Recalling the moment he administered the medicine, a surge of unnameable anger welled up within Lu Rian. Had it not been for Li Mu's elixir, she might have perished. The space within me was utilized for this medicine. It cost me dearly. Li Mu deliberately shifted the topic. "By the way, Your Majesty, what was the nature of that shadow? Why did it vanish? And how have I experienced such a significant enhancement in my cultivation? It has been utterly obliterated." Lu Rian turned her gaze upon him, her eyes filled with reproach. "Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. You nearly brought about my demise." Li Mu appeared innocent. "This is unjust. I truly did not grasp your intentions. I merely acted as instructed." Lu Rian huffed coldly, turning her gaze back to the fire. "What exactly transpired at that moment? Why were you all immobilized?" Li Mu quietly inquired. "It was the ancestral dragon. They were attempting to seize the fortune within its body. At a critical moment, the ancestral dragon activated a restriction that sealed the space, including itself. I was gravely injured and unable to escape in time, thus becoming trapped within. This restriction is exceedingly terrifying, directly linked to one's essence. Should it be subjected to external force, it would rebound and lead to annihilation." A look of terror spread across Li Mu's face. "So, if I had encountered you first, then you would have." Lu Rian glanced at him. shaking her head with a smile. No, had you encountered me first, it would have been you who faced obliteration. Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. However, Lu Rian showed no intention of elaborating further. She reached out to tease the flames and, taking advantage of his distraction, playfully tugged at his ear. Your audacity has indeed grown. How dare you deliberately deceive me? Li Mu, taken aback, wore an expression of innocence. Deception? This is truly unjust. I am utterly loyal, and I implore your majesty to discern the truth. You claim there is no deception, yet the elixir you provided is far from ordinary. If your spatial realm were truly so wondrous, why has it never manifested before? I have already explained this matter, have I not? Had it not been for Lei Ming's initial experience of peril, I would never have revealed my spatial abilities. Your majesty, you must trust me. My loyalty to you is unwavering, as heaven and earth can bear witness. Everything I possess is entirely reliant upon you. Without your majesty, where would I, Li Mu, be today? Li Mu expressed his heartfelt sentiments. In regard to this matter, he felt no guilt. Then what of your cultivation? Lu Rian released her grip. Cultivation? Li Mu rubbed his ears. Was it not due to absorbing the power of the shadow that my cultivation soared? Has your majesty forgotten? I refer to the fact that within a mere few days, you have established your dantian, advancing to the first level of qi refining. You possess a pseudo-spiritual root. Without fortuitous circumstances, how could such rapid progress be possible? Li Mu was momentarily speechless, his mind racing. He must not exaggerate the wonders of his spatial realm, as it had already raised Lu Rian's suspicions. Should he reveal the energy capsules, given Lu Rian's fervent obsession with cultivation, she would undoubtedly extract every last ounce from him. What? Unable to find an explanation. To speak frankly, I consumed your elixir, and not only did my injuries heal, but I also fortuitously advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. You would do well to be forthcoming. Lu Rian unleashed her aura, firmly intimidating Li Mu. Late stage of foundation establishment? Li Mu was taken aback. Upon checking the divine record, it was indeed true. Lu Rian had advanced. Very well, the truth is, following the incident at the Four Barbarians Pavilion, I acquired a spiritual herb, which I did not disclose to Gu and secretly kept for myself. It was this very herb that allowed me to condense my dantian in less than 2 days. Lowering his head, Li Mu then knelt, a look of sorrow upon his face. Your Majesty, I never wished for this, but I am a pseudo-spiritual root. I have no other recourse. I do not desire to live a life unable to cultivate, subjected to scorn. Although I could exploit your status to indulge in the harem, the Empress and the favored consorts possess their own cultivation. Should I show any sign of weakness, it would be akin to the incident with Yi Pin's chambers. I fear that while I could dedicate myself entirely to your Majesty, such actions would inevitably lead to your identity being exposed, and I sincerely do not wish for such a fate to occur. I humbly request your Majesty's leniency. Lu Rian listened to these words, lost in contemplation. This fellow Li Mu indeed fears death, yet he speaks with reason. Without cultivation, navigating the harem is no simple task. It seems the incident with Lei Ming has profoundly affected him. For now, I shall trust you. Rise, let us depart from this place. Lu Rian turned away, no longer dwelling on the matter. As for the peculiarities surrounding Li Mu, they could be observed more closely in the future. After all, it was thanks to this young man that they had survived this ordeal. Your Majesty, your empathy towards your subordinates is unparalleled. It is indeed a privilege for me to serve you. Enough of this banter. Stay close to me, or you shall remain in your ancestral home for eternity. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Lu Rian departed, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Li Mu hastily followed, his mind racing with a pressing concern. How shall we retrieve the national fortune stolen by the black-clad figures and Shirling? We shall capture them, and then execute them. A chill ran down Li Mu's spine. Was this the only method to reclaim the national fortune? Yes, unless one achieves the golden core stage. It is impossible to alter the fate of the nation. The only recourse is death, at which point the national fortune of Deqian shall return. Li Mu swallowed hard. What would become of the national fortune within him? Chapter 36. Potential enemies under Lu Rian's guidance. The two swiftly traversed the underground passage back to the prison. However, the prison now resembled a battleground. Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. By heavens, are they intent on turning this place to rubble? The prison was in ruins, a desolate wasteland, shrouded in darkness with not a soldier in sight, and the air was thick with a palpable energy fluctuation. Lu Rian sighed, sweeping aside the debris with a flick of her sleeve. It appeared that the National Guardian had failed to thwart their escape. The National Guardian? Li Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully as he followed Lu Rian out of the prison. Among the vast array of Imperial troops outside, they spotted Gu. As Lu Rian rarely revealed her true appearance, she concealed herself behind Li Mu upon their exit. Gu, ever astute, commanded the troops to turn around the moment she laid eyes on Lu Rian and approached them. The elder has gone in pursuit of Ling and the others. What transpired below? Yu inquired, glancing at Li Mu with a knowing look. Return to the palace and ensure that the vicinity of the prison is heavily fortified, allowing no one to approach. Understood. Upon their return to the Qianxing Palace, Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Eager to discuss the events of the past 2 days with Lu Rian, Li Mu stood aside, his spirits dampened. From some of Lu Rian's remarks, he had gleaned a troubling insight. The ancestral land of the Dragon Vein is the foundation of Qian, and the National Guardian is tasked with protecting the royal family and the Dragon Vein. Thus, even if Lu Rian remains indifferent, the National Guardian would inevitably pursue the national fortune, and the worst outcome could very well lead to his demise. The only silver lining was that Lu Rian also possessed a considerable amount of national fortune within her. Li Mu believed that as long as he remained steadfast and expressed his loyalty to Qian to the National Guardian, he might evade disaster. Surely they wouldn't go so far as to eliminate Lu Rian, the emperor, for the sake of the national fortune. Your Majesty, since it pertains to the national fortune, it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. I shall immediately order a nationwide manhunt for these two, Yu declared, her face flushed with indignation. Lu Rian nodded in agreement with this proposal, then turned her gaze to Li Mu. What of you? Do you not intend to take any action? Me? Li Mu stammered, filled with trepidation. He was barely able to ensure his own safety, let alone attend to such matters. Yu was correct. The fate of the Great Qian cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Ling is a formidable warrior, and this matter must be dealt with seriously. If you can perform admirably in this situation, perhaps the guardian of the nation will show leniency. As the emperor, he is well aware of my status. The fate of the nation rests upon me, and he cannot act against me. But you are different. Lu Rian spoke earnestly. Li Mu was taken aback. Was the emperor implying something? Did he not wish for my demise and regarded me as an ally? Understanding dawned upon Li Mu, and he knelt, pledging to fulfill the emperor's expectations and bring back the heads of these 2 men. Lu Rian nodded, but her expression suddenly changed, and she dismissed the others. The guardian of the nation has returned. You may leave for now. Upon exiting the Qianxing Palace, Yu seized Li Mu by the arm. How dare you act on your own? What business do you have in the dungeon? I sensed that Ling harbored ill intentions and thought to investigate the dungeon, only to unexpectedly encounter him. If it were not for me, who would have discovered that hidden cave? Li Mu replied with confidence. I do not believe you. You must confess your true intentions. Yu tightened her grip, her instincts telling her that Li Mu was not being entirely truthful. If he truly suspected something amiss, how could he choose to go alone without involving her? Li Mu broke free from Yu's grasp, his aura of the 5th level of Qi cultivation unmistakable. Do not jest. I possess the fate of the nation within me. Yu was momentarily stunned, left speechless by the revelation. The fate of the nation? 5th level of Qi cultivation? It all made sense now. No wonder the emperor spoke those words to Li Mu. To perform in front of the guardian of the nation carried such significance. Yu softened her tone. Then you should have included me, with my presence. Things would not have spiraled so out of control. Next time for sure. I truly did not anticipate this. Otherwise, how could I not invite you? We share an unbreakable bond. Li Mu, with his silver tongue, managed to coax a smile from Yu. By the way, regarding the intentions of that man in black, I believe it is essential to clarify things with you. Yu nodded, urging him to continue. That fellow's initial aim did not seem to be the ancestral Dragon Vein. He tracked me to the dungeon during the moment we were separated. He demanded that I hand over the Desert Eagle and intended to kill me, which gives me reason to suspect that he is likely a potential enemy of mine. Potential enemy? Who do you suspect? Li Mu took Yu's hand, organizing his thoughts. Look, we had just condemned Guilin, the son of the Minister of War, to death, and immediately found ourselves entangled in this affair. It is no mere coincidence. Then there is Chancellor Lei Daoyuan. When he returned Lei Ming's body, his gaze was filled with murderous intent, though the likelihood of his involvement is low. Additionally, there is the Great Qian. I have already dealt with 2 of their envoys, making them my greatest adversaries. Yet Ling is sent by the Great Qian, so it is unlikely he is unfamiliar with the man in black. Thus, this possibility is also minimal. Yu nodded. Then let us start with Guiyu and see if we can uncover any leads through him. In recent days, has there been any movement at the 4 Barbarians Pavilion? It is likely that Ling has escaped and is attempting to negotiate with those envoys, especially given that he possesses a formidable general. I have continuously dispatched individuals to monitor the situation, and so far, there has been no unusual activity. We shall await the response from the Guardian of the Nation. Chapter 37. The Guardian of the Nation's killing intent in the Qianxing Palace. Lu Rian sat at a table, gazing at the Guardian of the Nation to her side, signaling him to take a seat. You appear younger, she remarked. The elder shook his head with a smile, stating that age was of little importance. Rather, he had suffered a significant regression in his cultivation, a consequence of leaving the forbidden grounds. At this moment, the guardian of the nation no longer resembled the frail figure he had been in the prison. He seemed rejuvenated, akin to a typical elder in his 60s or 70s. His ever-present cane was nowhere to be seen, and his every gesture radiated youthful vigor, yet his countenance bore a deep melancholy. Your Majesty, since the late emperor entrusted the throne to you, there must be reasons behind it, which do not concern me. However, your neglect of state affairs has led to a loss of national fortune, and I cannot refrain from addressing this matter. The elder's smile vanished, and his demeanor turned serious. Lu Rian understood that the guardian had come to hold her accountable. She could easily surmise that Shi Ling and the dark-clad figures had indeed escaped, leaving him with a pent-up frustration seeking release. I will take this matter to heart and strive to reclaim the national fortune promptly. For now, you should return to the forbidden grounds, and I shall notify you should the need arise. Is that all? The elder scoffed softly. Lu Rian's dismissive attitude was glaringly obvious, as she had failed to inquire about the details of the situation. Please recount everything that transpired in the ancestral land. How is the ancestral dragon faring? The ancestral dragon has only sustained minor injuries. Overall, it is unharmed, Lu Rian replied. The elder scrutinized her, hesitating for a moment before releasing a strand of divine consciousness that enveloped Lu Rian. Upon sensing her current cultivation level, his pupils constricted. You have broken through? Yes. I have successfully advanced to the late foundation establishment stage within the ancestral land. Do you possess national fortune within you as well? He inquired. Very well. I shall not pursue the matter further, as long as you retrieve all the national fortune except for your own. That dark-clad individual is likely from the Qian, and I lost track of him upon leaving the palace. As for that warrior from Dawu, I pursued him relentlessly, only to be ambushed by an individual at the peak of foundation establishment. Had it not been for my regression in cultivation, neither of them would have escaped. As he spoke, the guardian of the nation was filled with fury, seemingly on the verge of erupting. Lu Rian seized the opportunity to agree. Indeed, you are a formidable nascent soul expert. How could a foundation establishment practitioner possibly elude your grasp? The elder nodded, then narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, it seems you are attempting to conceal something. That day in the prison, there was not just one dark-clad figure. If my senses are correct, there should have been a youth, perhaps even more individuals. So, to whom has the fortune truly been diverted? Faced with his probing inquiry, Lu Rian realized she could no longer conceal the truth. The guardian of the nation was not easily deceived, and to prevent the situation from escalating, she voluntarily revealed the entire sequence of events, including Li Mu and the shadow that had been obliterated. He is one of yours, hence you wish to protect him? Upon hearing the circumstances, the elder comprehended Lu Ruoyan's intentions. Indeed, Lu Ruoyan nodded firmly. Absolutely not. The fate of the nation cannot be tainted by outsiders. I shall kill him and reclaim the national fortune. As long as he reaches the golden core stage, his life can be preserved. This does not contradict our ancestral teachings. Golden core? What nonsense. He is merely a puppet you summoned to counter the harem, and even a false spiritual root. What qualifies him to attain the golden core? The elder's stance was resolute, leaving little room for negotiation. Lu Ruoyan felt similarly, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with the guardian of the nation. She opted to suppress the matter for the time being. The next morning, Lu Ruoyan summoned Li Mu and Ji Yu. Your Majesty, what did the guardian of the nation say last night? Li Mu asked anxiously, eager for an answer. Lu Ruoyan retracted her powers, her voice icy. He intends to kill you to reclaim the national fortune. What? Li Mu trembled, falling to his knees. Your Majesty, I am utterly loyal to you. Please do not abandon me. Ji Yu echoed from the side. Is there truly no other way? Lu Ruoyan glanced at both of them and gestured for Li Mu to rise. I have not finished speaking. Why the haste? I have negotiated with the guardian of the nation. If you can recover the national fortune from Shi Ling and the man in black, he is willing to grant you the opportunity to cultivate the golden core. Due to certain circumstances, the guardian of the nation must remain in the forbidden area, otherwise, his strength will visibly decline. This task can only be undertaken by you personally, but he promised to intervene at a critical moment. Li Mu slowly rose, expressing gratitude. Although he spoke thus, inwardly, he began to curse. Where was he to go to investigate Shi Ling and the man in black? Wasn't he this akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? By the way, Lu Ruoyan interjected. The guardian of the nation mentioned that Shi Ling was rescued by a peak foundation establishment cultivator. You must exercise caution. If all else fails, I shall intervene. Peak foundation establishment? Li Mu murmured, abruptly turning to Ji Yu. Could it be that general who rejected the north? But I have not received any intelligence regarding Lin Han's departure from the 4E pavilion. Ji Yu furrowed her brow in contemplation. Very well. You shall discuss this matter amongst yourselves. I must return to my cultivation. Lu Ruoyan waved her hand, gathering her powers once more. Ji Yu, expedite the arrangements for the wedding. I wish to avoid the chancellor's incessant nagging during the next court session. Understood. We take our leave. The two bowed and exited the Qianqing Palace. Chapter 38. Lin Han's absence and determining the direction returning to the side hall, Li Mu lay on the bed, feeling despondent. He intended to catch a brief nap, yet sleep eluded him entirely. The pressure from the guardian of the nation lingered in his mind. The Empress had remarked that this was a formidable golden core cultivator. If he truly wished to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Why can't this wretched cultivation world be a bit more amicable towards me? He lamented internally. I only traversed here and became entangled with two women. And now I am beset with troubles. Is there no respite for me? Li Mu vented his frustrations, pounding the bed in indignation. Fortunately, after the incident at the ancestral land of the Dragon Vein, Lu Ruoyan's affection for him had increased, or else he would have truly wept in despair. With a 10 cents of goodwill and 12 units of spiritual energy per hour, his considerable efforts had not gone unrewarded. Li Mu consoled himself, gradually igniting his fighting spirit. Was it merely a matter of locating Shiling and the man in black? It was not an insurmountable task. Why lament? Let us proceed to the sea pavilion and see if Lin Han is still present. Ji Yu appeared at the doorway, sword in hand. Li Mu sprang up, grinning at her. Had they not agreed just the night before to probe Guo Lin's intentions today? However, circumstances had changed. They would first visit the sea pavilion. Ji Yu turned and walked away, and Li Mu hastily followed. He felt that there was no need for further observation. They could simply apprehend these individuals directly. Shiling had stolen the nation's fortune, and they were likely complicit. A reckoning from Dao Wu was necessary. When the time came, it would be clear. If they failed to recover the nation's fortune, it would be their doom. I assure you, we will retrieve it. Li Mu promised as he accompanied Ji Yu to the sea pavilion. Upon their arrival, the officials from the Dazhuan reported that the Dao Wu envoys had been quite compliant in recent days, and no personnel had ventured out. All of you, follow me inside and conduct a thorough inspection. Let us see if there are any fewer people present. Since they were already at the entrance, Ji Yu, undeterred by a few extra steps, led the officials inside for a routine examination, her actions swift and decisive. Although the envoys expressed discontent, they were in unfamiliar territory and could only swallow their grievances. After a comprehensive search, the officials found no trace of Lin Han. Ji Yu's expression darkened as she glared fiercely at the envoy group. Where is your northern general? Why do I not see him? The general may be resting in his chamber, one envoy stammered, exchanging glances with his companions. Ji Yu glanced at her officials, and from their resolute gazes, she discerned the truth. Her demeanor turned icy as she drew her sword. Think carefully before you answer. Otherwise, this sword may very well taste blood today. Is this how you conduct yourselves into Qian? One envoy protested vehemently. Observing this, Li Mu raised his hand, urging, enough with the pleasantries. If you do not provide an explanation, I may resort to violence. To speak plainly, I have already executed several of Dao Wu's previous envoys. If you do not believe me, feel free to test my resolve. The envoys exchanged apprehensive glances, their bodies trembling at the sight of the young man dressed in eunuch attire. They had all heard of the events that transpired in the Golden Luan Hall. Although they held a deep-seated contempt for this fearless eunuch, they dared not provoke him. The general has gone out, the leading envoy replied helplessly. Gone out? Where did he go? Ji Yu's voice darkened as she positioned her sword before the envoy. We do not know where the general has gone. The envoy trembled as he confessed. Ji Yu cast a glance at Li Mu, then pressed several others for answers, receiving the same result. The situation was now abundantly clear. Lin Han had most certainly slipped away quietly, and he had undoubtedly been the one to rescue Shiling. Arrest them all, and take them back. Upon departing from the Four Barbarians Pavilion, Ji Yu dispatched a considerable number of personnel from the censorate to conduct a meticulous investigation throughout the capital and its surroundings. It was evident that the Great Wu had come prepared, ostensibly sending envoys to discuss the use of firearms. Their true intent was a gradual encroachment, coveting the fortunes of the Great Qian. It appears that conflict between the two nations is all but inevitable. Li Mu, with his arms clasped around his neck, sighed profoundly. Do you think war is a game? Ji Yu delivered a punch to Li Mu, emphasizing that should it escalate into warfare, the Great Qian would be in dire straits, and the guardian of the realm would not spare him. Fear not, I shall personally reclaim the nation's fortunes. Ji Yu scoffed. You? Do not indulge in such daydreams. I advise you to actively seek an audience with Her Majesty, imploring her for mercy before the guardian of the realm. Perhaps it may save your life. Ultimately, if you cannot retrieve the nation's fortunes, your only chance of survival lies in achieving the Golden Core stage. You might as well devote more time to your cultivation. Sister Ji Yu, I know you wish for my survival. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Li Mu waved his hand and made his way toward the censorate's prison, intent on extracting useful information from Guo Lin. The lead on Shiling would undoubtedly prove futile in the short term, leaving him to pin his hopes on the figure in black. Go ahead and be stubborn. Ji Yu maintained her stern demeanor, feigning disapproval of Li Mu while secretly facilitating his path. They soon arrived at the prison and encountered Guolin. This once arrogant young master had long since lost his haughty bravado, reduced to languishing in his cell. The scars on his body revealed that during his time in the censorate, he had not been deprived of privileges. Ji Yu was indeed a gracious host. Perhaps I should drag him out for another round of rewards? Li Mu suggested with a mischievous grin. Enough. Do not kill him. The Minister of War is already in a frenzy. The Chancellor is pressuring me to retrieve him. So ask your questions quickly. This fellow is quite perceptive. Li Mu nodded, surveying the cell as he spoke. Let us go. We want to glean anything from him. Ji Yu, taken aback, followed, perplexed. How can you be so certain without asking anything? Because I have realized, during our feud, I did not employ the Desert Eagle. Thus the likelihood of the figure in black being connected to him is minimal. Even if there were a connection, the figure in black could have easily come to the censorate to abduct him. There are no formidable guardians stationed here. Ji Yu organized her thoughts, suddenly comprehending. So you anticipated this all along, merely coming to assess the defenses of the censorate? Li Mu's lips curled into a smile, leaving the explanation unspoken. Upon reaching the outer hall, they encountered a limping, injured man. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it to be Zhu Hua. My lord. Zhu Hua, upon seeing Li Mu, disregarded his injuries and knelt, bowing deeply. Now? Li Mu, taken aback by such a grand gesture, hurried forward to assist him. Do not do this. Just focus on surviving. Zhu Hua's eyes brimmed with tears as he nodded in acknowledgement at Li Mu. I have matters to attend to. You should focus on recuperating here. And if anything arises, you may contact me through the officials. Li Mu patted Zhu Hua on the shoulder, then turned to follow Ji Yu as she departed. Thank you. From now on, this life of Zhu Hua's belongs to you. Zhu Hua murmured, her voice trembling as she watched Li Mu leave, silently bowing her head in respect. As they reached the courtyard, Li Mu composed himself, pondering the situation. What is wrong with this fellow? He has made me feel quite embarrassed. With such a thick skin. You still feel embarrassed? Ji Yu chuckled, kneeling and bowing in public. How could that not be awkward? I'm no prominent figure. If I had an esteemed identity like yours, I might feel at ease. Ji Yu rolled her eyes, at a loss for words, and slowly revealed Zhu Hua's background. This individual is an orphan, with a clean slate. I intend to have him remain in the Dezhiyuan. Li Mu nodded in agreement, believing that even at the bottom of the hierarchy, he would no longer endure such humiliation. Upon returning to the side hall, Ji Yu instructed the imperial kitchen to prepare a meal, intending to dine before visiting the Ministry of Rites. While safeguarding the nation's fortune is undoubtedly crucial, she must also ensure that the wedding arrangements progress without delay. Li Mu, spend the afternoon diligently practicing. When you have the chance, seek an audience with the emperor on your behalf. Do not be foolish. I would rather not see you suffer so. Ji Yu poured herself a cup of tea, reminding Li Mu that this was the best course of action she could devise, considering that the guardian of the nation is not someone the empress would dare offend lightly. I understand, Li Mu replied, raising an eyebrow and flashing a mischievous grin at Ji Yu. She turned her head in exasperation, downing her cup of hot tea. I simply do not wish to burden you. If you were to perish, who would handle the mess in the harem? Yes, I am indeed a hindrance. Li Mu muttered as he retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. He would certainly not sit idly by, rather than entrust his fate to others. He preferred to hold it firmly in his own hands. However, 3 potential solutions came to mind. 1. Retrieve the national fortune from Shirling and the men in black, aiming to earn a chance for advancement through meritorious service. 2. Rapidly cultivate and extract the national fortune from within himself. 3. Depart the palace altogether. The third option, while straightforward, posed a significant risk and required relinquishing everything he currently possessed, thus he ruled it out. The second option, though relatively simple, proved exceedingly difficult to execute. Achieving advancement in a short time was akin to chasing a fantasy. Therefore, it seemed that the first option was the most prudent. You two beasts, just wait. Li Mu grumbled as he opened the system panel. If his memory served him correctly, the weapon shop had trackers available, but after the last incident with the insurance, he was extremely reluctant to employ the system. Given that Lu Ruyan already suspected him, resorting to the system again for something inexplicable could lead to perilous consequences. Yet, given the current situation, he felt compelled to utilize the system. Very well, I shall simply concoct a suitable excuse. In the side hall, eunuchs and palace maids began to bring in the dishes. Ji Yu washed her hands and instructed them to leave, then glanced towards Li Mu's room. What are you doing when it's time to eat? After calling several times, Li Mu finally opened the door. Ji Yu couldn't help but put on a displeased expression. Why did it take him so long to answer her call? If it weren't for the edict of the empress, she would never have chosen to reside with this fellow. Li Mu, wishing to avoid wasting time, hastily consumed a few bites and made an excuse to find Lu Ruyan for a plea, promptly departing from the side hall. Earlier, he had purchased a tracking device from the shop for 700 spiritual energy, which could trace the origins of objects after leveling up. After much contemplation, it seemed that the only item linked to Shi Ling and the man in black was the national fortune. Thus, Li Mu resolved to return to the dragon vein and extract some clouds of national fortune. He had already tried using his blood, but it proved futile. It seemed that blood did not contain national fortune, as this could only be extracted after forming a core, which was not easily attainable. Upon arriving at the prison, Li Mu was immediately surrounded by the vigilant guards. His Majesty has decreed that no one is to approach the prison. Chapter 40, Xuanwu City, Brothel. Hey, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Just a little favor. I'll be out in a moment. Li Mu laughed as he approached the two heads of the guards, attempting to deceive them. But they were not swayed in the slightest, raising their weapons to push him away. I'm sorry, but without the Emperor's orders, we cannot let you pass. We hope you can understand our predicament. Some of the guards recognized Li Mu, yet they were bound by their loyalty to the Emperor, with no room for personal connections. I am here on the Emperor's orders, just a quick visit. I'll be out shortly. The guard leader was clearly in a dilemma, not wanting to offend Li Mu yet too afraid to defy the command. If you possess an imperial decree or a token from Commander G, we will immediately allow you entry without question. Otherwise, we risk our lives if we let you through, and we hope you can understand. Li Mu clicked his tongue, glancing around at the guards. This situation was indeed complicated. If Jiyu discovered he was using a token to enter the prison, she would undoubtedly object. While Lu Ruyin might be more accommodating, she would certainly inquire deeply about the hand order needed to enter the prison, complicating matters further. After a moment's thought, Li Mu clasped his hands and addressed the guards. All right, gentlemen, just wait a moment. It's just a hand order. I will fetch one immediately. Li Mu returned to the side hall, and, taking advantage of Jiyu's absence, stealthily acquired a blank imperial decree. Such blank decrees were abundant in the side hall, as the original owner and Jiyu had often engaged in the practice of false proclamations. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to call it false since Lu Ruyin hardly cared. If pressed to draft one herself, she would not manage it, leaving it all to Jiyu. With the imperial decree in hand, Li Mu easily entered the dragon vein and obtained a cloud of national fortune. Later that evening, Jiyu returned from the Ministry of Rites and, finding Li Mu absent in the side hall, took a stroll around the Qianqing Palace, yet still found no trace of him. How strange. I asked him to focus on his cultivation. Where could he have disappeared to? After searching in vain, Jiyu inquired with the guards, but none knew Li Mu's whereabouts. Finally, she discovered a letter in her room. The world outside is vast, and I yearn to explore it. In just a few words, Jiyu's brow furrowed tightly, her eyes glinting with cold fury. How dare that scoundrel run away? Jiyu gritted her teeth, crumpling the letter in her hand, only to notice more words on the back. Sister Jiyu, you wouldn't think I fled, would you? Hee. How could that be? I have the whereabouts of Shi Ling and the men in black. Wait for my good news. Jiyu's expression shifted in an instant. She turned and dashed out of the side hall to share the news with Lu Ruyin. After a thorough investigation, they finally obtained a clue at the dungeon. Your Majesty, this fellow is becoming increasingly audacious, keeping such significant matters to himself. Is he afraid I might steal his glory? Jiyu expressed her dissatisfaction to Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin held the forged imperial edict, deep in thought. I am more curious about what he is doing at the Dragon Vein. Your Majesty, should I not lead a team to pursue him? Alone. Even if he finds Shi Ling and the men in black, he will most likely perish at their hands. Lu Ruyin raised her hand and shook her head, indicating that he should go. He has his own plans. However, Jiyu initially wanted to argue, but upon reflection, she decided against it. As even if she led troops out, she might not find Li Mu. She could only pray that this young man truly had some unexpected clever scheme in mind. Xuanwu City, neighboring the capital of Deqian, Li Mu followed the tracker tirelessly and finally arrived here. Stopping in front of a brothel, he watched as his horse was led away, gazing at the grand characters of Yihong Courtyard on the plaque, lost in contemplation. Could it be a mistake? Li Mu intended to call out to the person who took his horse, but unexpectedly, a flamboyantly dressed man approached him. Young master, please come inside. The man appraised Li Mu and, seeing his fine attire, shouted towards the interior, a private room on the second floor for one. What? Li Mu was bewildered. He did not wish to enter, yet the tracker indicated that the target was inside. How strange. Does the realm of cultivation also have brothels? With a mix of trepidation, Li Mu stepped into this realm of singing and revelry, where opulence reigned. Here, the nobility embraced women, listening to songs and drinking, while those women skillfully entertained, far more capable than those from his past life. Numerous tables were surrounded by rough men wielding flying swords, seemingly lacking funds, huddled together on the first floor, ordering a woman who was not particularly attractive to serve them food and drink. Young master, pay them no heed. They are merely here to dine and drink. Your place is on the second floor. Please follow me. An alluring and plump matron approached, taking Li Mu's hand and leading him upstairs. Hey, what do you mean by this? I never said I wanted to spend money. And where have you taken my horse? Bring it back to me. Young master. Your horse is in the backyard grazing. Do not be shy. Come with me to the second floor. I will introduce you to Fu Xiang. She is the star of our establishment. What star? Do not play games with me. I have serious business here, not to indulge in such activities. Li Mu extricated himself from the grasp of the elderly woman, unwilling to jeopardize his safety. Although the allure surrounding him was considerable, it paled in comparison to his life and the fate of the nation, which he was prepared to sacrifice. At that moment, he was uncertain whether the dark-clad individuals or Shi Ling lurked within the building. Should he reveal himself, it would spell disaster. Chapter 41. A Dream. The goddess's extraordinary vision, my lord. Is this your first visit? Allow me to offer you a special discount. The seasoned matron, perceptive as she was, discerned that Li Mu was employing a strategy of feigned reluctance, and her eyes could not hide her understanding. You have pressing matters, but there is no need to rush. If you wish, I can instruct my subordinates to attend to it. Here, you should focus solely on enjoyment. Fu Xiang is the establishment's signature attraction, rarely seen. Perhaps you might consider her? Upon hearing this, Li Mu's eyes glinted as he surveyed his surroundings. Very well, since you insist. However, let it be clear that my primary focus remains on my own affairs. With that, he presented a gold ingot embossed with an official seal to the matron. The moment she beheld the inscription, her jovial demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Their gazes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. My lord, tonight you shall be the esteemed guest of our establishment. I would gladly accompany you without hesitation. That is not necessary. I am not in the mood for such indulgences. Li Mu followed the matron upstairs, discreetly monitoring the signals displayed on his tracking device. The device, resembling a modern wristband, had initially been quite large, but its size diminished after several upgrades. Ah, this is the room, he declared suddenly, pointing at a door. Oh dear, my lord, this room is unsuitable. Allow me to find you a more comfortable one. That will not be necessary. This room will suffice. Li Mu understood the matron's intentions. The outer rooms were indeed subpar. Yet the tracking signal emanated from the adjacent room, making it advantageous to remain close. My lord, please refrain from unnecessary chatter. I am weary. The matron, initially poised to protest, ceased her words upon recognizing Li Mu's resolute determination. I shall fetch Fu Xiang. She opened the door with a beaming smile, her hands wandering over Li Mu's person. He recoiled in distaste, though he chose not to express it overtly. He entered the room, reclined briefly, then sprang to his feet, pressing his ear against the wall to eavesdrop on the neighboring room, but he heard nothing. If Shi Ling was present, then Lin Han was likely with him. He hoped fervently that the threat was merely the dark-clad figures, for anything else would complicate matters. Li Mu pondered silently, strategizing on how to outsmart them. He had already devised a plan prior to his arrival. It was clear that he could not rely solely on his strength, but rather, he would have to resort to cunning tactics. Clarifying his thoughts, Li Mu returned to the bed and lay down. Shortly thereafter, the matron entered, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile, escorting a stunningly beautiful woman. My lord, I sincerely apologize. Fu Xiang has just been summoned by another patron. I have brought you a different headliner instead. What is this nonsense? Li Mu rose in indignation, his anger palpable as he glared at the matron. Yet, upon seeing the enchanting figure beside her, his tone softened considerably. How do you conduct your business here? He forcefully pulled the matron closer. Do you think I can be easily bullied? What happened to the promised signature fragrance? If it weren't for the fact that this woman is quite beautiful, Li Mu wouldn't have bothered to show the matron any kindness. What is this nonsense about a replacement? That gold ingot with the official seal was given away for nothing, wasn't it? Ah, my apologies, young master, the matron sincerely expressed. I did not expect the fragrance to be taken by someone else so quickly. I truly apologize. This lady is also one of our signatures, and she is a novice. Her voice lowered significantly when she mentioned the novice. Li Mu's eyes brightened. Is that true? Does the Yihong courtyard have a novice? He scrutinized the woman from head to toe, a smile creasing his lips. She was indeed a rare gem. It was quite remarkable. Li Mu turned to the matron with a grin. In that case, I shall reluctantly accept her. The matron nodded, though her expression was quite awkward. She leaned in closer to Li Mu and whispered, Young master, Ryun performs, but does not offer her body. I will bring her to play a couple of pieces for you first, and the other two signatures are still bathing. Once they are done, I will bring them to you as well. How does that sound? Performs, but does not offer her body. Li Mu exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Are you trying to fool me? Young master, please calm your anger. If you are not appeased, I shall summon them immediately, the matron replied. Li Mu was unconcerned, feeling that such business practices were absurd, as if merely fetching a courtesan was a trivial matter. Young master, just as Li Mu was about to lose his temper, a melodious voice floated in from the doorway. Ryun entered, holding a pipa, and gave a slight bow. Young master, I have composed several new pieces. Would you care to listen? The music has soothing and comforting effects that may alleviate your urgent troubles. Urgent troubles? What was she talking about? Li Mu's demeanor shifted slightly as he scrutinized Ruyun. At that moment, the divine record automatically flipped pages, revealing Ruyun's information. Name: Ruyun. Cultivation level: 9th stage of Qi refinement. Favorability: 1. Spiritual energy: 0 hours. 9th stage of Qi refinement: 1. 0 hours. These 3 pieces of information continuously flooded Li Mu's consciousness, his gaze fixated on Ruyun. This woman appeared delicate and unassuming, yet her cultivation was surprisingly formidable. Identical to Jiyu. I shall go fetch someone for you. The matron observed Li Mu's peculiar expression and prepared to summon the bathing signatures. Li Mu grasped her arm. Never mind, never mind. I'll just choose her. You need not summon those other signatures. Chapter 42. Ruyun's test. Young master, this. The matron looked at Ruyun, uncertain of how to proceed. Having accepted so much money from Li Mu, it would indeed be unacceptable not to serve him well. Less chatter. Li Mu shot her a glance. The matron could only relent, instructing Ruyun to take good care of Li Mu before turning to leave. Wait. Li Mu called out to her, gesturing impatiently to his right. How many people are next door? There is one guest staying there. Is it possible for him to be quieter? How am I supposed to rest with all this noise? The matron listened intently, and indeed she could faintly hear some unspeakable sounds emanating from the left. She quickly put on a smile. Young master, this is unavoidable. Shall I arrange for you a quieter room? After a moment's thought, she added, perhaps I should reserve the surrounding rooms as well, to avoid disturbing anyone's peaceful slumber in the middle of the night. That's not necessary. Just advise them to lower their voices. I'll take care of the empty rooms myself. Understood. The matron nodded, waving her handkerchief as she departed, shutting the door behind the 2 gentlemen. Once outside, she glanced toward the quiet room on her right, listened carefully, and murmured to herself, they should be asleep now. Approaching the left side, she heard the muffled, distressing sounds and gently knocked on the door. Dear guests, there is an inspection. Please keep the noise down. Got it, came an impatient, coarse male voice from within. Satisfied, the matron nodded and departed, her handkerchief still waving. Meanwhile, in the room to the right of Li Mu, Shiling and Lin Han sat across from each other at a table, while a comatose woman lay on the bed beside them. With the entire Great Qian territory under martial law, we must make haste to leave. Any delay could spell disaster. Your nation's fortune within you is of utmost importance. Lin Han remarked, raising his cup of tea and observing as Shiling drank it in one go. Rest assured, no one will suspect us hiding in a brothel. Shiling nodded, picking up a piece of meat to eat. His body bore evident marks of torture, and as he chewed, he winced, feeling the strain on his wounds. It is a pity that my nation's fortune within me is only at 20%. If it weren't for that damned eunuch's sudden interference, we could have claimed the entirety of Great Qian's fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Han scoffed. Did you not previously assert that without this eunuch, you all would have remained inside? Not at all. This was earned at the cost of Qing Feng's life. Without him, many would not have discovered the entrance to the dragon vein we opened. I must not let this fellow fall into my hands. Otherwise, I would ensure he suffers immensely. The memories of the torments endured in the dungeon made Shiling's teeth clench in rage. Enough of your complaints. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we leave at full speed. The holy maiden's meticulously crafted plan should not meet its end at your hands. I understand. I shall rest. In the room, Li Mu sat on the bed, his eyes closed as he savored the dreamlike melodies, his hands tapping along to a cheerful tune. Though it appeared he was relishing the moment, his thoughts were entirely focused on the system's interface. Based on the clues extracted from the matron's words, the neighboring room held only one guest, undoubtedly a man in black. Although he was at the foundation stage, his skills were no match for Lu Ruyun's. He was likely at the mid-foundation stage. If I procure an upgraded anesthetic dart, it should incapacitate him instantly. Even if that fails, I can resort to the Desert Eagle to resolve the matter forcefully. After all, the enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. The advantage is mine. Before stepping out, Li Mu had already devised a plan. The system must not be overly exposed, so he must act swiftly, accurately, and decisively to complete this task and return to report back. Young master, do you have any worries? Please, share them with me. As Rumang played her melody, she glanced up and inquired, my lord. Li Mu, suddenly coming to his senses, opened his eyes cautiously to regard her. This woman was undoubtedly enigmatic. What was she truly testing? With a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi refinement, and such striking beauty, why would she willingly serve in a pleasure house? It was a tale so absurd that even a dog would scoff at it. Had it not been for the revelation from the divine record, Li Mu might have doubted the veracity of the situation, but now that it was laid bare before him, he had no choice but to ingratiate himself with her. You play exceptionally well, he complimented. Thank you for your kind words, my lord, she replied. But please, do not play any longer. Come to me. Li Mu's tone shifted. Rumang hesitated for a moment before obediently rising to approach him, her voice soft, and sweet. "My lord, would you like me to accompany you in a drink?" Li Mu reached out, gently grasping her chin, tilting her face upwards. "Such talent is wasted here. How about I redeem you?" Ru Ming averted her gaze, performing a graceful bow. "My lord jesteth. My mother has shown me great kindness." Li Mu scrutinized her. "Is that so? Earlier, you mentioned you could alleviate my urgent predicament. What did you mean by that?" "In addition to composing and performing music, I possess some knowledge of divination," she explained. "I foresee that you may encounter difficulties tonight." "Oh." Intrigued, Li Mu fixed his gaze upon her eyes. "Pray tell, what difficulties may I face, and how might I resolve them?" Ru Ming smiled softly, drawing closer, her breath warm against his ear. "My lord, shall I take my time to explain this to you tonight?" Her breath was fragrant, her voice intoxicating, igniting a fire within Li Mu, who felt an overwhelming urge to seize her. Chapter 43. Lin Han and Shiling. Ru Ming's intentions were crystal clear. Was she truly as virtuous as she claimed? Such proclamations were undoubtedly exaggerated, a tactic to command a higher price. This was all too characteristic of a brothel's usual conduct, with some courtesans flaunting their purity while their true nature remained concealed. Those unfortunate souls who were overcharged likely reveled in the illusion that Ru Ming was captivated by their charm, when in reality, she was merely a performer. Li Mu, however, had little interest in such games. Otherwise, he would have indulged in the entertainment. Quietly, he summoned a tranquilizer gun, swiftly pulling the trigger. The fine needle, laden with sedative, easily penetrated her skin, delivering the drug. Ru Ming trembled, gradually collapsing to the side. "My lord, you." A smile involuntarily crept upon Li Mu's lips as he observed her hands. Indeed, a practitioner of the 9th stage of qi refinement could ignite flames from her fingertips. Yet she was still no match for him. With that, he leaned in and fervently kissed her, a wicked grin upon his face. Ru Ming's eyes brimmed with rage. As if condemning such base conduct, Li Mu remained unfazed. Who would frequent a place like this if they were of noble character? That would be an overly generous assessment. After a brief moment, Li Mu pushed open the door, tossing out a smoke bomb. Utilizing the obscuring mist to mask his presence, he swiftly made his way next door, puncturing a small hole in the paper window to survey the surroundings. The room was dimly lit, and he could faintly discern a figure slumped over a table. Robust and evidently male, with a bed available, yet you choose to feign sleep? Li Mu summoned a more potent tranquilizer gun, aiming it with purpose. The situation was straightforward. The man in black had no inclination to indulge or make a scene. It was entirely reasonable for the woman to occupy the bed while he made do on the table for the night. With a swift motion, the tranquilizer dart was released, striking the man's back with precision, delivering its contents through the injector. After a brief pause, Li Mu cautiously opened the door. The dimly lit room was enveloped in an eerie silence, allowing him to hear the gentle breaths of the woman on the bed, suggesting she was in a deep, peaceful slumber. Approaching the table, Li Mu seized the man's hair, expecting that removing the black garb would reveal his true identity. However, upon lifting the man, he was taken aback by the familiar visage, and as he recognized the face, he staggered backward in shock. How could it be Shiling? Li Mu quickly glanced at the bed, confirming that there was indeed only a woman lying there, with no trace of Lin Han. He swallowed hard, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Were you looking for me?" Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from the side. Startled, Li Mu knocked over a nearby vase and tumbled to the ground. There, relaxed in a grand armchair, lay Lin Han, his expression devoid of emotion. Instinctively, Li Mu reached for his weapon, but Lin Han vanished only to reappear directly before him. Fifth layer of qi refining? I underestimated you, Li Mu thought. Recalling their previous encounter at the Four Barbarians Pavilion, where he had never anticipated this seemingly unimpressive eunuch could disrupt their grand scheme. Quite the coincidence, General. What brings you here? The Yihong courtyard is splendid, with each maiden more enchanting than the last. Li Mu concealed his gun behind him, attempting to maintain an air of calm as he rose. Lin Han remained silent, merely observing Li Mu. I wonder if the general is satisfied. If not, I could summon the entire establishment to entertain you. How did you find us? How many powerful warriors has the Qian dispatched? Lin Han tightened his grip around Li Mu's throat, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. It's all a misunderstanding. The Qian has not sent any formidable warriors, just me. Lin Han, evidently skeptical of this claim, increased his pressure. If you do not speak truthfully, I will ensure you witness your own brain matter. The general speaks only the truth, Li Mu gasped, his face reddening as he realized that further delay would lead to dire consequences. With a sudden crack, the loaded tranquilizer gun discharged. Lin Han, sharp-eyed, noticed immediately and raised his hand to block. Yet, this was a tranquilizer dart, which, while not lethal, possessed considerable penetration power, breaking through his defenses and delivering the drug through his palm. Not good. Lin Han's expression shifted dramatically, mistaking the substance for a potent poison. He released his grip on Li Mu, hastily channeling his energy to protect his heart's meridian and expel the drug's effects. Li Mu collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Quickly, he tossed a smoke bomb, seizing the opportunity to conceal his presence and procure upgraded tranquilizer ammunition. Unexpectedly, the figures I encountered were not the cloaked men, but rather Shi Ling and Lin Han. Fortunately, I had prepared a tranquilizer dart in advance. Otherwise, I would have been at their mercy. What have you administered to me? Hurry and hand over the antidote, or I shall ensure your utter destruction. Lin Han seethed with rage, never anticipating that he would find himself at a disadvantage against this eunuch. What manner of substance is this that possesses such formidable power to bypass my protective aura? At this moment, he had forced the syringe out, blood gushing from the wound. Yet the poison within his body refused to be expelled completely. Amidst the smoke, Li Mu, guided by Lin Han's voice, evaded with great urgency. This man was far too powerful. A level 12 tranquilizer dart posed no threat. It seemed I must escalate to level 13. Chapter 44, Slaying Shi Ling. The nascent soul expert swish, swish, swish. The sound of sword energy whistled as Lin Han recklessly slashed through the smoke, shattering tables and chairs in his wake. The unconscious Shi Ling had been struck twice, blood splattering from his wounds. The woman lying on the bed was also at risk of being injured by the sword's fury. And since Li Mu was nearer to her, he hastily shoved her beneath the bed to prevent her from awakening and revealing their position. Do you truly believe I cannot find you? A swift chill surged towards Li Mu, who narrowly evaded the attack. Lin Han cleaved the bed in half with a single stroke, then continued his frenzied assault, sword energy wreaking havoc in the cramped room. Die! Li Mu, unable to contain himself, drew his Desert Eagle and fired 2 shots at Lin Han's position. The reverberating gunfire indicated a hit. You pitiful 5th-level cultivator. Even if I were blind and crippled, I am not someone you can provoke. Lin Han's heart wrenched as, due to those 2 shots, he pinpointed Li Mu's location and swiftly dashed towards him. Li Mu felt as though he had been struck by a raging bull, crashing violently against the wall. Simultaneously, Lin Han discovered the source of the smoke and kicked it aside, dispelling the haze, their vision gradually clearing. However, just as he regained clarity, Lin Han saw Li Mu aiming that contraption at him. As he prepared to evade, an unexpected sound sliced through the air, and the syringe landed squarely on his chest. This time, Lin Han possessed no means of defense, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he glared at Li Mu, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. You wretched scoundrel. Do you think this is a game? Li Mu smirked triumphantly, delivering a couple of kicks to ensure Lin Han was truly incapacitated before he felt fully at ease. Due to the smoke grenade's cover, the noise outside was minimal. Li Mu closed the door, gazing at the chaos within the room, and let out a slow sigh of relief. Although the exertion had been immense and his spiritual energy nearly depleted, the rewards were proportionate. As long as he could successfully reclaim the national fortune, all would be worth it. He approached the bloodied Shi Ling, resting his chin in thought. Presently, bringing Shi Ling back to the palace to hand over to Lu Rian might be the best course of action, yet these 2 could awaken at any moment, making the return fraught with danger. Without spiritual energy, Li Mu was reluctant to take risks. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to eliminate Shi Ling immediately and extract the nation's fortune from within him. After all, this step would have to be executed upon returning to the palace. It was better to act decisively now. Without hesitation, Li Mu summoned his dagger, but as he gazed upon the living being before him, doubt crept in, and he paced back and forth, unable to bring himself to strike. Despite being a model student, the notion of taking a life weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, if Shi Ling were to live, it would be Li Mu who faced death. There seemed little to fear in that. Coming to this realization, it was as if he were compelled by an unseen force, and with a swift motion, he made his choice. Accompanied by the splatter of blood, a familiar energy diffused into the air. Li Mu promptly sat cross-legged, absorbing the entirety of the nation's fortune into his being. This entire process lasted about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. After disposing of Shi Ling's body, Li Mu's gaze shifted towards Lin Han. The general of the Northern Rejection bore no nation's fortune within him. Logically, there was no necessity to kill him. However, leaving him alive would serve no benefit and could invite peril upon himself. It was better to eliminate any potential threat. I understand that cultivating immortality is no easy feat, but I cannot be blamed for this. In the world of martial arts, one must expect to encounter blades. I hope you harbor no resentment. Li Mu gripped the dagger and silently prayed for solace. Yet, just as he aimed to plunge the blade into Lin Han's heart, a strange force surged forth, instantly toppling him and sending him crashing to the ground. What the hell? Li Mu exclaimed, looking up towards the open door, where a tall woman stood, her garments flowing elegantly, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Her face was partially veiled, obscuring her features, but her brows and contours suggested she was a stunning beauty. Li Mu, growing wiser, instinctively opened the divine record, and indeed, information began to materialize before him. Name, Jingxiai. Cultivation, early stage of core formation. Affection, 0. Spiritual energy, 0 points. Early stage of core formation? Li Mu's heart quivered. How had he encountered such a formidable being? As he pondered, the woman had already glided into the room, stopping before Lin Han. She cast a fleeting glance at Li Mu, her gaze settling coldly upon the now stiff Shiling, her expression turning icy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Mu inwardly cursed. The woman was allied with Lin Han. My lady, it was that fellow who committed the act. I had no part in it, he exclaimed, pointing at Lin Han, attempting to deflect blame. However, the bloody dagger in his hand betrayed him mercilessly. The atmosphere grew awkward as the dagger fell to the ground with a soft thud. My fair heroine, things are not as they seem. Shiling was my companion, and I was merely preparing to avenge him as he offered this explanation. Jingxiai remained impassive, advancing steadily toward him. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke expanded rapidly, and Li Mu summoned all his spiritual energy, ready to fight back. There was no way he would sit idly by. Given her level of cultivation, a mere wave of her hand could very well cost him his life. However, the smokescreen, which is exceedingly beneficial during the foundational stage, proved utterly ineffective against the woman. In the blink of an eye, Li Mu found himself ensnared, crashing harshly to the ground. Wincing in pain, where had the national fortune of the Great Qian gone? A voice as cold as ice emerged from the haze. Chapter 45, The Saintess of Great Martial Arts, Master. Li Mu's eyes darted, his mind racing. He must not reveal the national fortune residing within him, lest he share the same fate as Shiling. I don't know, but I saw a colorful energy drifting away from him. As soon as the words left his lips, an invisible force struck him, and with a cry of despair, Li Mu gradually lost consciousness, babbling incoherently. Did you think me so easily deceived? Time passed, and Li Mu groggily awoke, hearing Lin Han's voice nearby. He kept his eyes tightly shut. Thank you, Saintess, for your timely rescue. This boy is rather peculiar. Those bizarre artifacts are truly unprecedented, and I fell into his trap. Be more cautious next time. Had I arrived just a moment later, you would have been accompanying Shiling. Indeed, the term Saintess uttered by Lin Han sent a jolt through Li Mu. He had not misjudged. This woman was indeed a figure of great martial prowess. Saintess, what shall we do with this one? Since we know the national fortune resides within him, why not simply kill him and extract it? There is no rush. The journey to great martial is long, and he serves as a suitable vessel. This revelation sent a chill down Li Mu's spine. They intended to squeeze out his last vestige of value. That scoundrel Lin Han possessed a heart as ruthless as they come. How foolish of him to have hesitated about sparing him. True kindness had brought no reward. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. The long journey to great martial would allow him to gather spiritual energy. I have heard that the Emperor of Great Qian is soon to be wed. General, I trouble you to remain in Great Qian, firstly to lead discussions with the ministers, and secondly to continue tracking the whereabouts of the remaining national fortunes. I will take this fellow and Shiling's corpse back with Xiaoming. Should matters go awry, I will dispatch troops for assistance at the earliest opportunity. Understood. I shall not disappoint the Saintess's expectations. By the way, aside from the national fortune, did Shiling acquire anything else from the dragon veins of Great Qian? He never mentioned it to me, but did the Saintess assign him any specific tasks? No. You may go for now. Li Mu slightly opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of Lin Han bowing before departing. After a prolonged silence, he prepared to feign sleep once more. However, the conversation resumed. Master, since Shiling has obtained the national fortune, it confirms that he and ancestor Qing Feng have scoured the designated locations as per your instructions. However, the item does not seem to be on him. Could there have been unforeseen developments? Master? That was the voice of Ru Meng. Li Mu's heart tightened as he slowly opened his eyes, confirming it was indeed Ru Meng, who at that moment donned scant attire, exceedingly alluring. She was not as reserved as Lin Han, gliding gracefully to stand beside Jingxiai. The scene before Li Mu was obscured from his view, leaving him no choice but to remain still and eavesdrop. Alas, the current circumstances were unclear. He could only return to employ secret techniques in hopes of uncovering traces from the fragmented memories of Shiling. Such was the only course of action. Ru Meng nodded dreamily, casting a glance towards Li Mu. Master, this individual is quite peculiar. With mere pseudo-spiritual roots, he has achieved the 5th level of qi refinement. Surely, some fortuitous opportunity must have befallen him. Moreover, he was utterly shameless, not only launching a surprise attack on me, but also taking advantage of my unconsciousness. Ru Meng paused, a fierce glint appearing in her eyes. However, according to Lin Han, he is merely a eunuch. Otherwise, I would have truly made him pay. A eunuch? Jingxiai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Li Mu in silence. That wretched eunuch. Once we reach the Great Wu, I shall make his existence a living hell. Ru Ming advanced towards Li Mu, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Terrified, Li Mu could only endure, suppressing any sign of weakness. After a few blows, Ru Ming was summoned by the Saintess, and the two retreated behind a curtain, leaving Li Mu in ignorance of their activities. Too frightened to open his eyes or move, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. Upon waking once more, the world spun around him, inducing considerable discomfort. Struggling with all his might, he discovered that his limbs were bound with ropes, tethered to the back of a spirited horse. The steed galloped swiftly, pulling a carriage. As Ru Ming sat at the front, skillfully guiding it. "You're finally awake. You're quite resilient," Ru Ming teased with a playful smile, cracking the whip in her hand. "Ah," Li Mu cried out, the pain searing through him. "What do you want from me?" He turned to glare at Ru Ming, struggling fiercely, yet the ropes constricted painfully with every move. Realizing that sheer strength would not suffice to free him, Li Mu swiftly altered his demeanor. A smile gracing his lips. "Miss Ru Ming, I believe I have not wronged you. Why treat me in such a manner? Have not wronged me. How dare you say that?" Ru Ming's ire flared at the mention, her whip poised for a more forceful strike. "Little Ming, the day is waning. Let us find a place to rest for the night." A voice emerged from within the carriage. "Understood, Master," Ru Ming replied gently, sheathing her whip and turning her attention to seeking a suitable resting spot. Li Mu exhaled in relief, but to maintain the charade, he continuously exclaimed in feigned astonishment. "You are all in cahoots." Chapter 46. The Desert Eagle is captured. The Grand Master of Qian. As dusk fell, the carriage halted by a lakeside. Ru Ming gathered some dry twigs to kindle a fire and then led the horse to graze. Li Mu was carelessly discarded beside the fire. Not far from the Saintess Jingxiai, clad in a pale blue cloud-patterned robe, she appeared striking under the twilight. Her presence suffused with a delicate fragrance that lingered in the air. Li Mu stealthily observed this ethereal woman, captivated by the sight of her exposed, porcelain-like legs. Unable to tear his gaze away, under normal circumstances, he would not have felt anything prior to seeing her face. But Jingxiai's ability to evoke the goddess's record assured him that she was no mere shadowy assassin, allowing him to indulge in the experience without trepidation. "What is it that you truly desire? Fair maiden, you possess both beauty and kindness. Might you show mercy and spare me? I am still young, merely a child. And you too shall have children in time, will you not?" Li Mu prattled on incessantly. Jingxiai found his chatter somewhat bothersome and furrowed her brow in his direction. "Your words are rather excessive." Li Mu, momentarily at a loss for words, remained silent, uncertain how to respond. He was unaware of the temperament of this saintess, and in the event that she possessed a capricious nature, further discourse would prove futile. "How did you, with a mere pseudo-spiritual root, manage to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement?" Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, but he did not conceal the truth, recounting the entire process of absorbing the shadow from the dragon vein. No wonder. Jingxiai, upon hearing this, experienced a sudden understanding. She had only learned from Lin Han that Li Mu had meddled with the dragon vein, resulting in the obliteration of Qing Feng. Yet she had not anticipated such a direct connection between the two events. Li Mu felt no fear, for neither Lin Han, Ru Ming, nor this saintess of the core formation realm had spoken much of the shadow. It must be an inconsequential character. Speaking a modicum of truth might significantly enhance his chances of survival. "Where did you acquire this item?" With a change of tone, Jingxiai produced a gleaming metallic gun and a dagger capable of slicing through iron. Upon seeing these two items, Li Mu suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to retrieve them the previous night, and he felt a surge of anxiety. The dagger was inconsequential, but the Desert Eagle, which he had repurchased and upgraded after leaving the dragon vein, had cost him a substantial amount of spiritual energy to elevate to level 13. It was only natural for him to feel distressed. "Please, return it to me. I implore you, return it." "Humph." Jingxiai chuckled lightly, flicking the dagger, which cut through the air. Li Mu, startled, shut his eyes. However, the dagger merely severed the ropes binding him and promptly returned to Jingxi's grasp. "The injuries on Lin Han were inflicted by this item. Tell me its method of use." Jingxiai held the Desert Eagle, her interest piqued. Judging by its material, this object reached the level of a mid-grade treasure, and its construction was exceedingly simple, akin to mundane firearms. Yet she could not discern the principles governing the operation of its formation. "It is no longer functional." Li Mu raised his hands in surrender, slowly approaching her. "Why is it unusable?" "There are no bullets. The Desert Eagle requires ammunition to function." "Bullets?" Jingxiai furrowed her brows, suspecting that he was deceiving her. "I would never dare to deceive you. It truly requires bullets to operate. You may think of it as a firearm. Without gunpowder, can a firearm be of any use?" "Firearm? Gun?" Jingxiai found it utterly unbelievable, yet seeing the sincerity in Li Mu's eyes, she scrutinized the item in her hand once more before her gaze settled on the approaching Li Mu. "Then pray tell, where might I find these so-called bullets?" The Desert Eagle belongs to His Majesty. Thus, only he possesses the ammunition. Jing Xiai fell into a brief silence, and after a considerable pause, she continued. What position do you hold in the palace? The emperor would bestow such a treasure upon you? Li Mu's expression fell into a state of despondency as he sighed. Presently, he held no official position. His acquaintance with the Grand Commander of the Daziyuan had merely granted him a fleeting favor. Nevertheless, do not harbor any misconceptions. The Desert Eagle shall indeed be returned to His Majesty once it has served its purpose. Li Mu, steeped in deceit, was acutely aware of what ought to be spoken and what should remain unvoiced. Returned. It is unlikely he would have that opportunity. He cast a glance at the Desert Eagle, remaining silent. With a flick of her hand, Jing Xiai caused the Desert Eagle to vanish from sight. You are quite astute. You must understand that I possess the capability to extract the national fortune from within you. As long as you comply, I can spare your life. Is that truly the case? Li Mu inquired, a flicker of hope igniting within him. However, upon encountering her frosty gaze and the rigid expression concealed beneath her veil, his smile swiftly faded. This woman was not to be underestimated. Who could ascertain the veracity of her words? From the conversation he had overheard the previous night, it was evident that she merely regarded him as a vessel for storing the national fortune, intending to dispose of him once they reached Dawu. Has your national master emerged from seclusion? Jing Xiai queried. Li Mu was taken aback. The national master? He had never heard of such a figure. Did one even exist? Observing his perplexed demeanor, Jing Xiai swiftly deduced, you must have entered the palace only in recent years. It is understandable that you are unaware of her. If it were not for this female national master's deterrent influence, how could Qian enjoy such tranquility today? A female national master? Li Mu expressed his astonishment. Logically, the role of a spiritual leader was predominantly held by men. How could Qian appoint a woman to such a position? However, recalling Lu Ruyan, Li Mu found it somewhat plausible. After all, it was an act she might undertake, though this female national master appeared to be quite formidable. Chapter 47. Entering Dawu Master. What are you discussing with this fellow? Ru Ming's melodious and clear voice chimed from behind, interrupting Li Mu's thoughts. Turning around, he beheld Ru Ming, who had seemingly caught a wild rabbit from somewhere, approaching with an air of superiority, and nonchalantly tossed it beside him. Go on, prepare tonight's meal. Li Mu feigned dissatisfaction. Why must he be the one to handle such trivialities? Yet, in an effort to appease Jing Xiai, he stifled his discontent and forced a smile. Roasting is my specialty. You too shall witness, and I assure you it will leave you salivating. Seizing the rabbit, Li Mu cast a glance at the dagger at Jing Xi's feet. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he cautiously retrieved it. For the time being, thoughts of the Desert Eagle could be set aside. Recovering the dagger was a prudent measure to mitigate potential losses. Approaching the riverside, Li Mu sought a suitable spot to clean the rabbit, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight. And a thought of escape began to take root in his mind. Jing Xiai and Ru Ming would undoubtedly take him back to Dawu, should that come to pass. He would be at their mercy. For now, he was still within Qian's territory, allowing him some degree of maneuverability. Yet, he harbored concerns. What if Jing Xiai had no intention of harming him? If he fled only to be recaptured, it would lead to disastrous consequences. After much internal conflict, Li Mu resolved to observe the situation further. Although an opportunity to escape presented itself, it was not the opportune moment to act. Bereft of spiritual power and armed only with the meager strength of the 5th level of Qi refinement, the notion of slipping past the vigilant eyes of a nascent soul expert is but a fanciful dream. Moreover, who can ascertain whether this was not a deliberate trial orchestrated by the two? Thus, one must remain composed and refrain from impulsive actions. After expertly dispatching the rabbit, Li Mu concealed his dagger within his boot, feeling a sense of relief as he returned. As dusk descended, a vibrant bonfire flickered to life amidst the tranquil mountain forest, its alluring aroma wafting through the cool breeze. Nearby beasts, drawn by the enticing scent, dared not approach, instead lurking in the shadows, emitting low growls. Impressive, little eunuch. Your cooking surpasses even that of Chef Jin Mingxian, remarked Ru Ming, savoring the succulent rabbit meat and licking her fingers in approval. Naturally, if it's delicious. One ought to indulge, Li Mu replied with a disingenuous smile, though internally he harbored a different sentiment. You wretched woman, last night you called me young master. And today you act like a sovereign. Just wait, the day you fall into my hands will be the day of reckoning. Ru Ming nodded, wiping the grease from her hands, and then called out to the carriage, Master, do join us for a bite. It is truly delectable. No, you may enjoy it, responded Jing Xiai, her tone light and airy. Upon hearing this, Li Mu could not help but glance over, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had made an effort to impress, only to receive no acknowledgement from her, truly befitting of a saintess. In the days that followed, Li Mu journeyed alongside the two women towards Dawu. They refrained from flying on swords. As Ru Meng explained, it was to avoid detection by the imperial forces of Deqian, although ordinary troops posed no threat to them. Numerous sects allied with the royal family existed. Should word get out, even nascent soul experts would find it difficult to leave the territory. Li Mu, lacking understanding of such matters, accepted Ru Meng's words without question. Over the course of their travels, their relationship had softened considerably. While he did not engage in conversation with Jing Xi, he frequently exchanged words with Ru Meng, who was generous with her insights and secrets. Li Mu undertook all the arduous tasks along the way, even spending a considerable amount of silver for their lodging and meals, money he had brought from the palace. The original owner of this body was known for his blunt honesty, yet his unique position afforded him considerable wealth without requiring him to seek it out actively. Li Mu, however, was not bound by the same constraints. He intended to utilize his funds wisely. Wishing they could be exchanged for spiritual stones to mitigate the hours he spent each night in arduous cultivation. Jing Xi remarked that his current level of cultivation was a fortuitous opportunity, imbued with the essence of the clear wind, an embodiment of the shadowy figure's lifetime of wisdom, which required constant refinement for him to harness its power. For this reason, she imparted specific techniques to him, leaving him uncertain whether her motives were benevolent or self-serving. Thus, the days trudged on, albeit with a lingering regret of having missed the grand wedding ceremony, likely to be presided over by Lu Rian herself. In addition, he had accumulated a fair amount of spiritual energy during this time, which served as his foundation and support. 2 days hence, they arrived at Dawu. In the city of Mingsai, Li Mu led his horse through the bustling, crowded streets and arrived at the entrance of a tavern. As soon as they halted, Ru Meng leaped down from her mount and beckoned the waiter to bring wine and dishes. I inquired, "Can my esteemed master truly keep pace with us?" Li Mu, wearing a look of resignation, handed the horse to an approaching attendant and then followed Ru Meng to a table where they sat down. At this moment, his heart was filled with trepidation, for just before entering the great martial city, the saintess Jing Xi had mysteriously vanished without a trace, and Ru Meng had not uttered a word about it. Li Mu recognized that this was an opportune moment to escape. After all, Ru Meng, being merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, was no match for him. Yet, the unknown whereabouts of Jing Xi left him indecisive, for the power of a core formation expert was formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Why the haste? Moreover, do not presume that just because the master refrains from harming you, you may act recklessly. Should you dare to address the master as master again, you shall see how I deal with you. Ru Meng arranged the bowls and took the jug of wine from the attendant, casting a resentful glance at Li Mu, as if the title of master was an imposition upon her. You have imparted to me the secrets of cultivation, so what else should I call you? Rest assured, you shall henceforth be my senior apprentice. Wherever you direct me to the east, I shall not venture to the west. Humph, spare me your flattery. I am well aware of your kind. Furthermore, eunuchs are no exception. You had best accompany me back to the palace obediently. Should you harbor any misguided intentions, you shall see how I handle you. Besides, the master is likely also in Mingsai City at this moment, allowing us a brief respite. She is here as well? Li Mu's eyes widened in surprise, and he swallowed nervously, relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Yet, what could have prompted Jing Xi to arrive in Mingsai City ahead of them? Ru Meng fell silent, pouring herself another cup of wine. Li Mu joined her for a drink, and the moment the liquid touched his throat, he felt a fiery burn, nearly spitting it out. The taste was indescribably terrible. The alcohol was not particularly strong, yet it was exceptionally unpleasant, a far cry from what he had previously consumed. He managed an awkward smile, surprised by his senior's impressive tolerance for alcohol. Do you think that without a certain degree of tolerance, I could maintain my standing in the Red Chamber? Ru Meng, though sweet and charming in appearance, drank with remarkable vigor. After finishing one bowl, she poured another without a hint of color in her cheeks or breathlessness. Li Mu admired her, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a man toying with a set of bones observed the scene, while Li Mu remained oblivious. Ru Meng, however, sensed a hint of caution but chose not to dwell on it. Soon, steaming dishes were served, and after a day of hunger, the two feasted heartily. After the meal, Li Mu let out a satisfied belch and picked at his teeth with his pinky nail. The taste was mediocre, barely satisfactory. Enough chatter. Settle the bill quickly and fetch the horse. Li Mu rubbed his nose, having grown accustomed to the other's commanding tone, and stood to summon the waiter. Settle the bill. Where's my horse? Sir, the day is waning. Do you not intend to stay the night? The waiter, rubbing his hands, stood politely before Li Mu. I shall not stay. Li Mu retrieved sufficient silver notes from his pocket to cover the meal, casually handing an additional note to the waiter as a token of gratuity. Thank you, esteemed guest. The waiter beamed, turning to fetch the horse. However, for reasons unknown, he soon returned, his expression markedly altered. What troubles you? Li Mu inquired, noticing the restaurant owner observing them from a distance. Esteemed guest, the amount you provided is insufficient. The waiter timidly conveyed. Nonsense. How much could this meal possibly cost? The silver notes I gave you are more than adequate. Li Mu retorted vehemently. Truly, it is not enough. Please do not make it difficult for me, the waiter implored. Blast it. Li Mu slammed the table, his gaze fixed on the owner. Recognizing this as a clear attempt at extortion, just as he was about to erupt in anger, Ru Meng cast him a pointed glance. Confused, Li Mu gritted his teeth and produced 2 more silver notes, forcefully thrusting them into the waiter's hands. This must suffice. Still not enough, the waiter replied, prompting Ru Meng, who had begun to rise, to sit back down. Not receiving any directive from her, Li Mu barked at the waiter, go summon your boss. Before the waiter could turn, the restaurant owner approached, taking the silver notes and inspecting them. Esteemed guests, our establishment operates on a modest scale, and it is truly challenging. The sum you have provided barely covers the cost of the ingredients. If you cannot afford the meal, I suggest choosing from our more economical dishes, the owner stated. A mix of anger and amusement evident in his tone, clearly intent on making things difficult. Li Mu responded with a cold snort, his demeanor unyielding. Then pray tell, how much does this meal truly cost? The owner, with a dismissive wave, approached the table, gesturing to the remnants of their meal as he began to enumerate. This is the Li River dragon fish, sourced from the beast-infested northern fractured mountain. This is the Bai Lian soup, crafted from the famed azure lotus of the Jiangxi, an exquisite spirit dish. And here we have the spirit whisker reed vegetable enough. Li Mu interrupted, raising his thumb towards Ru Meng. Sister, they are indeed impressive. He then turned back to the owner. Do not embellish. The fish is both pungent and tough. And I suspect the chef may not even be human. Just tell me how much this meal costs. It is not as if I cannot pay. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Their voices escalated, drawing the attention of every patron in the establishment. Very well, the owner replied, his displeasure flashing across his face. This meal is worth a fortune. The amount you provided is but a fraction of what is required. A fortune, you say? Very well, Li Mu responded, taking the owner's silver notes and giving them a light tap. After 2 swift motions, they transformed into larger denomination gold notes. A fortune indeed. He nonchalantly selected a few notes and disdainfully extended them towards the owner. Do you require change? The owner and the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom how the silver notes had instantaneously morphed into gold. The owner, skeptical yet curious, accepted the gold notes and scrutinized them closely, discovering them to be genuine. His expression contorting into one of utter dismay, as if he had just consumed something repugnant. Even so, this meal remains inadequate. The proprietor feigned calmness and continued speaking. Chapter 49, Lin Family, Lin Xian. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding patrons could not help but murmur in disbelief. Even if the dishes on the table were as extravagant as claimed, the sum of 1,000 gold would still suffice. It was evident to all that this was a deliberate attempt to vex Li Mu and his companion. Li Mu shook his head with a cold smirk, lightly slapping the gold note in his hand, which instantly grew thicker. He then extracted a significant portion and forcefully tossed it at the owner's face. 3,000 gold. Is that sufficient? Not enough, not enough. Even 10,000 would fall short. Damn it. The onlookers assumed Li Mu would continue conjuring more money. However, to their astonishment, he delivered a swift kick, sending the owner sprawling to the ground. The amount I offered could purchase your dilapidated establishment. To dine here. You truly dare to extort so brazenly. Faced with such a scoundrel, one must resort to certain and scrupulous methods. Li Mu was not one to be trifled with. After being struck, the owner found his reason and his expression turned menacing. You bastard, are you tired of living? Someone, quickly apprehend him. Upon hearing the commotion, the staff hastily armed themselves. To dare dine and dash in my establishment, beat him to a pulp. Make him regurgitate every morsel he consumed. The owner, with assistance from his staff, clambered to his feet and beckoned them to act. In an instant, Li Mu and his companion found themselves surrounded. Yet, he merely chuckled coldly. Turning to Ru Meng, their eyes exchanged a silent agreement. If this wretched establishment sought trouble, they might as well oblige. In the next moment, Ru Meng's aura, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was no longer concealed, washing over the crowd like the air escaping a deflated balloon. The owner and his staff were taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. However, before Ru Meng could make a move, a sharp reprimand pierced through the throng from the back. Boldly, who gave you the authority to oppress diners? It is scum like you that tarnished the Lin family's reputation. Ru Meng lifted her gaze, her expression darkening. A young man, fiddling with a set of bone tiles, strolled towards them amidst the gaze of numerous diners, exuding a formidable presence. The crowd, upon seeing him, averted their eyes, as if fearing that making direct eye contact would invite misfortune. Young master. The owner's expression was complex as he trembled towards the youth. only to be met with a swift kick. Before he could utter a word, a sharp sword flew from behind the young man, catching him off guard and slitting his throat, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, and the staff exchanged glances, bowing their heads in silence. Li Mu observed the blood-soaked corpse, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he cast a glance at the young man. Who was this individual, acting with such ruthless precision? Listen well, all of you. Serving the Lin family, should anyone dare to fawn over the powerful or bully the weak, this shall be your fate. Do not think that I would spare even the owner of a mere restaurant. I would not hesitate to slay a family elder. The youth coldly surveyed the staff, including several bewildered chefs standing at the kitchen door. Have you understood? Respond to me. Understood. The shopkeepers spoke in unison, their voices reverberating with a palpable sense of dread. The young man withdrew his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Ru Meng before breaking into a smile and addressing the onlookers at the dining establishment. I apologize for disrupting your enjoyment. As a member of the Lin family, it is my duty to eradicate any misconduct associated with my lineage. To express my remorse, allow me to cover everyone's expenses this evening. Please, indulge freely in your meals and drinks. Many thanks, young Master Lin. The patrons managed to muster forced smiles, echoing their gratitude, though their eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. We should leave, Ru Meng called out to Li Mu, striding purposefully towards the exit. Li Mu tucked away the golden ticket and hurriedly followed suit. Yet, after only a few steps, the young man abruptly positioned himself in their path, clasping his fists in apology. I sincerely regret the previous incident. It was a failure in the handling of my family's affairs. I hope you can forgive us. Ru Meng's gaze was dismissive. She disregarded Lin Xian, lifting her chin to look elsewhere. Li Mu forced an awkward smile, repeatedly waving his hands. It's quite all right, really. Since young Master Lin has taken the initiative to address the matter, we are more than satisfied. With such a commendable attitude, it is no wonder you find success. Lin Xian paused, seemingly coming to a realization. Haha, my friend, you flatter me. In comparison to you, I feel utterly inferior. I witnessed how you casually conjured wealth with a mere wave of your hand. What an extraordinary secret do you possess? Secret? Li Mu was taken aback. Yet he maintained his composure. Does young Master Lin wish to learn? If you are sincere, I would not refuse. Excuse me, what did you just say? Lin Xian chuckled, his gaze shifting from Ru Meng back to Li Mu. I said that young Master Lin seems eager to learn the secret of transforming wealth. Indeed, I am quite eager. Lin Xian replied, laughter escaping his lips. Haha, young Master Lin, with your vast resources, teaching you would not be an issue. By no means could I compare to you in wealth. To effortlessly conjure riches would only serve to humiliate me. As the two engaged in their flattery, Ru Meng's irritation mounted. She coldly admonished Li Mu, are you quite done? Hurry up and fetch the horse. Understood, I shall do so immediately. Li Mu grinned widely and dashed off to retrieve the horse, while Ru Meng rolled her eyes and followed behind. Lin Xian observed them. Realizing that breaking through Ru Meng's defenses would be a challenge, he would need to rely on Li Mu, who appeared to be her attendant. Chapter 50. The Challenge of Wushushan beside the stable. Li Mu had just taken the horse from the stable boy when he turned to see Ru Meng approaching with a frown. What troubles you? He inquired. Do not tell me you were frightened by what just transpired. Enough chatter. First, we need to find an inn to settle down in and await our master's return. Ru Meng pressed a hand on Li Mu's shoulder, effortlessly mounting the horse, a fragrant breeze swirling around her. Li Mu inhaled the scent, leading the horse outside. Do you know this Lin fellow? Ru Meng shook her head. I do not. His actions are simply too ruthless. The owner was clearly under his command. Yet he killed him with such feigned righteousness. He is nothing short of a beast. You are quite clever, yet there is no need for such overt displays. Some matters are best kept to oneself. Ru Meng lightly scoffed, aware that this young man had already made his deductions. She shrugged, adopting a haughty demeanor, asserting that, aside from her master, she had no intention of indulging anyone else. Do you think this is still akin to the Yihong courtyard? All right, whatever you say. Li Mu was reluctant to engage in idle chatter, knowing that Ru Meng indeed possessed a certain degree of arrogance. If he had a formidable foundation backing him, he too would stride with confidence, without needing to accommodate anyone. At the entrance of the inn, Lin Xian greeted Li Mu with a beaming smile as he led a horse outside. Are you two planning to stay at the inn? To express my apologies, I have arranged for you to occupy a mansion located in the most bustling part of Mingsai. Please follow me. Li Mu glanced at Ru Meng and, with a wry smile, replied, Is that really necessary? It seems too troublesome for you, young Master Lin. Not at all. It is no trouble whatsoever. Consider it a compensation from the Lin family. Besides, didn't you mention wanting to teach me the secret method to amass wealth? Feel free to ask for anything you desire. Observing Ru Meng's expression, which showed no signs of discontent, Li Mu smiled and responded, In that case, I shall trouble you, young Master Lin. Haha. My friend is truly courteous. May I ask your name? Lin Xian inched closer to Li Mu, linking his arm with his, brotherly camaraderie evident. Li Mu reciprocated his goodwill, attempting to respond with warmth. Lin Xian's motives were transparent. He sought to win Ru Meng's favor. Indeed, beauty can be a beguiling force, even in the realm of cultivation. However, Lin Xian's ruthless nature was disconcerting. He had already harmed his own servant with mere pleasantries, and such a disposition was inevitably intimidating. Yet, there was no way around it. Li Mu could not fulfill Lin Xian's desires, especially since Ru Meng had made her mark on the divine list. As they conversed, the trio arrived at a lavish mansion in the city. Lin Xian briefly introduced them before claiming that family matters awaited him, promising to continue their discussion later. Once he departed, Ru Meng's stern expression finally softened into a smile. I am weary. Please tidy up a room for me, and keep watch while I rest. She stretched languidly, casting a lazy glance at Li Mu. My lady, all the servants have been dismissed. It is just the two of us now. What is there to fear? Less chatter. If you dare to prattle on, I won't hesitate to strike you. Cut it out. Aren't you just afraid I might sneak away while you sleep? Li Mu murmured under his breath. What are you saying? Nothing. I shall go and tidy the room now. In the evening, as Li Mu dozed at the table, a sudden commotion arose outside, with numerous voices indicating a sizable gathering. Not wanting to disturb Ru Meng, who was in deep slumber, he remained still. Outside the room, a group of maids and servants stood in neat formation, bowing in unison as Li Mu emerged. Scanning the assembly, he recognized a few chefs among them, and quickly deduced that Lin Xian had arranged for them to prepare dinner for them both. Master. The young master instructed us to come and serve you. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. One of the maidservants curtsied and said, Where is your young master? Li Mu was perplexed. Logically, Lin Xian had no reason to disregard them at this moment, as it was an opportune time to shine before Ru Meng. Otherwise, once they departed, the chance to exhibit their talents would be lost. Surely, Lin Xian was not oblivious to this. Could it be that he was concocting some scheme? My master has urgent business at Mo Yin Cave tonight, the maid replied. Mo Yin Cave? What could he possibly be doing there? Li Mu inquired, furrowing his brow. The maid hesitated, glancing around nervously, clearly aware of Lin Xian's destination, yet uncertain about whether she should disclose it. Li Mu's tone grew firm as he exclaimed, Speak up. Did Lin Xian not instruct you to follow his commands? Why do you defy him right from the start? We dare not presume. But the young master is likely attending a challenge at Mo Yin Cave. A challenge? What kind of challenge? It is rumored that tonight, Hu Yin Bo has set a challenge at Mo Yin Cave, with the victor receiving special rewards and an opportunity to apprentice at Wu Chao Mountain. Upon hearing the maid's words, Li Mu stroked his chin, continuing to probe for further details, yet the maid could provide no more information. He could not blame her. After all, she was merely a servant, and such matters were not within her purview. Very well, you may all return to your tasks. Prepare a simple dinner. Your attendance is not required here. Just as Li Mu completed his instructions, the door creaked open, and Ru Meng emerged, yawning. No need for dinner. Let us go to Mo Yin Cave. Li Mu was taken aback. What do we need to go to Mo Yin Cave for? He hurried closer and whispered. What are you up to? Aren't we supposed to wait for the master to return? The master should be at Mo Yin Cave. We might as well join the festivities. Is Jing Xi also going? Li Mu hesitated, then added, Let us eat first, and then go. You can eat without me. I'm going ahead. Ru Meng did not look back as she wove through the throng of servants. Chapter 51. The essence of cultivation. Li Mu sighed. What more could he say? He returned to his room to gather his belongings and follow her. On their way to Mo Yin Cave, he could not restrain himself from questioning Ru Meng about his lingering doubts. What is Wu Chao Mountain? If the master is already so powerful, why does he seek to apprentice under someone else? What do you know? Ru Meng rolled her eyes. It is said that Wu Chao Mountain is home to peak golden core experts. If one could obtain their legacy, their path in cultivation would be remarkably smooth. Of course, this pertains to ordinary cultivators. The master would not be interested, but it merely happens that Hu Yin Bo possesses something the master desires. Li Mu listened, somewhat baffled. Yet he refrained from delving deeper. He began to understand that Jing Xi's sudden departure was indeed related to this matter. After a brief exchange, the two arrived at a dense mountain area outside Mingsai City, where Mo Yin Cave lay nestled. Though it was now deep into the night, an overwhelming number of cultivators were making their way to the site. Some flew gracefully above the treetops on swords, while others flitted nimbly among the branches, their movements both elegant and ethereal. Only Li Mu and Ru Meng strolled leisurely, as if they were unconcerned with the happenings within Mo Yin Cave. Senior sister, why do you not fly on a sword like the others? Many chi refining cultivators can do so. Take me along to see the world. Li Mu rubbed his hands together, his gaze filled with anticipation, yet what he received in return was a disdainful glance from Ru Meng. Was this truly necessary? Flying with a sword during the chi refinement stage consumes an excessive amount of spiritual energy and is fraught with peril. Are you not afraid of me causing your demise? TCH, it appears your skills are lacking. Ru Ming had long since grown accustomed to Li Mu's incessant chatter and paid his words no heed. With a swift motion, she formed a series of hand seals, and as a surge of spiritual energy swirled around her fingers, she gleaned the desired information. Indeed, her master was in the Mo Yin cave, and it seemed that the object was indeed in the hands of Hu Yinbo. After traversing for roughly the duration of an incense stick, the pair arrived at a vast cave exuding a chilling aura, surrounded by severed branches and thorns. The cave glimmered with the flicker of firelight, as numerous cultivators flew in and out. With so many people gathered, perhaps it would be wise for us to refrain from joining the fray. Should a conflict arise or a stampede occur, one could easily meet an untimely end. Initially, Li Mu harbored a glimmer of hope, as Jing Xi was also within, and simply observing could be deemed an exposure to the world. However, witnessing the throng of cultivators pouring in, he felt like mere cannon fodder, realizing that it was unnecessary to risk his safety to satisfy that cursed curiosity. That may be true for you, but I fear nothing in a fight, Ru Ming replied with a smile. Senior sister, truly, there is no need for this. We can simply await our master outside. Stop your prattling and move faster. Ru Ming urged Li Mu, what is there to fear? If anything goes awry, I will certainly look out for you. Otherwise, who will pay for our meals or tend to my horse? Li Mu reluctantly agreed. Though deep down he did not trust her assurances, he could not place all his hopes in another. Upon entering the cave, a rush of cold air greeted them. And peculiarly, within that chill were faint currents of warmth. No wonder it was called the Mo Yin cave. It certainly held some meaning. The passage twisted and turned, at times narrow, at others expansive. Had it not been for the torches left by previous travelers, Li Mu could confidently assert that he and Ru Ming would have surely lost their way. Gradually, as the crowd thickened, the space became increasingly vast. They beheld a multitude of cultivators encircling a colossal stone platform, upon which two colorful halos floated. A closer inspection revealed a man seated between the halos, seemingly maintaining some form of array. It appeared the challenge had commenced. Ru Ming murmured to herself, her gaze sweeping over the two halos. Li Mu remained silent, observing as individuals occasionally darted into the halos, only to emerge either lifeless or gravely injured. The echoes of wails reverberated through the cavern, leaving onlookers trembling. Notably, the right halo saw the most entrance. In contrast, the left appeared rather forlorn. Was this the trial of Washishin? Was it truly necessary to sacrifice lives for that so-called quota? Li Mu found himself puzzled. Should not life be valued above all else? How could these individuals persist, charging forward as if unafraid of death? What would a eunuch like you understand? Ru Ming retorted. This is the path of cultivation. One must seize opportunities for oneself. Without the courage to sacrifice one's life, how could one hope to inherit the legacy of the heavens? As Dream was not taken aback. Li Mu's thoughts were as narrow as his gaze. What you perceive as foolish bravery is, in truth, a lack of options. They can only wager their lives to emerge from the tumultuous waves. It is only through submission to mediocrity that one remains unnoticed. Li Mu smiled silently. Could this truly be the essence of cultivating immortality? After a moment's contemplation, he gently nudged Dream, indicating that it was not Lin Xian. At the forefront of the crowd, Lin Xian was gathered with several others, commanding an aura that repelled the masses, making him conspicuously prominent amidst the throng. It was evident that this beast was likely to issue a challenge. One could only hope for his demise in the fray. Dream held her head high and scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain. Yet, Li Mu remained unfazed, pulling Dream forward. Senior sister, one should not speak in such a manner. You ought to encourage him so that he might muster the courage to participate, unlike Lin Xiao. He called out loudly, swiftly capturing Lin Xian's attention. Surprised to see them, Lin Xian beckoned for his companions to approach. Li brother, what brings you here? This is hardly a suitable place. Just passing the time. Thought I'd come to take a look. It's quite lively, Li Mu replied. The challenge at Wuzhou Mountain is bound to attract a crowd. Lin Xian patted Li Mu's shoulder, casting a gentle glance at Dream. Chapter 52. The elder of the Lin family encourages Lin Xian. Li Mu responded warmly, while noting the two elderly men accompanying Lin Xian were not to be underestimated. They were clearly foundation-building experts, while the others appeared to be mere attendants. Lin Xiao, are they elders of your clan? Li Mu smiled and nodded at the two elders, hoping to make a familiar impression. Yes, they are clan elders, Lin Xian replied, then turned his attention back to Dream. Is Miss Dream preparing to challenge the Liang secret realm? I have some insights on secret realms, should you be interested? Boring, Dream coldly retorted, diverting her gaze elsewhere, creating an awkward atmosphere. Li Mu quickly intervened, drawing Lin Xian aside. Lin Xiao, please don't take it to heart. My senior sister can be a bit aloof. She is your senior sister? Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment, having never anticipated that Li Mu was not merely Dream's attendant, but her junior. Li Mu nodded. Lowering his voice, Lin Xiao, I am aware of your feelings for my senior sister, which is entirely natural. After all, she is exceptional, and many admire her. However, none of those fellows offer me a kind word, constantly barking orders, except for you, Lin Xiao. I have great confidence in you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian visibly shifted, a smile breaking through his previously stiff demeanor as he lightly patted Li Mu, conveying his unspoken gratitude. Li Mu's lips curled into a smile as he continued. However, Lin Xiao, this cannot continue. You must take the initiative to win my senior sister's favor. Presently, it seems she harbors no fondness for you. Lin Xian nodded. I have noticed as much. I would appreciate it if you could offer me some advice, being her junior. You should be quite familiar with her preferences. What should I do now? What should be done? Li Mu stroked his chin, assuming a contemplative demeanor, and then whispered. The reason the senior sister appears aloof is that she has yet to encounter anyone who piques her interest. As the saying goes, a beauty loves a hero. How about this? There is a challenge at hand, and so many are at a loss. If you, young Master Lin, can stand out and astonish everyone, perhaps the senior sister will regard you with newfound admiration. At that point, I can play matchmaker, and wouldn't that be a stroke of good fortune? Lin Xian clapped Li Mu on the shoulder, earnestly analyzing. While your words hold some truth, dear brother Li, you must understand that this is the Master Acceptance Challenge of Wuzhou Mountain, and it is not so easily surmountable. Lin Xian's voice gradually lowered, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Li Mu was taken aback by this fellow's unexpected rationality and continued to encourage him. Even someone as gifted as young Master Lin can't pass? It must be difficult. As you can see, Lin Xian turned, pointing to the circle on the left of the stone platform. This is the Nine Sun Mysterious Formation, filled with traps that change unpredictably based on the challenger's realm. According to the elders of our clan, 2 core formation experts have already entered, and results may soon emerge. He then indicated the circle on the right. The Liang's secret realm restricts cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement. Reports from previous challengers suggest that illusions may exist within. Li Mu understood, nodding. So, the first to pass either challenge earns a spot? Precisely, Lin Xian confirmed. Then, young Master Lin, what are you hesitating for? Be wary of the core formation experts in the Nine Sun Mysterious Formation seizing the initiative. We still have a chance. Li Mu knew instinctively that the core formation experts within the Nine Sun Mysterious Formation undoubtedly possessed the mirror disc, and securing a spot was merely a matter of time. All that needed to be done was to usher Lin Xian into the right secret realm, and his goal would be achieved. At that moment, before Lin Xian could speak, the 2 elders exchanged glances and nodded at him. Lin Xian, who had been wavering, promptly shifted his attitude and prepared to enter the challenge. Young brother, I see remarkable potential in you, and you exude confidence. Would you entertain the idea of challenging alongside us? One elder with hawk-like eyes suddenly addressed Li Mu. Li Mu nearly faltered, glancing at Ru Meng before hastily shaking his head. Elder, you jest. What strength do I possess? Even young Master Lin, so formidable, feels uncertain. Wouldn't my participation be tantamount to courting death? Nonsense, young brother. You should at least give it a try. This challenge seems destined for you. Another elder chimed in with a smile. Lin Xian was puzzled by the elder's intentions and remained silent, merely exchanging glances. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. Ru Meng observed the unusual turn of events and promptly invited Li Mu aside. Li Mu smiled at the 2 elders and swiftly retreated to Ru Meng's side. What is it, senior sister? Nothing of consequence. Just refrain from meddling unnecessarily, Ru Meng replied, fully aware that Li Mu would not harbor ill intentions. However, the presence of Lin Xian's 2 elders left her feeling uneasy. Li Mu understood that the 2 old men harbored ill intentions, as there was only one spot available. Accompanying them would merely result in a contest for that singular opportunity. Brotherly, the elders have mentioned that the Liang's secret realm has a connection to you. Have you truly considered taking a chance? Lin Xian called out to Li Mu. It was evident that he had conferred with the 2 elders, and Li Mu could not possibly acquiesce. His senior sister forbade him from going. Lin Xiao, I wish you the best, he said. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Xian wasted no time, turning and leaping into the luminous circle on the right of the stone platform. Chapter 53. Entering the Liang's secret realm upon witnessing this. Li Mu finally sighed in relief. However, the next moment, the 2 elders from the Li family suddenly seized him. Ru Meng reacted swiftly, shielding Li Mu and attempting a hasty retreat. Yet, she was merely at the qi refinement stage, and against 2 foundation establishment masters, her speed was utterly insufficient. Elders, what is the meaning of this? Lin Xiao and I are brothers. We are on the same side. Li Mu exclaimed in fright, clinging tightly to Ru Meng, fearful that these 2 old codgers might be driven to extremes to silence him. But what could their motive be? Was it simply due to his refusal to participate in the challenge? Young brother, such talent should not go to waste by abstaining from the challenge. Allow me to lend you a hand, the eagle-eyed elder declared, his movements swift as he circled around Ru Meng and seized Li Mu. As Ru Meng attempted to intervene, She was blocked by the other elder, leaving her no chance to assist. Elder, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence. Li Mu said weakly with a forced smile. These two old men had likely deduced that he had instigated Lin Xian to challenge them, and were preparing to retaliate. The eagle-eyed elder remained silent, dragging Li Mu directly towards the stone platform. Help! Help! Senior sister, save me. Li Mu struggled desperately, but it was futile. He was unceremoniously flung into the luminous circle on the right by the eagle-eyed elder. You two old fools, if you harm me, I shall ensure you pay dearly for it. As Li Mu was cast into the circle, Ru Ming's face flushed with anger. Her teeth clenched as she glared at the two elders. The elder waved his sleeve dismissively. Little girl, those who know how to adapt are wise. Do not seek unnecessary hardship. Bah! Ru Ming spat defiantly, inciting the ire of the eagle-eyed elder, who swiftly knocked her to the ground. The surrounding cultivators, fearing trouble, quickly withdrew. Is it merely a pretty face? I see no reason to indulge this little brat. It would be better to eliminate her entirely. Alas, do not be so quick to anger. To ease the path for others is to ease it for oneself. Why invite enmity? If he is fond of her, let him be, another elder remarked. As Li Mu felt a whirl of sensations, he found himself in a bizarre and peculiar space. The sky here was shrouded in a gray haze, the air thick with an oppressive mist. Immediately, Li Mu covered his mouth and nose, wary of inhaling deeply. Gripping the desert eagle he had recently purchased and upgraded, he was fortunate not to have fired it, or he would have unwittingly exposed himself. Just you wait. You two old men, I shall have my revenge. Li Mu was resolute in his belief that he was not one to forget a grievance, and he would remember this transgression clearly. At that moment, a voice emerged from the void. Within the Liang's secret realm, one must locate a false spiritual root illusion. To either alter or eliminate, it would signify success in the challenge. The voice resonated hollowly, and Li Mu realized that the secret realm had provided a direction for passage. Find the false spiritual root illusion, alter or eliminate it, Li Mu repeated, sensing an underlying peculiarity. Was he not, in essence, a false spiritual root himself? Moreover, if merely altering or eliminating the illusion sufficed for passage, why had those who ventured forth previously suffered such grievous injuries? Clearly, this challenge was far more intricate than it appeared. Li Mu steeled himself. He would never take such risks and promptly opened the shop to procure weapons for defense. Luckily, Ru Ming was not by his side, for he dared not expose his strategies. Since his capture at the Yihong courtyard, Li Mu had amassed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, and utilizing a portion should pose no substantial threat. As he continuously upgraded his equipment, an enigmatic figure silently materialized behind him. With a swift motion, a long sword sliced through the air, prompting Li Mu to leap into action, drawing a dagger concealed within his boot to narrowly deflect the blade. Although clad in upgraded body armor, a successful sneak attack would leave him in dire straits, even if bloodshed was avoided. Who are you? Li Mu shouted angrily, yet the assailant merely grinned foolishly, raising their flying sword for another strike. Cursing under his breath, Li Mu drew his desert eagle, aiming it directly at the intruder's forehead and pulling the trigger without hesitation. With such a fool, further inquiry was a waste of breath. In the next instant, the man's head exploded, dissipating into nothingness like energy. Goodness, could he be an illusion? Li Mu stood dumbfounded, scanning his surroundings. Regaining his composure, he swallowed hard. It appeared there was more than one illusion, which explained the heavy casualties. Now the pressing question was how to locate that false spiritual root. No, he thought, shaking his head. Why seek the false spiritual root when he could simply wait for Jing Xi to deliver results? Although he had entered the Liang's secret realm, it did not necessitate that he engage in perilous challenges. He could easily relinquish this tormenting opportunity to others. With this realization, Li Mu felt considerably more at ease, deciding to remain where he was, unwilling to wander. Should any reckless individuals or illusions disturb him, he could effortlessly deal with them. Meanwhile, within the Zhuyang mystical array, Jing Xi was engaged in combat with a male cultivator at the core formation stage. Bound by the rules, they could not unleash their full power, yet the battle remained fiercely contested. Dan Yangzi, give me the last key. You may request anything in return. Jing Xi called out, retreating into the air to confront the man from a distance. After prolonged skirmishing without resolution, she sought an alternative approach. However, the man was unyielding, his expression darkening. As the esteemed holy maiden of the great martial arts, do you not find such a request rather childish? If it weren't for the protection of Wuchao Mountain by Huyin Bo, I would have taken action against him long ago. I cannot fathom the reasoning of this fool, who dares to offer the Wu Mu key as a reward for allegiance. Chapter 54, 2 Golden Pills, encountering the wounded Lin Xian again. So, you seek the key as well. Jing Xi's demeanor gradually soured, his aura swirling around him, coalescing into a resplendent golden pill. Congealing a pill? Excellent. That grants you the qualification to compel my utmost effort. A smile spread across Dan Yangzi's face as he too summoned a golden pill behind him. When a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, they can crystallize a pill that embodies their comprehension of spells and the principles of the Tao, akin to a magical artifact, boasting formidable power. However, such an act carries inherent risks. Should the golden pill sustain damage, the harm inflicted upon the cultivator would be incalculable. Dan Yangzi, you shall regret your decision made today. Jing Si's voice turned icy, and in an instant, he vanished, only to reappear directly before Dan Yangzi. What audacity! Dan Yangzi was no pushover. His golden pill shot forth in an instant, entangling with Jing Si's. The battle of golden pills largely reflects a cultivator's grasp of their realm and mastery of techniques. Beyond the golden pills, both engaged in direct combat, exchanging blows in a flurry of energy. However, Dan Yangzi could never have anticipated that, amidst their skirmish, Jing Si would conjure yet another golden pill, which left him utterly astounded. How is this possible? 2 golden pills, and you are merely at the initial stage of golden core. He could scarcely believe it. Even glancing back at the distant struggle of the golden pills, his body trembling involuntarily in shock. The truth was undeniable. Jing Si indeed possessed 2 golden pills. Hand me the key, and I may spare your life. Jing Si refrained from immediate action, allowing Dan Yangzi a moment to reconsider. I never imagined that at the initial stage of golden core, you could subdue a fellow cultivator's golden pill. Truly, you are worthy of your title as Saintess. I concede I underestimated you. However, to think that such a feat would compel me to surrender without a fight is rather presumptuous. Moreover, the risk for the Wu Mu key is one I am willing to take. Very well, I shall ensure you regret this choice. Jing Si ceased his idle chatter, his assault growing increasingly ferocious, infused with lethal intent. Li Mu reclined on the ground, feeling rather restless. He had lingered in this area for over half an hour, and aside from the initial illusion he encountered, he had not crossed paths with anyone else. He contemplated whether the 2 challenges were disconnected, implying that in the Liyang's secret realm, one must locate the illusory pseudo-spiritual root, otherwise he would remain trapped within. If that were the case, it would indeed be quite uncomfortable. No, I cannot remain idle. Rising cautiously from the ground, Li Mu began to explore, emboldened by his previous experience, no longer particularly fearful. Remarkably, the scenery of the Liyang's secret realm was quite unique. It felt like a world shrouded in haze, yet the air was remarkably fresh. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered for quite some time. Along the way, aside from a few fleeting illusions, he encountered several injured challengers. From their accounts, Li Mu learned that the strength of the illusions varied, with the most formidable reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. Should one inadvertently fall victim to an illusion's attack, the consequences could range from damage to their spiritual roots to immediate death. They speculated that the illusory entity resembling a pseudo-spiritual root might possess the strength to establish a foundation, which posed the true challenge of the Liyang secret realm. A pseudo-spiritual root with foundational prowess? What could be the intention behind this trial? Li Mu found this perplexing, yet he could not articulate the reason. Brotherly, how did you end up here? Just as he was pondering, a familiar voice echoed from his side. Regaining his focus, Li Mu turned to see Lin Xian, injured, approaching him slowly. How dare you speak? Li Mu initially intended to ignore this individual, but upon noticing Lin Xian's injuries, his interest piqued. Li Mu was uncertain of Lin Xian's exact cultivation level, but as Ru Ming had mentioned, if a confrontation were to arise, Lin Xian would not stand a chance against her. Therefore, it was likely that Lin Xian had not achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement, and even if he had, it would only be at the initial stage. The ability to injure him indicated that the opponent's strength was extraordinary. Had he already clashed with that pseudo-spiritual root illusion? What happened to you, brotherly? Lin Xian inquired. Don't feign ignorance. Why did your elder bring me here? Li Mu was genuinely furious, reaching out to grab Lin Xian, but upon seeing his insincere smile, he ultimately refrained. He did not believe that Lin Xian was oblivious to the matter. He simply wanted an explanation. After all, he could not best this fellow in a fight, and further anger would be futile. Could it be that the 2 elders brought you in here? Lin Xian exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. Is there any doubt? Stop pretending. What is the true reason? Perhaps they believe you truly have a connection with the Liyang secret realm. Just look at me. I am injured, yet you remain unscathed. This clearly supports their claims. Moreover, I must tell you, the 2 elders can be quite obstinate. They assert their views without contest, and I am powerless against them. At first glance, Lin Xian's words seemed quite convincing, casting the blame entirely on the 2 elders. However, Li Mu, who had already surmised some truths, was far from convinced. What connection could he possibly have with the secret realm? The only commonality was that he and the passing illusion both had pseudo-spiritual roots, with no other ties whatsoever. What happened to your injuries? Li Mu decided to abandon the previous topic and return to the matter at hand. Sighing, Lin Xian replied, I encountered two ninth-level illusions ahead, and they attacked me in unison, resulting in my injuries. I'd be a fool to believe you, Li Mu scoffed, observing Lin Xian's wounds, which were neither severe nor trivial. To sustain only this level of injury from an assault by two ninth-level illusions seems rather implausible. Chapter 55. The True Face of Lin Xian. You must be quite fortunate. What was it like battling those two at the ninth level? Experience? Lin Xian's tone faltered. Strangely enough, I do seem to have discovered a secret about the illusions. Secret? Li Mu furrowed his brow. Pray, enlighten me. What secret? Lin Xian cast a glance around. Lowering his voice, I have discerned that certain illusions seem capable of harboring challengers, projecting illusions based on their spiritual roots. What? You don't comprehend? Essentially, should you vanquish an illusion, it is likely that you will sustain injuries yourself. However, if you refrain from eliminating the illusion, death is imminent. Lin Xian's tone grew increasingly grave, suggesting he was not merely jesting. Li Mu began to grasp the concept and inquired, are you implying that the illusions within the secret realm are actually conjured by us challengers? Indeed, the vast majority are, though a select few are genuine illusions. So, the pseudo-spiritual root illusions are concealed among these authentic illusions? Li Mu articulated his deductions, then continued, but this is no different from stating the obvious. We still need to differentiate the illusions to identify the pseudo-spiritual root. Not at all. Lin Xian shook his head vigorously. As I mentioned, the illusions can harbor challengers. Before Li Mu could complete his thought, he witnessed Lin Xian draw a dagger and thrust it fiercely towards him. What the hell? Li Mu hastily dodged, yet still felt the sting of Lin Xian's strike, the force propelling him back violently. What on earth are you wearing? Are you insane? Li Mu lifted his bulletproof vest to discover he had narrowly escaped a grievous wound, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Fortunately, he had been wary of Lin Xian. Otherwise, he might have suffered several grievous injuries. Since that is the case, I shall no longer feign ignorance. Lin Xian shrugged, sheathing his dagger and brandishing a longsword. Despite Li Mu's armament, he doubted the challenger's meager cultivation could elude him. I have observed you for quite some time, and as we suspected, the pseudo-spiritual root has chosen to inhabit you. Your naturally pseudo-spiritual root body is a flawless vessel. I knew it. Li Mu gritted his teeth, gradually retreating step by step. Piecing together all that Lin Xian had just stated, he had unraveled the mystery. Lin Xian and his companions were evidently well acquainted with the challenge rules of the Liang secret realm and had even formulated strategies for success. Therefore, these illusions not only projected false images according to the spiritual roots, but could also conceal themselves within the challengers' bodies. From Lin Xian's words, it was apparent that the pseudo-spiritual root was likely hidden within him at that very moment. You know nothing. Every challenger suffers injuries when slaying illusions. Yet you, without a scratch, cannot fathom what this signifies? Lin Xian advanced, the sharp blade emanating a chilling aura. Lin, do you not wish to win favor with my senior sister? By attacking me, you diminish any chance of that. Li Mu attempted to buy time with flattery, knowing he must eliminate Lin Xian today. Since we have turned against each other, there is no need for pretense. How amusing. Your demise in the secret realm bears no consequence to me. Moreover, without your bothersome presence, she shall inevitably be mine. Do you not yearn to learn the art of transformation? I can teach you. Compared to apprenticing under the 5 morning mountains, your skills are utterly inferior, unless you can transform spiritual stones, which is simply impossible. Lin Xian's face was adorned with a radiant smile as he prepared to thrust his sword forward. Excellent. You have chosen the path to your demise. Li Mu no longer retreated. Instead, he swiftly hurled 2 smoke bombs, which detonated before Lin Xian. As Lin Xian swung his sword to deflect, he was immediately enveloped by the smoke, rendering Li Mu's whereabouts a mystery. While he was still puzzled by the sudden turn of events, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air. Bang! Bang! One bullet shattered the flying sword, while another struck the agile Lin Xian. In an instant, heart-wrenching wails echoed within the smoke, only to be met with 2 more bullets. Lin Xian, overcome by pain, stifled his cries, staggering as he sat down, summoning a host of magical artifacts to shield himself. He could never have anticipated that the seemingly feeble Li Mu, a mere pseudo-spiritual root, would possess such capabilities. Who would dare to imagine or believe such a turn of fate? Lin, not feeling too well, are you? I relished your arrogance. With no clear target, Li Mu hesitated to fire again, opting instead to coax Lin Xian into speaking from outside the smoke. Lin Xian was no fool. He understood that the smoke obscured one's aura, making silence an excellent form of defense. Should Li Mu dare to enter, the outcome would be uncertain, though the thrown magical artifacts posed a significant challenge. Lin, do you truly believe that my silence renders you invulnerable? How naive of you. I possess an abundance of this smoke. I could very well exhaust you. Li, must we resort to such measures? My intention is solely to eliminate the pseudo-spiritual root illusion within you. I have no desire to kill you. Lin Xian quickly rose and began to move, tentatively speaking. As anticipated, the moment he uttered a word, a sound sliced through the air. That line might work on a fool, but do you think I would fall for it? Li Mu felt a tinge of irritation. His previous shot had clearly run dry. Brotherly, prolonging this standoff is not in our interest. How about this? I assist you in extracting the illusion, and together we can vanquish it. I merely seek a spot at Wuzhao Mountain. You already have a sect and no longer need it. We could easily collaborate. Lin Xian's tone shifted, adopting a more conciliatory approach. Li Mu hesitated slightly. How do you propose to draw out the illusion residing within me? Chapter 56. The pill to enhance one's constitution. Does the rule not state that altering or eliminating the illusion suffices to pass the challenge? I possess a pill that can enhance your constitution. Once ingested, it will compel the illusion to surface. Li Mu pressed on. An enhancement pill, you say? How can you be certain that the pseudo-spiritual root illusion resides within me? What if it does not? Lin Xian replied, his tone urgent. How could it not be there? I have observed you. There is undoubtedly an illusion residing within you, yet it refrains from manifesting, which is indicative of a pseudo-spiritual root. Do not attempt to deceive me. You know I am also a pseudo-spiritual root, and I cannot manifest any illusions. Moreover, even if it is indeed the pseudo-spiritual root, do you not think it can hear our conversation? It cannot hear us. The illusion only detaches from its host when attacked, otherwise, it will perish alongside its bearer. Upon hearing these words, Li Mu began to pace back and forth, and after a considerable time, he finally spoke. Very well, I shall trust you for the time being. You may emerge from the smoke, and I will not attack you. This is a promise. Lin Xian replied weakly, you don't think I am the sort of despicable person, do you? Li Mu's tone was dismissive. Lin Xian chose not to engage further in idle chatter and cautiously stepped out from the smoke. His body now stained with fresh blood. Such is the resilience of a cultivator. A mere ordinary person, having sustained a few gunshots, would likely have succumbed by now. And the elixir you spoke of? Present it, Li Mu commanded, pointing his gun at Lin Xian. Without hesitation, Lin Xian opened his hand, revealing a pill that hovered before him. Consuming this elixir will not only dispel the illusion, but will also greatly benefit your pseudo-spiritual root constitution. Brotherly, Lin Xian said. Limping towards Li Mu, the rich fragrance of the medicine lingering in the air. Li Mu scrutinized him cautiously, signaling for him to toss the pill over. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Brotherly, if I give you the elixir, what if you decide to attack me? I am merely acting in self-defense. Consider our respective levels of cultivation. Let us dispense with the trivialities. I value loyalty above all and would never resort to underhanded tactics. You can rest assured. Li Mu expressed his disdain. Very well then. Lin Xian, appearing agreeable, tossed the elixir without hesitation. Surely it is not poison. Li Mu examined the pill, furrowing his brow. How could it be? Brotherly, feel free to verify its authenticity. No need for verification. I have promised to trust you this time, Li Mu replied, no longer hesitating. He placed the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it before Lin Xian's very eyes. After a brief moment of waiting, when he felt no reaction, he turned to Lin Xian and asked, did you not say it would dispel the illusion? Why is there no response? Lin Xian gazed at Li Mu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Because you have ingested a counterfeit. Do you not feel your body growing weak, your magical energy unable to circulate? Fool. This is a soul-dispersing pill. Without an antidote, it is sufficient to scatter your meager cultivation. Growing weak? Li Mu suddenly collapsed, cursing, damn you, Lin Xian. Did we not agree to cooperate? What are you trying to accomplish? Lin Xian chuckled coldly, taunting, an unsophisticated fool like you has never encountered the world. If I had given you the genuine elixir, you would have consumed it outright, thus passing the challenge. Why would I expend such effort? It would be far simpler for me to eliminate you and claim the victory. Li Mu, filled with regret, inquired, so, once possessed by the illusion, there is no means to dispel it unless one either alters or kills it. Not entirely foolish, I see. If you are on the brink of death, the illusion may indeed reveal itself and choose a new challenger to inhabit. However, I will not grant it that opportunity. Lin Xian summoned his flying sword and lunged forward. Given Li Mu's current state, he was confident of his victory. Even if struck again by a thrown magical artifact, it would matter not. Yet, just as he approached Li Mu, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Li Mu suddenly sprang to his feet, and without hesitation, he fired his Desert Eagle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, all striking Lin Xian. Lin Xian spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing not far from Li Mu. One must always guard against others. Do you truly think me a fool, young Master Lin? Even if the pill you offer is genuine, I would dare not consume it. Li Mu gritted his teeth, advancing to kick Lin Xian over, then revealing the very pill he had not swallowed, deliberately showcasing it for Lin Xian to see. You dare! Lin Xian's heart-wrenching pain, compounded by the weight of humiliation, caused him to spew forth another mouthful of blood. Oh dear, young Master Lin, It seems you are at your wit's end. Damn you. Li Mu stomped on Lin Xian with fervor, relishing the moment. Not only had Lin Xian dared to covet his woman, but he had also repeatedly schemed against him, truly believing him to be a Na'vi child. Your woman? Huh. Perhaps the blow was too severe, for Lin Xian began to laugh bizarrely. Do you dare to kill me? If I do not escape, the two elders outside will undoubtedly turn you to dust. Furthermore, without my pill to enhance your physique, you shan't leave. You will either be killed or take your own life. There are no other choices. Do you think I fear you? Li Mu stomped on Lin Xian once more, and then began searching him for pills, knowing that claiming he was unafraid was a blatant lie. Chapter 57. Lin Xian's Demise. Passing through the Liang's secret realm, blood foam bubbled from Lin Xian's mouth as he grinned foolishly, unable to accept such humiliation. A dignified practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement, reduced to suffering at the hands of a mere 5th-level cultivator with a false spiritual root. What a ludicrous turn of events. After enduring the blows, he suddenly swallowed a pill. Li Mu, realizing too late, reached out to stop him, but it was already futile. Even if I die, I shall drag you down with me. Lin Xian felt a sense of relief, collapsing entirely to the ground as he consumed the pill meant to enhance his physique. Beast. Li Mu, uninterested in further banter, aimed his desert eagle at Lin Xian's forehead, ready to conclude the wretched life of this scoundrel. To die while still clutching a pill, was this not the very definition of a beast? Li Mu had no intention of degrading himself by dissecting a corpse. The pill was likely to have already dissolved, losing its efficacy. He rummaged through Lin Xian's possessions, pondering the possibility of a resurrection, and fired 2 more shots, before departing in displeasure. As he traversed the endless whiteness, Li Mu felt as though he were severed from the world, his emotions in disarray. Lin Xian had already paid for his actions with his life, thereby minimizing the likelihood of deception. The illusion of the false spiritual root was likely indeed within him. Without the pill, was he truly destined to be killed or to take his own life in order to escape? What purpose did that serve? Although Lin Xian had claimed that nearing death would compel the illusion to manifest, what fool would willingly allow themselves to approach death? Should things go awry, where would one go to lament? Am I truly to remain trapped here forever? Although he had managed to rid himself of Jing Xi and her companions, ultimately, the Liang's secret realm existed to extract the power of one's spiritual root. Remaining here indefinitely could only lead to a dire outcome. Li Mu contemplated deeply. He resolved that he could not remain passive in the face of adversity. It is within human agency to act. Rather than endure a slow demise, one should boldly take action. Illusion, he murmured, I am aware you dwell within me. Perhaps it is time for another to take residence, for this place has become perilous. He spoke to himself, hoping his words would reach the phantasmal entity, yet after much effort, he received no response. How absurd. Had I known better, I would have simply torn open Lin Xian's abdomen. Perhaps I could have salvaged some elixirs. Now, I can scarcely find my way back. Li Mu found himself at a loss, squatting on the ground in frustration. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He silently accessed the system shop to browse through various items, eventually pausing at the energy capsule. Last time, consuming one hastened my cultivation. I wonder what effects an upgrade might yield. This notion struck him like a revelation, invigorating him with newfound motivation. He promptly purchased one and initiated the upgrade. His previously amassed spiritual energy was quickly dwindling due to this endeavor, yet in light of his current predicament, it scarcely mattered. Li Mu, in a desperate gamble, consumed the upgraded energy capsule, feeling a surge of warmth rise from his dantian. He quickly settled into a meditative posture, striving to assimilate the energy. Jing Xi, standing amidst the 9-yang mystic formation, had 3 golden elixirs floating behind her, with the corpse of Dan Yangzi before her. This arrogant individual had ultimately paid the price for his hubris and obstinacy. Apart from a slightly soiled hem and a momentarily unstable breath, Jing Xi suffered no injuries. Clutching the key she had seized from Dan Yangzi, she retrieved the other 2 she had procured, slowly combining them. Should the 3 keys successfully merge, she would unravel the 9-yang mystic formation. Yet, just as the key was on the verge of formation, the voice of Hu Yin Bo echoed from the void. Indeed, you are worthy of being the saintess. You effortlessly vanquished Dan Yangzi and claimed his golden elixir. Such prowess is truly enviable. Hu Yin Bo, according to protocol, should you not surrender the secret key to me? I wish to avoid having another untrustworthy individual emerge from Wu Chao Mountain. Jing Xi spoke with a tone that conveyed both the authority of a saintess and a hint of pride in her accomplishments. Rest assured, I uphold my promises. However, it is regrettable that someone has already claimed the key to the Liang secret realm. It belongs to him now. What? Jing Xi's body trembled as she halted her actions, her voice turning frigid. So, you deliberately came to mock me? I would not dare. My senior brother perished at the hands of the saintess for his lack of faith, and his golden elixir was taken. I cannot afford to offend you again. I merely came to inform you that the challenge has concluded, though I arrived too late. Hu Yanbo gradually materialized, bowing respectfully towards Jing Xi from a distance. Who is the successful challenger of the Liang secret realm? A young man. According to protocol, he is to be considered one of Wu Chao Mountain's own. I hope the saintess will show him some grace and refrain from causing a scene. Jing Xi dismissed the merging keys, her voice icy as she replied, very well. As long as you surrender the secret key to me, all will be negotiable. It is indeed a reward for him. Holy maiden, you must not leave. Enough of the trivialities. Where is he? I never anticipated it would actually prove useful. As golden light flickered, Li Mu gradually materialized upon the stone platform, followed by several individuals emerging from the two luminous rings. It seemed he had successfully passed the trials of the Liang secret realm. During his earlier refinement of the energy capsules, Hu Yanbo had unexpectedly appeared to speak with him. Li Mu turned his gaze towards the seated man at the center of the luminous ring, who was now looking at him with a gentle smile. Chapter 58. This is all a surprise. What should I do? Am I truly to take refuge in the Five Mountain sect? This question flitted through Li Mu's mind. Joining the Five Mountain sect could allow him to escape from Jing Xi, and there was a substantial chance of regaining his freedom to return to the Great Qian. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to cultivate diligently under the guidance of esteemed masters. Yet, recalling the myriad occurrences within the Liang secret realm, he felt no fondness for the Five Mountain sect, viewing it instead as another insidious grasp. The Liang secret realm shamelessly siphoned the energy of challengers under the guise of trials, and countless lives had been lost because of it. Additionally, why was it that altering one's pseudo-spiritual root could still result in passing the trials? Was the Five Mountain sect testing something? Thus, Li Mu had to ponder deeply. Otherwise, he might face irretrievable consequences. Staying with Jing Xi at least allowed for some goodwill to accumulate, and she had promised not to kill him, which was a form of opportunity in itself. You actually emerged unscathed. Impressive. The voice of Ru Meng rang pleasantly in his ears. Li Mu snapped back to reality to see Ru Meng flying towards him, followed closely by several members of the Lin family. Senior sister, Li Mu restrained his joy, and as Ru Meng approached, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Senior sister, Lin Xian is dead. What? The smile on Ru Meng's face faded, gradually replaced by shock. How did he die? He was overwhelmed and perished at the hands of 3 ninth-layer Qi refinement illusions. Li Mu naturally could not divulge the entire truth. He merely wanted to prepare her psychologically, especially with 2 of the Lin family's elders watching closely. He died well. Too bad I couldn't kill him myself. Ru Meng suppressed her voice, her words laced with barely contained joy. Keep it low-key. Li Mu glanced at the 2 elders, forcing a smile while subtly signaling Ru Meng behind him. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, Has our master emerged? We must shake them off first. These 2 old men let us leave. When we see the master, they will surely pay for it. Ru Meng declared, her fists clenched. Before Li Mu could respond, the members of the Lin family approached. Kid, where is my young master? Do you know who passed the challenge? Elder Ingyan inquired. Li Mu quickly shook his head. I did not see anyone. If someone succeeded in the secret realm, it should be young Master Lin, as he was so well prepared. Elder Ingyan exchanged glances with another elder beside him, and they began to close in slowly. You haven't seen Lin Xian? I find that hard to believe. Wouldn't he seek you out upon entering the secret realm? Elder Ingyan reached out to grab Li Mu, seizing him directly. I have never seen anything like this. Please wait a moment. It is possible that they will emerge from the secret realm shortly. This remark prompted another elder to nod in agreement, and he quickly reassured Eagle Eye, urging patience, as not everyone had yet emerged. They would deal with them all together later. Only then did Eagle Eye relent and lower Li Mu. Li Mu exhaled in relief and hurriedly moved to stand beside Ru Meng. As one who was most aware of the truth, he could only hope that Jing Xi would locate them before Hu Yanbo announced the results. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. As the number of individuals emerging from the 2 light circles dwindled, Hu Yanbo slowly rose and made his way to the center of the stone platform. The challenge of Wu Chao Mountain had concluded, and everyone was free to disperse. With that, Hu Yanbo prepared to take flight, his gray robe carving an arc through the air. Master Wu Chao, at least disclose who has passed the challenge. We cannot simply perish in vain. Indeed, your abrupt departure leaves us in confusion. How are we to know if there are ulterior motives at play? The crowd of cultivators below erupted in a clamor, each voice rising in protest. Hu Yanbo found himself in a dilemma. Logically, he should announce the results, yet he feared the saintess might snatch away the participants. However, failing to disclose the information would only incite further speculation, potentially leading to a far larger issue. Contemplating this, he returned to the stone platform and commanded silence. The results are derived from the Liang secret realm. Do not indulge in unfounded conjectures. The Liang secret realm? But my young master has secured a spot. Where are the others? Where has Master Hu Yan taken them? Upon hearing that the results stemmed from the Liang secret realm, Elder Eagle I could no longer remain seated and soared into the air to inquire. In his mind, only Lin Xian from the Lin family could have accessed the Liang's secret realm. Huyan Bo, suppressing a laugh, thought it amusing how they insisted on searching for someone who had not emerged. The absence of individuals could only indicate their insufficient abilities leading to demise within the secret realm. If you continue to make baseless accusations, do not blame me for being unkind. This cannot be. The master must be jesting. My young master is extraordinary. Who could possibly defeat him? And who would dare to do so? Surely, the master seeks to protect the true identity of the successful candidate. I fully understand. Eagle Eye displayed his perceptive gaze, confidently asserting his belief. Understand? Nonsense. Huyan Bo swept the foolish elder aside with a wave of his hand. Then, casting a glance at Li Mu, he hesitated briefly before proclaiming loudly, "It is this young man who has passed the challenge and will soon be a true master of Wuchao Mountain." Afterward, Huyan Bo did not forget to project the scene of Li Mu's successful challenge, depicting the moment when the false spiritual root illusion gradually detached from his body and dissipated. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Li Mu, while Ru Ming beside him widened her eyes in astonishment, repeatedly confirming the challenge's imagery. "Wait, are you joking with me?" Li Mu scratched his head, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. "Senior sister, this was all unexpected." Unexpected? Ru Ming's gaze was filled with reproach. What could possibly be unexpected in this scenario? How could something so fiercely contested by so many become so effortlessly obtained by Li Mu? Merely a stroke of luck. As if caught in a dream, she harbored suspicions that there was something amiss. This young man. The two elders of the Lin family immediately focused their gaze. And considering that Eagle Eye had just been injured by Huyan Bo, they could almost ascertain that Lin Xian had encountered an accident, most likely involving Li Mu. In a fit of rage, Elder Eagle Eye swiftly maneuvered to Li Mu's side. "You better confess honestly. What has happened to Lin Xian?" Originally, they had speculated that Li Mu's physique was an ideal hiding place for the illusion of a pseudo-spirit root, and among all challengers, none were more suited than he. Once Lin Xian confirmed the illusion was with Li Mu, he would surely strike with lethal intent to pass the challenge. However, the challenger had now become Li Mu, and it was evident that something had transpired between them. Lin Xian's thoughts raced as he pointed at Huyan Bo on the stone platform. It was him. He took Lin Xian away. At that moment, Lin Xian was entangled with the illusion of the pseudo-spirit root, on the verge of a decisive victory. But it was then he appeared and whisked him away. Somehow, that illusion ended up in my body, and after consuming the medicine Lin Xian provided, I inexplicably passed the challenge. Li Mu spoke with an unwavering demeanor, as if recounting mere facts. Internally, however, he was agitated. Why had everyone emerged, yet Mirror Ci was still absent? Could it be that Ru Ming's judgment was erroneous, and Mirror Ci was not in the Emoyan cave? If so, that would indeed be dire. Fortunately, there was still a quota for Wuchao Mountain, and he could seek Huyan Bo's assistance. Elder Eagle Eye, listening to Li Mu's narrative, found it logically plausible. He turned to Huyan Bo, his gaze harboring malice. Just then, another elder from the Lin family approached, Old Zhua. "Remain calm. Do not heed this young man's fabrications. I have just received urgent news. The young master's command token has shattered, and the family head is furious." "What?" Elder Eagle Eye, incensed, reached for Li Mu. At that moment, Huyan Bo intervened, leaping into the air above them and dispersing the members of the Lin family. "I am a true practitioner of Wuchao Mountain. If you dare to act recklessly again, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Huyan Jinren. My young master entered the Liang's secret realm alongside this young man. He is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and few in the entire realm could rival him. This young man must have launched a covert attack and killed him. Elder Eagle Eye, wary of overstepping, eagerly explained, having just suffered a significant setback. Huyan Bo sneered, pointing at Li Mu. "He is merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Do you truly believe he could kill one at the 9th level? Moreover, even if he did commit the act, so what? I have always stated that the secret realm is perilous, and life and death are fated. A 9th level practitioner dying at the hands of one at the 5th level is simply their destiny." "You." Elder Eagle Eye was momentarily speechless with anger, while the elder beside him hastily shook his head, signaling that this was not the opportune moment to provoke a confrontation. Huyan Bo was at the late stage of foundation establishment. Even if they joined forces, they would not be his match. It was prudent to retreat and consult the family head. Acting recklessly now would be unwise. Hawkeye nodded secretly, casting a fierce glance at Li Mu before swiftly departing with the members of the Lin family. "You shall not leave," Ru Ming shouted vehemently, prompting Li Mu to hurriedly cover her mouth. "Auntie, let them go if they wish to." "No, I must slay that old demon Hawkeye. Master is not here. We must remain low-key." Upon hearing this, Ru Ming finally quelled her fury. Li Mu, feeling awkward, quickly bowed to Huyan Bo, expressing his gratitude. "I am truly thankful for your intervention, esteemed master." Hu Yanbo waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Having successfully passed the challenge, you are now a disciple of Wuzhou Mountain, and I shall ensure your safety. There are still other matters to attend to, once resolved. You may accompany me back to the mountain. Before Li Mu could respond, a melodious voice unexpectedly resonated from the sky behind them. He is mine, master. Ru Ming exclaimed with delight upon seeing Jing Xiai. Li Mu also sighed with relief. Finally, this esteemed lady had appeared. Saintus, I have already stated that this young man has successfully passed the Liang secret realm and is now a disciple of Wuzhou Mountain. You absolutely cannot take him away. Hu Yanbo's expression darkened as he turned to face Jing Xiai, hovering above the stone platform. Who told you I intended to take him? Taking the key is also out of the question. It belongs to him, and I must bring it back to Wuzhou Mountain. Jing Xiai, wishing to avoid further discussion, directed her gaze at Li Mu. Initially, she had thought Hu Yanbo would conceal the identity of the challenger, planning to reveal it later. She never anticipated that it would be Li Mu, which rendered the situation devoid of suspense. Saintus, I have repeatedly shown you courtesy. Do not be overly aggressive. Gazing at the imposing Jing Xiai, Hu Yanbo felt a tightening in his chest and quickly produced an energy crystal. Should I shatter this teleportation gem? The headmaster of Wuzhou Mountain will arrive in an instant, and the matter will spiral out of control. Upon hearing this, the onlookers among the cultivators below changed their expressions, retreating in fear of being implicated. In contrast, a playful expression flashed across Jing Xi's face as she stepped forward, hovering before them. Hu Yanbo, why not inquire about his own opinion? His opinion? Hu Yanbo clutched the crystal, wavering between action and indecision as he turned to look at Li Mu. Li Mu offered an awkward smile, quickly bowing again. Esteemed Hu Yanbo, I sincerely apologize. I am actually her disciple. What? Hu Yanbo nearly widened his eyes in disbelief, standing frozen in shock. Upon hearing the term disciple, Jing Xi's smile transformed into one of confidence. Admitting to this relationship seemed acceptable, even though she had only taught Li Mu a hint about integrating his own cultivation. Nevertheless, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This young man has indeed brought me honor. Esteemed Hu Yanbo, I appreciate your goodwill, but the opportunity to become a disciple of Wuzhou Mountain should be granted to others. Li Mu bowed once more to Hu Yanbo. Having made his choice, it was vital to stand firm in his position. At this moment, he distinctly perceived that Jing Xi's affection for him was rapidly escalating to an impressive level of 10, a fortune of unimaginable wealth. What on earth is happening? Hu Yanbo inquired with indignation. I said, can't you comprehend human speech? We are already in this together. It's merely that the master has ventured to challenge the Nine-Yang mystic array while he has gone to the Liyang secret realm. Ru Ming spoke candidly and without reservation. She had already discerned that Hu Yanbo intended to take Li Mu away. Enough, Hu Yanbo, let us conclude this matter. Hand over the items, please, Jing Xiai articulated politely. Internally conflicted, Hu Yanbo found himself with no options, realizing that escalating the situation would be of no benefit to him regarding Wuzhou Mountain. If Li Mu were merely another disciple, it would be simpler to resolve, alas. He was the disciple of the calamity that is Jing Xiai. Saintus, this matter shall not end here. According to the rules, he has already become a true disciple of Wuzhou Mountain. We shall inevitably take him away. Hu Yanbo hurled a bundle of colorful light towards Jing Xiai and swiftly darted towards the cave entrance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Leaving behind that fierce remark was his final act of defiance. Jing Xiai smiled, scrutinizing the luminous orb in her hand before accepting it. Li Mu, you performed admirably this time. What reward do you desire? Li Mu, slightly taken aback, humbly replied, Master, this is merely what I ought to do, and I was simply fortunate this time. I dare not ask for a reward. As long as you do not take my life, I shall be content. Jing Xiai snorted and chuckled. Very well. Then, do enlighten me on how your fortune manifested. It was remarkable for a 5th-level Qi condensation cultivator to stand out among so many at the 9th level, and to even surpass her in speed. If it were merely luck, Jing Xiai found it hard to accept. Li Mu glanced at the crowd observing them from a distance, and spoke softly, Master, let us converse as we walk. Subsequently, he recounted the events that transpired in the Liyang secret realm with vivid detail. His entry was orchestrated by Lin Xian and the others, and Jing Xiai was aware of his pseudo-spiritual root constitution. However, he portrayed Lin Xian's demise as a struggle against an illusion, coinciding with what he had previously shared with Ru Ming. Moreover, Li Mu shared his conjecture with Jing Xiai, suggesting that the Liyang secret realm ostensibly served as a challenge for the discipleship quota of Wuzhou Mountain, but in truth, it was a means to harvest the spiritual roots of the challengers through those illusions. Even Lin Xian, a 9th-level Qi condensation cultivator, had been injured from slaying the illusion that had emerged within him, rendering the situation all the more chilling upon reflection. Upon hearing this conjecture, Jing Xiai could not help but cast an appreciative glance at Li Mu, recognizing his keen insight, intelligence, and courage. I officially accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Li Mu immediately knelt without hesitation. Thank you, master. Ru Ming stood nearby, her expression one of disdain, muttering, What are you so proud of, you lucky rascal? Rise. Wuzhou Mountain conducts itself in this manner. I shall eventually settle accounts with them. Li Mu slowly got up, nodding in agreement. By the way, master, what exactly is the key that Hu Yanbo gave? You seem particularly concerned. Is it an extraordinary treasure? How is it? Do you wish to return? I merely inquired casually. Departing from the Mo Yen cave, the trio hastened towards Mingsai City, only to be obstructed at the city entrance by a formidable procession. Li Mu and Ru Ming, initially perturbed, exchanged glances upon recognizing the two leaders within the throng. Their irritation swiftly transformed into smiles. It is the family head. Elder Ingyan pointed at Li Mu and addressed the tall, robust man beside him. Although he had cast a few glances at Jing Xiai, a mere woman ultimately failed to capture his attention. The burly man, his eyes tinged with rage, gradually fixed his gaze upon the trio, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him. Family head, quell your anger. Allow me to apprehend these three. Elder Ingyan, fearing the wrath might extend to him, hastily volunteered, darting forward in a flash. Tonight marks your demise, young man. Old thief, we haven't sought you out for reckoning, yet you come to our door uninvited. Ru Ming retorted boldly, pointing an accusatory finger at Elder Ingyan. Li Mu, no longer timid, chimed in, Elder, let me be candid. Lin Xiao has indeed perished. But what does it matter to me? He was slain by an illusion. You speak nonsense. I refuse to believe that without your underhanded schemes, my son would have met such an end. Otherwise, how did the spirit-shaping pill end up in your possession? Elder Ingyan was certain that Lin Xian's death was inextricably linked to Li Mu. Chapter 61. The dominant Jing Ci. Li Mu refrained from elaborating. Though he had not taken the spirit-shaping pill, silence perhaps served as the most effective excuse, making everything appear more coherent. What of it? Lin Xian deserved his fate. Had you two old fools not captured him, none of this would have transpired. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Ru Ming smirked, incensing Elder Ingyan to the point of his face flushing crimson. I shall slay you. He roared, lunging toward Li Mu, a tempest of energy swirling around him. Li Mu discreetly extended his middle finger towards him before hastily retreating behind Jing Xiai. Master. Jing Xiai, perceptive of Li Mu and Ru Ming's subtle intentions, gently clenched her hand, causing the incoming Elder Ingyan to abruptly halt midair. With a mere flick, he was sent crashing into the earth like a cannonball. This spectacle left the Lin family members dumbfounded, as the family head, Lin He, focused intently, swiftly soaring to exchange glances with Jing Xiai. Who are you to dare strike my Lin family elder with such severity? Lin He gazed at the battered Elder Ingyan in the pit below, his expression growing grave. The ease with which one could subdue a foundation establishment cultivator was telling. Lin He surmised that this individual was at least on par with him. In the late foundation establishment stage, what do you intend to do? Jing Xiai inquired nonchalantly. Lin He's countenance darkened further, realizing that he was being utterly disregarded. Sir, this child bears significant responsibility for my son's demise. I hope you will show my Lin family some consideration, he implored, pointing at Li Mu. I have no desire to oblige you. If you are unafraid of death, then come forth. Jing Xiai gestured for Li Mu and Ru Ming to continue forward. However, after only a few steps, Ru Ming insisted on causing mischief, hurling a flying sword towards the eagle eye in the pit. How audacious! Lin He hastily unleashed a surge of magical power to shatter the sword, but Jing Xiai effortlessly neutralized it. With a mournful cry, the eagle eye met its demise, pierced repeatedly by the sharp blade. Humph, let us see if you dare provoke us again. Ru Ming smirked triumphantly as the bloodied sword gradually returned to her hand, which she then stored in her treasure pouch. I will avenge you. Lin He clenched his fists, channeling his strength to strike at the trio. Having witnessed the murder of a family elder before his very eyes, he could no longer afford to stand idly by. He had to confront them for the sake of his family's honor. Begone. Jing Xiai lightly waved his sleeve, and the overwhelming force of Lin He's punch dissipated into nothingness, as if struck by an invisible hand, sending him flying several meters and causing blood to spill from his lips. It was only at this moment that Lin He comprehended the vast chasm between himself and his opponents. No wonder they had dismissed him so easily. They were cultivators at the core formation stage. Upon witnessing their lord's injury, the members of the Lin family rushed forward. Lin He quickly raised his hand to halt them. If they provoked this formidable adversary, the Lin family would surely face annihilation. It was my folly to overlook your prowess. I humbly ask for your forgiveness if I have offended. Lin He bowed deeply, clasping his fists respectfully towards Jing Xiai. Humph, Jing Xiai snorted coldly, leading Li Mu and Ru Ming towards Mingsai City. As they passed by the crowd, Ru Ming playfully made a face and stuck out her tongue. Li Mu was left speechless. How could someone be so arrogant? Yet, it was exhilarating. Was this the confidence that comes from true strength? The trio entered the city and soon vanished from sight. Lin He's expression darkened, under the dual weight of losing a son and having his dignity trampled. He could not suppress a mouthful of old blood. Lord, shall we seek revenge for this wrong? Revenge? With what? With lives less than those of ants? From this day forth, the Lin family shall shut its doors. Anyone who dares flaunt their power or stir up trouble, I will deal with them personally. 3 days later, in the imperial palace of De Wuxiantian City. Upon returning, Jing Xi had already disappeared. Li Mu had no choice but to follow Ru Meng's arrangements and reside in a side hall of the palace. This area was reserved for the master and typically avoided by the guards and palace servants. One could cultivate in peace, as the master was likely in seclusion. After leaving these words, Ru Meng prepared to depart. Senior sister, when will the master extract the Great Qian national fortune from within me? Li Mu called out anxiously. I don't know. Just follow the master's instructions. You'd better not wander around. This is the inner palace, and if you cause trouble, let us see how the master handles you. Rest assured, I will behave myself, Li Mu promised, patting his chest. Ru Meng nodded, pointing toward a distant palace. If you need anything, come find me there. It's been a while since I returned. With that, Ru Meng gracefully departed, leaving Li Mu at a loss. Damn it. I won't be trapped here forever, will I? Li Mu felt as though he were imprisoned. Although he was in a palace, at least in the Qian Dynasty, the entire harem belonged to him, allowing him the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Being confined here, forced to behave, was utterly stifling. He decided to retrieve the national fortune first, and then devise a plan for his escape. Muttering to himself, he pushed open the door to the side hall and entered. The courtyard and the room were indeed tidy. Yet the myriad of fallen leaves and the thick layer of dust on the furniture indicated that no one had resided here for quite some time. After spending a while tidying up the room, he fell into a deep slumber until nightfall, originally intending to relieve himself and practice. He was unexpectedly interrupted by an untimely growl from his stomach. He searched the side hall, but could not locate a kitchen. How absurd was this? Were they planning to starve him to death without even providing meals? Frustrated, Li Mu's motivation for cultivation dissipated. He resolved to find something to eat first. Chapter 62. Teasing the proud princess emerging from the side hall, Li Mu wandered aimlessly and, before he knew it, had strayed beyond the boundaries of the saintess's domain. Attempting to return, he found himself lost, which only worsened his mood. The palace was patrolled by the imperial guards at night, and he had no desire to cause trouble. So he carefully avoided them and eventually slipped into an unoccupied sleeping quarters. He thought he might find something to eat, or, at the very least, some hot water for instant noodles. Li Mu had initially aimed to reach the royal kitchen, which was replete with ingredients, but he could not find his way there. Now, all he wished for was to make do with whatever he could find, intending to have a serious conversation with Ru Meng the next day. What could she possibly be eating, unaware of his hunger? The sleeping quarters were spacious, and several side rooms contained maids, so he chose one without lights and entered. As soon as he closed the door, a peculiar sound emanated from within. Glancing around, he saw no one, and initially thought he had imagined it. Approaching the table, he prepared to sample a few pieces of pastry, which were typically displayed in such chambers for both consumption and admiration. To his surprise, not only were there pastries, but several untouched dishes as well, suggesting they had never been disturbed. What did this mean? Touching the food, he discovered it still bore warmth. Could it be poisoned? No poison. If you are hungry, just eat. A soft, sultry voice suddenly chimed from behind him. Li Mu whipped around, only to find the bed empty. Though someone appeared to be crouched on the floor nearby, connecting the dots with the uneaten food, he surmised this must belong to a proud princess. Yet, how could he encounter someone when he hadn't even entered the main chamber? Just because you say there's no poison doesn't mean I'll believe you. Unless you take the first bite, he retorted. The soft voice snapped back defiantly, believe it or not, I care not. Come here. Li Mu disregarded the defiance. Today, he was determined to teach this proud princess a lesson about her temper. How childish to threaten with a hunger strike at her age. You dare. Yan Lanxin's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering the identity of this impudent eunuch. Enough of your nonsense. If you don't come here immediately, I swear I shall strike you, she threatened, her voice rising. Dare you? Li Mu swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into the table, gauging whether they would arrive sooner than his blade. Yan Lanxin, unaccustomed to such intimidation, found herself utterly flustered. What are you dawdling for? Come here at once. Do you think I jest with you? Li Mu's demeanor was harsh, reminiscent of a midnight marauder. He could not help but admire his own convincing act. Fear glimmered in Yan Lanxin's eyes as she slowly rose and approached the table. Sit down and taste the food, he commanded. There's no poison, it was just prepared. Spare me your chatter. Li Mu yanked Yan Lanxin down into her seat and promptly handed her chopsticks. Reluctantly, she picked up a piece of food and brought it to her lips. And these as well, You must sample every dish. Li Mu, genuinely hungry, quickly snatched the chopsticks from her after she had tasted each dish, devouring the food with fervor. Although the flavors were lackluster, the quality of the ingredients was undeniable. Before long, Yin Lanxin had sampled all the dishes, yet her hands did not cease their movement. As she began to relish the meal with equal enthusiasm, "Which palace do you serve?" she inquired cautiously. Li Mu shot her a glance, choosing silence. After satisfying his hunger, he lifted the teapot and took a hearty swig, finally slowing his pace. "Are you a princess? Why are you squatting on the floor instead of eating?" Li Mu tucked the dagger into his boot, wiped his mouth, and prepared to leave. "I have no appetite." "Are you leaving already? Weren't you just starving?" "Do eat a bit more. It's fine. I won't to eat anymore. It'll be troublesome if I'm discovered." Li Mu had no desire to stir trouble and moved towards the door, only to hear footsteps approaching from outside. "Princess, are you asleep?" Panic flashed through Li Mu as he glanced at Yin Lanxin, swiftly darting to the bed and hiding under the covers. Startled, Yin Lanxin hurried to the bedside, hesitating for a moment before pulling the curtain and curling up beside him. "Princess." Two maidservants entered, lighting the candles in the room. Upon seeing the remnants of the meal on the table, they couldn't help but smile. "Are you preparing to rest?" Yin Lanxin remained silent, acutely aware of Li Mu's presence beside her, paralyzed with fear, for he pressed the dagger against her waist. "Send them away," Li Mu whispered. Yin Lanxin bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It was not fear that gripped her, but the unfamiliarity of sharing a bed with a man, even if he was merely a eunuch. "Hurry," she stammered. "I'm tired. You may leave now." "Princess, the water has been heated. Do you require us to assist you with your bath?" Li Mu, alarmed, pressed the dagger against Yin Lanxin once more. "No need for that. You may go," she replied anxiously. Two maidservants exchanged glances, sensing that the princess was behaving rather oddly. However, unable to defy their mistress's command, they reluctantly removed the food and exited the chamber. As the candlelight flickered out, the silence enveloped the room, leaving only the sound of pounding heartbeats. Li Mu lifted the curtain for a brief glance and prepared to rise from the bed, only to be unexpectedly halted by Yin Lanxin, who warned him that they were stationed outside and he would surely be discovered if he ventured out. "Don't jest with me. Why was there no one guarding when I entered?" Li Mu expressed his disbelief, yet as he approached the door to investigate, he found to his astonishment that indeed, figures stood vigil outside. "I shall slumber, and they will keep watch," Yin Lanxin whispered, her head covered. "Then you must send them away," he urged. "I cannot. It is the palace's decree," she replied. Li Mu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "What do we do now? We can only wait for them to leave at dawn," she said. "That will not suffice. You must devise a way to extricate me." Once again, Li Mu leaned back against the bed, but the room fell into a stillness that left Yin Lanxin at a loss for a solution. He moved to the table and took a seat, resigning himself to the situation. After all, it bore no significant consequence for him. After a prolonged silence, he settled onto the floor in a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. Ethereal energy swirling around him. Yin Lanxin peeked out to observe Li Mu, her surprise palpable. Was he truly a eunuch capable of cultivation? No, he didn't appear to be one, considering Li Mu's attire and demeanor. Yin Lanxin grew increasingly convinced of her suspicion that he was neither a eunuch nor a palace dweller. As dawn broke, the night's cultivation had invigorated Li Mu, leaving him refreshed and limber. The maidservants on watch had departed, and after a languorous stretch and a sip of tea, he prepared to leave. "Hey, what is your name?" Yin Lanxin suddenly emerged from behind the curtain. Li Mu paused, taken aback, and remained silent. For it was only at that moment that he beheld her true beauty, stunning beyond comprehension. He acknowledged that he had been somewhat pretentious the previous night. Upon opening the goddess ledger, a new page indeed appeared. Name, Yin Lanxin. Cultivation level, none. Affection level, 5. Spiritual energy, 0 hours. Affection 5, spiritual energy 0. It appears that the quantity of spiritual energy is entirely linked to one's cultivation level. "Up so early? I apologize for disturbing you last night," he said, shedding the arrogance of the previous evening in an effort to redeem his image. "It's nothing. If you're ever hungry again, feel free to come here for a meal. I will save some for you," she replied. Li Mu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "That would be too much. I'll come back when I have the time." Yin Lanxin nodded adorably, her eyes shimmering like spring water reflecting pear blossoms, which made Li Mu's heart soar with delight. He had not anticipated that such a chance encounter would lead him to meet such an exquisite beauty. It was merely unfortunate that she lacked cultivation. "I shall take my leave now. Please continue to rest. By the way, why aren't you practicing?" Yin Lanxin lifted the bed curtain entirely, extending her adorable little feet, and with a hint of regret, inquired, "Why do you ask such a question? Is it not alarming that a mere individual could threaten you with a knife and freely enter your room? What do you think is the reason?" Yin Lanxin sighed and shook her head. "I possess a pseudo-spiritual root, making cultivation exceedingly difficult for me since childhood. A pseudo-spiritual root? That simply won't do. It would be a pity to waste such favorable impressions. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu procured an energy capsule and slowly approached Yin Lanxin. To be honest, I too am a pseudo-spiritual root. What? Yin Lanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. A pseudo-spiritual root? How can that be? Just last night, I clearly witnessed your cultivation progressing smoothly. How could you possibly be a pseudo-spiritual root? Indeed, I am a pseudo-spiritual root. If you choose to believe me, here is a pill. Consume it. And in conjunction with the cultivation method, you will soon be able to condense your dantian. Li Mu extended the capsule towards her. Yin Lanxin hesitated but ultimately accepted it. I shall take my leave. You may verify its safety with someone, just as you did last night, but remember, do not disclose that it was I who provided it. Yin Lanxin nodded, and Li Mu smiled faintly as he exited the room. This was a highly rewarding investment. As long as Yin Lanxin could cultivate successfully, she would continuously generate spiritual energy. However, the outcome hinged on whether she would trust him. After a series of trials, Li Mu finally returned to the vicinity of the Saintess. Within the palace, this area was considered a forbidden zone, one that most dared not approach. Yet it was well known to many. Li Mu did not return to his quarters, but instead made a beeline for the palace that Ru Ming had mentioned the previous day. He was curious to discover what this troublesome woman had been up to all day, seemingly indifferent to him. If that were the case, he was prepared to flee. Upon arriving at the palace, however, Li Mu found it devoid of any presence, leaving him unaware of Ru Ming's whereabouts. For a moment, the thought of escape crossed his mind. If he could gather enough spiritual energy, he believed he might evade capture even if Jing Xia noticed him first. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed this unwise. He possessed a general understanding of the formidable capabilities of a core formation expert, which were indeed terrifying. If he were to be captured and returned, all his efforts would be in vain. Thus, Li Mu resolved to observe further, at least until he could ascertain what Ru Ming and Jing Xia were engaged in. In a dim chamber, intricate arrays of runes swirled in a mesmerizing dance. Jing Xia sat cross-legged, channeling a minuscule amount of magical power. Before her lay a lifeless body, subjected to the relentless cleansing of magical energy and the baptism of runes. What the? Outside the dim chamber, Li Mu gasped in astonishment at the sight through the door crack. How did I end up in my master's secluded training area? His initial instinct was to leave, for this was not a space he should disturb. However, upon catching sight of the corpse on the ground, his pupils trembled, and he halted. Shiling, why has Master brought him back? Is she planning to revive him? Li Mu swallowed hard, suppressing his fear as he continued to observe. Chapter 64 The Second Key. Internal strife within the Qingyun sect. As Jingzi cast her spell, a spiritual entity slowly emerged from the corpse. This ethereal form bore a striking resemblance to the Qingfeng spirit encountered previously within the dragon vein, albeit Shirling's manifestation was somewhat smaller, its luster considerably dimmer. Jingzi swiftly formed a seal, causing the array's power enveloping the dim chamber to gradually dissipate. She then seized the spirit forcefully, her voice icy. Shirling, what of the task I entrusted to you? Saintess, save me, please. The spirit pleaded, struggling. Where is it? Jingzi tightened her grip, her frustration mounting. The item. Elder Qingfeng has already acquired it. Where is it? Jingxi's excitement nearly caused her to crush Shirling entirely. Please save me, Saintess. If you rescue me, I shall reveal the whereabouts of the key. Shirling gasped, barely able to speak. You incompetent fool, do you dare to bargain with me? Jingxi exclaimed, gripping harder until she reduced the spirit to mere powder. Do you think you can threaten me by withholding information? Once more, she chanted incantations, directing her magic towards the disintegrating fragments of the spirit. Shirling's life memories were meticulously extracted by Jingxi, coalescing into vivid images that floated before her. These images whirled like a revolving lantern above the chamber. Jingxi soon discovered a scene from the dragon vein's ancestral grounds, where Li Mu, peering through a crack in the door, distinctly witnessed Shirling and Qingfeng acquiring a treasure before their contest for the ancestral dragon's fortune. This item bore an uncanny resemblance to the reward bestowed by Huyin Bo that day. What precisely is this key, and why is Master so obsessed with it? Li Mu pondered, unable to grasp the significance, yet certain that the key was extraordinary. After obtaining the key, Shirling and Qingfeng placed it within a wooden box, which Shirling kept in his possession. Following the conclusion of the struggle for the ancestral dragoness fortune, as Qingfeng vanished, Shirling escaped alone from the dragon vein. He concealed the treasure deep within a mound in the desolate hills outside the city, employing secretive techniques to seal it away securely. Afterward, Shirling departed the wilderness and sought out General Lin Han of the North, where the two conferred on how to return with the fortune. At this point, Jingxi lost her desire to continue watching. She had gleaned the information she sought. Simultaneously, Li Mu left. wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he hurried back to his quarters. Surely, this cannot be considered a secret? Master would not resort to murder to silence me. Closing the door, Li Mu lay on his bed, attempting to reassure himself. Yet, the outline of the key lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. How audacious! He found himself entertaining the terrifying notion of seizing the key for himself. The key is Jingxi's Achilles heel. Should he attempt to snatch it from her grasp, he would surely not know how he met his demise. Reluctantly, Li Mu quelled these thoughts and resolved to focus on his cultivation, striving to expel such distractions from his mind. That evening, he returned to the residence of Ru Ming. And this time, he met the playful woman as promised. Sister, where have you been all day? There's no food anywhere. Are you planning to starve me? Is it not yet dead? Ru Ming rolled her eyes, clutching a stack of large silver notes. Just in time for you to witness my magic. With a gentle clap, the notes multiplied instantaneously, revealing no apparent flaws. However, the keen-eyed Li Mu discerned that Ru Ming's trickery did not rely on sleight of hand, but rather involved conjuring a stack of notes directly from her treasure bag. Sister, you have not even mastered the basics. I conjured them from thin air, not from the treasure bag, he remarked. At this, Ru Ming's expression hardened. I refuse to believe that. If not from the treasure bag, can you truly print money? Would you like to learn? Just ask me. I am more than willing to teach you, Li Mu replied playfully. Humph. I will undoubtedly find the flaw. Just wait. Ru Ming thought to herself, unwilling to let this fellow bask in his triumph. Regardless, where are we dining? Also, go speak to our master and urge her to grant me the national fortune swiftly. What is the rush? The master will come to you once she is done with her tasks, Ru Ming said, suddenly recalling something. Oh, later you must accompany me to Qingmu Cliff. The internal strife within the Qingyun sect has escalated, and we must rectify it. As for dining here, Ru Ming tossed a jade vial, stating, the Jingming Pavilion does not partake in worldly affairs. It is the rule. If you are hungry, consume a pill of fasting. It will sustain you for a month. The area belonging to the saintess was known as the Jingming Pavilion, a fact Li Mu had learned when he sneaked out the previous night. Holding the fasting pill with curiosity, he remarked, I understand the need to quell the unrest in the Qingyun sect, but what does my inclusion signify? Enough chatter. This is the master's directive. She also mentioned that if you cannot resolve the issues within the Qingyun sect, do not return. Li Mu pouted, muttering under his breath, if I don't return, then I want tea. I prefer that. What are you mumbling about? Hurry and prepare, we are departing shortly. I almost forgot about this matter. Ru Ming continued to fiddle with the silver notes, while Li Mu, not one to idle, swiftly exited the Jingming Pavilion and made his way to Yan Lanqin's quarters. Although he possessed the fasting pill, mealtime was still essential. He did not wish to squander all his time on cultivation, as enhancing relationships was equally important. Moreover, he needed to check on Yan Lanqin's progress in her cultivation and whether she had successfully opened her dantian. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Li Mu found that no maidservants were present inside or outside Yan Lanqin's chamber, prompting him to sneak in as if he were a thief, hastily shutting the door behind him. At that moment, Yan Lanqin was seated cross-legged on her bed, diligently practicing her technique, surrounded by faint spirals of spiritual energy. The table was laden with dishes, exuding an enticing aroma. You're here. Upon spotting Li Mu, Yan Lanqin halted her cultivation, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. After consuming the elixir Li Mu had provided, she could distinctly feel the changes in her body. At this rate, opening her dantian was merely a matter of time. Li Mu feigned indifference, casting a glance at Yan Lanqin before picking up chopsticks and sitting down to eat, as if this were the true purpose of his visit. I specifically instructed them to prepare a few more dishes. Do take a look and see if they please your palate, Yan Lanqin remarked as she approached the table, eagerly picking up her chopsticks to sample the dishes. Li Mu, indifferent to her enthusiasm, continued to savor his own meal, feeling the flavors lacking, and even procured a bottle of chili sauce from the shop. One was tasting, while the other indulged, and soon enough, they had thoroughly ravaged the entire table of food. Afterwards, Li Mu let out a satisfied burp, gently patting Yan Lanqin on the shoulder, advising her to refrain from eating fish in the future and to diligently cultivate, so as to honor the elixirs he had bestowed upon her. Yan Lanqin nodded repeatedly, resembling a well-behaved little kitten. Even after Li Mu departed, she remained rooted in place, struggling to regain her composure. She understood that she needed to exert herself twice as hard to shed her false spiritual roots and truly repay Li Mu's benevolence. In the afternoon, Li Mu consumed an energy capsule, finally advancing his cultivation from the 5th to the 6th level of qi refinement. During this period, aside from cultivating, he had primarily focused on integrating his own cultivation according to Jingxi's teachings, which accounted for his rapid progress. Simultaneously, with the elevation of his cultivation, the system rewarded him with 1,000 spirit energy, an event that brought him immense joy. What are you smiling about? Ru Ming questioned, leaning against the window, her face a picture of bewilderment as she observed Li Mu's foolish grin. "Sister, how can one not be delighted upon breaking through in cultivation?" Li Mu replied as he rolled out of bed and promptly shut the window. Fortunately, she only witnessed his smile. Had any other signs been revealed, it would have been difficult to explain. "All right, let us go. We are heading to Qingyun sect now." Ru Meng turned and walked toward the courtyard. Li Mu donned a garment and wiped his face with a damp towel before rushing out to catch up with her. "What is the nature of the internal strife at Qingyun sect? Do enlighten me." "You'll find out when we get there," Ru Meng replied, feigning mystery, and playfully delivered a punch to Li Mu, leaving him momentarily dazed. The two exited the palace and made their way to Qingmu Cliff in Xintian City. This place lay within the territory of Qingyun sect, and as they approached, they were intercepted by two disciples of the sect. "Who dares to trespass upon Qingyun sect? State your name." Though the cultivators before them were only at the 5th level of qi refinement, their tone was assertive. Ru Meng showed them no leniency, swiftly incapacitating both with ease. "Sister, are we not here under orders to resolve their internal conflict? Why are you instigating chaos instead?" Li Mu questioned, perplexed by Ru Meng's villainous demeanor. "Ask no questions, just observe," she replied, dusting off her hands as she led Li Mu around the entrance of Qingyun sect, heading straight for Qingmu Cliff. The landscape here was treacherous, with a vast canyon plain shrouded in deep clouds below, and Qingyun sect nestled behind the cliff. Gazing at the perilous precipice before him, Li Mu felt a surge of ambition akin to conquering the highest peak, though overshadowed by anxiety. As he wondered what schemes Ru Meng had in mind for bringing him here. There's a secret passage beneath the cliff that leads directly to the forbidden grounds of Qingyun sect. Be cautious as you follow me down. If you fall, it's not my responsibility, Ru Meng warned, retrieving a rope and securing it to a massive rock before gracefully descending. "Hey," Li Mu wished to express something, but he realized it was too late, so he had no choice but to descend, forcing himself onward. Throughout the descent, he dared not open his eyes, fearing that a sudden tremor might whisk him away in the wind. After descending several dozen meters, the two entered a cave, and Ru Meng, with a dreamlike calm, began to retract the rope. Li Mu, still haunted by trepidation, gazed vacantly outside. "Don't just stand there foolishly. Once the internal strife concludes, we will have little to do with it." As Ru Meng pulled back the rope, she tugged at Li Mu and proceeded into the cave. Regaining his senses, Li Mu swallowed hard. "Now you can tell me, what exactly is the internal conflict within the Qingyun sect?" Ru Meng glanced at him, revealing the truth without concealment. "You are not aware that Qing Feng, whom you inadvertently caused to perish, was actually the ancestor of the Qingyun sect. His death inevitably leads to internal discord. What does that have to do with us coming to the Qingyun sect? If a factional struggle ensues, what will happen to me?" Li Mu's fear intensified. After all, Qingfeng's demise was directly linked to him. Was this not inviting danger? "The master has decreed that within you lies Qingfeng's legacy. If you obtain the Qinggang sword and reveal the sect master's token, you will become the new leader of the Qingyun sect, and all will be compelled to obey you." "What?" Li Mu was taken aback. "You jest, asking me to take on the role of sect master? Enough with the trivialities. I am not jesting. The Qingyun sect has long resisted the imperial authority, and this is a rare opportunity. If you fail, the master will certainly take your life." Ru Meng spoke with utmost seriousness. In that moment, Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Chapter 66, The Senior Disciple. Xiang Tian. The cave was meticulously carved, resembling more of an elongated passage than a mere cave. An invisible barrier surrounded the walls, rendering it imperceptible to the outside world. After traversing for half an hour, they finally arrived at the forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sect, a grove hidden beneath a canopy of green bamboo. At first glance, it appeared enchanted, yet upon closer inspection, the atmosphere was chilling. The master indicated that Qing Feng concealed the Qinggang sword within this bamboo grove. "We must summon it forth. Quickly. Invoke the incantation the master taught you," Ru Meng urged, surveying their surroundings. Incantation? Initially, Li Mu did not grasp the significance, but suddenly recalling something, he hastily seated himself in meditation. As he channeled the techniques imparted by Jing Xi, a force within him resonated, causing him to vibrate rhythmically, emitting waves of energy. In that moment, the bamboo grove began to rustle, and a vibrant green energy surged forth from the stalks, ultimately merging with Li Mu's being. It became clear that the bamboo grove not only concealed the Qinggang sword, but also served as an exceptional place for cultivation. Thus, under Ru Meng's companionship, Li Mu commenced his profound realizations. In the Qingyun sect, within the Great Hall, voices of contention echoed. The elders of the Punishment Hall, the elder of the Slanting Moon Peak, and the factions of the sect's senior disciples had been embroiled in a protracted dispute over the position of sect master. Mu Yun, the elder of the Punishment Hall, held the esteemed title of the sect's Grand Elder, responsible for administering internal discipline, and was highly regarded by the elders and disciples alike. During the reign of the esteemed Qin Feng, Miyun maintained a close association with him, thereby rendering his position quite legitimate. In contrast, the elder from Shiyue Peak, Chu Zimun, possessed formidable strength and equally harbored ambitions for the position of sect leader. The one least favored yet most qualified for succession was none other than the foremost disciple of Qingyun's sect, Xiang Tian. As Qin Feng had frequently remarked upon Xiang Tian's potential to assume the role of sect leader, making his intentions for succession abundantly clear. The two elders had already exchanged ample discourse, and the sect leader had repeatedly reminded them that Xiang Tian was the future leader of Qingyun's sect. Now, in light of his unfortunate demise, rather than supporting me as the rightful heir and uniting to exact vengeance, you choose to engage in internal strife over the leadership position. How can you justify this betrayal? Xiang Tian asserted with righteous indignation as he vocally reproached the two elders. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have dared to speak so boldly. However, today was different, for he was not alone. Many supporters surrounded him, including several elders. Xiang Tian, I must remind you that you have only just begun to establish your foundation. Assuming the role of leader may prove challenging. Should we allow external threats to exploit this weakness, Qingyun's sect would face ruin. Of course, if you possess the strength to retrieve the Qin Gang's sword from the forbidden area, I would have no objections. Otherwise, I shall take the helm of the sect leader's position, Miyun stated with clarity. Beside him, Chu Zimun readily concurred, asserting that in addition to the Qin Gang's sword, one must also possess the sect leader's token, otherwise, their claim would lack legitimacy. If you both aspire to leadership, I must intervene, as neither of you is truly qualified, Chu Zimun declared with an air of dominance, his presence emanating the pressure of a peak foundation establishment. Mere steps away from the realm of Dan formation. Elder Chu, your words are somewhat excessive. It is common knowledge that the Qin Gang's sword is the sect leader's token. Who knows its whereabouts? Furthermore, with the sect leader's passing, your fixation on the sect leader's token seems intent on bringing distress to Qingyun's sect, Xiang Tian retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon Chu Zimun. That is of no concern to me. All must adhere to the rules, otherwise, any Tom, Dick, or Harry may aspire to be sect leader. Enough of this bickering, Miyun interjected, raising his hand to silence them. The day wanes, you shall each return, and we will deliberate on the sect leader's matters tomorrow. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a resounding sword cry pierced the heavens, echoing throughout the Qingyun Great Hall. The Qin Gang sword. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and they surged out of the hall, racing toward the forbidden area. As entry to the forbidden area was restricted to select elders and disciples, many halted at its entrance, while only Miyun and a few others boldly pressed forward. Upon arriving deep within the bamboo grove, they beheld a massive azure sword gently descending into the hands of a young man. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the Qin Gang's sword. Who are you to dare intrude upon the forbidden area of Qingyun's sect and lay claim to our sacred artifact? You must have a death wish, Chu Zimun exclaimed, his temper flaring upon realizing that Li Mu and his companion were not disciples of Qingyun's sect, and he swiftly advanced. In a critical moment, Ru Ming produced a token, displaying it before the assembly. The Qingyun sect leader's token. Seeing the token is akin to seeing the sect leader. I challenge anyone to act recklessly. Chu Zimun halted in his tracks, stopping just short of Li Mu. Not only he, but also Mu Yun and Xiang Tian were taken aback, remaining momentarily speechless. Their concern was no longer why Li Mu and his companion had appeared here, but rather how to respond to the fact that the sect master's token and the azure steel sword were in the same person's possession. Strictly speaking, possessing both items unequivocally designated him as the sect master, and no one in the entire Qingyun sect would dare to offend him. Young lady, young man, from where did you acquire this token and the sacred sword? Mu Yun inquired hastily, his demeanor considerably softened compared to before. It is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that the bearer of the azure steel sword and the sect master's token is the new sect master of Qingyun sect. Ru Ming replied fearlessly, extending the token towards Li Mu. At that moment, Li Mu felt as if he were a wooden puppet, utterly devoid of opinions. He surmised that Ru Ming must possess some hidden trump card given to her by Jing Xi. Otherwise, she could not possibly be so audacious. Chapter 67. A year's pact boldly daring to steal my sect's sacred artifacts. Xiang Tian's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he lunged at Li Mu. He felt an urgent need to eliminate all factors that could threaten his succession. Otherwise, should these two items be confirmed, he would be irrevocably barred from the position of sect master. However, before he could approach Li Mu, the azure steel sword sprang to life, instinctively defending its master. Channeling the power of the entire bamboo grove, Xiang Tian was sent flying by the immense sword aura, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yun and Chu Shiyue exchanged glances, fully aware that the azure steel sword had already acknowledged its master. within the confines of the forbidden area. No one in the Qingyun sect could rival Li Mu. Li Mu stared blankly at Ru Meng, a smile breaking across his face. This was indeed astounding. After the baptism of the bamboo grove's power, not only had his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement, but he had also gained the recognition of the azure steel sword. According to Ru Meng, the azure steel sword was a rare and illustrious treasure, renowned even among magical artifacts. Do you have anything to say? Do you acknowledge my position as the sect master of Qingyun sect? Li Mu beckoned the azure steel sword to his side, then pointed imperiously, the surging sword aura causing the sleeves of those present to flutter and the bamboo grove to sway. Mu Yun and Chu Shiyue exchanged uncertain glances. As the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Qingyun sect, they found themselves at a loss. Their concern was not merely for the position of sect master, but for the stability and future of Qingyun sect. Although Li Mu wielded the sect master's token and was protected by the azure steel sword, he was still far too young, and his cultivation was even inferior to Xiang Tian's. This posed no advantages externally for the sect. What? Do you not acknowledge it? Ru Meng asked coldly, her arms crossed over her chest. Mu Yun shook his head, clarifying that it was not a matter of recognition, but rather the immense pressure Li Mu would face due to his cultivation level. It could lead to dire consequences. You need not concern yourselves with that. He has the backing of the Deqian imperial family, Ru Meng remarked indifferently. The Deqian imperial family? Mu Yun's expression shifted, his voice growing somber. Then there is no room for negotiation. I was wondering who possessed such power. It turns out to be the handiwork of Jingming Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyue's formidable presence surged forth, ready to seize the sect master's decree and the azure steel sword from Li Mu by force. However, Mu Yun intervened, restraining him. For engaging in the forbidden grounds with the azure steel sword at stake would yield them no advantage. As if in a dream, he continued, Elder Mu Yun, have you not considered that the Qingyun sect is currently in turmoil? If we were to completely sever ties with the royal family, what do you think our chances of success would be? Furthermore, the Jingming Pavilion is willing to recruit without holding past grievances against you. Do not be ungrateful. Though his words were blunt, they carried a kernel of truth, leaving Mu Yun momentarily unsettled. He promptly took Chu Shiyue aside for a brief confidential discussion. Second Elder, our sect is beset by internal and external troubles. Should we adopt a rigid stance, we risk being reshuffled by the royal family. I believe submission could be a viable alternative. Otherwise, if the forbidden grounds fall, we will truly be left with no recourse. I concur. After all, this young man has gained the recognition of the azure steel sword, ensuring no discord within the Qingyun sect. With the royal family as our backing, external issues could also be resolved. After deliberation, the two exchanged silent nods. Mu Yun then stated, Gentlemen, since we possess the azure steel sword and the sect master's decree, the matter is not insurmountable. However, we seek more than mere verbal assurances. We require tangible benefits. We implore the Jingming Pavilion to demonstrate some commitment. That is agreeable. We can discuss this matter further at our leisure, replied Ru Meng, releasing her grip and exhaling in relief. At that moment, a dissenting voice pierced the air. I oppose this. Why should he become the sect master? I, Xiang Tian, am the rightful heir to the Qingyun sect. Xiang Tian emerged from the bamboo grove, his injured form dragging forth, casting a scornful gaze at Li Mu. What are you even worth? Li Mu activated the azure steel sword once more, shooting forth an attack, yet this time, it was intercepted by Chu Shiyue. I am the sect's foremost disciple, backed by numerous elders and disciples who support me. If you wish to claim the title of sect master, you must satisfy us all. What are you implying? Are you challenging me? You hardly seem to be my match, Xiang Tian scoffed. Your reliance on the azure steel sword is noted. But once outside the forbidden grounds, it will be of no aid to you. So, this self-proclaimed sect master, do you dare accept a challenge? Let us engage in an open contest. The victor shall claim the title of sect master, and the loser shall take their leave. Xiang Tian's proposal momentarily stumped Mu Yun and Chu Shiyue. Given the current circumstances, they were loath to see Xiang Tian disrupt matters. Yet, should they fail to appease him, internal strife within the sect could become inevitable. Thus, for Li Mu to ascend with legitimacy, he must first silence Xiang Tian. Have you no shame? What level of cultivation do you possess compared to him? How dare you challenge him openly? Ru Meng could not restrain her indignation. Am I to be shamed? Are you suggesting that this soon-to-be sect master cannot best a disciple? If that is the case, what qualification does he possess to lead? You. Ru Meng clenched her teeth, ready to explode, but Li Mu quickly raised his hand to interrupt, glaring at Xiang Tian. Very well, I accept your challenge. As Ru Meng hastily grasped Li Mu and shook her head, the situation seemed to have reached a conclusion. They could merely deal with those who posed a nuisance. However, should they acquiesce, the circumstances would spiral out of control. I know my limits. Rest assured, senior sister, Li Mu reassured her, then turned his attention back to Xiang Tian, saying, I accept your challenge, but how do you propose we engage in this contest? Xiang Tian erupted into raucous laughter. Do not accuse me of bullying you. You shall have 1 year. At that time, we will rely solely on our own strengths, without any external assistance. If you lose, you will relinquish your position. Chapter 68. Discovered by Jing Ci. Is 1 year sufficient for you to recover from your injuries? If not, I can extend the time. Li Mu taunted with a hint of scorn, secretly delighted, for this was precisely to his advantage. Ru Meng, initially irked, felt her anger wane upon hearing his words. A year provided ample opportunity to deal with Xiang Tian. Enough with the idle chatter. Do you dare or not? Xiang Tian's expression darkened. Absolutely. If you lose, you shall forfeit your life. Li Mu replied. Xiang Tian, meeting Li Mu's gaze, remained silent, indicating his acceptance of the wager, before turning and soaring out of the bamboo grove, vanishing from sight. Youthful recklessness still reigns, Mu Yun observed, shaking his head as he looked at Li Mu. Are you only preparing to be sect leader for a year? Humph, Li Mu scoffed. The outcome is yet undetermined, merely observe. Mu Yun nodded, his gaze then falling upon the sect leader's token. May I inspect it? The azure steel sword required no confirmation, but the token warranted thorough examination. Li Mu glanced at Ru Meng, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to pass the token. Feel free to examine it. Authenticity is guaranteed. Mu Yun took the token and, alongside Chu Xieyue, scrutinized it meticulously. After confirming its validity, they began discussions with Ru Meng regarding their collaboration. This matter required extensive deliberation within the Qingyun sect, while the Dou side must also convey their stance. They could not simply rely on this stronghold without any commitments. That would be akin to attempting to catch a wolf with empty hands. Their discussions continued late into the evening, and only then did Li Mu return to the palace with Ru Meng, exhausted from the day's exertions, especially since he had yet to retrieve the azure steel sword. Senior sister, do you think they might try to claim the sword for themselves? Ru Meng shook her head. The azure steel sword is a sacred artifact of the Qingyun sect and cannot easily leave its sanctum. In times of peril, it will reveal itself to assist. Moreover, it has already acknowledged you as its master. What do you have to fear? Very well, Li Mu conceded, preparing to turn towards his own chamber, only to be met with Ru Meng's exasperated glare. What are you doing? Come with me to meet the master. We need to report on matters concerning the Qingyun sect. Reluctantly, Li Mu followed her to the Mingjing, but after searching thoroughly, they found no sign of Jing Ci. Strange, where has the master gone? Ru Meng murmured, scratching her head. Perhaps there are pressing matters to attend to, Li Mu surmised, fully aware that Jing Ci was likely heading to Deqian to retrieve the key buried in Shi Ling. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Since Jing Ci had already departed, was this not the perfect opportunity to escape? After all, Riyun would be unable to keep a watchful eye on him. Let us sit for a while, Riyun suggested, finding a place to rest. What are we waiting for? Master must be busy, we can return another day. Before Li Mu could finish his sentence, he sensed a powerful aura rushing from outside. Master? Riyun sprang to her feet, only to find Jing Ci, pale and bloodied, nearly stumbling as she flew in, saved just in time by Riyun's swift support. What has happened? Who has done this to you? It is nothing. Jing Ci replied with a wry smile, shaking her head as her gaze fell upon Li Mu. Have the matters of Qingyun's sect been settled? Yes, all is in order. Save for the fact that the eldest disciple is unwilling to accept the outcome and has challenged me. We have agreed upon a year to settle this. Li Mu responded with a respectful bow, fully adopting the demeanor of a disciple. Jing Ci regarded Li Mu for a while before saying, Xiaoming, you should return. I have some words to share with him. Master, your injuries? Riyun's face was filled with concern, but she could not defy Jing Ci and reluctantly withdrew. In that vast Jingming chamber, only Li Mu and the injured, panting Jing Ci remained. Li Mu felt a wave of apprehension. He could not fathom the purpose of his presence here, and he hoped it was not what he feared. Master, are you all right? Jing Ci shook her head and settled into a dark chamber. Li Mu, come here. Of course, Li Mu replied, his demeanor tense as he approached the dark chamber's entrance. Why did you accept the challenge from the eldest disciple of Qingyun sect? Do you have confidence in dealing with him? Jing Ci inquired, her brow furrowed. I do not. Li Mu replied nonchalantly, unprepared for Jing Ci's scrutiny, thinking she might inquire about matters of fate instead. I was injured by that madwoman. She has emerged from her seclusion. Jing Ci abruptly shifted the subject, her voice tinged with irritation. Who? Li Mu asked, bewildered. The national master of Daqian. She was not in seclusion in the imperial city. She has been wandering about. The national master? Li Mu recalled hearing about her from Jing Ci previously. Rest assured, master, I will avenge this grievance for you in due time. Jing Ci scoffed and shook her head dismissively. As long as you are not so frightened that your legs give way, I will be satisfied. How could that be? No matter how formidable she is merely a woman. Even if I feared her, I would never bring shame upon my master. That remains to be seen. Jingxi regarded Li Mu with a profound glance, her brows gradually unfurling as she turned her gaze elsewhere. You saw what transpired outside this morning, did you not? Li Mu's heart raced, a wave of fear coursing through him, yet he feigned calmness, replying, Master, I saw nothing. Jingxi did not respond, seemingly anticipating Li Mu's denial. With a wave of her hand, a corpse gradually materialized in the dark chamber. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Shiling. Chapter 69. The fetal photovoltaic arrow. I am injured and cannot proceed to Qian for the time being. Please retrieve the key for me. Li Mu's gaze sharpened. Upon seeing the corpse of Shiling, he realized he had been discovered. He was astonished that Jingxi had entrusted him with such a task. How could she place such importance on this matter and still trust him to handle it? Was there some hidden agenda? Or was her injury truly so severe that she could not travel to Qian in the immediate future? Master, Li Mu scratched his head to mask his embarrassment. Having been found out, there was no need to continue feigning innocence. What about the national fortune within me? Let it remain within you for now. With the fortification of Qian's national fortune, your endeavors will proceed with greater ease, and upon your return, you will not be subjected to the scrutiny of Qian's guardians. Li Mu was both startled and elated, momentarily taken aback. He quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your generosity. I shall not fail in my mission and will bring the key back to you. Bring back what? As long as he returned. Who could contend with him in the future? And the key, such a valuable item. Li Mu's heart soared with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Jingxi nodded, and in an instant, as Li Mu rose, she forcefully thrust a pill into his mouth. Encased in a veil of magical energy, the pill surged forth. Li Mu instinctively attempted to resist, even clutching his throat, but it was futile. The pill vanished into his stomach, transforming into energy that permeated his limbs. It's over. It's over. Li Mu felt dizzy, and in that moment, the defenses within him crumbled completely. Master, what have you given me? Without a word, Jingxi raised her hand and extracted a surge of energy from Shiling's corpse, presenting it before Li Mu. Within it lay the location of the key's burial. As long as you safely retrieve the item, all will be well. But what if something goes awry and I cannot bring it back? Quite simply, you could either be killed by someone else, or you might suffer a torturous demise at the hands of the fetal photovoltaic arrow. Those are your only two fates. Jingxi's lips curled into a smile, instilling in Li Mu an unprecedented dread. Just moments before, he had perceived her as magnanimous, only to discover her venomous nature. The fetal photovoltaic arrow, just the name alone was terrifying. Of course, you may choose to return with the key, and I shall provide the antidote. Remember, you have a maximum of 1 year. Should you fail to take the antidote in time, once it manifests, even the gods will be unable to save you. Jingxi stated coldly. Li Mu trembled with rage. Master, there is truly no need for this. I will undoubtedly bring the key back to you. Please don't torment me. There was no other option. You are too cunning. Depart tonight. The sooner you go, the sooner you will return. With a wave of her hand, the stone door of the secret chamber slowly closed. Li Mu collapsed to the ground, lamenting his fate. He clawed at his throat. But after much effort, he could only feel nauseous, unable to expel anything further. Master, I have just ascended to the position of the Qian sect leader, and everything remains unsettled. Is it truly appropriate for me to depart at this moment? The Qian sect has compromised with the imperial family, not with you. Do you not yet comprehend this? I understand now. Li Mu sighed, realizing that everything was under Jingxi's control. This woman was indeed formidable. He felt disheartened and returned to his residence. Initially, he had contemplated leaving once the national fortune was retrieved. However, it now seemed unnecessary. What sort of poison is the Taiguang Fusher arrow? I wonder if Lu Ruyan can provide an antidote. Alas, if it were so easily resolved. She would not have been so confident in allowing me to leave. Li Mu tossed and turned in bed, feeling anxious for quite some time, but eventually came to terms with it. Since the situation has reached this point, he would follow Jingxi's advice. After all, retrieving the key should be relatively effortless for him, and a year's time is ample, allowing him to resolve many unfinished matters. With this realization, Li Mu felt enlightened. It was not particularly dire. As long as he could find a remedy for the Taiguang Fusher arrow within a year, he would still hold the initiative. Moreover, this journey had incurred minimal losses, and he had successfully brought back the national fortune, ensuring that Lu Ruyan and the others had not fared poorly. Before departing, Li Mu discreetly glanced at Yanlan Xin and Ru Meng, then sought Jingxi for the Desert Eagle before embarking on his journey. Fate is shaped by human hands. Li Mu believed that as long as he acted, nothing was insurmountable. Furthermore, having accumulated so much spiritual energy during this time, he felt quite confident. As he walked in the cold wind, Li Mu exited Xiantian City, looking back at this unfamiliar place with a swirl of emotions. Just earlier in the day, he had resolved the matters of the Qingyun sect, thinking that becoming the sect leader would afford him the pleasure of teasing the female disciples. Little did he expect to be met with such a blow that evening. Perhaps it was for the best. Returning to Qian would allow him to continue his reign over the harem, which was far more enjoyable than here. Chapter 70. Return to Qian 5 days later. In the imperial capital of Qian. Upon entering the city, Li Mu immediately noticed the streets adorned with festive decorations. After walking several blocks, he learned that during his absence, the marriage of the prime minister's youngest daughter to the emperor had been delayed until now. He could only wonder how Ji Yu and Lu Ruyin had managed to postpone matters for such an extended period under the prime minister's pressure. No, I must hurry back. Lu Ruyin must be furious. Li Mu dared not delay further and quickened his pace, rushing back to the palace. Having been away for so long, he found himself missing Ji Yu and Lu Ruyin quite a bit, as they had been his closest confidants since his arrival in this world. At this moment, within the Qinqing palace, Ji Yu was brushing Lu Ruyan's hair while she meditated with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she spoke, "Your Majesty, how about I go to Da Wu to find Li Mu once the wedding is over? The guardian of the nation has stated that Qian's fortune is currently unharmed, indicating that this young man is not dead. Perhaps I could bring him back." Lu Ruyin did not respond immediately, and after a considerable pause, she opened her eyes and said, "Tomorrow, you shall don a mask and ensure the wedding proceeds smoothly. I intend to visit Xiandao sect, as there seems to be some trouble on Lei Yumeng's side." The Empress? What trouble has arisen there? Lu Ruyin did not respond to the question either. Ji Yu continued, "But Your Majesty, what shall we do about Li Mu? Shall we just leave him to his own devices?" Lu Ruyin smiled gently, exuding an air of calm and composure. "Did you not say he was arrogant and reckless, wishing for his own demise outside?" Ji Yu hurriedly clarified. "I am primarily concerned about the potential leakage of our fortune. Otherwise, who would care for his life or death? Is it truly so?" Lu Ruyin cast a glance at Ji Yu. "Do not worry. I have already informed her, and results should be forthcoming." "Her?" Ji Yu furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling someone, her expression softening as her worries dissipated. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from outside the hall. "The fortune seems to be flourishing. He appears to have returned." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously looked outside, where they beheld the guardian of the nation, who vanished in a blink after leaving those words. Ji Yu felt a surge of joy, setting down the comb she held. "Your Majesty, I shall go find him at once." "Go ahead," Lu Ruyin replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head and closing her eyes to resume her meditation. In the adjoining hall, Li Mu searched in vain for Ji Yu. Just as he prepared to head to the Qinqing palace, he unexpectedly encountered an old man leaning on a cane. "You have returned?" The guardian of the nation stood before Li Mu with a smile, exuding an aura of undeniable authority amidst his frailty. "Indeed," Li Mu responded hurriedly, bowing deeply. "I have successfully retrieved the nation's fortune, though it currently resides within me. I hope the guardian can understand. Additionally, I have another lead on a fortune that I can pursue shortly." The guardian's eyes gleamed, his imposing presence gradually retracting. "If you have another lead, why did you not bring it back as well?" "Ah, that is a long story," Li Mu sighed, his expression one of dismay. "To reclaim the fortune from Shiling, I ventured deep into the great martial realm and nearly did not return. I dared not take further risks." He glanced at the guardian and continued, "The issue lies with the great martial saintess. She is exceedingly ruthless. You see, guardian, she specializes in hunting those at the core formation stage, employing extremely brutal methods. Had I not endured humiliation and remained steadfast in my purpose, I fear I would have perished long ago." "You fell into the hands of the great martial saintess?" The guardian's face registered surprise. "Indeed, I must tell you. This meeting was entirely a conspiracy. The great martial realm came solely for our nation's fortune." The guardian nodded, seizing Li Mu's arm. "How did you manage to escape from the great martial saintess?" "She was injured by someone else, gravely so. Otherwise, I would have had no chance to escape. The one who wounded her is said to be our nation's grandmaster." Li Mu spoke with calm confidence, having rehearsed this narrative countless times in his mind. "Grandmaster?" The guardian murmured, pulling Li Mu along. "Come, we must see His Majesty. It is time to extract the fortune from within you." "What?" Li Mu exclaimed, startled and resistant. "Guardian, it would be prudent to wait until we locate the other fortune before extracting this one. Without our fortune intact, I cannot pursue the lead. How do you intend to track it? Tell me your method." The guardian insisted firmly. Li Mu could hardly discern the old man's intentions. It was evident that he sought to discard him once his usefulness had waned. His mind raced, striving to concoct a plausible excuse. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. At a critical moment, Ji Yu suddenly appeared, prompting Li Mu to cast a pleading glance in her direction. "Do not be alarmed. His Majesty has commanded me to bring him for an audience." The guardian of the nation halted his movements and turned to Ji Yu. "Has His Majesty communicated this to the national master?" "It appears so." With a sigh, the guardian of the nation withdrew, hastening towards the Qinqing palace. Once Li Mu confirmed the man's departure, he rushed forward to embrace Ji Yu, choking back tears. Sister Ji Yu, I have missed you dearly. Chapter 71. Confession and the Queen's Predicament. Ji Yu found herself at a loss, wishing to push Li Mu away, yet feeling reluctant, for he had returned safely. Did you bring back the national fortune? Indeed. Pray, tell me all that has transpired during your absence. Li Mu nodded, releasing Ji Yu as he recounted the events in detail. He omitted certain occurrences within the Great Wu realm, but disclosed the remainder, such as how he had tracked down the national fortune and how he had been captured by Jing Xi, as there was no need for concealment in these matters. As for his escape, that would be the national master's account to share. The narratives from both sides aligned perfectly. Jing Xi had indeed been injured by the national master, who had come to Great Wu at the behest of Lu Ruyin. Everything fit seamlessly together. I owe you my gratitude for your words, otherwise, the Saintess of Great Wu would have surely dispatched you midway. Hearing of Li Mu's experiences brought a smile to Ji Yu's face, as they indeed resonated with his known character. However, the crux of the matter remained. As long as Li Mu returned with the national fortune, all was well. Come, let us meet His Majesty. At the Qianxing Palace, Ji Yu and Li Mu encountered the guardian of the nation upon his exit, his demeanor suggesting displeasure. Li Mu shrugged and followed Ji Yu into the palace. Before Lu Ruyin had fully awoken, he had already slid to his knees before her. Your Majesty, I have yearned for you. Lu Ruyin kept her eyes closed for an extended moment before finally speaking. Now that you have returned, I entrust the matter of the Qiandao sect to you. I wish to enter seclusion for a time. What troubles the Qiandao sect? Do you not have any inquiries? Lu Ruyin's indifferent demeanor stirred a pang of sorrow within Li Mu. Regardless of how he felt, his words were sincere. Having been away for so long, he truly missed them all. Your return suffices. I have no further questions. Once the grand wedding is concluded, you must diligently pursue the remaining national fortune and not allow the guardian of the nation to pressure you. Regarding the Qiandao sect, Lei Yuming had sent word herself, indicating that they had encountered some difficulties. Please address that matter as well. Li Mu slowly rose, realizing he should not have harbored any expectations of Lu Ruyin. What ails the queen? You shall discover that for yourselves. I must now focus on my cultivation. Without delay, I shall make a trip to the Qiandao sect. Before Li Mu could finish his words, he was pulled outside by Ji Yu. Once they reached the entrance of the Qianxing Palace, Ji Yu finally released him. The emperor is on the verge of forming the Golden Core. It is best for us to avoid any disturbances. Forming the Golden Core? Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. Upon checking the goddess record, he confirmed that Lu Ruyin's cultivation had indeed reached the peak of foundation establishment. How could this happen so swiftly? He pondered, recalling that she had only recently advanced in the Dragon Vein ancestor land. Sister Ji Yu, has the emperor always cultivated at this remarkable pace? I recall her just ascending to the later stage of foundation establishment. How is she now on the cusp of forming the Golden Core? Isn't it due to the national fortune and the elixir you provided? Ji Yu responded, her tone unusually gentle. None left. Li Mu shook his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This is rather perplexing. Ordinarily, even if one ascends several levels, the primary function of the elixir should still be healing, not the catalyst for Lu Ruyin's rapid advancement. As for the national fortune, I possess that within me as well, yet my cultivation has not surged at such a pace, so it likely isn't the cause. Let go of such concerns. It is good that the emperor is poised to successfully form her Golden Core. At that time, the national fortune within you will be easier to harness. Indeed, Li Mu responded dismissively, then suggested, let us pay a visit to the Qiandao sect and ascertain what troubles the empress may be encountering. Unacceptable. Ji Yu promptly shook her head. Tomorrow is the grand wedding. We must first see this through without revealing any flaws. But what about the empress? What if the matter is of utmost urgency? Li Mu expressed his worry. I will dispatch someone to gather information. Why the haste? Ji Yu countered. Unable to persuade Ji Yu otherwise, Li Mu acquiesced, reasoning that given the time elapsed, a day's delay would not be detrimental. Even if there were pressing matters, the Qiandao sect would provide support. Oh, you have advanced as well. It seems fortune has favored you on this outing. Haha, it all hinges on national fortune. Otherwise, I would not have progressed so swiftly. On the following morning, Li Mu was awakened early by Ji Yu. With a groggy expression, he was ushered to the Qianxing Palace, where preparations for attire and adornments commenced. By the time they finished, it was already noon. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, they resumed their grooming. Sister Ji Yu, is this truly necessary? As a grown man, do I require makeup and formal attire? Li Mu complained as he gazed at the excessively refined emperor in the dressing mirror. However, Ji Yu remained unfazed, continuing to style his hair and adorn him with a crown. From the golden hairpins to the dragon robe sash, every detail was meticulously attended to. Gradually, Li Mu accepted the process and his irritation faded. Sister Ji Yu, how long have you been by the emperor's side? You seem so adept at all of this. I have been in the palace since childhood. How could I not be familiar? Ji Yu replied. Do not forget the rules I instructed you on. If you make a mistake when meeting the officials later, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Ji stated with solemnity and seriousness. Li Mu nodded with a playful demeanor, assuring her, fear not, it won't happen. Due to the excessive motion, the comb in Ji hand slipped and fell right in front of him. Ji shot a reproachful glance at Li Mu and reached out to retrieve it. Wait. I shall do it. Li Mu exerted force, causing the comb to bounce back, much to Ji surprise, nearly causing her to miss it. Chapter 72. Sacrificing to Heaven. Ministers pressuring the palace. What is the principle behind this? Of course, it's the Pythagorean theorem, he expressed, revealing the author's nostalgia. What does that even mean? Be serious. Ji delivered a light punch to Li Mu. Despite her lack of understanding, she could discern how the comb had taken flight. Oh. Li Mu ceased his jesting, sinking back into boredom. After about half an hour, with all preparations complete, a deafening horn echoed throughout the palace, marking the commencement of the celebration. Just wait for the heavenly sacrifice. The Chancellor will likely seize the opportunity to create difficulties for you. Be mentally prepared. Let him try. I fear him not. All right then, just adapt as necessary, but don't lose your composure. After giving her final instructions, Ji watched with relief as Li Mu exited the grand hall, striding towards the officials. At the forefront of the assembly stood Lei Daoyuan, the head of the ministers. Li Mu, exuding an air of superiority, cast a sidelong glance at him before making his way through the crowd, step by step, toward the altar. What confounded Li Mu the most was this. In a world of immortals, why was there still such an ignorant practice as sacrificing to heaven? He remained uncertain whether divine beings would indeed offer protection from the heavens. After all, compared to the modern society he had left behind, this place held a greater sense of credibility. Upon reaching the open-air altar, he beheld a colossal cauldron at the summit, emanating a profound spiritual aura. It was evident that this cauldron was a remarkable treasure. Li Mu accepted the grand incense offered by the officiant and ascended the altar, proceeding to perform a prayer with all due solemnity. Lu Ruoyan was indeed a talent. Abandoning her own rights to allow an outsider to stand in was a testament to her character. He could pray as he wished. Esteemed ancestors and sages, in light of my sincere devotion, I implore you to bless my path of cultivation, allowing all calamities to be borne by my foes. I thank you. Li Mu bowed reverently, preparing to step down when suddenly, the heavens shifted in hue, and a malevolent wind arose from an unknown source, causing the gathered crowd to struggle to maintain their footing. Damn, could it be that my prayer was actually heard? Li Mu crouched on the steps, internally questioning his soul, leaning towards the notion that impersonating the emperor in a heavenly sacrifice had provoked the ancestral spirits of the royal family. Everyone remained still for a moment until the malevolent wind ceased, yet the solemn ceremony had descended into chaos. Li Mu descended the altar step by step, observing the anxious expressions of the civil and military officials, contemplating his words. Such an auspicious ritual marred by ominous signs could incite rampant speculation if he did not stabilize the crowd. However, before he could utter a word, the Chancellor, Lei Daoyuan, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the ancestors have already issued a portent. Fengji cannot be forsaken, even if it is merely a vassal state. For it is still a territory of Qian. Do you not comprehend this? What? What is Fengji? Li Mu gazed at Lei Daoyuan with a look of utter confusion, as if he were staring at a fool. He could not fathom the old man's intentions. Was he preparing to place him in an embarrassing position in such a setting? Li Mu chose to ignore him and proceeded towards the grand hall, for after the sacrificial rites, a grand wedding awaited him. Your Majesty, this matter pertains to the stability of the state. If you persist in your obstinacy, it will chill the hearts of the people of Fengji, as well as those of Qian, and in the future, no other nation will wish to be vassals. Lei Daoyuan relentlessly pursued Li Mu, offering his counsel. Observing this, the other ministers knelt and implored the emperor to reconsider. What is this? Are they attempting a coup? From Lei Daoyuan's words, Li Mu discerned the gist of the situation. Fengji must be a vassal state of Qian. It seemed that Fengji had encountered some trouble, which was why Lu Ruyan intended to abandon it. The recent ominous winds and the unanimous counsel from the ministers were entirely orchestrated by Lei Daoyuan, aimed at compelling the emperor to compromise. At a loss for what to do, Li Mu was approached hastily by Ji, who whispered, I told you so. The Chancellor indeed has a hidden agenda. What should we do now? I have no idea what is happening. Li Mu felt a sense of helplessness, wanting to assist yet unable to do so. Fengji, as a vassal of Qian, was a diminutive nation with a populous and diverse populace, currently facing invasion from neighboring countries. The emperor believed the fault lay with Fengji's ruler, who had mistakenly injured their prince and refused to negotiate, thus escalating into this war of invasion. Should Qian dispatch troops, they would have to traverse foreign lands, which complicated matters immensely. Lei Daoyuan sought to exploit this situation. You should quickly find an excuse to dismiss it, Ji remarked, signaling anxiously. fearful that Li Mu might ruin everything. Since it is indeed a territory of Diqian, why should it be deemed complex or troublesome? Li Mu expressed a differing opinion, then glanced at Ji Yu before addressing Lei Daoyuan and the gathered ministers. Esteemed colleagues, I have reflected on the situation regarding Fengji, and it certainly warrants further discussion. It is not a matter of whether to assist, but rather how to assist. For we must heed the ancestors' portent. Therefore, at the next morning assembly, I shall provide you all with a satisfactory response. We shall not relinquish any of Diqian's vassals. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the ministers rose, evidently pleased. Lei Daoyuan wore a triumphant expression as he gracefully exited the chamber. Only Ji Yu remained, standing in place with clenched fists, her countenance pale with fury. She had feared that Li Mu would be led astray, which was why she had hurried to mitigate the situation. Who could have anticipated that he would concede to them? It was truly infuriating. Chapter 73, Lei Luoxue. Identity revealed. You are finished. The emperor will have you killed. Ji Yu glared at Li Mu, her teeth clenched in anger. His Majesty would not concern himself. I merely believe that giving up in such a manner is indeed regrettable. Why not heed their call to arms? Li Mu was unconvinced. Even if this matter was a trap meticulously devised by Lei Daoyuan, he was determined to give it a try. After all, from the perspective of Diqian's future development, abandoning the vassal states was evidently not a prudent choice. It is easy to speak grandly, but can one simply summon troops at will? Are the lives of Diqian's soldiers not of worth? Ji Yu was nearly incensed. Fortunate that the matter had not been conclusively settled, an opportunity to convene the court could allow for a retraction of this proposition. Otherwise, the consequences for Li Mu would be dire. However, Li Mu held a different opinion, asserting, how could Diqian, once a dominant force among the nations, now find itself in a position where it must forsake its vassals? Once this precedent is set, who would be willing to submit in the future? In my view, why fear them? We might as well engage. Ji Yu looked at Li Mu in disbelief, utterly astonished that such audacious words could emanate from him. During his time away from the capital, what had Li Mu encountered? He seemed entirely transformed. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if Li Mu truly embodied the essence of an emperor. Nevertheless, let us first attend to the wedding. That evening, after a series of elaborate ceremonies, Li Mu finally completed his marriage, and Lei Daoyuan's youngest daughter, Lei Luoxue, was conferred the title of concubine, taking residence in the West Ning Palace. At this moment, within the West Ning Palace, Li Mu dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving the grand hall with only him and Lei Luoxue, who was adorned with a red veil. Alas, what a wretched woman! Li Mu sighed quietly, preparing to lift Lei Luoxue's veil. He felt a deep sympathy for her. Thus he was in no rush, allowing her time to adjust. Yet, before he could approach, Lei Luoxue spoke first. Your Majesty, does my identity and my plight truly merit your courtship? Lei Luoxue's voice was remarkably clear and sweet, completely at odds with the shadow she had once been under the Lei family's confinement. After all, with the power that the Lei family wielded, I suppose I have saved you in a way, Li Mu remarked with a shrug. From Lu Rian's perspective, this marriage was indeed quite complicated. Even though the youngest daughter of the Lei family faced a tragic fate, disregarding the issue of social standing, she lacked even the most basic dignity. Marrying her would be perceived as an affront by the outside world. However, Lu Rian found no valid reason to refuse, being more inclined to indifference than anything else. Compared to the singular focus required for cultivating immortality, the public opinion and criticisms were trivial, hardly more significant than a casual moment of meditation. Do you, as an emperor, truly fear him? Lei Luoxue pressed on, seemingly intrigued. Do you think now is an appropriate time to question me? Li Mu replied, it is late. And you have had a long day, you ought to rest. As he reached out to lift Lei Luoxue's veil, she unexpectedly evaded his hand. Your Majesty, let me tentatively address you thus. Are you truly the Emperor of Diqian? This inquiry seemed to possess an enchanting power, leaving Li Mu momentarily stunned and at a loss. In this moment, there was an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. What is the matter? Am I not the true emperor, or could it be that I am merely a false one? Li Mu felt a surge of caution as he fixed his gaze upon the prominent figure before him. Yet, why do you wear a disguise? Lei Luoxue's question was posed with an air of casualness, but as her words resonated, the chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths and a racing heartbeat. Li Mu's eyes widened in alarm, his scalp tingling as he regarded Lei Luoxue with palpable hostility. He could not fathom why she would dare to probe into such sensitive matters. Had his identity been compromised? What is it that you wish to convey? Li Mu demanded with a raised voice. I wish to indicate that we have met. Met? Li Mu was taken aback, recalling the time when he and Ji Yu had stealthily entered the minister's residence. Had they not encountered Lei Luoxue then? However, in the dimness of that moment, he had not discerned her features, while she had evidently recognized him and Ji Yu. Oh no, this woman seems to know everything. For the first time, Li Mu felt a profound fear of another in the inner palace, primarily because he was oblivious to how she had acquired such knowledge, which was indeed terrifying. What? Have you remembered? Lei Luoxue inquired with a smile. Who are you, and what is your purpose for entering the palace? Li Mu brandished his desert eagle, aiming it at the prominent figure before him. Startled by the unexpected outburst, Lei Luoxue responded in a delicate tone, I am the little daughter of the Prime Minister. Lei Luoxue. What of it? Her confusion was evident as Li Mu swallowed hard, his anxiety palpable. How do you know that I am wearing a disguise? I saw it. Saw it. Li Mu was bewildered. Lu Rian had mentioned that this mask was a rare treasure, capable of deceiving even those at the core formation level. How could it possibly be seen through so easily? Answer me. Who informed you? Li Mu's anger surged as he pressed the gun to Lei Luoxue's temple. I truly saw it. No one told me, nor have I spoken of it to anyone. You madwoman, do you think I would hesitate to pull the trigger? Li Mu gritted his teeth, and truthfully, he was indeed reluctant to fire. To send a bride to her demise on their wedding night was a degree of madness he could scarcely fathom. Furthermore, he merely sought the truth. Killing Lei Luoxue would achieve nothing. Chapter 74. Unknown Cultivation Level. Why can you not believe me? Lei Luoxue's voice took on a tone of distress, gradually becoming choked with emotion. Li Mu, uninterested in her lamentations, swiftly lifted Lei Luoxue's red veil. In an instant, an exquisite visage emerged before him. This, Li Mu was dumbfounded. How could anyone possess such an ethereal purity? Her skin was pale and luminous, her eyes large and expressive, presenting a picture of delicate charm, nobility, and untouchable perfection. With just a glance, Li Mu felt he must have misjudged her. How could someone so beautiful possibly be malevolent? He vigorously shook his head, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over desire, his gaze sharpening once more. Do not feign innocence. Answer my question honestly. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Mu was taken aback, for the divine record swiftly turned its pages, revealing a single entry. Name, Lei Luoxue. Cultivation, unknown. Affection level, 5. Spiritual energy, 0 hours. What on earth does unknown cultivation mean? Li Mu was utterly perplexed. Even someone like Yan Lanxin, who possessed no real cultivation and was merely a pseudo-spiritual root, would be marked as none in the divine record. Why was Lei Luoxue so extraordinary? Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of peculiarity about her. I truly am not deceiving you. I can see your true appearance beneath the mask. Lei Luoxue choked on her words. See. Li Mu quickly gazed into her eyes, which were as dark as night, possessing only a hint of azure, essentially resembling those of an ordinary person. Could it indeed be her eyes that were strange? If he had only heard her claims, he might have been inclined to believe her. Yet the anomalies in the divine record indicated that she was inherently exceptional and could not simply be attributed to her eyes. Moreover, how could an ordinary person possess such extraordinary eyes? Perhaps I shall temporarily place my trust in you, but what of your eyes? Does the Chancellor know? I do not know, Lei Luoxue replied, shaking her head like a rattle. Li Mu refrained from commenting. After all, he could not presently ascertain the veracity of her words. It is late, let us retire for the night. Li Mu holstered his desert eagle and turned to leave. Are you not staying the night? Lei Luoxue called out to him. Li Mu pinched his eyes. Perhaps another day. I am weary tonight. Very well, Lei Luoxue nodded, then seemingly struck by a thought. She hastily added, Thank you for tonight. I shall not speak of this to anyone. Li Mu was skeptical, for he did not believe Lei Luoxue would remain tight-lipped. It is often said that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she may be. This matter needed to be reported to Ji Yu and Lu Rian. Upon returning to the side hall, Li Mu happened upon Ji Yu practicing in the courtyard. How rare, Sister Ji Yu, one seldom sees you training. Ji Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise. Why are you not at the Shining Palace? What brings you back? Li Mu, still clad in his wedding attire, appeared particularly conspicuous. I have something important to discuss with you. Li Mu lowered his voice and hurried towards Ji Yu. What is it? Ji Yu frowned. What urgent matter could arise at this hour? Li Mu recounted every detail regarding the mystery surrounding Lei Luoxue, omitting only the aspect of her unknown cultivation. Ji Yu was taken aback, immediately halting her training and leaping up from the ground. This is too significant. We must inform His Majesty. You should return to the Shining Palace and observe her for any unusual behavior. Ji Yu wiped the sweat from her brow and prepared to dash outside. Li Mu seized her and insisted, I will accompany you. She had been quite well behaved in Shining Palace, and sending him to guard her would be akin to courting death. Ji Yu rolled her eyes, but did not press Li Mu further. The two hastily made their way to Qianqing Palace, interrupting Lu Ruyan, who was immersed in her cultivation. What urgent matter brings you here at such a late hour? Lu Ruyan asked, her impatience evident as she glared at them. Ji Yu exchanged a glance with Li Mu, then leaned closer to Lu Ruyan and succinctly recounted the events. Eyes that can see through disguises? Lu Ruyan murmured, a sense of perplexity rising within her. She resolved to investigate personally and instructed the two to wait. Upon arriving at Xining Palace, they had not yet entered when Lu Ruyin overheard voices from within. Your Majesty, this trivial matter has necessitated your personal attendance. The following day, Li Mu rose early. Lu Ruyin had returned the previous night without uttering a word, simply sending them back to rest. This further corroborated his suspicion that Lei Luo Shui was no ordinary individual. However, this was not his immediate concern. He needed to focus on resolving issues regarding the Empress, the key, and the fetal light arrow. Thus, he decided to visit Qiandao sect today to discern what had transpired with the Empress Lei Yuming. As for Jiyu, she headed straight to the inspectorate, having been informed by Li Mu about Lin Han's return in preparation for receiving the envoy, which made him appear somewhat of a traitor. Yet, none of that mattered now. The matter concerning Lin Han was somewhat troublesome for Jiyu, as he had not been seen since their last parting. Although the Great Wu envoy remained at the CE Pavilion, negotiations had yet to yield any results, and the territorial concession was evolving into a standoff between the two nations. Jiyu sought a prompt resolution, determined that Lin Han would not be allowed to escort the envoys away. Chapter 75. The Saint Sun's Dao Conference. After spending half a day, Li Mu finally arrived in the city of Yanling, where Qiandao sect was located. It was in close proximity to the imperial city, and flying with a sword would expedite his journey. Li Mu endeavored to present himself as a cultivator, with a flying sword on his back and 100 treasure pouches at his waist, exuding an air of nonchalance and ease. These items belonged to Lin Xian, and with a bit of time devoted to refining them, they would bear no distinction from his own. Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to Qiandao sect? Li Mu casually inquired of a vendor at the roadside. The portly shopkeeper sized him up and smiled. Are you also attending the Saint Sun Dao Conference? The Saint Sun Dao Conference? What is that? Li Mu asked, his curiosity piqued, though he felt no particular interest. It appears you are a loose cultivator. Unaware of such matters, the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head. Just continue along this street, pass through the Golden Gate, and you shall see the sign for Qiandao sect. Noting the lack of explanation regarding the Saint Sun Dao Conference, Li Mu felt a tinge of disappointment, but ultimately could not resist asking, Sir, what exactly is the Saint Sun Dao Conference? Is it currently quite popular? Pray, listen, what an absurd question this is. The boss exclaimed, clapping his hands in discontent at Li Mu's ignorance. Yet he graciously explained, currently, the most celebrated event in Yanling and its surrounding cities is the Holy Sun's Dao Formation Conference, organized by the Qiandao sect. Surely, coming from another city. You must have heard of it? Li Mu shook his head. He had been sleeping throughout his journey in the carriage, and it was indeed a rarity if he had heard anything. You are truly a befuddled fellow. Nevertheless, allow me to indulge you with some information. The Holy Sun's Dao Formation Conference is jointly hosted by the Qiandao sect and the Tianxing sect, with this year's event taking place at the Qiandao sect. When the conference commences, each sect will send forth 10 disciples to compete, and the final 2 victors shall be crowned as holy sons, thus permitted to unite with the holy maidens of both sections. This is the essence of the Holy Sun's Dao Formation Conference, which is held annually and is indeed a grand spectacle. Thank you, Li Mu interjected, cutting off the plump boss before he could continue, and he swiftly made his way towards the Qiandao sect. An instinct within him suggested that Lei Yuming's plea for help was likely connected to this very conference. Upon traversing through the grand entrance adorned with golden motifs, following the directional signs, Li Mu soon arrived at the gate of the Qiandao sect. However, at this moment, the area was teeming with people, rendering the end of the line nearly impossible to discern. Esteemed friends, only disciples of the 2 sects are permitted to enter the viewing area. The Qiandao sect has prepared an open space at the distant mountain square, where the entirety of the conference can be observed. Please queue orderly and adhere to the rules, lest you cause trouble for yourselves or others. An elder of the Qiandao sect, ethereal and wise, proclaimed as he rode atop a crane, echoing his words like a recording device. Following the elder's indication, Li Mu gazed towards the mountain opposite the Qiandao sect, where an open square stood, already occupied by individuals seated upon the ground. Damn, Li Mu cursed inwardly. If he were to ascend to that square, he would be helplessly watching should anything happen to Lei Yuming. This simply would not do. He had to devise a means to enter the Qiandao sect. While mulling over his plan, he stepped out of the queue when suddenly an urgent call reached his ears. Your Excellency, Li Mu, uncertain of whom the call was directed at, initially ignored it, but as the voice drew closer, he lifted his gaze and realized it was directed at him. Several officers from the Dizhuan were hastening towards him, with the first among them being Zhu Hua, the unfortunate individual he had personally rescued from Guilin. What brings you here? Li Mu inquired as Zhu Hua and the others approached swiftly. The Grand Commander has sent us to gather information regarding the Empress. Oh, I see, Li Mu interrupted, realizing the situation at hand. Have you uncovered the true circumstances surrounding this affair? We inquired, but the disciples of the Qiandao sect expelled us outright. Only through some means did we manage to learn from one of their disciples that both the Empress and her master appear to be imprisoned, Zhu Hua hastily explained. What? Li Mu's expression suddenly changed. He questioned why he had been imprisoned, wondering how the Qian Dao sect dared to disregard the imperial family's authority. Zhu Hua hesitated for a moment before slowly stating. He said it was because the Empress has ascended to the position of saintess and has caught the attention of the young tyrant Feng Wujie from the Tianxing sect. Zhu Hua dared not elaborate further, for the subject was the Empress, a topic far too sensitive for them to discuss. The Tianxing sect? Is this sect truly powerful? How could they imprison the saintess of the Qian Dao sect without consequence? Li Mu found it incredulous yet somewhat expected, as it aligned closely with his suspicions. Indeed, during the Sacred Son's Ascension Conference, Lei Yuming had taken center stage as the leading lady. Not particularly strong, perhaps, but its influence is comparable to that of the Qian Dao sect. The true power lies with this young tyrant, Feng Wujie. As one of the officials from the Duke Yuan remarked, "Young tyrant, is it? I shall ensure you experience tyranny in return," Li Mu muttered, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. This was a rare negative emotion for him since his arrival in this world, yet it was increasingly becoming uncontrollable. This was largely due to the law of survival in this realm, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and strength reigns supreme. Those who are kind-hearted and tender inevitably become stepping stones for others. Li Mu recognized that he could not change the world, he could only accept it. "I need a plan to infiltrate the Qian Dao sect," he declared to those around him. Chapter 76. Infiltrating the Qian Dao sect to rescue the Empress's mentor. Zhu Hua exchanged glances with his colleagues and quickly said, "My lord, before your arrival, we acquired 2 identity tokens belonging to disciples of the Qian Dao sect." With that, Zhu Hua produced 2 tokens from his robes and presented them to Li Mu. "Excellent," Li Mu replied, patting Zhu Hua's shoulder appreciatively. He addressed the group. "Brothers, you have done well. One of you will accompany me into the Qian Dao sect, while the rest should return and inform Commander Jiyu. The sooner, the better." "Yes," they chorused, clasping their fists in salute before swiftly departing, leaving only Zhu Hua and Li Mu behind. "My good brother, you have truly aided me immensely this time," Li Mu exclaimed, linking arms with Zhu Hua and expressing heartfelt gratitude. To be fair, the Duke Yuan operates with remarkable efficiency. Had he not arrived, these fellows might have attempted to infiltrate the Qian Dao sect on their own to orchestrate a rescue for Lei Yuming. Of course, Li Mu was unaware of their specific thoughts, but the presence of these 2 tokens spoke volumes. "My lord, you flatter me. My life is a gift from you," Zhu Hua replied. "Ah, we are brothers. Let us not speak of it again," Li Mu interjected, for his motives for rescuing were rooted in sincerity, not a desire for such sacrificial gratitude. At most, he wished to forge a friendship, to support one another in the future. Zhu Hua nodded, understanding Li Mu's sentiments, and felt a warm glow within. Perhaps this sunny, handsome, and gentle commander was indeed a figure worthy of loyalty. He did not comprehend why such thoughts arose, but he was certain they were correct. "My lord, let us find a place to change into suitable attire. I have several sets of clothing for disciples of the Qian Dao sect that will save us some trouble. Do not refer to me as adult, for it sounds rather unappealing. Henceforth, you may call me Li Mu, Brother Mu, or simply Li Gu. I recall your name is Zhu Hua, is it not? From now on, I shall address you as Little Zhu. To be candid, your surname is quite rare. Are you perhaps of an ethnic minority? Brother Mu, what exactly constitutes an ethnic minority? Oh, let us not dwell on that. How old are you this year? Do you have a crush on any young ladies?" Li Mu, without understanding why, habitually posed this question. Li Gu, why do you harbor thoughts of entering the palace to become a eunuch? Alas, the Empress has summoned you, which could be interpreted as a mark of favor from your esteemed leader. If you perform well in the Duji Yuan, I assure you that promotions and titles will follow. Indeed, that will be the case. As they conversed, the 2 arrived at a secluded spot, changed their attire, and promptly made their way to the gates of the Qian Dao sect. Armed with identity tokens, they effortlessly bypassed the restrictions and, alongside numerous disciples from the Qian Dao sect and the Tianxing sect, entered the inner sanctum of the sect. "Brother Mu, what are your plans?" Zhu Hua whispered to Li Mu, aware that they were now in unfamiliar territory. If things went awry, they might not only fail to rescue anyone, but could also find themselves ensnared. "We shall capture a disciple and extract the whereabouts of that old woman," Li Mu declared, handing Zhu Hua a fully loaded Desert Eagle of the 13th grade. Following his acquisition from Jing Ci, he possessed 2 high-grade Desert Eagles. Rather than leave them dormant, it was prudent to put them to use. "The old woman?" Zhu Hua frowned as he accepted the firearm. "Brother Mu, what is this? You may consider it a treasure. Simply follow my lead." Li Mu summoned another Desert Eagle, demonstrating its loading mechanism in slow motion before Zhu Hua. This lad possessed a cultivation level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement, a solid foundation indeed. With the Desert Eagle in hand, his combat prowess would significantly amplify, surpassing that of his current strength. Aim at the target, align with the enemy, and pull the trigger. Just be cautious. Do not point it at our own people, for that would be a grave error. What if it discharges accidentally? Is its power truly formidable? Zhu Hua inquired. Sensing Li Mu's caution, it is indeed far from ordinary. It can kill with a single shot below the foundation establishment stage. What? Zhu Hua was startled, gripping the desert eagle, which now felt exceedingly hot in his hands. Brother Mu, you entrust me with such an invaluable treasure? It is of no concern, we are brothers. Moreover, you must return it after use. Zhu Hua nodded, carefully securing the weapon. Brother Mu, the old woman you mentioned must surely be the Empress's master, correct? Otherwise, would I dare to insult the Empress? Li Mu shot a reproachful glance at Zhu Hua. The Empress's master, Lin Xiu, has indeed been imprisoned. Though only a few elders are privy to her precise location, Zhu Hua remarked. No matter, we shall capture an elder. Li Mu remained unfazed, resolute in his determination to rescue Lei Yume, even if it meant turning the Xiandao sect upside down. This was his treasured experience, and it must be preserved. Capture an elder? Zhu Hua took a deep breath. Perhaps we should gather intelligence and wait for the leader to arrive instead. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Simply heed my instructions. Li Mu grasped Zhu Hua's hand, and the two turned into a building. He had initially sought to find an elder alone, but unexpectedly. Aside from the self-absorbed disciples, only a few administrators sat at the grid windows, leaving him with no opportunity. The administrators even inquired if they were there to receive a task, which left Li Mu at a loss, prompting him to wave his hands and leave hastily. Sneaky. Are you two up to no good? Just as Li Mu had one foot out the door, he heard this remark and retreated, gazing at the elder who had spoken from the window. You truly wronged us, elder. Li Mu quickly scanned the surroundings and hurried to the grid window, whispering, even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to misbehave under your watch. Chapter 77. Capturing the elder of the spirit hall. Then what are you doing in the spirit hall? The elder reprimanded loudly. Li Mu was not angered. He wiped the saliva from his face and lowered his voice again. Elder, we actually have urgent matters to discuss with you. With a slight raise of his brow, Chunyi responded, finding me? What urgent matters? It's not convenient to speak here. Perhaps you could step outside with us? We noticed you were busy. And even if we were anxious, we wouldn't dare to disturb you. If you truly cannot leave, we can wait until you have time. But I fear that something serious may occur, Li Mu concluded with a sigh, lowering his head. Chunyi, captivated by this topic, urged, what urgent matter? Speak now. It's fine. There are too many people. Look at all these disciples around us. If I speak now, you would surely kill me. Enough, enough, Chunyi retorted. Turning to a few nearby elders, I have something to attend to, please keep an eye on things for me. He then stepped out of the grid window, impatient yet slightly expectant as he followed the two out of the spirit hall. Zhu Hua stifled laughter throughout. Li Mu was indeed shrewd, just as he had been when he dealt with Guilin last time. Yet, a sense of worry lingered in his heart. How could they possibly capture this elder? Who was a foundation cultivator? Could they truly achieve success with merely 2 magical artifacts? Zhu Hua dared not ponder further and could only choose to trust Li Mu at this moment, as he was consumed by anxiety. Li Mu had already seized the opportunity to act. In a corner of the building outside the spirit hall, Li Mu and Chunyi approached slowly, then suddenly launched a tranquilizer dart. Chunyi was caught off guard but reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch the tranquilizer dart, thinking it was some formidable hidden weapon. To his surprise, a smug expression crossed his face. Zhu Hua's eyes widened. Li Mu's misstep left him feeling disappointed, casting a shadow over his heart as he realized it was all about to unravel. Elder, you best not struggle. We only have a few questions to ask. Li Mu moved swiftly, almost instantaneously summoning the Desert Eagle, and aimed a shot at Chunyi's thigh. The tranquilizer took immediate effect, rendering Chunyi unable to react. A muffled thud resounded as the bullet penetrated his thigh, creating a visible crater on the ground. Li Mu cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Hua, subsequently pressing his gun against Chunyi's temple. Elder, I believe the power of this weapon speaks for itself. If you do not comply, I may very well cause your head to explode, he remarked with a sinister smile, drawing close to Chunyi in a manner that resembled a supportive embrace. At that moment, Zhu Hua, who had been momentarily stunned, quickly reacted, drawing a Desert Eagle concealed in his sleeve and aiming it at Chunyi, swallowing hard. What have you done to me? Chunyi's forehead glistened with sweat. His waning strength and fading consciousness indicated that he was indeed at the mercy of this disciple. What puzzled him was the lack of enmity between them. Why would this disciple seek to end his life? Rest assured, it is not poison. It will merely render you unconscious. Although I have no intention of allowing you to truly lose consciousness, do not make any sudden movements. If you dare to stir even slightly, I will not hesitate to change my line of questioning, Li Mu threatened, casting a glance at a few disciples who had noticed the commotion, then offering them a smile. Chunyi met the eyes of several disciples, but ultimately chose silence. If Li Mu merely sought to interrogate him, there was no need to put himself at risk. as his life was firmly in the grasp of this madman. Take us to your residence, quickly. Li Mu unleashed his powers again, preventing Chun Yi from slipping into unconsciousness. I will divulge everything you wish to know. Please spare my life. Chun Yi clutched his bleeding thigh, his face a mask of agony. What's wrong? Just a moment ago, you were so confident. Enough with the chatter, lead the way. Li Mu barked, intentionally spitting on Chun Yi's face. Chun Yi, wary of further provocation, swiftly guided them to a cave. Shut the door, Li Mu instructed, signaling Zhu Hua to provoke Chun Yi as he began his interrogation. Tell me, where is the elder Lin Xiao of the Qiandao sect imprisoned? I want to know her whereabouts right now. You are not disciples of the Qiandao sect. Chun Yi suddenly realized, his expression steeped in fear. Enough with the idle talk. Li Mu gritted his teeth and landed a punch on Chun Yi's wound, causing him to cry out in excruciating pain. I don't know. I truly don't. You don't know? Damn it, as a fellow elder. How could you possibly be unaware? Li Mu pressed. This matter is exceedingly clandestine. I only know it pertains to the Tianxing sect. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say it was the work of the law enforcement hall's master, Hu Tuo, who is a close friend of the Tianxing sect's formidable leader. Chun Yi replied, enduring the pain. What cultivation level does this beast possess? Who? Your law enforcement hall's master. How audacious. Do you have any idea who Lei Yumeng is? Does the Qiandao sect aim for extermination? Chun Yi's mind raced. Deducing Li Mu and Zhu Hua's origins, though he realized his tone was somewhat brash. Extermination? If the Deqian imperial family truly held sway, matters would not have escalated to this point. Chapter 78. The rescue of Lin Xiao, the palace master, is at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Though I suspect he may not truly have the person in his grasp. Pinnacle of foundation establishment? Li Mu, deflated like a punctured balloon, immediately released Chun Yi. It seems seeking assistance through the elders is futile. At this moment, Lei Yumeng is either locked away with the old woman or imprisoned separately. Regardless of the scenario, the guards must be exceptionally vigilant. Furthermore, as the central figure of the upcoming Saint Sun's Dao conference, even if one were to find her, it would be exceedingly difficult to extract her. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to locate Lin Xiao first and ascertain the situation. If that proves impossible, I may have to resort to chaos, destroying the Qiandao sect. In my heart, this is no jest, though the cost is rather steep. Li Mu, deep in thought, was suddenly jolted by a realization as his gaze fell upon the watch on his wrist. How could I have forgotten this? I can track Lin Xiao's location. What's wrong? Zhi Hua inquired, noticing the shift in Li Mu's expression. Nothing, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. He seized Chun Yi, insisting, take us to Lin Xiao's residence. Any random disciple would know that. Chun Yi protested, his face etched with reluctance. Enough of your nonsense. Li Mu dismissed him, dragging him toward the exit. As an elder, Lin Xiao possessed a separate cave dwelling within the Qiandao sect, though it was currently deserted. After leading Li Mu and Zhi Hua to the location, Chun Yi sought an excuse to extricate himself, fully aware that if matters escalated, he would either bleed or be silenced by Li Mu. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of two juniors. A thought both humiliating and absurd. This is Elder Lin Xiao's cave dwelling. Typically, disciples are not permitted entry. I have provided you with a convenient entrance. May I leave now? Chun Yi pleaded, casting a pitiful glance at Li Mu. At this moment, his only desire was to survive, having long since discarded any notions of dignity. Humph, Li Mu scoffed. Are you hoping to leave and inform on us? With that, he began to search the cave fervently for Lin Xiao's personal belongings. Rest assured, I vow to keep my lips sealed. Whatever the royal family intends to do has nothing to do with me. I will pretend as though I know nothing, as if nothing has transpired. Chun Yi knelt, crawling towards Li Mu. However, he was swiftly kicked over by Zhi Hua, who pressed a gun against his head. Enough chatter. You have no room for negotiation. Chun Yi trembled, feeling the coldness of the metal against his skin, his mind reeling in terror. Having already witnessed its power, he dared not imagine the gruesome fate that awaited him if it were to explode at his forehead. The royal family has always maintained a good relationship with the Qiandao sect. There is no need to resort to slaughtering elders over a trivial matter. You still speak of a good relationship? Lei Yumeng is the queen of Deqian. Does the Qiandao sect not know this? Li Mu's voice turned icy as he picked up a strand of black silk from the bedside and slowly approached. However, this is solely the act of the master of the law enforcement hall. There is no need to retaliate against the Qiandao sect for it. Is there? With a disdainful snort, Li Mu declared, do you elders dare to claim ignorance? If the empress were in good health, this matter could be resolved. However, should she come to harm, you all shall bear the consequences. He forcefully placed the strands of hair into the tracking bracelet, temporarily storing the inherent energy within his treasure pouch. The absence of a signal from the cloaked figure indicated that he was outside the range, yet Li Mu remained unperturbed, knowing that aiding Lei Yumeng in her predicament was of utmost importance. As the hair entered the bracelet, a red energy that gradually emerged. Li Mu smiled and said to Zhu Hua, "Secure him. Let us depart. Do you know where he is?" Indeed, within a cave of the Qian Dao sect. From behind a nearby rocky outcrop, Li Mu cautiously peered out. The tracking bracelet revealed that the signal was within the cave before him. He pondered whether the Empress was also imprisoned inside. Behind him, Zhu Hua held the dazed Chun Yi in check, delivering a firm punch. "If you dare to close your eyes, I will make you regret it." Chun Yi shook his head, gazing forward, wincing as he spoke. "The cave of Elder He?" Li Mu regarded him, grasping him firmly. "Where is the master of this cave now, and what is his strength?" "Yes, Elder He is at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He should be at the assembly site now. However, his cave is typically protected by barriers, and there are 2 of his disciples guarding the entrance. If he is inside, rescuing him may prove difficult," Chun Yi replied, his voice strained, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse. "Just 2 disciples?" Li Mu dismissed them as a concern, yet acknowledged the troublesome barriers surrounding the cave. If they alarmed a Foundation establishment expert, the situation would become complicated. "What now, Brother Mu?" "We are still uncertain if he is inside." Zhu Hua expressed her worry. "He is certainly within. Tell me, is there any way to bypass the barriers?" Li Mu pressed Chun Yi for answers. "If I divulge this, will you spare me?" Li Mu slapped him. "I never said I would kill you. Do not court your own demise." Chapter 79. Cave barriers, unfavorable circumstances now compliant. Chun Yi slowly replied, "Elder He's disciples can enter and exit freely. You could devise a means to lure them out." "That is indeed a sound strategy," Li Mu nodded, then kicked Chun Yi away, stating, "If you wish to live, cooperate fully. If you fail to lure them out, your life is forfeit." Chun Yi crashed heavily to the ground, exclaiming, "Ouch." He quickly complied, performing the role of a distressed victim. "Help! Help me!" His cries swiftly captured the attention of the disciples within the cave. 2 youths of varying builds approached, and upon seeing the injured Chun Yi on the ground, they instinctively moved closer, only to halt abruptly, cautiously inquiring, "Elder Chun, what has transpired? Who has harmed you so?" "It was the Heavenly Sacred Sect. An elder from the Heavenly Sacred Sect seeks my life," Chun Yi exclaimed, his expression resembling that of a man who had found salvation. Scrambling toward the 2. As they neared the restrictive barriers surrounding the cave, the 2 disciples disregarded everything else and hurriedly assisted Chun Yi, turning to head towards the cave. As disciples of the Qian Dao sect, they could not afford to remain indifferent, otherwise they would face repercussions from Chun Yi later. At that moment, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air. The plumper disciple remained oblivious, while the leaner disciple instinctively assumed a defensive stance, summoning his magical artifact. Observing this, Chun Yi swiftly kicked the lean disciple down, causing him to be accurately struck by a tranquilizer dart. "Elder, quickly send a message to our master," the lean disciple shouted, redirecting his energy to resist the effects of the tranquilizer while calling out to the plumper one. However, the plumper disciple was also hit by the dart. As he attempted to activate a communication talisman, he felt his consciousness fade. In the next moment, the talisman was snatched away by Chun Yi. "Give that to me. You too." Chun Yi grasped both of them, exerting his dwindling strength to throw them beyond the cave's barrier, before he could no longer hold on and succumb to sleep. Li Mu and Zhu Hua sprang into action, swiftly subduing the plumper and leaner disciples. "This fellow knows his place," Li Mu remarked with satisfaction. Shooting a glance at Chun Yi, he then pressed his gun against the lean disciple's head. "Let us inside, or prepare to spill your blood right here. Dream on. My master will not spare you." The lean disciple retorted defiantly. Bang! Without hesitation, Li Mu pulled the trigger, obliterating the lean disciple's head. Such a stubborn fool was unworthy of life. "Ah, spare me. I will take you in, I will," the plumper disciple exclaimed. His face drained of color as the warm blood seared his soul, as if he were on the brink of hell. "Your choice is wise. Living is paramount," Li Mu said as he seized the plumper disciple, who then guided them through the barrier into the cave. Where is she? Where is she locked up?" "In the adjacent secret chamber," the plumper disciple stammered, pointing to the left. Li Mu exchanged a glance with Zhu Hua, signaling him to keep an eye on Chun Yi, and then proceeded to escort the plumper disciple to the left room. Under the plumper disciple's guidance, a secret chamber slowly creaked open, revealing the sight of Lin Xiao, battered and appearing almost lifeless. "What have you done to her?" Li Mu demanded. "Nothing much. Elder Lin was merely subdued and rendered unconscious." The plumper disciple's voice trailed off as his eyelids began to droop. "Subdued?" Li Mu furrowed his brow and approached Lin Xiao, hastily retrieving a healing elixir to administer to her. These potions were sourced from Lin Xian's treasure bag, each verified to be safe. "Old hag, it seems you Haven Tea failed to show up. Otherwise, you would be my first target." Lin Xiao retained her frail, aged appearance, though she appeared far more haggard than before, evidently having endured much suffering during her captivity. "Brother Mu, let us wake this one up first. I fear if he falls asleep, he might recover," and that would be disastrous, Zhu Hua remarked as he reached the doorway. No matter. Let us give him another shot with this gun. Li Mu handed over the tranquilizer dart, adding, and don't let this rotund fellow fall asleep. I have questions to pose. I'm not asleep. With a thud, the hefty man could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Zhu Hua nodded and dragged the plump disciple away, followed by a series of sharp slaps echoing in the air. After consuming the elixir and receiving a modicum of magical infusion, Lin Xiu finally regained consciousness. Upon learning that Li Mu and his companion hailed from the royal family, the fear on her face morphed into concern. It is my fault for not being able to protect Xiao Meng. I am guilty. Now is not the time for self-reproach. Li Mu, uninterested in such lamentations, beckoned the stout disciple, asking how they could restore her powers. The restrictions were set by my master. I am powerless. The hefty man, though frightened, did not wish to be seen as a useless burden. His eyes darted around until they landed on Chun Yi. Elder Chen must have a solution. Li Mu glanced at Zhu Hua and then at the unconscious Chun Yi, preparing to rouse him. However, he was interrupted by Lin Xiu. Don't waste time. Even with everyone here, we are no match for he. Not to mention the backing of Pu Tuo and the Heavenly Sacred Sect. You must summon help from the royal family. If we can enlist the national master, there may yet be a chance for resolution. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Lin Xiu weakly grasped Li Mu's arm, her voice frail. Chapter 80, Huaihua Peak, Participation Token. Pu Tuo. So, this matter truly involves the head of the law enforcement hall. Elder Lin, aside from summoning the national master, is there no other way? Li Mu was acutely aware that the national master was currently not in the capital. And given the gravity of the situation, even if they were to bring Lu Ruyin and the national protector, it was unlikely they would glean any benefits. Moreover, the national protector might not even intervene. What other methods could there be? With the Qiandao sect and the Heavenly Sacred Sect colluding, without a decisive approach, this situation is insurmountable. Tears brimmed in Lin Xiu's eyes as she choked out, "It's all my fault. If I had suppressed the Ice Phoenix divine body and allowed her to leave, none of this would have happened." She repeatedly struck herself, wishing she could take her own life on the spot. Enough. There's no use in discussing this now. Li Mu, impatiently observing Lin Xiu, had initially chosen to save her, believing that as Lei Yuming's master, she might possess some means to assist. Who would have thought she would provide nothing but despair? I have an idea. Tell me if it's feasible. You? Lin Xiu regarded him with skepticism, asking, what is your plan? If I were to disguise myself as a disciple of the Qiandao sect to participate in the Saint Sun's Ascendance Conference and emerge victorious, could I save her? What a joke. Lin Xiu appraised Li Mu from head to toe, shaking her head vigorously. With your meager cultivation, you lack even the qualifications to participate, let alone win. Furthermore, even if a disciple were to claim first place, Pu Tuo could easily manipulate things from the shadows, ensuring that the victory still belonged to Feng Wujie. That remark was rather harsh, wasn't it? Do take a moment to consider who it was that saved you, remarked Zhu Hua, visibly indignant. Li Mu gestured for him to cease, then turned his gaze towards Lin Xiu, stating, isn't the final quota for the tournament 2? I believe there is still hope. On the surface, it appears to be 2, but what use is the second? Lin Xiu replied, her voice tinged with resignation. Feng Wujie has a very clear objective. Who among the two sects can contend with him? Brother Mu, according to the intelligence we have gathered, the contestants from Qiandao sect and Tianqing sect are predominantly at the 8th and 9th levels of qi refinement, with only a handful possessing foundational strength. Do not heed her nonsense. I have faith in you, Zhu Hua whispered confidently. Ever since witnessing Li Mu's capabilities, he had grown quite assured. Chun Yi was a quintessential example. Any ordinary foundational cultivator, caught unawares, stood no chance against Li Mu. Haha, Li Mu chuckled, patting Zhu Hua on the shoulder before turning to Lin Xiu. Do you have a way to ensure my participation? Are you truly intent on entering? Lin Xiu asked, her expression one of confusion. Do I appear to be jesting? Lin Xiu remained silent, her gaze falling upon the desert eagle in Zhu Hua's hand. It suddenly dawned on her that it was this very weapon that had injured her in the palace. Very well, since you are so determined, I cannot dissuade you. Take me to Huaihua Peak. My dear friend possesses a quota, but whether you can secure it depends on your prowess. Not a problem, Li Mu replied, and subsequently, he and his companions followed Lin Xiu's guidance to Huaihua Peak. Along the way, he learned from Lin Xiu that Lei Yumeng, as the saintess, was currently under house arrest at the sacred grounds of Qiandao sect, and would only make her appearance once the results of the tournament were announced, at which point she was to become the consort of the Saint Sun. The method of selecting a Saint Sun employed by Qiandao sect and Tianqing sect was rather unconventional. Indeed unique within the entire realm of cultivation, yet its efficacy was remarkably evident. The saintess was merely a tool to motivate the disciples of the two sections. Upon arriving at the entrance of Huaihua Peak, before Li Mu and Zhu Hua could take a step forward, a fierce gust of wind swept through. heralding the arrival of an elegant elder with an air of scholarly grace. The elder wore a serious expression, casting a sweeping glance over the group before his gaze settled on Lin Xiao. "Ah Xiao, is it truly you?" "It is I. Hurry, you all must come in." The elder's stern demeanor dissipated, replaced by palpable anxiety. He took Lin Xiao from Li Mu's hands and vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Mu, not one to linger in confusion, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Hua and swiftly followed with the portly disciple and Chun Yi in tow. They eventually arrived outside a cave dwelling nestled halfway up the mountain. After a brief wait, the elder emerged once more. "Entrust these two to my care. Until the matter is resolved, they shall not utter a single word." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Li Mu said, bowing respectfully and indicating for Zhu Hua to hand over their companions. The elder took the individuals and advanced into the cave, calling out softly, "Ganger, grant them the tournament tokens." "Not so fast. To obtain the tokens, you must first surpass me." A cool youth wielding a long sword stepped forth from the cave. Casting a disdainful glance at Li Mu and Zhu Hua, the elder sighed, choosing silence, which served as an implicit acknowledgement of the challenge. "Axio, how could that young man possibly be a match for Xiaogang? You must be jesting." On the soft couch within the cave, Lin Xiao's cultivation was gradually recovering. She slightly opened her eyes and addressed the approaching elder. "I may be unaware of certain things, yet his confidence suggests he possesses some hidden techniques. Otherwise, how did Chun Yi fall victim to him? And how did he manage to locate me? Are you not curious?" The elder rendered his plump disciple unconscious and discarded him into a corner of the cave alongside Chun Yi. "While that statement holds truth, I truly fail to perceive any remarkable qualities. That lad's spiritual energy is hardly apparent, and he seems to be a pseudo-spiritual root." "A pseudo-spiritual root? Surely not. Isn't he at the 6th level of Qi refinement?" Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous noise erupted, and they beheld Wang Gang, who had moments ago displayed defiance, now crashing heavily to the ground and sliding in. Chapter 81. 9 Moves. "Lin, I apologize, senior. I may have struck a bit too hard." Li Mu scratched his head, awkwardly standing at the doorway with a smile for the two. The elder and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, witnessing Wang Gang lying on the ground, blood oozing from 2 gaping wounds, his spirit rapidly waning, on the verge of unconsciousness. This injury, I must say, bears an uncanny resemblance to Chun Yi's condition. I recall Xiaogang being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, don't I? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. It seems Li Mu indeed possesses the confidence to potentially outshine Feng Wujia at the Holy Sun's Dao Conference. The elder's expression darkened, and he hurriedly approached to assist his disciple. Wang Gang shook his head, offering Li Mu a token with a wry smile. "I must admit my misjudgment. Here is the token. I hope you can secure the top position and rescue Sister Lei." "Thank you." Li Mu felt quite embarrassed and once again cupped his fists in gratitude to Wang Gang, acknowledging that he had indeed struck a bit too forcefully. "That 13-level Desert Eagle bullet wasn't even exchanged. I nearly killed him outright." "Young man, the token is now yours. But I have a few words for you that I hope you will remember well," the elder said as he rose, his demeanor serious. "Feel free to speak, senior. I would never dare to forget. Upon arriving at the venue, you must acknowledge that you are my closed-door disciple. Furthermore, during the conference, you must refrain from employing such heavy-handed tactics, and, above all, must not take a life. Do you understand?" "Understood. I shall not cause you any trouble." Li Mu nodded repeatedly, casting a glance at Lin Xiao and the prone Wang Gang before turning to leave. "Brother Mu, you are simply magnificent." Zhi Hua, waiting outside, rushed over, her excitement barely contained. "Let us not dwell on that. We must hurry to the venue." Agreed. Their laughter gradually faded into the distance. The elder watched them depart before returning inside, assisting Wang Gang back onto the soft couch, tending to his injuries while inquiring, "What techniques did he employ that left you so gravely wounded?" Wang Gang shook his head, expressing his shame. "Master, I too am at a loss regarding the concealed weapon he used. Had I not deflected with my sword, you might not have laid eyes on me again. This concealed weapon not only possesses astonishing power, but also seems to induce a state of confusion and drowsiness. There is no need for shame. Do not think it is only you. Once, I too fell victim to this treacherous device." "Ah Xiao, are you referring to the last incident?" "Indeed. It is the occasion when I returned with Xiao Meng, at the Xiandao sect, in the Forest of 9 Strikes." Li Mu and Zhu Hua were currently navigating through the throngs of people, finding themselves in a space so cramped that movement was nearly impossible. "Brother Mu, this is the venue for the Holy Sun's convergence ceremony. It is said that during one particular assembly, someone clinched the title of Holy Sun using merely 9 strikes. Hence the name Forest of 9 Strikes. You seem to have gathered quite the intelligence. If I had not come, what were your plans?" Li Mu inquired with a smile. "Without you, Brother Mu, we would not dare to be so audacious. At most, we would have infiltrated to gather information, but of course, We would need to send someone back for assistance beforehand. Li Mu nodded, finding their thoughts aligned. Once I enter, regardless of what transpires, do not inquire further. And certainly do not reveal your identities. Simply await the support from the supervisory court. Zhu Hua repeatedly acknowledged this, shoving the Desert Eagle into Li Mu's embrace. Take this treasure with you, Brother Mu. It would be of no use to me. Spare me the chatter. Li Mu returned the Desert Eagle, stating, We are in the Qian sect, not outside. It is better for you to keep it for self-defense. One weapon is sufficient for me. But Brother Mu, are you really confident? My concern is not that you may be outmatched by the likes of the little overlord, but rather, the elders of both sections. Li Mu smiled reassuringly and replied, Fear resolves nothing. One must always take action. If we wait for Ji to arrive, the ceremony may very well be over. He was resolute that the two sects must pay a price, especially that group led by Feng Wujia. Very well, Brother Mu, I shall support you. With that, the two parted ways, and Li Mu pushed into the crowd, heading toward the venue. Zhu Hua found a decent spot in the spectator area to sit down. At the entrance of the venue, a warning was issued. No unauthorized personnel are permitted to approach. Two elder stewards confronted Li Mu as he approached, ignoring their admonitions. He leisurely produced his token, presenting it before them. Disciple of Huaihua Peak, here to compete. Huaihua Peak. One elder displayed a look of astonishment. Reaching out to take the token, did they not state they would not participate? All the other Peak's disciples are present. How could Huaihua Peak afford to be absent? May I enter now? Proceed. The elder tossed the token back, indicating that Li Mu could enter the venue. Wait. However, another elder suddenly raised a hand to halt him. What is your cultivation level? When did Huaihua Peak acquire a disciple like you? Upon hearing this, Li Mu froze in place. The elder who had been prepared to grant him entry immediately assessed his cultivation level, his expression stiffening in disbelief. 6th stage of Qi refining? Young man, are you jesting with us? Is there a problem? It seems there are no restrictions on the cultivation level of participating disciples, as long as the age requirement is met. On what grounds do you two elders block me? Li Mu, with unwavering confidence, had already gathered the necessary information prior to his arrival. The Saint Sun's Dao Conference was not as restrictive regarding cultivation levels as Lin Xiu had suggested, but merely limited in terms of available slots. Generally, those at the 6th level of Qi refinement would indeed lack the qualifications to participate, yet possessing a spot from a prominent peak altered the circumstances. The only constraint was the age of the disciples, a criterion that posed no hindrance to him. Chapter 82. The stubborn wooden tooth, you have not hindered me. I merely inquire as to the origin of this token. How could Huaihua Peak possibly send a disciple of the 6th level of Qi refinement to compete? He continued. Whether this is true or not can be easily verified by sending someone to Huaihua Peak to inquire. However, I beseech you not to obstruct my participation. It was truly laughable. The elder who had previously examined Li Mu's token, now in a fit of indignation, approached a law enforcement disciple. Go to Huaihua Peak and ask Elder Huaihua whether this disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement is indeed one of theirs. Remember to maintain a respectful demeanor. Elder Huaihua is known for his temper. The law enforcement disciple nodded, casting a glance at Li Mu before hastily departing. Elders, the conference is about to commence. I understand your doubts, but may I please enter to compete? Li Mu urged. My master has assured me that he will personally come to observe me once the event begins. To which disciple of Mo Huaihua do you belong? I am a closed-door disciple. What of it? The two elders exchanged glances, silently deliberating, and ultimately decided to allow him entry to compete. Huaihua Peak had always operated in peculiar ways. They had clearly stated their intention not to participate in this conference, yet had sent this disciple at the last moment. Perhaps with some underlying intention. Indeed, Mo Huaihua had always maintained close ties with Elder Lin Xiu. They exchanged knowing glances before falling silent, understanding one another without words. Go on in. During battle, swords and blades show no mercy, so do take care not to lose your life unnecessarily. That will not be necessary, Elder. Li Mu smiled at them before confidently stepping into the arena. In stark contrast to the chaos and clamor outside, the venue appeared serene and spacious. It was a basin entirely enveloped by trees, yet the center, designated for the competition, was devoid of any vegetation, marked instead by the scars of countless battles. Evidently, this place had once been adorned with trees, but due to successive events, it had been carved and hewn into its current state. What a splendid arena for combat. Li Mu could not suppress a smile as he envisioned the imminent confrontations. Ah, another disciple of the Qian sect. Which peak do you hail from? Suddenly, a rather unfriendly voice emerged from his side. Li Mu turned his head, disdainfully retorting, What business is it of yours? The speaker was a young man clad in the attire of the Qian sect, sporting a buzz cut, his demeanor reeking of insolence, clearly a troublemaker. However, at this moment, Li Mu cared little for such trivialities. His sole objective today was to triumph over all present. Dare to speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't beat you senseless? The young man clenched his fists, feeling the sting of being so utterly disregarded for the first time. When had the disciples of the Qiandao sect become so arrogant? You can try. Let's see who falls first, he exclaimed, teeth gritted. In the next moment, he charged up his fist, yet before it could make contact with Li Mu, an elder suddenly appeared, interposing himself between them. No private duels are permitted before the commencement of the assembly, Muya. Do you not comprehend even this basic rule? The elder, known as Yi Long, admonished the youth named Muya, who, with a fierce glare directed at Li Mu, reluctantly retracted his aggression. Just wait. If we cross paths again, I will ensure your demise, he threatened. Li Mu retorted with biting sarcasm. You ought to be grateful that the elder intervened. Otherwise, you would be a corpse by now. Well, if your cultivation were as resilient as your tongue, I would not question your prowess. I truly wonder where you derive your confidence. Considering that if you were to be slain before the match even commenced, it would provide Huaihua Peak with ample justification, Yi Long remarked, having just thwarted Li Mu's advance. 6th level of Qi refinement? Muya, who had begun to walk away, abruptly turned back, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Elder Yi, this is unacceptable. How can someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement participate in the assembly? He hails from Huaihua Peak. Tread carefully, for should he perish, consequences will undoubtedly follow. The elder's disciples are anything but reliable, he warned, his tone steeped in irritation as Yi Long departed, his earlier skepticism towards Li Mu now replaced with exasperation. Li Mu's defiance towards Muya filled Yi Long with certainty that this was a deliberate ploy from Huaihua Peak to incite trouble. Kid, do not presume that just because a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator is shielding you, I will not act. To be frank, even if I were to cripple you today, Huaihua Peak could do nothing to me, Muya declared coldly. Li Mu remained silent, defiantly raising his middle finger in a gesture of mockery. Since Yi Long and his faction believed him to be a disruptor sent by Huaihua Peak, he decided to indulge this notion, allowing them to lower their guard. After all, his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement was an undeniable fact. His silence would only fuel further speculation. Oh, it seems the tempers of the two from Qiandao sect are rather volatile. Did not Tiando Peak's Hua Tian call for your alliance? Why are you on the brink of internal conflict before the event has even begun? A malevolent voice echoed from behind them just as the tension escalated. Mind your own business. Muya snapped, turning to unleash his ire, but upon seeing the newcomer, his bravado deflated. This does not concern you, he muttered weakly, attempting to withdraw. 3 figures approached, the foremost being a silver-haired youth, the very one who had spoken. Did I permit you to leave? What do you intend to do? Muya's demeanor shifted, revealing a desire to avoid confrontation with these individuals. Li Mu observed with curiosity. Their attire suggested they were disciples of the Tiansheng sect. Had it not been rumored that the two sects maintained amicable relations? Perhaps that was not the case after all. Additionally, Muya's cowardice in the face of strength further diminished Li Mu's regard for him. Such a person, who only bullies his own disciples, possesses what abilities? Do nothing and convey my regards to Hua Tian. In the blink of an eye, the silver-haired man suddenly appeared before Muya, his expression alluringly sinister. Should he successfully advance to the 2nd round of the finals, I hope he rallies all disciples of the Qiandao sect to do their utmost, preferably to eliminate me. You. Muya's eyes widened, daring not to even breathe. The silver-haired man chuckled, patting Muya on the neck. Have you understood? Answer me. I comprehend clearly. Now begone. Muya swallowed hard and turned to flee, his movements akin to a wild horse unbridled. Li Mu was taken aback. No wonder Muya was so terrified. The silver-haired youth possessed foundational cultivation. At the same age, one was at the Qi refinement stage while the other had reached foundation establishment. It would be strange if one were not afraid. Fortunately, Li Mu carried the truth within him, and fear held no sway over his heart. Were he in Muya's position, he would have emptied his magazine just now. Do you think this person is particularly opportunistic, lacking any other talents aside from bullying his own disciples? Hurry and answer me. I wish to hear you say yes. The silver-haired man smiled, turning his gaze toward Li Mu. So, the little tyrant Feng Wujie, is it? You truly live up to that title. Li Mu began to discern the identity of the silver-haired man, suppressing the fury within him as he turned to leave. Now was not the time for conflict. For if he were to eliminate Feng Wujie now, he would forfeit his chance at first place. You must answer me before you depart. The silver-haired man swiftly interposed himself in front of Li Mu, mirroring his earlier obstruction of Muya, even placing a hand on Li Mu's neck. Oh, Qi refinement 6th level, you've caught me by surprise. Li Mu forcefully swatted his hand away, coldly retorting, you'd best refrain from posturing before me. I am not one to cower. Humph. The silver-haired man smiled at the corner of his mouth, readying to strike when a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Feng Wujie, the tournament has yet to commence. Should you dare to lay a hand on my disciple, not a soul shall ensure your smooth participation today. From a distance, Mo Huaihua hovered in the air, his sleeves billowing ominously, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Elder, do not misunderstand. I was merely praising your disciple. Feng Wujie waved his hand dismissively at Mo Huaihua, displaying courage, though uncertain if he would emerge alive from the first round. Having said that, Feng Wujie pushed Li Mu aside. Li Mu also abandoned the idea of summoning the Desert Eagle. In truth, there was little to fear. Even if Feng Wujie truly acted against him, he could manage, as he was clad in a level 15 bulletproof vest. Even a strike from a peak foundation cultivator would not spell his demise. Li Mu nodded slightly toward Mo Huaihua and made his way to the center of the venue. As more disciples arrived, the area quickly amassed around 20 individuals. The disciples of the two sects were easily distinguishable by their attire, as they instinctively gathered on the side with more of their peers. This aligned with Li Mu's expectations. Although the Xiandao sect and the Tiansheng sect maintained a friendly rapport, there existed a considerable rift among their disciples. Perhaps the cause lay within this Holy Sun's Path conference. After all, it is never pleasant for anyone to see their own saintess being taken away by outsiders. Such circumstances are bound to breed resentment over time. Are all present? Two elders of the Xiandao sect emerged from among the disciples, hovering above the crowd. This is not the inaugural Sacred Sun's Path establishing conference, so I shall refrain from excessive verbosity. Regardless of which sect's disciples they belong to, all must adhere to the rules. Violators will have their qualifications revoked. After one elder concluded, the other continued. In the first round of the conference, disciples from the two sects will engage in a cross-elimination battle. The victors shall advance to the next round, while the vanquished will depart. To ensure the ultimate objective of the conference remains intact, we will deliberately avoid allowing the strongest participants from both sides to confront one another in the first round. We shall now commence the drawing of lots. Please come forward in order to submit your competition tokens. As the elder finished speaking, the disciples began to take action. Li Mu was taken aback by the simplicity and brutality of the rules, which were laid bare without any pretense. The sole aim was to select the strongest individuals from both sections. This was indeed favorable. Strength reigned supreme, and he was disinclined to engage in subterfuge. However, the subsequent round might prove somewhat tricky, as inflicting harm would be a breach of the rules, thus presenting a dilemma for navigating the first round. The second round, as rumored, would entail a free-for-all, aligning with the alliances previously mentioned by Feng Wujie. Li Mu joined the queue with the others and soon handed over his token to the elder. Yet, upon receiving it, the elder did not seem inclined to let him leave easily, instead adopting a serious demeanor. Kid, I do not care what schemes you have at Huaihua Peak. It would be prudent to desist soon. What does this elder mean? Li Mu feigned ignorance. I can only inform you that this year's conference may very well result in fatalities, the elder whispered, his words laden with menace. Chapter 84. The opponent disguised as a male, Lu Qingyan. Li Mu was unfazed, replying, Thank you for your concern, but I have quite an affinity for death. You. The elder shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Before long, all tokens had been collected, and the list of matchups was subsequently revealed. A total of 10 battles would occur simultaneously. Upon hearing your name, please prepare accordingly. The first match featured Feng Wujie from the Tianxing sect against Gu Ming from the Xiandao sect. The second match saw Hua Tian from the Xiandao sect face Huang Lang from the Tianxing sect. The 10th match pitted Zhao Ku from the Tianxing sect against Li Mu from the Xiandao sect. As the elder announced the match list, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Whether inside or outside the arena, there was a mix of sighs and murmurs regarding the arrangements, just hearing the names of the opponents. Many had already discerned the likely outcomes of these contests. Especially for the disciples facing Feng Wujie and Hua Tian, there was a palpable desire to withdraw immediately. Who is this Li Mu in the 10th match? Why have I never heard of him before? Who knows? Across the peaks, I have not come across any mention of this individual. You are simply too ignorant. He hails from Huaihua Peak, and it is said he is merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet behaves arrogantly. It seems Huaihua Peak is intent on sabotaging this conference. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Mu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Unexpectedly, Mo Huaihua is not only formidable in appearance, but also a fierce individual in action. He boldly confronts the sect leader, which raises the question of who possesses such audacity. It is no wonder that Lin Xiu places immense trust in him regarding this matter. Upon arriving at the venue for the 10th match, Li Mu spotted a figure standing with cupped fists at a distance, clearly awaiting his arrival. It seemed this opponent was impatient to engage. Li Mu shook his head, deciding to grant the other a semblance of dignity in their encounter. As they locked eyes, Li Mu was taken aback by the brilliance and vivacity of the opponent's gaze. Why does this man possess such strikingly beautiful eyes, reminiscent of a woman's? However, the next moment, the divine record automatically turned its pages, revealing pertinent information. Name, Lu Qingyan. Cultivation, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Affection level, 0. Spiritual energy, 0 hours. Lu Qingyan? Isn't that Zhao Ke? No, that makes sense. This individual is cross-dressing and using a pseudonym. Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his opponent in the center of the arena. Initially, he had been troubled about how to conceal his trump card in this contest, given that his cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement was the lowest among all participants. Without utilizing the system, victory seemed unattainable. Now, however, the opponent had unwittingly provided him with an advantage, allowing him the opportunity to claim victory without a fight. What are you laughing at? Lu Qingyan inquired, observing Li Mu's mischievous smile as he approached. Her handsome brows furrowed in confusion. As far as she knew, Li Mu was merely sent by Huaihua Peak to provoke the participants of this Holy Sun's Convergence Conference. Being matched with the lowest cultivation level indicated the inevitable outcome of their duel, devoid of any suspense. Yet, why was he smiling? Is there a rule against smiling? Li Mu replied, leaping forward, albeit somewhat clumsily, to land before Lu Qingyan. I'll make you stop laughing, Lu Qingyan declared, retracting her fists to conjure a flying sword, which she then thrust toward Li Mu. Unperturbed, Li Mu swiftly hurled a smoke bomb. With a resounding explosion, the smoke rapidly enveloped Lu Qingyan, who slowed her advance. Alert to her surroundings, the smoke obscured her perception, causing her to lose track of Li Mu, with only the distant sounds of battles and intermittent explosions reaching her ears. Outside the battlefield, several elders, led by Mo Huaihua and Yi Long, closely observed the unfolding events, eager to ascertain how long Li Mu could endure. This smoke is peculiar. It can even obscure spiritual senses. Elder Mo, your disciple won't encounter any trouble, will he? We must ensure he isn't inadvertently slain by the Heavenly Saint sect, as that would jeopardize the relationship between our two sections. You should get closer to investigate. Stop your foolish chatter. Just because you cannot see does not imply others are similarly impaired, Mo Huaihua retorted sharply, silencing the elder who had spoken. Yi Long interjected with a smile, Old Mo. Your disciple has indeed surprised me. Surely, you haven't passed on any extraordinary treasures to him, have you? Mo Huaihua remained silent, equally curious about the unconventional strategy Li Mu intended to employ for triumph. If even a mere disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement cannot handle this, then he should not dare to challenge Feng Wujie for the title at the competition. Of course, he undoubtedly believes in Li Mu, as the dismal defeat of his own disciple is an undeniable truth. Within the haze, Lu Qingyan took a few steps, ultimately unable to restrain herself as she shouted, Cunning fellow, if you have the courage, come out and face me in a direct battle. Perhaps there is no need for that. I am merely contemplating whether to address you as Zhao Ke or Lu Qingyan, Li Mu said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Qingyan initially prepared to strike in response, but when Li Mu uttered her true name, she instantly felt exposed, a chill running down her spine, leaving her frozen in place and at a loss. Why? Why does this person know my name? Who is he? Surprised, are you? Why do I know your name? Who am I? Where am I? Li Mu chuckled, gradually stepping out from the mist to stand before Lu Qingyan. Chapter 85. Assistance in Murder. This is a subtle inquiry. However, I am more curious as to why you disguise yourself as a man to participate in the Saints' Ascension Conference. The moment those words escaped his lips, Lu Qingyan's anxiety intensified. She gripped her flying sword tightly, torn between the desire to strike and the fear of acting. She was certain she had never met the person before her, yet how could he possess such intimate knowledge about her? The fact that she masqueraded as a man at the Saints' Ascension Conference was something outsiders could never ascertain. Moreover, with the treasures that concealed her aura, even a core formation expert might struggle to discern her true appearance. How then could someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement know? It was exceedingly strange. What do you intend to do? Lu Qingyan, now devoid of the will to attack, inquired weakly. Quite simply, I require your concession to conclude this contest, Li Mu stated candidly regarding his true objective. Why? Lu Qingyan replied, clearly astonished. Even if you prevail in this match, how will you contend with the ensuing chaos? Both sects have foundation establishment disciples. Do you truly believe you can compel them all to concede? That is not for you to concern yourself with, Li Mu retorted, as if your 8th level of Qi refinement could stir any significant waves in the next round. So, will you concede or not? If you refuse, I will promptly report your disguise as a man to the elders for identity fraud. You dare to threaten me? Lu Qingyan's tone turned icy. This is not a threat. I am merely upholding the integrity of the competition, and I would prefer not to harm you. Let us extend each other an olive branch, Li Mu replied. Prefer not to harm me? Are you certain you possess the capability? Lu Qingyan leveled her sword at Li Mu, eager to witness how this braggart intended to injure her. Regardless, with her identity exposed, she would face disqualification. It would be better to teach this young man a lesson, to show him the difference between heaven and earth. Bang! Li Mu was swift and precise, summoning the Desert Eagle to shatter Lu Qingyan's flying sword. Initially, he had no desire for such confrontation, but given Lu Qingyan's attitude, he felt compelled to take action. The insolent woman truly believed he was made of clay. If I wanted to kill you, it would merely require a flick of my hand. Surrender now. Should you hold any obsession with this grand competition, feel free to voice it, and I shall fulfill it on your behalf. Li Mu, ever the gentleman, graciously sheathed his weapon. His intention was never to offend Lu Qingyan. He sought to possess both the advantage and her favor. Yet, who could have anticipated that this woman would ascend to the ranks of the divine? Lu Qingyan, momentarily at a loss for words, gazed at the broken sword in her hand, her emotions oscillating dramatically. To her astonishment, Li Mu, a mere practitioner of the 6th level of qi refinement, concealed a formidable strength. No, it was that artifact he wielded. Its power was undeniably formidable. What is your aim? She inquired after a prolonged silence. Realizing that continuing her resistance would yield no benefits under Li Mu's prowess, she deemed it wiser to engage in a dialogue. I cannot disclose that just yet, but it will be soon, she speculated. Are you planning to take a life in the second round? Whose life do you intend to claim? Li Mu remained mute, for Lu Qingyan's intelligence surpassed his expectations. Are you targeting Feng Wujia? Is that your intention? Please, enlighten me. Li Mu continued to maintain his silence, yet his demeanor confirmed her suspicions. Very well. If that is the case, could you assist me in eliminating someone in the second round? Kill someone? The Sacred Sun's Path Conference prohibits such actions. Do you wish for me to breach the rules? Li Mu shook his head. His sole focus was Feng Wujia, and he sought to avoid unnecessary complications. If you refuse, I will never concede defeat. Pray tell, this is clearly not an equitable exchange. Moreover, do you possess any leverage to negotiate with me? Li Mu's tone grew resolute. You were just saying you could accomplish this for me, she countered. All right, consider it a personal favor owed. Whom must I eliminate? I shall see if the opportunity arises. However, I must stipulate that if the target is peaceful and bears no hostility towards me, I would only assist in delivering a lesson. Lu Qingyan smiled. He will not be compliant. His name is Feng Ling, a lackey of Feng Wujia, at the 9th level of qi refinement. Surely, you can handle him? Li Mu neither agreed nor declined, gesturing for her to leave. You may concede now. I wish to conclude this swiftly. I hope you do not disappoint me, she replied, casting a flirtatious glance as she stored the broken sword and sauntered off the battlefield. Upon her exit, an elder approached, inquiring, what transpired with Li Mu? He did not harm you, did he? Lu Qingyan shook her head with a smile, and the elder sighed in relief. That is good to hear. I admit defeat. She declared. What? Zhao Ku, you cannot be serious. He is merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. How could you lose to him at the 8th level? Ask him yourself, Lu Qingyan said, turning to leave without further explanation. Now she comprehended Li Mu's strategy of enveloping the battlefield in mist. Even the elders outside could not discern the events within, highlighting the potency of his tactics. His ability to conjure such obscurity, even if his cultivation was genuinely at the 6th level, indicated that the power behind him was not to be underestimated. What manner of sorcery is this? The elder scratched his head, momentarily bewildered. Yilong had instructed him to closely observe Li Mu, anticipating a one-sided battle where Li Mu would suffer greatly. He could never have predicted such an outcome. Chapter 86. The second round of finals soon. The smoke dissipated, and Li Mu leisurely emerged. The elder glanced at him, then surveyed the now pristine battlefield, and inquired, Young man, how did you achieve victory? Did you perhaps bribe him? What does that matter? Li Mu scoffed, striding away. He approached the edge of the arena, scanning the area in hopes of witnessing Feng Wujia's battle, only to find the first arena utterly vacant, clearly having concluded long ago. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Among the Xindao sect, the most formidable seemed to be a youth named Hua Tian, who indeed exhibited the prowess of a foundational practitioner with every gesture. Hua Tian's opponent was no weakling, yet signs of defeat were already apparent. Additionally, Muya had also emerged victorious, and upon seeing him, he did not hesitate to provoke Li Mu. Such a coward, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Li Mu thought disdainfully, uncertain from where this fellow derived his audacity. What did you say to him? The sudden voice of Mo Huaihua startled Li Mu, causing him to glance sideways. Elder, you tread so silently. I observed your battle, and I found it puzzling. Why would Zhao Ke choose to concede? Li Mu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Mo Huaihua could penetrate the smoke screen, but he likely only grasped the generality of the situation. Unable to catch the nuances, otherwise he would not have posed such a question. Because I hold leverage over her. Leverage? What sort of leverage? Li Mu shook his head, opting for silence. Mo Huaihua did not pursue the matter further, merely patting Li Mu's shoulder. From here on out, you need only act freely. I will bear the consequences should anything arise. Really? Li Mu cast a glance at the kindly elder, unable to suppress a smile. What he was about to undertake, he feared, few could withstand the repercussions. I can at least ensure your safety. Very well, thank you, elder. Li Mu clasped his fists in gratitude, and the two then turned their attention back to the arena, lapsing into silence. Li Mu had long understood the perils and necessary precautions for the second round of trials. Mo Huaihua had permitted him to form an alliance with Hua Tian, suggesting they eliminate Feng Wujia before competing against one another, thereby circumventing numerous complications. While this was indeed a sound strategy, Li Mu was disinclined to pursue it. As the final two disciples determined their fates, all 10 contests concluded, and the elders swiftly cleared the venue, marking the commencement of the second round of finals. 10 disciples, hailing from various directions, surged towards the center of the arena, which had been redefined into a vast expanse. The arrangement was quite reasonable, divided in a 4-to-6 ratio. One elder scanned the gathered individuals and noted the 6 disciples from the Xiandao sect against 4 from the Tianxing sect, a broad smile spreading across his face. Elder, this seems amiss. How could a 6th-tier Qi practitioner advance past the first round? Muya pointed at Li Mu, questioning. Instantly, all gazes converged upon Li Mu, who wore a smile as he waved in acknowledgement. A 6th-tier Qi practitioner? The elder was equally astonished, yet having received a confirming glance from his colleague, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the matter, attributing it to mere luck. However, in the second round, mere fortune cannot dictate the outcome. The elimination of a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner was merely a matter of time. To reiterate, do not engage in malicious harm. Let us commence. The elder cast a heavy glance at Li Mu before stepping into the void and departing. The previously relaxed atmosphere of the venue suddenly grew tense, as disciples from both sects scrutinized each other, poised for action. 4 against 6, a considerable disparity. Feng Wujia lazily rubbed his ears, and although he spoke of the imbalance, his every gesture emanated an unsettling aura. Rest assured, you may fight among yourselves. I shall not intervene. Li Mu hastily waved his hand, gradually distancing himself from the Xiandao sect team. Then I shall eliminate you first. A disciple from the Tianxing sect suddenly leaped into the air, hurling a punch towards Li Mu from a distance. Feng Ling, that is rather dishonorable. A disciple from the Xiandao sect immediately sprang into action to assist, forcing the assailant back. They had all witnessed Li Mu's cultivation level, and as fellow disciples of the Xiandao sect, they could not allow him to be eliminated without a fight. Are you Feng Ling? Li Mu, far from angry, smiled as he gazed at the man who had just attacked him, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Lu Qingyan had indeed spoken true. This fellow was no good. Given this, he could not be blamed. So what? Did hearing my grandfather's name frighten you into submission? Feng Ling boasted arrogantly. A smirk of disdain plastered across his face. That was merely luck. When the fight begins, I doubt anyone will be able to spare a thought for you. You worthless fool. It seems we have no enmity between us, do we? Li Mu remained unperturbed. His fury transformed into bullets, each one meticulously loaded into his Desert Eagle. Humph. Now that we are here, you say there is no enmity? Do you not find that amusing? Indeed, Li Mu nodded, slowly approaching Feng Ling. Stay in your place. Hua Tian barked angrily, his expression clearly showing his disapproval. As the spokesperson of the team, he genuinely wished for Li Mu to be eliminated first. His presence was nothing but a burden. Just moments ago, the opportunity had been ripe, only to be thwarted by that fool. Li Mu glanced back at Hua Tian, a slight smile curving his lips. Then his expression turned cold as he pulled the trigger towards Feng Ling. Bang. The bullet sliced through the air, shocking Feng Wujia, who had intended to intervene. He stood frozen beside Feng Ling, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the gaping wound in Feng Ling's chest, blood pouring forth. His gaze trembled slightly before settling on Li Mu. In that instant, the breath of all present grew heavy, rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. What kind of artifact was that in Li Mu's hands? Its power was terrifying indeed. No wonder he had managed to reach this point. It was relying on this very thing. Chapter 87. Grenade Elder, he intentionally harmed me. Feng Ling, dragging his injury, shouted towards the elder outside the venue. The elders were equally astonished. They exchanged glances but chose not to interrupt the assembly. If this is to be considered a foul, then there is no reason for the Holy Sun's Tao Conference to proceed. Furthermore, given the extraordinary circumstances of this session, although it has not been explicitly stated, all are well aware of the underlying truths. The machinations at play are nothing short of insidious. Feng Ling, in a fit of hysteria, could not bear the humiliation of being injured by a mere 6th-layer Qi refiner, and even more so, felt powerless against his opponent. You should refrain from speaking so much. Feng Wujia stepped forward, gripping Feng Ling's hair and yanking him back, before turning his gaze toward Li Mu. I must admit I underestimated you. But if you rely solely on external forces, I believe your journey ends here. With that, Feng Wujia moved like an arrow released from a bow, lunging toward Li Mu. Li Mu remained silent, seemingly having anticipated this moment, and tossed an object into the fray. Boom! An explosion reverberated through the venue. Feng Wujia found himself engulfed in flames. Sent tumbling backward, struggling to regain his footing, appearing quite disheveled. Feng Wujie, if you wish to perish, feel free to attempt again. Observing the devastation wrought by the explosion, Li Mu wore a smug expression, fingers pinching several grenades as he directed them toward Hua Tian and the others, continuing, I shall grant you time to eliminate this bunch. I hope you do not disappoint me. He cast a glance at Hua Tian, adding, and spare Feng Ling for me. His demeanor was outrageously arrogant. Yet none among the disciples dared to rebut, not even the humiliated Feng Wujie and Hua Tian. Particularly Feng Wujie, who remained in shock from the recent explosion. Such a powerful artifact could undoubtedly slay disciples below the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Even a direct encounter with a Foundation Establishment cultivator would likely result in injury. As disciples of the Qian Dao sect, should we not join forces? Hua Tian called out to Li Mu. Join forces? Do you believe you are worthy? Li Mu sneered. His goal being the championship of the conference, with no intention of allying with any party, at most using Feng Wujie's strength to clear obstacles. Of course, if Hua Tian possessed true power, he would not mind having him as the final opponent. You. Hua Tian's face turned ashen, utterly taken aback by Li Mu's blatant disregard. He now understood that this 6th-layer Qi refiner not only looked down on Feng Wujie, but also on him and everyone else present. Feng Wujie. Shall we join forces to eliminate him? Hua Tian turned his gaze to the dusting off Feng Wujie. How foolish of you, a prominent senior of the Qian Dao sect, to conspire with an outsider to eliminate your own disciple. Since you find it troublesome, I shall handle it personally. Feng Wujie. Must you wait until we are both exhausted before realizing the danger? By then, the victor is still uncertain. Hua Tian ground his teeth in frustration, unable to fathom why such a sensible suggestion was dismissed. Were their minds filled with nonsense? Enough chatter. Feng Wujie shot a glance at Li Mu, then commanded his disciples to attack Hua Tian and the others. With no other choice, Hua Tian, burning with rage, retaliated, and the battle was set to commence. In what was originally a balanced situation, the dynamics shifted to favor the Qian Dao sect, due to Li Mu's passive observation, resulting in their numbers swelling to 5. Nevertheless, both sides remained evenly matched, with Feng Wujie even gaining the upper hand, effortlessly suppressing Hua Tian. Observing this scene, Li Mu let out a subtle sigh of relief. Hua Tian was indeed treacherous. Had he directed his animosity toward Li Mu, it would have unknowingly drained an immense amount of energy and spiritual power, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. After all, he was but one man, and 2 fists could hardly contend against 4 hands. As Li Mu ascended a high hill on the periphery of the battlefield, preparing to take a seat, he was taken aback when Hua Tian audaciously maneuvered Feng Wujie to approach him. It was evident that Hua Tian sought to entangle him further, attempting to use Feng Wujie's might to deplete his grenades. Thinking he could remain unscathed and reap the benefits, Li Mu assuredly declared that such a notion was futile. With a sinister smile, Hua Tian braved the assault, swiftly cornering Li Mu alongside Feng Wujie. Feng Wujie scoffed at the situation, shaking his head dismissively. This young man had nothing to fear, relying on a few peculiar artifacts. Did he truly believe he could stir up a tempest? Whether he could or not, they would soon find out. Li Mu snorted coldly, weighing his options, and resolved not to squander more time. He promptly summoned the Desert Eagle and fired several shots at Hua Tian. Simultaneously, 2 smoke grenades detonated, enveloping the area in thick fog, accompanied by a sharp metallic clang. Hua Tian was the first to be shrouded in smoke. Seeing this, Feng Wujie attempted to retreat, but Li Mu swiftly threw a grenade. The violent explosion severing Feng Wujie's escape route, enveloping all 3 in the haze. The billowing smoke effectively obscured their spiritual awareness, causing disorientation. Although the area was not vast, within it one felt like a headless fly, struggling to extricate oneself in the short term. Feng Wujie, if you end up suffering in the end, regardless of who it is, what do you think your chances of victory would be? Hua Tian inquired, caressing the pockmarked surface of his defensive artifact while addressing his surroundings. Li Mu's peculiarities deepened his unease. Had he not promptly summoned his protective artifact, he might have sustained serious injuries by now. Chapter 88. Hua Tian's demise. Feng Wujie's remains. Bang. Bang. Feng Wujie's voice did not reach the air, as Hua Tian was met with 2 gunshots in response, but the bullets were all deflected by his dark shield. Gazing at the alarming holes in the shield, Hua Tian swallowed hard, remaining alert and silent. Meanwhile, Li Mu held his breath, rapidly reloading the Desert Eagle. Engaging closely with these 2 was fraught with peril, and he needed to resolve the conflict swiftly, not wanting to reveal too many of his secrets. Suddenly, a whooshing sound sliced through the air. Li Mu reacted too late and was struck by a sharp longsword. Feng Wujie emerged from the smoke, thrusting the sword forward with precision. I told you, you are nothing special. Bang, bang, bang. Li Mu disregarded him, shouldering the longsword as he fired continuously, protected by his bulletproof vest. Such an assault posed no threat to him whatsoever. Faced with the bullets hurtling towards him, Feng Wujie reacted swiftly. However, at such a close range, his speed afforded him no advantage. Enduring the pain of 2 gunshot wounds, Feng Wujie still yearned to continue his assault, prompting Li Mu to hurl a grenade. The violent explosion engulfed the area in smoke, which rapidly dissipated, revealing a small vacuum of clarity amidst the chaos. Feng Wujie coughed a couple of times and slowly rose from the ground, appearing quite disheveled. I warned you early on to value every opponent. His journey to this point cannot be attributed merely to a few peculiar artifacts. Hua Tian emerged from the haze, proposing a temporary alliance. Let us first deal with this brat. Humph, you wish to collaborate against a disciple of the Xiandao sect? How absurd. He is but a mere 6th-tier qi refiner. Feng Wujie declared with a sense of pride. Though his demeanor was often arrogant and dismissive, resorting to such despicable tactics was not his way. Even a 6th-tier qi refiner has managed to put you in such a predicament. Feng Wujie, have you not considered his true intentions? Hua Tian approached him, continuing. I am indifferent, for I am no match for you anyway. If the saintess belongs to your heavenly sacred sect, so be it. However, I do not wish for a disciple within our ranks who disregards respect and refuses discipline. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon hearing this, Feng Wujie grasped the implication and let out a cold laugh. You fear that one day he may surpass you, don't you? Hua Tian, I never anticipated you to be such a narrow-minded individual. Yet, an alliance could be feasible, but his life must be concluded by my hand. Agreed. Hua Tian stepped beside Feng Wujie, extending his hand in a gesture of partnership. Feng Wujie grunted, delivering a symbolic clap, but to his astonishment, Hua Tian swiftly twisted his arm, revealing his treachery. A sharp hidden weapon struck with a thunderous force, piercing Feng Wujie's chest, with his opponent gravely injured. Hua Tian smirked darkly, stating, dealing with him is a task I can handle alone. You, however, are another matter. I hope you do not hold this against me. Feng Wujie staggered back, regaining his balance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You treacherous scoundrel. No man is remembered for his failures. They only sing praises of the ultimate victor. Hua Tian exclaimed triumphantly, laughing gleefully at Feng Wujie's condition. In such a state, even with unparalleled abilities, you cannot stand against me. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, and a spout of blood erupted from Hua Tian's forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Wujie, despite his injuries, thrust his sword through Hua Tian's chest. This is all of your own making, he declared coldly, yanking the blade free. In despair and defiance, Hua Tian slowly collapsed, ultimately succumbing to the void of life. Just then, another attack emerged from the shadows, striking Feng Wujie's thigh without warning. He fell to the ground, gazing intently into the haze ahead, and resignedly closed his eyes. In the struggle between the clam and the heron, it was unforeseen that Li Mu would emerge as the final victor. With a swift crack, another bullet was released, striking the leg of Feng Wujie with remarkable precision. It was then that Li Mu emerged from the smoke, shouldering a sniper rifle. I initially intended to kill you, but observing your tenacity, I chose to show mercy this time. Li Mu lowered his sniper and summoned the Desert Eagle, firing 2 shots into Feng Wujie's hands. Only after rendering him incapable of further combat did Li Mu approach. Remember this lesson. Do not be overly arrogant in the future. With a measured slap across Feng Wujie's face, Li Mu finally felt a sense of relief. Preserving this man's life would provide an explanation for Hua Tian's death. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Did you do all this for Lei Yamen? Feng Wujie gasped, breathless. Correct, Li Mu replied, kicking Feng Wujie aside before collecting the surrounding smoke bombs. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the disciples from both sects, who had been embroiled in the chaos, noticed this scene and paused to observe. Defeating Li Mu was inevitable, yet they were more eager to discern the outcome of this confrontation, as it directly influenced the stakes of this decisive round. Although they had made it this far, they all understood that they were merely supporting characters for Feng Wujie and Hua Tian. The true champions would be these two. What a pity, not being able to personally eliminate that scoundrel. Feng Ling gritted his teeth, envisioning a scene where Feng Wujie triumphed, Hua Tian lay gravely injured, and Li Mu was on the brink of collapse. Yet, this was merely his fantasy. Reality delivered a stark blow to everyone. Li Mu strolled forth nonchalantly. While the focus of the crowd, Feng Wujie and Hua Tian, lay in a pool of blood, oblivious to their fates. Chapter 89. A dominant presence. How could this be possible? Feng Ling exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his eyes and pointing at Li Mu. What have you done? Silence. Li Mu abruptly pulled the trigger, effectively crippling Feng Ling's dantian. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, both on and off the stage. It wasn't until someone noticed that Hua Tian seemed to have lost his breath that the elders of the two sects made their appearance to take control of the situation. Ignoring Feng Ling's anguished cries, they approached Feng Wujie and Hua Tian. Upon confirming that Hua Tian had indeed ceased to breathe, the elder of the Xiandao sect erupted in fury, swiftly advancing towards Li Mu. Wait. Li Mu brandished a handful of grenades, coldly stating, "Elder, do not jump to conclusions. It was not I who killed him." He glanced at the barely conscious Feng Wujie, the implication unmistakable. The elder of the Xiandao sect hesitated, glancing over. But the elder of the Tianxing sect perceived this as mere sophistry, his anger igniting. "You must have teamed up with Hua Tian to severely injure Feng Wujie. And now you dare to shift the blame. What if we did? Does that not also prove that Hua Tian fell by Feng Wujie's hand?" Li Mu scoffed dismissively, adding, "Besides, Feng Wujie is not dead. You may ask him who truly killed Hua Tian." A sagacious elder of the Xiandao sect promptly approached to examine the fatal wound on Hua Tian's body. With a composed expression, he remarked, "Indeed, there are remnants of Feng Wujie's energy. How could they inflict such grievous harm upon him? Had they not struck first with lethal intent? Feng Wujie would not have resorted to murder." The elder from the Heavenly Sage sect naturally sided with his disciple, having discerned the severity of the injuries from the outset. "You were a participant. Please recount what transpired amidst the smoke," the wise elder inquired of Li Mu. Although Hua Tian's demise represented a significant loss for the Xiandao sect, Feng Wujie's critical condition was equally concerning. It was imperative to ascertain the truth. "Elder, if I speak the truth, you won't hold it against me, will you?" Li Mu asked cautiously. "No, just speak candidly," came the reply. "Very well," Li Mu nodded, gesturing towards Hua Tian's corpse. "I observed clearly that Hua Tian feigned an alliance with Feng Wujie, intending to eliminate me first. However, just as Feng Wujie acquiesced, Hua Tian launched a surprise attack and severely injured him. Sensing the dire situation, I intervened to assist Feng Wujie, or he would surely have perished at Hua Tian's hands. Subsequently, a furious Feng Wujie seized the opportunity and dealt with Hua Tian decisively. That is the entirety of the matter," Li Mu recounted truthfully, feeling no connection to the incident, attributing the blame solely to Hua Tian's treachery. Upon hearing his account, the elders from both sects fell into a brief silence. The injuries sustained by Feng Wujie and Hua Tian corroborated Li Mu's narrative, leaving no desire for further inquiry. The Xiandao sect wished to investigate, especially given the loss of an exceptional disciple, yet Feng Wujie's injuries were a pressing concern. He was not a figure to be trifled with, and for the sake of maintaining amicable relations between the two sects, refraining from pursuit was the wisest course of action. Though Hua Tian had met his end, it was a consequence of his own machinations, unexpectedly benefiting Li Mu in the process. "Let the competition continue," the elders declared, escorting the two participants off the stage, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered disciples. "What about me, elder? My Dantian?" Feng Ling groaned in agony, clutching his abdomen on the ground, yet the elders were preoccupied with attending to Feng Wujie and failed to notice him. Meanwhile, the other disciples were engulfed in profound shock, having also forgotten Feng Ling's plight. They could scarcely believe that both Feng Wujie and Hua Tian had exited the arena, and yet the contest would proceed. Several proficient disciples suddenly wore expressions of delight, realizing they would no longer serve merely as background figures. Now presented with an opportunity to vie for the position of Saint Sun. Bang! A gunshot reverberated throughout the arena, shattering their hopeful reveries. Li Mu brandished his desert eagle with an air of haughty defiance. "Those with sense will surrender and vacate the premises. Otherwise, Feng Wujie and Hua Tian shall serve as your examples." "Oh, you've stumbled upon a stroke of luck and dare to boast. Who do you think you are?" Mu Ye's temper flared instantly, yet before he could finish, Li Mu shot him squarely in the chest, leaving him incapacitated. "I am not jesting. You lot are nothing but refuse." Li Mu surveyed the crowd with keen interest. Having reached this point, there was no need for him to conceal anything. "Who is, indeed, the refuse? Do not assume that possessing a formidable artifact renders you invincible. Without it, who among us would not easily overpower you? Indeed, you have temporarily gained an advantage. But do not mistake us for easy targets." Li Mu spat disdainfully, unwilling to elaborate further. Aside from Feng Wujie and Hua Tian, there were few capable contenders present. What does it matter if you wield a powerful artifact? How long has he been cultivating? And yet these individuals dare to flaunt their arrogance. If they seek death, they need only to step forward and test their fate. He caressed his desert eagle, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. In an instant, two individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement surged forth, their speed remarkable, eager to engage. However, aware of the formidable grenades in Li Mu's possession, they opted to attack from a distance. Li Mu had anticipated this, responding with two simple yet effective shots. The duo was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Although Li Mu was also struck from afar, his reinforced bulletproof vest rendered the bullets ineffective, let alone the rudimentary sword energy and spells they employed. Chapter 90, Slaying Feng Ling. The elder of the heavenly sacred sect let us all strike together, attacking from all directions to first disarm him of his artifact. One voice rose, prompting a chorus of agreement as the crowd prepared to subdue this disruptor of the grand competition. Various divine abilities and artifacts were summoned in response to this onslaught. Even Feng Wujia dared not confront it head-on. Yet, Li Mu remained unfazed. A smile flickering at the corner of his lips. In a contest of speed against bullets, you are akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, courting disaster. Securing his Desert Eagle, Li Mu swiftly readied another, chambering it with a rapid sequence of clicks, before unleashing a torrential barrage upon the gathered crowd. What of the immortals? Before his enhanced weaponry, they were but novice recruits, indistinguishable from ordinary individuals faced with conventional arms. Following the thunderous gunfire, the disciples were left clutching their heads. Wailing in agony, their injuries severe. This spectacle rendered the onlookers and elders in utter disbelief. They could not comprehend what kind of artifact Li Mu possessed that could yield such terrifying power. Not only did it inflict substantial individual damage, but its area of effect was vast, allowing for attacks from all angles. Was this truly achievable by someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement? Mo Huaihua's brow twitched slightly as he fixated on the weapon in Li Mu's hands, astonished by his misjudgment. Among the crowd, Lu Qingyan clenched her fists tightly. Although Li Mu showcased astonishing strength that shocked everyone, did he truly possess the resolve to kill, to take a life for his own sake? Li Mu, sensing her hopeful gaze, returned a benign smile from a distance, waving as he strode purposefully toward Feng Ling. He would not forget the promise made to Lu Qingyan. Though this path was fraught with peril, the fact that he was not a disciple of the Xiandao sect would ultimately come to light. Thus, why not escalate matters? If it could win Lu Qingyan's favor, it was a mere trifling matter. What do you intend to do? Feng Ling, witnessing Li Mu's approach, instinctively recoiled. Dragging his already injured body away, he dared not gamble on whether Li Mu would take a life. Even if it were a life for a life, it would be to his detriment. Li Mu remained silent, delivering a precise shot to Feng Ling's thigh, rendering him utterly immobile. He then approached leisurely, pressing his firearm against Feng Ling's back. Cease that pathetic whimpering. Tell me, how did you offend Lu Qingyan? Lu Qingyan? Feng Ling paused, turning to face Li Mu. I am her senior brother. We are on the same side. Who the hell considers you an ally? Li Mu retorted, striking Feng Ling on the head with the butt of his gun. She ordered me to eliminate you, so you'd better confess. Kill me? No, you cannot. If you take a life, both sects will surely not let you off. Li Mu chuckled coldly and struck Feng Ling several more times. Hua Tian is dead. Do you truly believe that the competition forbids killing? Answer my question swiftly, or I shall shatter your skull. Lu Qingyan. No, junior sister Lu and I have a misunderstanding. I assure you, I had no part in Dao Rou's death. I merely troubled them occasionally, but never intended to harm my fellow disciples. Oh, so you were involved in their demise, Li Mu murmured softly, his gaze sharpening. Yet your eyes betray the truth. You are not being honest. With a deafening crack, Feng Ling's head exploded. At such close range, the 47 could inflict astonishing damage. In an instant, the arena fell into an eerie silence. While Hua Tian's death could be attributed to his own folly, Li Mu's brazen execution of Feng Ling, witnessed by all, was a blatant disregard for law. With irrefutable evidence in hand. Outside the arena, Mo Huaihua's expression shifted drastically. He could not fathom why, having achieved his objective and secured the championship, Li Mu would still resort to murder. Although he had previously assured that he would protect Li Mu at all costs, such arrogance was unwarranted. He swiftly leaped onto the stage with several elders, confronting Li Mu, observing the moaning disciples and the lifeless Feng Ling. The elders of the heavenly sacred sect were filled with murderous intent and lunged towards Li Mu. You young rascal! To dare kill a disciple of my sect in front of so many witnesses, you truly do not know the meaning of death. Well, it seems you wish to experience the taste of bullets. Li Mu retorted, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Yet, being an elder, he was elusive, evading most of the bullets and closing in on Li Mu. Although a few struck him, the injuries were minor, only intensifying his fury. Seeing this, Mo Huaihua attempted to intervene, but the other elders of the heavenly sacred sect obstructed him. Elder Mo, your disciple is utterly unruly. He deserves a stern lesson. Stand aside. There is still a chance to remedy this situation. Mo Huaihua's expression turned grave. He had promised Lin Xiu to protect Li Mu at all costs. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura surged forth. The elder who had attacked Li Mu was sent flying, his body reduced to mere fragments. Li Mu hoisted a cannon, retreating several meters from the recoil. This was the ultimate strike he had long prepared. After all, to take a life is to cross a threshold that cannot be undone, so why not assert the full majesty of the royal lineage? It was a pity, however, that this extraordinary spiritual energy was nearly exhausted with the firing of this shot. Chapter 91. The appearance of Pu Tuo. The master of the law enforcement hall, what have you done? The elders, led by Yi Long, recoiled in shock. Their initial skepticism and mockery towards Li Mu had transformed into sheer astonishment and horror. One elder in the mid-foundation stage lamented the death of his fellow disciples. The murderer turned out to be merely a disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which was utterly unfathomable. Is it not evident? I have already claimed victory in the grand competition and am undoubtedly the Holy Son. Summon the Holy Maiden forth at once. Li Mu, emboldened, bore the rocket launcher, eager to see who among them would dare to test its deadly edge. Madness. It was sheer madness. Yi Long's eyes were vacant as he looked at Mo Huaihua, shaking his head repeatedly. Elder Mo, your disciple has truly shattered the heavens. His heart was a tumult of rage and fear, dreading that Li Mu might turn the weapon upon him as well. Sighing deeply, Mo Huaihua addressed Yi Long and the leader of the Tiansheng sect. Elder Yi Long, Elder Wu Feng, my disciple speaks the truth. He has indeed secured the championship of the grand competition and should be named the Holy Son. Summon the Thunder Holy Maiden. Have you lost your senses? He has already killed disciples and elders of our sect. This is a death sentence, and he still wishes to become the Holy Son? Do you truly believe the Tiansheng sect is without defenders? Wu Feng's formidable presence shifted the blame squarely onto the opposing sect. What is happening? A booming voice suddenly resonated from outside the arena, deafening in its clarity. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man, embodying an otherworldly grace and stature, gliding through the air. His countenance suggested a celestial being, untouched by the mundane. It was Elder Pu Tuo, the master of the law enforcement hall. This lad is finished. Elder Pu Tuo has always maintained good relations with the Tiansheng sect and will surely suppress him personally. Kill him, and the master will vindicate us. The severely wounded disciples of the Qian Dao sect, witnessing hope, cried out in fervor. Li Mu, his face darkened, turned back to deliver a few more shots to the loquacious individuals, eliciting a chorus of wails. How dare you be so audacious? Yi Long immediately struck, unleashing a powerful aura that surged towards Li Mu. Previously, he had refrained from confronting Li Mu directly due to the fearsome artifact in his possession. But the arrival of the master of the law enforcement hall changed everything. He could not believe Li Mu would dare to fire upon him now. Even if he did, Pu Tuo would certainly come to his aid. Be as arrogant as you wish. Who can stop me? With a resounding bang, Li Mu loaded and fired another rocket. Yi Long was seized by terror, hastily dodging, but the upgraded rocket possessed tracking capabilities, rendering escape futile. At the critical moment, the space trembled, and the rocket, now perilously close to Yi Long, abruptly halted in midair. Pu Tuo suddenly appeared, grasping this artifact for tracking attacks, unable to discern its true power at first. Release it quickly, or it will explode, Yi Long exclaimed, his eyes widening as he was forcefully propelled backward. Yet, the warning arrived too late. The rocket had already detonated at the spot, unleashing a thunderous wave. Pu Tuo, being closest, remained unscathed but was nonetheless affected by the flames and shockwave, leaving his garment slightly soiled and somewhat disheveled. What kind of treasure is this? Pu Tuo inquired, astonishment etched across his face as he turned to Li Mu. What business is it of yours? Li Mu retorted, realizing that the rocket posed no threat to his adversary. He hastily stowed it away in his spatial pouch to prevent it from being seized. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you wish for death? Pu Tuo, the master of the hall, questioned, why waste breath on this fool? He has brazenly slain disciples and elders of the Heavenly Saint sect before our very eyes. Should you not apprehend him and enact justice on the spot? Wu Feng pointed at the two corpses on the ground, adding, moreover, the Holy Son, Feng Wujie, has suffered grievous injuries at his hands. This matter demands an explanation. Upon hearing this, Pu Tuo's demeanor shifted, his gaze toward Li Mu now filled with murderous intent. Initially unaware of the circumstances, he had silently lamented the emergence of such a brazen disciple from the Qian Dao sect, never anticipating the audacity of his actions. How do you wish to die? You son of a... Li Mu began to curse, but before he could finish, Mo Huaihua intervened, positioning himself between the two. Master Pu Tuo, this youth is my disciple. The death of the Heavenly Saint sect elder at the recent championship was purely accidental. The injuries sustained by Feng Wujie are the doing of Hua Tian, who subsequently met his demise at Feng Wujie's hands. You ought to hold Feng Wujie accountable. Now, the only option left was to muddle the waters to buy time for escape. Mo Huaihua could think of no way to absolve Li Mu. Every action he had taken today was sufficient to warrant a death sentence. Hua Tian is dead. Pu Tuo expressed surprise but did not dwell on it, coldly stating, the champion of the Holy Sun's championship was Feng Wujie. Do I need to repeat myself? Hua Tian would have secured second place, had he not perished. Li Mu sidestepped, scoffing, so the champion of the tournament was predetermined. How shameless of you. As the master of the Qian Dao sect, you conspire with an outsider to relinquish your own holy maiden. It is nothing short of treachery. The moment these words escaped his lips, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Mo Huaihua, utterly exasperated, contemplated the audacity of Li Mu. Could he possibly possess a means to contend with someone at the peak of Foundation establishment? Chapter 92. The Sovereign's Deterrent of Deqian, the Holy Maiden appears. Let me be frank with you. I am dispatched by the Deqian royal family, and my objective is to bring back the Holy Maiden. Now, summon her forth at once. The Deqian royal family? Pu Tuo's expression changed slightly. Are we truly to hand over the Holy Maiden to them? Still playing coy. Are you? Li Mu seethed, gritting his teeth as he unleashed all his source energy to enhance a rocket aimed at those at the peak of Foundation establishment, firing it directly at Pu Tuo. Regardless, Feng Wujie was already the designated champion. There was no need to waste any more time. Had I known this earlier, I should have been more decisive and assertive, eliminating a few of their disciples and elders before Puto's appearance. Boom. The rocket struck Puto with unwavering precision, the explosion enveloping and consuming all in its wake, radiating outward from him. Those nearest were instantly reduced to mere fragments, and even the elders suffered considerable injuries. What a treasure! Puto coughed a couple of times, emerging from the center of the blast, reaching for the rocket launcher on Li Mu's shoulder. If you wish to die, you may certainly try. Li Mu reloaded with determination, effectively halting Puto's intimidation. Yet, Puto flashed a wicked smile. Brother, this treasure is yours now. As the words fell, a large hand suddenly emerged behind Li Mu, exuding an aura more terrifying than Puto's. A golden core cultivator. When did the royal family produce such a lawless individual? It is indeed time for some discipline. Li Mu mentally cursed his misfortune. With his energy depleted, facing a golden core expert only spelled doom. However, just as the large hand was about to make contact, a familiar presence surged from within him, sending the intruder staggering back. Master? Li Mu was bewildered, scanning his surroundings but finding no one. When did Jing Xi leave this mark? That cunning woman, even after consuming the fetal light arrow, still does not trust him. A golden core seed. Qian Dao sect's leader, Qian Jizi, was utterly astonished. Boy, who stands behind you? Humph. Li Mu smirked. Now you know fear? Do not presume that the royal family's decline makes us easy prey. Dismantling your Qian Dao sect would be a mere trifle. Initially, he intended to intimidate them, but as soon as he spoke, the skies above 9 moves forest roared with wind and clouds, a golden light illuminating the contours of a woman. Qian Jizi. It has been long since I visited Qian Dao sect. It seems you have grown rather complacent in your position as sect leader. Qian Jizi froze for a moment, then quickly realized, terror etched across his face. National Master, you are still alive. What? Do you wish for my demise? I would not dare. Then keep your mouth shut. Should there be a next time, I shall obliterate your pathetic sect. The golden light gradually faded, and Qian Jizi bowed deeply, taking a long time to dare to straighten up. He gazed at the heavens, the fear evident on his countenance. Li Mu was equally surprised, having anticipated Jing Xi's arrival. But it was instead the mysterious national master of Deqian. How formidable must she be, having injured even Jing Xi, while instilling such terror in the leader of Qian Dao sect? Outside the venue, Ji Yu and her companions raced forward. She has finally arrived. Li Mu sighed in relief, realizing the national master's appearance was indeed linked to Ji Yu's timely arrival. Is Qian Dao sect still unwilling to release us? Li Mu smiled, meeting the gaze of Qian Jizi and others. They had shed their previous demeanor. Though reluctant, they could only nod slightly in deference to the national master's intimidation, sending forth someone to escort the saintess Lei Yumeng. Even bound in power, Lei Yumeng's stunning beauty captivated all disciples the moment she appeared. Truly, the saintess, who incites fierce contention, exudes an air of chilling elegance and ethereal beauty. At first sight, Li Mu was taken aback by Lei Yumeng's current appearance. Yet he soon gathered himself and approached with a respectful bow, introducing himself. I am Li Mu, here to escort your highness back to the palace. Where's my master? She has been captured by Pu Tuo. Lei Yumeng, unfamiliar with the man before her, glanced at Ji Yu and then directed her gaze toward the head of the law enforcement hall. Release her at once. Ji Yu glared at Pu Tuo, her voice sharp and commanding, undeterred by his superior prowess. Observing Pu Tuo's sinister and cold demeanor, Li Mu hurriedly interjected, Sister Ji Yu, I have already rescued the person. This matter shall not end here. You shall see. Ji Yu nodded, casting an exasperated look at Qian Jizi and the others, before departing with Lei Yumeng, her sleeves sweeping dramatically. Li Mu followed behind with a smile, his heart feeling remarkably light. The head of the Qian sect could not allow this young man to depart easily. He had slain one of their elders and injured many others. This could not simply be overlooked. Wu Feng shot a glance at Qian Jizi, who appeared quite helpless, returning Wu Feng's look without taking any action. At present, there was no better course of action than to let them leave. Elder, do not be anxious. You are well aware of that woman's capabilities. Should she be truly provoked, Annihilating us would be but a mere flick of her finger. Who could have imagined she would remain alive after vanishing for so many years? Chapter 93. Farewell to Lu Qinyan. Gifts upon leaving the venue. Yu promptly instructed everyone to hasten their movements. As Li Mu took the spear handed to him by Zhu Hua, he learned that the national master had not come at all. The figure he had seen earlier was merely a projection of Yu's spiritual consciousness. In the crucial moment, her consciousness might have been able to act, but as it dissipated, it would serve only as a deterrent, losing any further effect. At the foot of Huaihua Peak, Mo Huaihua had already escorted Lin Xiu down, accompanied by his disciple, Wang Gang. Given the recent events, the Qiandao sect was no longer a safe haven for them. If they did not leave now, death awaited them. Master. Upon seeing Lin Xiu, Lei Yuming could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into his embrace. It's all right. As long as you are safe. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xiu gently patted Lei Yuming and slowly released her. Master, please return to the palace with me. With the royal family's protection, everything will gradually improve. No, we shall seek a tranquil and free place to live in seclusion. Upon your return, remember to practice diligently. Do not neglect your cultivation. I will come to see you. Each had their own thoughts on the matter, but Li Mu paid them no mind. Seizing the opportunity while they conversed, he made his way to the side of Huaihua Peak. Having already restored her feminine attire, Lu Qinyan followed closely behind and was now waiting there. Are you leaving? I didn't expect you to truly have the ability to help me kill Fong Ling. Thank you. Li Mu gazed at the charming young woman before him, a flicker of joy in his eyes. I am a man of my word. Besides, Fong Ling truly deserves death. Even if I had not assisted you, I would not have let him off the hook. After defeating Fong Ling, Lu Qinyan's favorability rating rose to 10, providing a feedback of 3 spiritual energy points per hour. Following this battle, Li Mu profoundly realized the significance of spiritual energy with an ample supply. He could attain formidable strength. Very well, you should hasten your departure from the Qiandao sect. Elder Wufeng and his companions are no trifling matter. Should they seize an opportunity, they will undoubtedly not spare you. Lu Qinyan had come specifically to express her gratitude, and upon seeing that Li Mu had managed to escape unscathed, she felt a considerable sense of relief. It's of no concern. If they dare to come, I shall dare to retaliate. However, you should exercise caution in the future. If you encounter insurmountable troubles, consider seeking me out in the palace. Lu Qinyan paused, her gaze becoming wary. Why are you being so kind to me after only a brief acquaintance? Do you have ulterior motives? Also, you have yet to explain how you discern my true identity. Haha, Li Mu chuckled lightly. Surely, you do not believe I rely solely on artifacts? I possess genuine abilities as well. To be frank, I have cultivated a divine technique that allows me to perceive the true information of those around me. No one can conceal their cultivation from me. The reason I assist you is that I sensed your unwavering determination for vengeance, which is entirely unlike others. We could consider becoming friends, could we not? Friends? Lu Qinyan nodded. Very well, it is through conflict that we forge friendships. I shall not forget you, my friend. She waved her hand and then bid farewell to Li Mu, departing the Qiandao sect ahead of him. It remained uncertain whether her words were genuine or otherwise. Regardless, Li Mu had established a fortuitous connection. Should the opportunity arise, he could further cultivate their rapport. If fate did not favor him, receiving a steady 3 points of spiritual energy per hour was still quite delightful. Who is she? Why do you seem intent on charming every woman? Yu's voice echoed from behind. Li Mu quickly donned a different expression, ingratiatingly responding, Oh, her? She is a maiden from the Heavenly Saint sect. I did not pursue her. Rather, she has been relentlessly pursuing me. Yu laughed dismissively. You call it relentless pursuit? I distinctly heard your earlier conversation. I cannot be bothered with your affairs. Make haste back to the palace. Once the matter with the queen is resolved, you must have prepared your responses for the ministers by tomorrow's court session. I have indeed prepared them, and I assure you, there will be no missteps. Before returning to the palace, Li Mu excused himself momentarily under the pretext of needing to relieve himself, allowing the group to depart boldly under the watchful eyes of the Qiandao sect. Once they reached a safe location, Mo Huaihua and Lin Xiu bid their formal farewells, while Lei Yume, despite her reluctance, had to come to terms with reality. The path of cultivation was destined to be fraught with life and death separations. As a queen, she was bound to the depths of the palace, and the bond between master and disciple could only be one of fate unfulfilled. Before the carriage, Yu cast an exasperated glance at Li Mu. Tell me, were you truly in urgent need just now, or are you up to some mischief? How could that be? Li Mu shook his head without hesitation. Having finally come to the Qiandao sect and taken their saintess away, I must at least leave behind some token of appreciation. A token? Yu furrowed her brow. What token? The Qiandao sect, the law enforcement hall. At this moment, Zhuangjizi sat in the main seat, while Putuo and the elders of the Tianxing sect were gathered below, discussing the recent appearance of the national master. Although they understood that the figure before them was merely an illusion of divine consciousness, the overwhelming aura it exuded indicated that the national master could not possibly be dead. If he were, such a projection would not possess such formidable power. This outcome could only confirm that the national master was alive and that the rumors were false. Should they continue to be reckless, the words of the projection might well manifest into reality. Brother, what shall we do now? That woman has instilled fear in Dakian for decades, and now that she is aware of our actions, she will undoubtedly come seeking us, Putois addressed Zhuangjizi. Zhuangjizi's expression remained composed. It should not come to that. After all, we have already let those few individuals go. Even if she were to come, it would be that lad who killed the elder, with the disciple standing in front. Wu Feng shook his head, remarking that the Grand Master spoke too lightly. Had we not detained the Empress, the royal family would not have sought you out. Have you forgotten how she unilaterally obliterated the 7 nascent soul elders years ago? Upon hearing this, not only Zhuangjizi but all the elders present changed countenance, a flicker of dread crossing their eyes. Remembering those days, the opponent had already been terrifying to such an extent. Now, with the passage of time, her strength could only be fathomed as even more inscrutable. In light of Elder Wu's words, what course of action should we take? To sit idly by is undoubtedly unwise. I propose that we unite the power of various sects to confront the royal family. This is not merely a matter of holding her accountable for the annihilation of the elders, but also the only path to reopening Tianyuan. Since she is alive, the blessings of Tianyuan should be shared among all sects. Why should the royal family monopolize it? Putuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, with Tianyuan closed for decades, the combined strength of all sects has waned. The materials for foundational pills, the laws of the Golden Core, the entire Xianyuan continent is nearing depletion. Her actions are inherently selfish. Previously, we had no choice. Everyone believed she was dead, and with her demise, Tianyuan faded away. Yet now that she lives, everything is still possible. Reopening Tianyuan is indeed feasible, Zhuangjizi asserted. I shall invite the leaders of the various sects for further negotiations to determine how we can ensure absolute success. If she were to go mad again, she might massacre all the nascent soul warriors of Dakian. Very well, let this session of the Holy Sun's Ascendancy Conference come to an end. After all, no one has benefited, Wu Feng stated, rising to leave with the other elders of the Tianqing sect. At that moment, 2 disciples hurriedly arrived with news. Reporting to the Hall Master, someone has sent you an item. What item? Can you not see that we are in the midst of a discussion? Putois turned to them, his face instantly hardening, his imposing aura causing the 2 to kneel in fear. We do not know. The item is currently outside the hall. Who sent it? Go, bring it in. Observing Putois' vexation, Wu Feng chuckled and bowed to the others. Esteemed colleagues, I take my leave. As Wu Feng approached the door, he noticed the 2 disciples carrying a large box inside, which piqued his curiosity. What is this? He reached out to touch it, the peculiar metallic texture evoking a ripple of intrigue within him. Could this possibly be a priceless treasure? Elder, we were unaware of any disciples specifically requesting the Lord of the Hall to open it personally. We have not dared to inspect it ourselves. Wu Feng remained silent, instead choosing to accompany the 2 back to ascertain the truth. Upon seeing such a grand object being brought forth, Pu Tuo's expression turned to one of astonishment as he approached the chest. Who delivered this? It was a disciple of our Xiandao sect. Step aside, for I am eager to uncover its secrets. Pu Tuo pushed the 2 aside and slowly lifted the iron chest lid, the metallic hinges producing a crisp sound. What is this? Before his eyes lay a collection of red block-like objects, meticulously arranged, with a mysterious countdown device positioned at the center. Huh, a clock that ticks backward. This cannot bode well. Wu Feng chuckled, and his remark piqued the curiosity of the assembled elders, drawing them closer. Not only was the backward clock peculiar, but even the enigmatic symbols inscribed on the red blocks were unfamiliar to them. What do these symbols signify? At that moment, the countdown neared its conclusion. 10987. Lord, this object appears unremarkable, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet the intention behind sending it is clearly malevolent. This is a curse upon you. Do you really need to speak? Pu Tuo scolded darkly. But scarcely had he uttered the words when a terrifying and destructive force erupted without warning, instantly engulfing the entire hall. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud surged outward from the law enforcement hall, bearing a shockwave that radiated in all directions. Evening approached, nearing the capital of Deqian. Scouts from the inspectorate reported back. Reporting to the commander, shortly after your departure, an inexplicable explosion occurred within the Xiandao sect. Its power was truly fearsome. Audible within a 10-kilometer radius. An explosion? Ji raised an eyebrow. Have you determined the cause? The source of the explosion is said to be a clock, which instantly claimed the lives of several elders and reduced the entire law enforcement hall to rubble. Is that all? No more. Ji waved her hand, signaling the scout to depart, then noticed an unusual expression on Li Mu's face, as if he were suppressing laughter. Could this explosion be the gift you mentioned? Other than Li Mu, Ji Yu could not fathom who else could create such a commotion. Seeing Li Mu remain silent only reinforced her suspicions. Tell me, how did you accomplish this? Guess. Li Mu feigned profundity until Ji Yu delivered a playful claw to him, prompting him to confess. How about this? Arrange for the Empress, the imperial consort, or the two noble consorts to meet me tonight, and I shall tell you the truth. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu immediately rolled her eyes, gritting her teeth as she lowered her voice. Are you even human? The Empress has only just returned from danger, and you insist on taking advantage of her at this critical juncture? Chapter 95. The Shard in Hand, the Gale Shadow Technique. What do you mean by taking advantage? Li Mu retorted, shrugging his shoulders. Surely the imperial consort and the noble consorts are acceptable? In a moment of frustration, Li Mu jested with Ji Yu, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Prior to entering the city, he had excused himself from the group, following the guidance of the energy from Shiling to a desolate mountain where the key was concealed. This significant matter had weighed heavily on his mind. After a brief exploration, he effortlessly unearthed a wooden box, sealed with a restrictive enchantment, buried beneath a mound of earth. With the energy of Shiling as his guide, he dispelled the seal with ease. Upon opening the box, he discovered a seemingly ordinary fragment of metal. Is this truly the key? Li Mu pondered as he held the shard, inspecting it closely. What purpose could it possibly serve? Cautiously, he infused a thread of magical energy into the fragment, which began to glow and tremble, instantly flooding his mind with information. He learned that there were a total of 8 such fragments. Furthermore, it appeared that the shard contained a fragmentary divine technique, albeit incomplete, yet of considerable quality, specifically, a movement technique known as the Swift Shadow Art. As Li Mu caressed the fragment, deep in thought, he reflected on his journey thus far. Having traversed through time, he had cultivated his abilities to the 6th level of Qi refinement, but had yet to master a proper divine technique. In the realm of cultivation, relying solely on the system was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Having more skills at one's disposal could only serve to enhance one's survival. However, he hesitated, contemplating the potential consequences should Jing Ci demand accountability. Yet, after some deliberation, he found solace in the thought that Jing Ci sought the key, not necessarily the techniques contained within. Besides, whether or not he would eventually relinquish the key was a question for another day. For now, his immediate concerns took precedence. Once he ensured the area was undisturbed, he retraced his steps, returning to the royal palace as night fell. Not having found Ji Yu in the side hall, he wondered where she might have gone. After satisfying his hunger with a modest meal, Li Mu made his way to the Qianqing Palace. At this hour, he could think of no other place Ji Yu might be. Your Majesty? I have returned, he announced tentatively, receiving no reply, which did not deter him from entering. The silence suggested tacit consent. Lu Rian was unlikely to engage in idle chatter. If she were occupied with bathing or other private matters, she would have swiftly warned him. You rascal, where have you been sneaking off to? Ji Yu sat poised at her desk, meticulously reviewing memorials, her exquisite visage captivating in the interplay of light and shadow. Nearby, on a soft couch, Lu Rian, clad in casual attire, meditated with her eyes closed, pure spiritual energy coalescing around her and continuously flowing into her being. I haven't gone far. I simply took a stroll after being away for several days, Li Mu replied casually as he approached Ji Yu. Ji Yu evidently did not believe these words, yet she felt no need to delve deeper. What Li Mu did privately was beyond her concern, as long as it did not interfere with matters of importance. Moreover, given his penchant for mischief, it was likely he had little else occupying his time. Zhu Hua mentioned that you employed some formidable magical artifacts during the Dao conference, capable of directly contending with foundational cultivators. What is the nature of these artifacts? Show them to me. Ji Yu set aside her brush. Her curiosity piqued as she turned her gaze toward Li Mu. Oh, they are merely artifacts akin to the Desert Eagle, able to withstand foundational cultivators, as you are already aware. Enough of the chatter, present them to me. Ji Yu's tone was resolute. Despite his dissatisfaction, Li Mu summoned forth the grenades and rockets. Behold, they are hardly impressive magical artifacts, at most. They utilize principles of mechanical traps and concealed weaponry. Ji Yu scrutinized the two oddly shaped objects, reluctantly accepting Li Mu's explanation. After all, she had once dismissed the Desert Eagle, yet who could have anticipated that such an unassuming item would possess remarkable power? Have you prepared your remarks for tomorrow's court session? Ji Yu closed the recently annotated memorial, her expression turning grave. The Prime Minister and others will undoubtedly challenge you, urging for military action. When the time comes, you must lead the conversation and deflect. We absolutely cannot deploy troops. I will support you, do you understand? Li Mu stored away the two weapons, nodding slowly. Rest assured, I am quite astute. As she collected the memorials from the table, Ji Yu rose. Ji Yu, How has the matter we discussed earlier progressed? What matter? Li Mu made a discreet gesture, unperturbed by Ji Yu's presence. At first, Ji Yu did not comprehend, but upon seeing Li Mu's suggestive posture, realization dawned, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Gripping Li Mu's ear, she spoke in a hushed tone. Do you wish for death? How dare you act so brazenly before His Majesty? All right, I will provide you with delicious treats, just like last time. If that is not acceptable, I can offer something else. Ji Yu glanced at Lu Ruyan, hesitating to respond, while Li Mu continued to tug at her. Given the multitude of events lately, I have accomplished quite a bit. If you do not agree, I shall have to proceed on my own. With no means to counter Li Mu's persistence, Ji Yu finally acquiesced, whispering her consent to return. Chapter 96. The Royal Great Fortune Pill. Very well. Ji Yu, you are the best. Li Mu exclaimed joyfully, grasping Ji Yu's hand and shaking it playfully, resembling a lively child, while subtly taking advantage of the moment. Under normal circumstances, he would never have had the opportunity to hold Ji Yu's hand, which was soft and delicate, even more so than that of the favored concubine or the empress. He wondered about her exceptional maintenance. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave now. Ji Yu sought Lu Ruyan's approval before preparing to depart with Li Mu. Li Mu, please stay a moment. Lu Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes. Reluctantly, Li Mu stifled his impatience, watching Ji Yu exit, before scampering over to Lu Ruyan's side. Your Majesty, your cultivation has progressed once more. Lu Ruyan withdrew from her meditative state, slipping her slender legs into her shoes as she stood. She cast a sweeping glance around, her gaze settling upon Li Mu. Li Mu, grinning foolishly in flattery, was taken aback when a streak of light shot forth from Lu Ruyan's sleeve, abruptly entering his mouth. This is bad. Li Mu quickly covered his mouth, channeling his energy to prevent the light from descending further. However, Lu Ruyan patted him on the back, causing the golden light to be swallowed down, irretrievable. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment he had consumed the fetal light arrow. Could that light truly be some divine elixir? Lu Ruyan offered no explanation, slowly making her way toward the screen. Li Mu hastily followed, when suddenly a surge of energy arose before him, revealing a vision. It depicted a conversation between the National Guardian and Lu Ruyan. This is another half of the Imperial Fortune Elixir. If you refuse to eliminate this young man to extract the national fortune within him, then let him consume this half of the elixir. Together with the half you ingested upon your ascension, the national fortune within you both shall ensure the prosperity of Qian. Moreover, should he harbor any thoughts of rebellion, you may counteract with imperial power. The vision gradually faded. Li Mu slumped onto the chair, at a loss for words. It turned out to be a potion akin to the fetal light arrow, yet this imperial fortune elixir was intended by the National Guardian to safeguard national fortune. Less tyrannical than the former. From the context of the conversation, it seemed Lu Ruyan had also consumed a half. Everyone in the cultivation world harbors secrets. I am well aware of your origins, though I am uncertain of the fortuitous encounters that have led to such peculiar occurrences. I do not wish to pry. Lu Ruyan's voice floated from behind the screen, her movements suggesting she was changing her attire, her silhouette casting a captivating reflection. The Imperial Fortune Elixir is a legacy passed down from the ancestors of Qian, specifically designed to prevent the leakage of national fortune. The half you ingested and the half I possess are interconnected. I can ascertain your location at any time, and in critical moments, I can appear to save your life. However, should either of us perish, the other shall not survive. Li Mu was taken aback. Did this mean their fates were now intertwined? This is indeed perplexing. What do you mean by do you think I would be a burden to you? That is not my intention, Your Majesty. You misunderstand. I am merely concerned that I might be a liability to you, considering I am but a lowly individual, lacking talent, and I fear I might perish at any moment. Such concerns are futile. If you are worried about dragging me down, then focus on cultivating towards forming a Dan, and I shall wait for you to reach the infant stage. Our immediate priority is to retrieve the remaining national fortune. You can handle this, correct? Li Mu paused for a moment before nodding. Rest assured, Your Majesty's consideration for me is a tremendous favor. I shall do my utmost to reclaim the national fortune. Your ability to think this way validates my intentions. Lu Ruyan emerged from behind the screen, having changed her attire. Starting tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion to form the Dan. The court and the harem will be entrusted to you and Yuer, so do not let any mishaps occur. Your Majesty, you can rely on me. Li Mu promptly nodded. Forming the Dan is indeed a commendable endeavor. Lu Ruyan, upon successfully forming her golden core, would undoubtedly receive an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy each day. Moreover, her timely formation of the golden core and the subsequent condensation of her Yuan Ying would alleviate the influence of the Imperial Grade Fortune Pill. By the way, do you still have the elixir you provided me during our last visit to the ancestral grounds? If so, It would significantly enhance my chances of successfully forming the golden core. Li Mu, discerning the implications behind Lu Ruoyan's words, promptly replied, "Indeed, there are some available. Though they lack the quality of the previous batch, the efficacy will likely be considerably lower, and it will take some time to produce more. Would your majesty kindly wait for 2 months? No, 1 month would suffice. Very well, then you may return, but do not forget to pursue the matter of national fortune." Li Mu had intended to say more, yet the words lingered unspoken. For someone as devoted to cultivation as Lu Ruoyan, waiting idly would be far more excruciating than facing death itself. "Then I shall wish your majesty success in forming the golden core." With a respectful bow, Li Mu exited the Qianxing palace and proceeded towards the side hall. Pursuing the national fortune, Li Mu murmured, as he pressed a few drops of blood into the tracking wristband. To his dismay, the result was the same as before, no signal whatsoever. This predicament vexed him. If the target remained outside the designated range, when would he ever find them? Wait, could he not utilize the wristband to trace the fragments of the key? Realizing this, Li Mu was instantly filled with excitement. According to the information at hand, there were a total of 8 fragments, with both he and Jing Xi possessing 1 each. Although the purpose of assembling the key remained unknown, the wristband's tracking capability meant that as long as he could locate the remaining 6 fragments and devise a means to acquire the one held by Jing Xi, the task would be accomplished. Though the challenge was formidable, how could he ascertain the outcome without attempting it? Without further ado, he placed the fragment into the wristband for localization. As the device activated, 2 red dots promptly appeared on the screen. Indeed, it was effective. The red dots indicated the precise locations of the other fragments within range, although they were quite distant from the palace. Knowing their locations was akin to having them in hand. Furthermore, within the Dacian realm, who would dare challenge the imperial family for possession of these items? However, with the current lack of spiritual energy, it would be prudent to first address the matters concerning the vassal state of Fengji. The pursuit of national fortune and the key fragments could be approached at a more leisurely pace. In the side hall, you have returned. What did your majesty convey to you? Her majesty mentioned the need for seclusion and instructed us to manage the inner court and the court of officials diligently, ensuring no missteps occur. Additionally, she urged me to expedite the search for the remaining national fortune, as the guardians are pressing for progress. Is that all? What else were you expecting? Upon entering the room, Li Mu immediately noticed Ji Yu seated at the table, seemingly anticipating something, her gaze filled with an eager yearning. Rubbing her hands together, Ji Yu smiled. "Tonight, you may seek whoever you desire, as long as you bring me the promised delicacies." "Can I truly seek anyone?" Li Mu's interest piqued, and he quickly took a seat at the table, continuously purchasing snacks from the shop. Although his remaining spiritual energy was insufficient for weapon upgrades, acquiring food was more than feasible. Moreover, the spiritual energy flows ceaselessly. Thus, consuming it in moderation poses no issue whatsoever. After all, the queen has already been thoroughly exhausted by your whims, and with his majesty retreating into seclusion, the imperial harem is yours to navigate as you please. Even if I were to refuse, it would hold little significance. Ji Yu picked up the food on the table, tearing open the packaging with ease. Though she had only sampled it once or twice, she had grasped the essential characteristics of Li Mu's delicacies. Each item bore a unique wrapper that required unwrapping before consumption. They appeared peculiar, yet once tasted, they revealed an extraordinary flavor that was utterly irresistible. It cannot be said so lightly. You are more familiar with the harem than I, and the rules must not be disregarded. They ought to be adhered to as you decree. Take, for instance, the consort Lei from the Western Ning Palace. She seems delicate and pitiable, yet I dare not approach her again. Why is that? Did not his majesty declare that she posed no threat? Ji Yu furrowed her brow, tossing a piece of chocolate into her mouth to savor its taste. Who knows if her enigmatic gaze could see through my very garments? I always feel a lack of security in her presence. It is best for her to remain in the Western Ning Palace to settle down. Li Mu primarily feared that Lei Luoxua might see through the system, for that was his greatest secret, one that must remain concealed. Indeed, since you hold no interest in consorts Shu and Lu Zhao, you may choose between the Empress Dowager and the noble consort. I shall have someone inform you shortly. You may proceed directly. By the way, this treat has a delightful chewiness and is rather sticky. Do bring me several more. Li Mu nodded, purchasing a few more candy bars to hand over. It was not that he dismissed those consorts. Rather, the goddess selection had overlooked them. In such a harem, there was no necessity for favoritism. The cultivation of the goddess's affection was of utmost importance. The Empress Dowager's chamber, as the consort of the second highest rank after the queen, was not merely grand. Even the side halls were numerous. Li Mu, embodying Lu Qian, leisurely entered, surrounded by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. The Empress Dowager, whose true name was Ai Su Erwin, was a princess of the wolf tribe from the Tianju wilderness. According to Ji Yu, Ai Su Erwin possessed peak-level qi refinement, Both her status and strength were extraordinary. Thus, the Daiqian granted her substantial authority. However, in recent years, the Tianju wilderness had shown signs of unrest, and due to her unique identity, Yu had always refrained from taking action. Now, Li Mu cared little for such matters. What was this so-called Tianju wilderness? A name of renown indeed, yet now that she was wed to Daiqian, she must fulfill her obligations. His Majesty has arrived. With the eunuch's proclamation, Li Mu stepped into the main palace. The decor here was characterized by a wild and unrestrained style, with skeletal ornaments and prairie totems adorning the space, starkly contrasting with other palaces, presumably to cater to the wolf tribe princess. After walking for some time without encountering anyone to receive him, the eunuch called out once more, "His Majesty has arrived." This time, a maid sauntered out from the inner chamber. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The maid performed a kneeling salute, bowing her head as she spoke. "The Empress Dowager has been unwell recently and has been bedridden for several days, thus unable to receive you in person. I hope Your Majesty can understand." Unwell? Could it be that something untoward has occurred? Li Mu furrowed his brows tightly, disregarding the maidservant as he strode directly into the chamber. Since he had come this far, he might as well take a glance and see if AI Su Irwin could trigger the goddess record. Chapter 98, White Dragon Gorge, Foundation Establishment Pill. Upon entry, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, subtle yet memorable in its uniqueness. In the dim light, the silhouette of a graceful woman could be discerned behind the curtains of the bed. She is not ill. Why is she not covered with a quilt? The maid mentioned that the beloved consort was unwell. What ailment could it be? Is it serious? Should I summon the imperial physician? With concern, Li Mu approached the curtains. A melodious laugh echoed from within, followed by the unabashed emergence of a slender, delicate foot, halting Li Mu's advance. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. I have merely contracted the ailment of Lady Cheng, and with a few days of rest, I shall recover." The ailment of Lady Cheng? What manner of illness is this? Li Mu looked back in confusion, and the eunuch stationed outside the door quietly provided clarification. He had thought it to be a grave illness, but it turned out to be merely her monthly cycle, dressed up in grandiose terms. Are there only these two maidservants in the palace? Where are the others? Engaging AI Su Irwin in conversation, Li Mu gently pushed aside the curtains. The woman within the chamber visibly flinched and hurriedly pulled the quilt over herself. Her face, though lovely, was not strikingly beautiful, possessing a hint of mixed heritage, with her cheeks adorned by a faint blush. "Are you afraid of me, my beloved consort?" Li Mu's tone turned displeased. AI Su Irwin was far from bedridden, and as a cultivator at the pinnacle of qi refinement, it seemed implausible that a mere monthly occurrence would incapacitate her. Clearly, this woman was feigning illness, intent on avoiding his presence. Realizing this, Li Mu's interest waned. If she could not even trigger the goddess record, her airs were laughable. "I dare not, Your Majesty. I merely fear soiling your presence. I hope you can understand that once I recover, I shall bathe and burn incense, and we can revel together with wine." AI Su Irwin, retreating while advancing, offered a slight bow of apology to Li Mu. His expression remained impassive. Yet inwardly he scoffed at the thought of her promising future encounters. He had no desire to pursue her, even if she were to beckon him. "Very well, my beloved consort. Rest well," Li Mu declared as he closed the curtains and departed without a backward glance. However, he paused at the doorway, casting one last look before disappearing amidst the throng of attendants. Once all had left, AI Su Irwin rose from the bed, draped in a sheer garment. Does she truly believe the emperor is such a formidable figure? I am a proud princess of the wolf clan. If she thinks she can entice me into her bed, she is sorely mistaken. Iserwin lamented, and upon hearing her voice, two maidservants immediately approached to offer consolation. Why should the princess be vexed? It is well known within the harem that our emperor is rather spineless. Yet, one cannot fathom why he has recently taken to frequenting the bedchambers, oblivious to whether his health can withstand such exertions. Another maidservant chimed in, adding that he was also prone to fits of temper, having reportedly cast the favored concubine into the cold palace for reasons unknown. Iserwin cast a lingering glance at the two, her eyes filled with melancholy. "Have you uncovered any intelligence regarding the ruins? Where might they be located?" "Your Highness, Baron has just returned with news. The general location of the ruins appears to be at the White Dragon Gorge on the borders of Daiqian. He claims that the precise entrance should be discovered shortly. Ensure he hastens his efforts. Daiqian may soon dispatch troops to Fengji, and the White Dragon Gorge could transform into a fortress. We must not lose the opportunity to acquire the foundational elixir, which is quite rare. The wolf tribe possesses little of it, making this a fortuitous chance for replenishment. Rest assured, Your Highness, given Daiqian's emperor's cowardly disposition, he is unlikely to take such risks. Let us hope so. Now, fetch me warm water. I wish to cleanse myself of the odor of men. You both must also ensure that the sleeping quarters are thoroughly cleaned. I refuse to endure any lingering, unpleasant scents." especially that of man. Yes, your highness. Meanwhile, upon the grand avenue of the palace, atop the dragon carriage, Li Mu roared in anger, angrily removing his miniature earpiece. He had overheard Iserwin's conversation with her maidservants in its entirety. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Came the voice of a eunuch from outside. Pay no heed to me. Continue on your way. Rubbing his temples, Li Mu clenched his fists, consumed by a desire to return and confront Iserwin immediately. That wretched woman and her two maidservants were no good. Fortunately, he had taken precautions by planting a listening device before leaving, or he would have suffered in silence. Initially, he had thought Iserwin merely wished to avoid his company, only to discover her profound disdain for him. Very well, you wretched woman. Let us see what you intend with the White Dragon Gorge and the foundational elixir. Chapter 99. Murong Yunji in the palace of the favored concubine Xiao. Li Mu had not informed Ji Yu of his intentions and had taken it upon himself to visit. After all, he had provided Ji Yu with ample food, and she had expressed her indifference, encouraging him to seek out whomever he desired. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that concubine Xiao was equally unable to activate the divine record, and her appearance was decidedly lackluster. One could only wonder who had leveraged connections to usher her into this position. She was of an age that could easily befit his mother. Li Mu now regretted his previous assertions. Not every woman in the harem was a paragon of beauty. He could not comprehend the reasoning behind allowing someone of such age to ascend to the rank of concubine. Was it merely a form of torment? What was even more bewildering was concubine Zhao's exuberant reaction upon learning of his visit. Her youthful blush, despite her age, was quite unbecoming, and she insisted on attending to his bathing and changing of garments. Li Mu exerted tremendous effort to extricate himself from the clutches of the favored concubine, Xiao Guifei, pulling a group of people with him as they fled in disarray. He vowed never to return to this accursed place. Let Xiao Guifei enjoy her twilight years in the imperial harem, living out the latter part of her life in peace. Your Majesty, shall we return to Qinqing Palace or visit Her Majesty the Empress? Inquired the eunuch accompanying Li Mu as they walked. The Empress has just returned from Xiandao sect. It would be inappropriate to disturb her and visit concubine Mu, wouldn't it? Li Mu, however, was unconvinced that in the vast harem there would be no place to rest for the night. Under normal circumstances, an emperor would not find such matters troublesome. He could simply command someone to prepare a favored companion for the night, and once the affair was concluded, send her back without needing to make an appearance himself. Yet, Li Mu found himself afflicted with the burdens of an emperor without the authority that accompanied it, and with no place to rest in the harem. He had no choice but to visit each chamber in turn. In the main palace of Yunji, the master chamber, Murong Yunji stood before her vanity mirror, diligently adorning her face with a peculiar assortment of golden nails. These included brow pins, ear pins, tongue pins, nose pins, and body piercings. Xiao Rou, could you please close the window? It's a bit chilly, she requested. Your Highness, do these 12 golden nails truly enhance one's cultivation? It feels somewhat akin to dark practices, questioned her maid, Xiao Rou, as she closed the window, her eyes reflecting confusion rather than curiosity. What dark practices? Ever since I began using the golden nails, my foundation has been steadily established. Do you understand the significance of a pseudo-spiritual root foundation? Never mind, discussing this with you. A mere mortal is futile, Murong Yunji sighed, shaking her head. As she completed the application of the golden nails, she felt exceptionally attractive and poised, unable to resist admiring herself in the mirror. The body and skin are bestowed by one's parents. In the secular world, Your Highness, this is a form of unfilial conduct. Xiao Rou murmured, a hint of discontent in her tone. Oh, I see you've grown quite bold, daring to retort, replied Murong Yunji, though inwardly she reveled in her beauty, surpassing countless others in the mortal realm. Humph, it's handsome, not just pretty. You wouldn't understand, she rolled her eyes, secretly delighted. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their jovial atmosphere. His Majesty has arrived. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, alarm coursing through them. What brings His Majesty here at this hour? Xiao Rou, quickly stop him, Murong Yunji exclaimed, flustered as she hurriedly dismantled the golden nails she had just applied. Xiao Rou, equally flustered, protested. How could I dare to impede His Majesty? Enough chatter, hurry. With no other option, Xiao Rou dashed out. At that moment, Li Mu and his entourage reached the entrance of the chamber, greeted by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. Your Majesty, the lady has already retired. One of them announced upon seeing Li Mu. Your Majesty intends to spend the night in Yunji Palace. Please summon the concubine to serve. The chief eunuch conveyed Li Mu's intentions. Li Mu waved his hand, signaling for everyone to rise, and then proceeded directly into the chamber. Xiao Rou wished to delay the moment, yet with so many present and His Majesty leading the way, she found herself without the opportunity, merely watching with longing as the emperor stepped through the door. My beloved? Li Mu cast his gaze around the antiquated chamber, at first failing to discern anyone. until he noticed a figure nestled under the covers, resembling a pupa. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" At that moment, Morong Yunji wished fervently for more hands, so she could hasten the disassembly of the bedding. Should the emperor catch sight of her in such a state, she feared severe punishment might ensue. Although not particularly afraid of such consequences, as a consort within the palace, she had previously disregarded decorum. However, in such a formal setting, she wished to avoid embarrassment and unnecessary trouble. "It has been quite some time since I last visited. I felt a spontaneous urge to come and see you." Observing the movements of the person beneath the covers, Li Mu found himself intrigued. Was this person sleeping or engaged in some other activity? Surely not rewarding themselves, was it? A spontaneous urge? Morong Yunji briefly halted her actions, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet her heart swelled with happiness. The inner palace, despite its myriad rules, offered a more leisurely existence compared to her family home, where one had to fight tooth and nail for resources. "Your Majesty is welcome to come whenever you wish. I beseech you to wait a moment while I tidy myself." Before she could even finish her sentence, the bedding was abruptly lifted by Li Mu's magic. In an instant, their gazes locked. Chapter 100. Eyebrow pins, nose pins, tongue pins. Li Mu was taken aback by Morong Yunji's beauty, and simultaneously, the divine record triggered an automatic page turn. Name: Morong Yunji. Cultivation level: Foundation Establishment Initial Stage. Favorability: 5. Spiritual energy: 0 points. Foundation Establishment Initial Stage. Weight: earrings, eyebrow pins, body piercings. A traverser? A fellow townsman? This was the first thought that sprang to his mind. Such fashionable trends could only belong to someone else from Earth. Li Mu composed himself, turned to close the door, and instructed those outside to withdraw completely, forbidding any entry without his command. He then addressed Morong Yunji. Her face was a picture of bewilderment. What was he saying? "Do you not understand English? No matter, where are you from?" "I hail from Hunan." Li Mu cleared his throat and spoke in a down-to-earth dialect. This only left Morong Yunji more confused. She absent-mindedly touched the golden pin on her ear, forgetting to retract her hand. "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend what you are saying." Feigning ignorance, he teased. "Ah, you even brought your hometown's dialect with you. Impressive." Li Mu, not believing her, reached out and flicked the exposed navel ring on Morong Yunji. "Your Majesty, forgive me." She quickly tightened her garment and slipped off the bed to sit at the table. Since she had already been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. "Your Majesty, although this may not be in accordance with etiquette, you are unaware that these nails are essential for my cultivation and are not intended to disrupt propriety." Although Morong Yunji may speak defiantly, she is acutely aware of the implications of piercing her body without prior consultation, especially as a woman and a favored concubine in the palace. For cultivation? Li Mu furrowed his brow, questioning if he had indeed misjudged the situation. "Ahem, my dear consort. What sort of divine art requires such numerous nails to be driven into your body? Rest assured, you may respond truthfully. I will not hold it against you." Upon hearing that she would not be reprimanded, Morong Yunji's expression softened. She candidly replied, "To your Majesty, I am practicing a secret technique that utilizes golden nails to open special acupoints, thereby exponentially increasing my cultivation speed." "Then, why did you choose to pierce your eyebrows, nose, navel, and tongue?" "Because it looks beautiful. You wouldn't mock me for it, would you, your Majesty?" At this moment, Morong Yunji displayed none of the composure expected of a foundational cultivator. She appeared quite submissive before Li Mu, for in her eyes, he was her source of sustenance. Without the support of the royal family, where would she acquire such abundant resources for cultivation? "Why would I mock you? I find it quite appealing, my dear consort. You are both striking and graceful, and these nails only enhance your allure, giving you an air of a heroic woman." "You flatter me, your Majesty." Morong Yunji smiled, deeply touched by his words. "Well, it is late. Let us retire early." "Indeed." Morong Yunji instinctively nodded, only to realize something amiss. "Retire? Does your Majesty intend to stay here tonight?" "Indeed. Did you not hear the loud call from Xiao Gui? Or do you find something amiss?" Li Mu was genuinely looking forward to this. Firstly, Morong Yunji was quite fashionable, having adorned herself with tongue and navel piercings in the realm of cultivation. Such a notion was thrilling. Secondly, she had entered the goddess roster. Thus fostering their relationship was of utmost importance. Morong Yunji stammered. "No, I am not prepared." As she spoke, she instinctively took 2 steps back, her mind a blank slate. Was it not said that the Emperor of Deqian was not particularly inclined towards women? What was happening? Upon hearing her protest of unpreparedness, Li Mu's demeanor soured. Was she truly disregarding him as her emperor? While Lu Rian typically projected a weak and indifferent persona, it was still courteous to show him some respect. He was not Lu Rian. "What do you mean by unprepared? You are my beloved consort. Have the protocols of the Court of Rights not instructed you? Moreover, having benefited from the royal cultivation resources, is it not expected that you reciprocate?" Li Mu's tone turned cold, offering no kindness to Murong Yunji, and speaking most bluntly. Murong Yunji's face turned pale, though she harbored dissatisfaction. She could not muster the courage to disrespect Li Mu. While the Emperor of Deqian was not her match, the palace was filled with formidable individuals. Anyone daring to offend her would not survive to leave. Your Majesty, I have not yet bathed. Straining her intellect, Murong Yunji could only devise this excuse to delay. When was the last time she bathed? Not at noon, but rather this morning. Li Mu felt a chuckle rise within him. Asserting with authority, I care not for the timing, whether it be at noon or in the early morn, for I have already bathed today. I am weary. So do come forth swiftly. With that, Li Mu strode towards the bed, slipping off his shoes and reclining upon it, the fragrant aroma enveloping him, bringing a sense of tranquility. Murong Yunji stood frozen, engaging in an internal struggle before ultimately choosing to yield. Regardless of the perspective, as a consort, she could not defy Li Mu. Although the saying may be coarse, the truth within it was undeniable. Having chosen to indulge in the privileges of a favored consort, she was obligated to fulfill the duties that accompanied such a position. Chapter 101. The Method of Seizing the Soul and Foundation. Your Majesty, may I change into a different attire? Murong Yunji inquired, producing a new garment and hastily entering behind the screen to change. Li Mu, unhurried, awaited her return. After a brief moment, a soft exclamation escaped Murong Yunji's lips. Though it was faint, Li Mu caught wind of it and inquired, "What is amiss?" Emerging from behind the screen clad in a flowing gown of white, she approached the bed briskly. Your Majesty, might I trouble you to conceal yourself momentarily? It seems my esteemed teacher has arrived. Your teacher? Li Mu's expression hardened, skepticism creeping into his demeanor. What a fortuitous timing. Is it a male or female? A female. Then what is there to fear? If she is indeed your teacher, I must meet her. My teacher is Yin Nanshan, a recluse with a temperament as fickle as the wind. I fear that encountering you may cause offense. Moreover, intruding at this hour is a grave transgression, and I wish not to further provoke your ire. My teacher has arrived in haste, likely with urgent matters. I beseech your Majesty's understanding. Murong Yunji bowed deeply, imploring Li Mu. Noticing his prolonged silence, she continued, Rest assured, your Majesty, I would never dream of deceiving you. Once my teacher departs, I shall wholeheartedly serve you. Upon hearing these words, Li Mu finally nodded slightly. It was not that he lacked compassion, but rather a protective instinct against any potential schemes from Murong Yunji, especially given her foundational cultivation. Should her teacher harbor ill intentions, it could lead to a repeat of the original master's fate. Where shall I hide? Your teacher won't encounter the guards outside, will she? Murong Yunji shook her head, gesturing towards a nearby wardrobe. As long as your Majesty conceals yourself within, all will be well. I shall mask your presence. It seems your teacher is no stranger to these visits. After she departs, I shall see how I deal with you. Li Mu waved his sleeve, casting a stern glance at Murong Yunji before retreating into the wardrobe. After approximately the span of an incense stick, a heavy set of footsteps echoed as they approached. She has arrived. Li Mu focused his mind, eager to discern the intentions of this Yin Nanshan, who had come to seek out Murong Yunji at such a late hour. In that moment, an elderly woman, bloodied and battered, stumbled through the door, nearly losing her footing but managing to grasp the table for support. Teacher? Murong Yunji's heart raced, and she hurried forward to assist her. Who has inflicted such wounds upon you? The woman, Yunji, exuded a feeble breath, her bloodied hands clutching Murong Yunji tightly. Her tone steeped in sorrow. How dare the traitorous disciple act in such a manner? Senior brother? Murong Yunji paused. What has happened to him? Did he injure you? The traitorous disciple, seizing the crucial moment of the master's alchemical advancement, rebelled and murdered his teacher, conspiring with outsiders to enact the soul-seizing and foundation-snatching technique. Soul-seizing and foundation-snatching. Murong Yunji was taken aback by the mention of this technique, and as she focused her spirit inward towards her master, she discerned that the master's dantian had already been shattered, the very foundation of her Tao forcibly taken. Although there was a nascent golden core, it resembled a tree without roots, on the verge of vanishing entirely. Were it not for the lingering essence of the golden core, she would have likely perished long ago. Yunji gazed affectionately at her disciple. I feel remorse towards you, for I believe the treacherous words of the traitor. You have successfully established your foundation on your own, yet I have squandered much of my resources on that traitor, only to end up in such a dire predicament. Truly, it seems to be the will of heaven playing tricks on us. I entered the path at the tender age of 12, serving as a maid in the residence of the Prince of Yan'an for over 20 years, half servant, half cultivator. After the downfall of the prince, I found myself lost in Yan'an, fortuitously discovering a spirit spring, and within 3 years, I managed to establish my foundation. Yet, after 100 years of wandering, I achieved a reputation as a scattered immortal of Yan'an, taking on 2 disciples. I had thought the emergence of the Tao would allow me to contend for heavenly secrets, But in the end, I fell victim to this betrayal between teacher and disciple. Yunji sighed deeply, her words trailing off, filled with an irrepressible sorrow and resentment. Murong Yunji, with reddened eyes, shook her head repeatedly. Master, I do not wish for your demise. What must I do? Please tell me. It is futile. I am beyond saving. The woman trembled as she slowly produced an object. Yunji, I owe you an apology. This is 900 years of Huangjing, merely a step away from 1,000 years. I obtained it through great sacrifice in the land of the 5 elements, intending to nurture it for a millennium for alchemical purposes. But it seems now I shall have no use for it. I bequeath it to you, hoping you will avenge me and cleanse our sect. The woman forcibly pressed the fragrant, palm-sized Huangjing into Murong Yunji's hands. The traitorous disciple, in collusion with outsiders, seeks to seize this item as well as your foundation. You must guard it carefully, ensuring it does not fall into their hands. If you have not yet established your foundation, consuming this Huangjing will elevate your cultivation level and facilitate your foundation's establishment. I did not expect that after several years, you would succeed on your own. However, it matters not. Even in the foundation establishment stage, consuming it will enhance your cultivation and increase your chances of forming a golden core. If you wish to reserve it for alchemy, you may allow it to mature for 1,000 years. My disciple, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. One must be composed and vigilant, always heeding my teachings, and never to place blind trust in others. Noticing her master's breath growing increasingly faint, Murong Yunji choked back her tears and shook her head vehemently. No, master, I want you to live. I will find a way. Please consume the Huangjing. Chapter 102. The 900-year-old Huangjing, and hand. The woman gave a bitter smile, gently patting Murong Yunji's hand. Master has exhausted her strength. It is a miracle I can see you one last time. Do not squander this precious elixir. Listen well, Yunji, it is all right if you cannot avenge me. Just live well, and behold the beauty of this splendid land on my behalf. As her final words fell, the woman's head drooped, and she breathed her last. No, master. Murong Yunji cried out in anguish, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. The profound gratitude and the bond between master and disciple transformed into an overwhelming sorrow in that moment. She clutched the warm body of the woman tightly, for the first time embracing her so fiercely, wishing never to let go. The guilt her master spoke of was beyond her comprehension, nor did she desire to understand it, for to her, this was the finest of masters, the only master she had ever known. But now, she was without her master, and the world had lost one who cherished her. Zhou Hui, I demand blood for blood. Murong Yunji shouted in fury, unleashing the tempest of her heart's hatred. Li Mu sighed as he emerged from the wardrobe. The deep affection between the master and disciple moved him. May you find solace in your grief, he said softly, placing a hand on her shoulder before sitting down by the bed. He understood that he could not say much, having not experienced such sorrow himself. The once exuberant merchant now found little interest in his previous pursuits, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though he could not comprehend the anguish of losing a master, he could certainly relate to the pain of losing a loved one. The sounds of weeping persisted for a good 10 minutes before Murong Yunji approached the bed with the 900-year-old Huangjing in hand. Your Majesty, I wish to offer this precious herb to assist your cultivation, hoping that you will grant me the chance to avenge my master and fulfill her last wish. Li Mu paused, considering her words, and replied, I have not prevented you from seeking vengeance. The act of slaying a master and usurping their foundation is an offense against the natural order. Such disloyalty and injustice are intolerable. I would desire nothing more than to reduce him to ashes. Upon hearing Li Mu's earnest words, Murong Yunji's resolve solidified, her gaze turning steadfast. Zhou Hui has undoubtedly established a foundation after usurping my masters, and with the external allies he has entangled himself with. I fear that my strength alone may not suffice for revenge. Moreover, in my current state, this Huangjing is of little use to me. It would be far more effective for your Majesty to absorb and refine it. At that juncture, you need only send forth some strong allies, and I shall easily exact my revenge. Li Mu stroked his chin, pondering her reasoning. The prospect of enhancing one's cultivation with such a treasure was undeniably tempting. Yet, this artifact was a relic left by Murong Yunji's master, a final token of her thoughts. To accept it would seem somewhat unprincipled. However, to refuse it would place Murong Yunji in grave danger as she sought vengeance alone, a fate Li Mu wished to avoid. Thus, this course of action provided ample justification for accepting the Huangjing. Not only would it uphold his reputation, but it would also ensure that neither party would suffer loss. Very well, I vow to aid my beloved in avenging this great grievance, Li Mu declared, accepting the Huangjing. He gently caressed Murong Yunji's hair, wiping away the traces of tears from her face. Do you wish for me to arrange a proper burial for her? No. I wish to personally lay my master to rest. In the secluded garden of the cloud-weaving palace, Li Mu accompanied Murong Yunji. diligently attending to the burial of the wandering sage Yin Nan beneath the flower bed. Rest assured, master, on the day your vengeance is fulfilled, I shall return you to Yin Nan Mountain, to our home. Murong Yunji bowed several times, gazing up at the bright moon, her resolve growing ever stronger. Let us return. It is quite late, Li Mu yawned, turning back towards the palace. Murong Yunji followed closely, her steps measured and her demeanor somewhat uncertain. Upon closing the door, Li Mu fell onto the bed, and it was only then that Murong Yunji regained her composure, hastily offering, Your Majesty, allow me to assist you with your garments. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. No need. I am a bit weary, and I wish to retire early. At that moment, it was evidently not the best time to pursue Murong Yunji's affections. To elevate her feelings, one must cherish her delicately. Haste would yield no fruitful results. Murong Yunji nodded. Understanding Li Mu's intent, warmth blossoming within her heart, she spread a blanket upon the floor, preparing to lie down and sleep. Seeing this, Li Mu's mood soured. What is the meaning of this? Such a large bed, and you choose to sleep on the floor? Come, join me. Rest assured, I shall behave. After a moment's hesitation, Murong Yunji nodded in agreement, retrieving the blanket and slowly shedding her garments before climbing into bed. She turned her back to Li Mu, curling up like a docile silkworm. Li Mu paid her no mind, and, pulling the blanket over himself, drifted into slumber. In the latter half of the night, Murong Yunji suddenly opened her eyes. She slept lightly and could distinctly sense a hand resting upon her back. Your Majesty, you. Oh, I merely wish to observe, aside from the piercings in your brows, nose, and tongue, what other adornments do you possess? Your Majesty must not. My piercings are solely for cultivation. I am aware, your authoritative visage piques my curiosity. Li Mu had long since cast aside his gentlemanly demeanor, despite his repeated efforts to restrain himself. The mere thought of the alluring golden piercings adorning Murong Yunji compelled him to indulge his intrigue. In a past life, he had encountered those tantalizing images online, and now, faced with such temptation, who could withstand the trial? Your Majesty, do you truly find the golden piercings appealing? Indeed. Turn around. I wish to watch you sleep. Very well. At that moment, Murong Yunji bore none of the composure of a foundational practitioner facing a mere nascent cultivator. She appeared as a bashful maiden, shy and bewildered. Fortunately, Li Mu made no excessive demands, simply observing Murong Yunji until he gradually fell into a deep sleep. Though his hand lingered inappropriately as a consort, Murong Yunji began to accept it. Chapter 103, Deployment of Troops. The following day, Li Mu was awakened early by Jiyu. Although he had not yet had sufficient rest, he felt profoundly satisfied. Murong Yunji had bestowed upon him an unparalleled experience. Merely watching her sleep was a delight, and he could scarcely imagine the pleasure that awaited him. This sense of anticipation is something he fails to perceive in the queen or any of the other concubines. You, my friend, are quite bold. Did you not say you were going to seek the imperial concubine? How then did you find yourself in the cloud-weaving palace? Jiyu remarked disdainfully, her tone laced with irritation. Li Mu understood the underlying implication of her words and hastily clarified. Sister Jiyu, please do not misunderstand. I was merely facing a setback with the imperial concubine, which led me to the cloud-weaving palace. I believe you ought to pay close attention to this Iserwan. She is an outsider, a wolf that cannot be tamed, and will inevitably act with malice. Li Mu refrained from directly addressing Iserwan's conspiracy, opting instead to confront the troublesome woman himself. So, from your words, it seems you have made some discoveries? Jiyu inquired, her brow furrowing. Not exactly. But I sense she is harboring ill intentions, he replied. Jiyu nodded, taking his words to heart, then asked, Have you prepared your remarks for the morning court? Lei Daoyuan and the other ministers are not easily deceived if you fail to provide them with a satisfactory answer. The scene of a palace coup may very well unfold again. They dare? Let them try, Sister Jiyu. I am well aware of the situation. In the Golden Throne Hall, the ministers had arrived early, leisurely gathered within the expansive chamber. Some were engaged in casual conversation, while others reclined on their specially designated chairs, feigning slumber. The atmosphere was quite lively. Minister Lei, what do you suppose the emperor is plotting? One remarked. I have heard that the officials from the censorate are advocating for peace, disregarding Feng Ji entirely. Humph, it is hardly surprising for a woman to wield power. Yet in the ever-shifting realm of cultivation, the balance between nations cannot be maintained through mere proclamations of peace. We must compel His Majesty to mobilize the army today. I have devised a strategy, and you need only act accordingly. Indeed, with the Prime Minister's daughter now in the palace, should she bear a dragon's son, it will elevate you to a position of unparalleled authority, rendering those pompous military officials unable to oppose you. Minister Lei smiled, but chose not to engage further. Before long, with the announcement from the Grand Eunuch, Li Mu strode confidently into the hall, accompanied by Jiyu. The Golden Throne Hall fell silent instantly, as the officials promptly arranged themselves to kneel in reverence, awaiting Li Mu's ascension to the dragon throne. All rise. Li Mu commanded with a sweeping gesture, indulging in the role of emperor for a moment. What are the thoughts of my ministers regarding the matters concerning Fengji today? The officials remained silent until one stepped forward, bowing deeply and stating, Your Majesty, while Fengji is merely a third-tier cultivation nation as a vassal of Deqian. Its territory, however small, must be regarded as sovereign land. Deqian must assert its authority in this battle. Peace is not a wise course of action. Indeed, Your Majesty, since the founding of our dynasty, we have fallen from a fifth-tier to a fourth-tier cultivation nation. The only survivor from the battle against Tian Yuan is an elder from Great Qian, which remains the sole fifth-tier nation, thus not a factor in the Fengji affair. We are on par with the kingdom of Chu at the fourth tier. We need not fear them militarily and should be ready for war. I concur, another minister added. The ministers expressed their agreement, and upon meeting Li Mu's gaze, they immediately placed pressure on him, causing Ji Yu to feel anxious and repeatedly signal to Li Mu. However, Li Mu appeared oblivious, directly calling upon Lei Daoyuan. What does the chancellor think? Lei Daoyuan was somewhat taken aback. He could not comprehend why. Knowing that he advocated for military action, Li Mu would inquire his opinion before consulting the Grand General. The Grand General and numerous military leaders favored peace, and if they voiced their opinions, it would create a division. In such a scenario, regardless of the emperor's choice, both sides would have their supporters. Which would be most advantageous? Yet, he was asked first, could it be that a decision had already been made in the emperor's mind? Your Majesty, I reiterate, this battle is inevitable. Very well, as the chancellor has stated, Deqian shall dispatch troops to Fengji immediately. What? Ji Yu was left dumbfounded, staring at Li Mu in shock. The ministers below exchanged glances, bewildered by Li Mu's swift acquiescence. What? Do you hold any objections to my resolution? Li Mu surveyed the assembly, his words imbued with authority. We shall dutifully obey the royal command. The ministers bowed, their hearts swelling with joy. Wait, Ji Yu interrupted, now hesitant to question Li Mu directly, and instead turned to the Grand General. Do you also believe we should march? Ji Yu hoped the Grand General would speak in her favor, providing her an opportunity to alter the course of events. However, the Grand General's ensuing words left her utterly speechless. Does the commander intend to defy the emperor's decree? Ji Yu's expression darkened. It was evident that the military faction had, unusually, reached a consensus with the chancellor. Yet, she could not fathom why Li Mu had turned against her. Chapter 104. Lingxiao Pavilion. At this moment, the Grand General stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops into battle at Fengji. Instantly, Ji Yu understood his intent. He was preparing to reclaim command. Although the Grand General held military power within the court, it had been largely ineffective due to restrictions. Once he departed the capital, he would truly be free as a bird in the sky or a fish in the sea. Realizing this, Ji Yu quickly interjected. The Grand General has labored for the nation. It is up to Your Majesty to select a commander for the expedition. Though she did not grasp Li Mu's motives, she recognized that minimizing losses was paramount at this moment. Other matters could be addressed after the court adjourned. Indeed, I have already selected the commander for the expedition. I appreciate the Grand General's concern. Who does Your Majesty wish to lead the troops? Who but I could shoulder such a great responsibility? The Grand General exclaimed in frustration. Yes, this matter is of great importance. I urge Your Majesty to deliberate carefully. Lei Daoyuan echoed. Do you all remember that young hero who once repelled the envoys of the Great Wu in the Golden Luan Hall? He possesses both the means and the intellect. I believe he is the most suitable candidate for this mission. Commander Ji, what do you think of this individual? Li Mu's satisfaction was palpable, as everything unfolded according to his design. I too find him commendable. How shameless. Ji Yu instantly grasped Li Mu's intentions. Absolutely not. Lei Daoyuan immediately remarked. This individual holds no official position. He is merely a eunuch, regardless of his capabilities. Allowing him to command troops is tantamount to tarnishing the dignity of Deqian. A eunuch? How absurd. Who spread the notion that only eunuchs could freely enter the inner palace? Li Mu, incensed, coldly interjected. Are you questioning my judgment? This matter is settled. No one shall speak of it again, or I shall annihilate their entire lineage. With that, Li Mu rose with authority, declared the court dismissed, and strode out of the Golden Luan Hall with Ji Yu, leaving the assembled ministers in a state of confusion. In the side chamber of the Qianqing Palace, Ji Yu, her expression stern, grasped Li Mu's collar. You dismissed the courtiers, yet you not only wish to deploy troops, but also intend to lead them yourself. Who do you think you are? Calm down, calm down. The Chancellor and the Grand General are in agreement on this matter. Even if I opposed it, I could hardly stand against the entire court. Besides, sending troops is not inherently a negative action. I know what I am doing. What do you know? Do you realize how many lives will be lost in battle? When two nations go to war, casualties are inevitable. However, rest assured, I possess means to deter the state of Chu. As long as they refrain from mobilizing their formidable Yuaning experts, this conflict shall not arise. Oh, Ji released her grip on Li Mu. What means do you possess? It is too early to disclose. But consider this. Yesterday, I obliterated the law enforcement hall of the Xiandao sect. If such an entity were to appear on the battlefield, do you believe the state of Chu would dare to engage in war? The Yuaning experts are the backbone of a nation and are not easily deployed. Likewise, my treasures are not to be underestimated. Should Chu push me too far, I could obliterate that minuscule nation with a mere flick of my fingers. This declaration left Ji Yu momentarily speechless, though she doubted Li Mu possessed treasures capable of contending with Yuaning experts. If he still had the means to recreate the devastation of the law enforcement hall, that would suffice to instill fear. If the state of Chu contemplated war again, they would have to weigh their options carefully. Furthermore, the conflict between Feng Ji and Chu was not one of mortal enmity. Very well, should you fail in this endeavor, do not expect to set foot in the inner palace again. I shall ensure you see no one. Fear not, I am most prudent in my undertakings. Li Mu patted Ji Yu's shoulder and noted, this journey presents a perfect opportunity to trace the remnants of our national fortune. Remaining in the palace hinders my pursuit. Well then, I shall seek the Empress for tea. Sister Ji Yu, you may attend to your matters. Ji Yu rolled her eyes and impatiently replied, you certainly have time to spare. Go on, do not disrupt my cultivation. Li Mu froze for a moment, pondering his own training. How should he consume the yellow essence accumulated over 900 years? Would the potency be so overwhelming as to rupture his body? Moreover, he needed to find time to cultivate the shadow technique. Stagnating at the 6th level of Qi refinement was not an option. After all, this was the realm of cultivation, and no amount of power would matter without absolute strength. Sister Ji Yu, might I inquire if the palace could allocate some resources for me? In the past, as a mere mortal, I had no choice, but now I am at least considered half an immortal. Even outsiders like Iserwin enjoy the court's resources and stipends. I too deserve such consideration. Without an official title, what grounds does the court have to provide you with resources? However, it is now possible. As a commander leading troops into battle, even a eunuch can secure for you a 5th-rank official position. Draft your edict and take it to the Zhixiao Pavilion. Remember, that place is a sacred site within the Imperial Palace, the abode of the National Master. Do not create any disturbances. The abode of the National Master? Li Mu nodded, reassured, for I am steadfastly cautious. After leaving the side hall, Li Mu visited the Qianqing Palace and casually drafted an imperial decree. It is unacceptable for a general leading an expedition to be assigned only a 5th rank. One must not diminish oneself. Li Mu smiled as he inscribed a promotion to the esteemed rank of a 1st-class Minister of Rights, appointing him as the General of Conquering Winds. With a decree of bestowal, he would still oversee internal palace affairs and be permitted to participate in military deliberations. Having affixed the seal, Li Mu eagerly made his way to the Zhixiao Pavilion, located at the heart of the palace, where a grand edifice could be seen from afar. Who are you? This is the royal sacred site. Entry is forbidden without an edict. On the 2nd-floor corridor, a young attendant spotted Li Mu and called out a warning from a distance. I have been appointed by His Majesty as a 1st-class general. I have come to collect the corresponding resources. Li Mu raised the decree for the attendant to see. A 1st-class general? The attendant took the decree, glanced at it, and then returned it. Come in, Yun Ming. Take him to collect. Why should it be me? Protested another young attendant with a slightly larger and rounder head. You cannot act as if you are in charge here. I was the one who refined that batch of elixirs, and you contributed nothing. Did I not assist the Ministry of Revenue in calculating salaries just yesterday? Such a substantial calculation, and you did nothing either. What is the big deal about refining some elixirs? I do not care. Regardless, you did nothing today. If you do not take him to collect, I will not either. Whatever, when the National Master comes to inquire, we shall see who suffers. At worst, we shall share the punishment. The two attendants exchanged words, and soon they were in a quarrel. Li Mu understood their dispute and could not help but chuckle. They were akin to children, their minds remarkably immature, quarreling over who had done more work, neither willing to yield. Hey, how about I just go collect the resources myself to avoid any fighting? You must be dreaming. Yu immediately rejected this suggestion. Without us guiding you, there is no way you can enter the Zhixiao Pavilion alone. Then why don't you take me to collect? Call Yun Ming. This is his responsibility. Don't listen to him. This is indeed his task. I will not take you. Perhaps you should return when we are in better spirits. Li Mu was truly speechless. They were nothing short of comical. Would they truly allow their laziness to cause him to miss this opportunity to collect resources? How about I offer some candy to whoever takes me to collect? Li Mu held out several lollipops he had purchased from the shop. Who would want your lousy candy? Yun Ming shook his head, glancing dismissively at the lollipops in Li Mu's hand. Is it really ineffective? Li Mu was taken by surprise. Yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he procured some snacks and tossed a packet of spicy strips toward the two individuals. Regardless of whether you choose to guide me or not, consider this a token of my goodwill. You have never tasted anything quite like it, and it is utterly delectable. Holding the spicy strips, Yunming scrutinized them, instantly doubting their appeal. Nevertheless, he tore open the packet and hastily stuffed a piece into his mouth, chewing it indiscriminately. Expecting it to be bland, he was astounded as his eyes gleamed with delight. It was simply divine. What is this delicacy that renders such exquisite flavor? He regarded it with skepticism, yet he honestly opened his own packet and tentatively took a bite, only to find himself unable to stop indulging. Is there more? Bring me 2 packets, or even just one, and I will take you there. Yunming approached Li Mu, his gaze fervently fixated on the bounty of snacks. It is only right that I guide Yunming first, so you can entertain yourself, He declared, equally insistent as he swiftly positioned himself before Li Mu. Li Mu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that these seemingly unimpressive children possessed such considerable cultivation. Their aura suggested they had reached the foundation establishment stage. Do not quarrel. I shall distribute the snacks among you, and you can both accompany me, he proposed. Very well, lead the way, they replied eagerly. Upon receiving the snacks, the two youths brimmed with energy, vying to escort Li Mu to the first floor of the Zixiao Pavilion. Upon entering, the simplicity of the room struck him. It housed merely a few tables, hardly resembling a storage area for resources. As a first-grade general, lacking in merit, you shall receive 100 low-grade spirit stones, a technique for the Qi refinement stage, and a mid-grade flying sword, He noted while documenting the details. Meanwhile, Yunming munched on potato chips and nodded in agreement, explaining, these 100 spirit stones represent your basic monthly salary. The technique and flying sword are rewards for your promotion. Should you perform meritorious deeds for the royal family, you may exchange your merits for additional resources here. Come, follow me to select your techniques and treasures, Yunming said. Turning and heading towards the second floor, Li Mu accepted the bag of spirit stones handed to him by He Chunyu and followed suit. It became apparent that the first floor merely served as a distribution point for spirit stones, while treasures and other resources awaited on the upper levels. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Mu was immediately awed by the grandeur surrounding him. Various treasures and materials were meticulously arranged on shelves, resembling a miniature library. If there were so many resources on the second floor, how extravagant must the third and fourth floors be? He was astonished by the royal family's profound wealth. It was no wonder they had once been a fifth-tier cultivation nation. Are there grades among the techniques? Li Mu inquired, hoping to curry favor as he offered Yunming another packet of spicy strips. Yunming accepted it with pleasure, explaining, techniques for the Qi refinement stage do not have grades. You may select freely. As for the flying sword, there is indeed one that suits you exceptionally well. Chapter 106, The Fire Spirit Great Sword, Refining Yellow Essence. The greedy youth munched on his snacks as they approached a shelf, retrieving a colossal flying sword from above. The Fire Spirit Giant Sword, a top-tier treasure among mid-grade artifacts, embodies both offense and defense. With your current cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, it is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Its imposing appearance can instill fear in adversaries, while it possesses the capability to actively protect its master in times of danger. However, it requires regular nourishment from fire spirit energy to maintain its formidable power. Have you considered this carefully? No need for contemplation. I trust your judgment. I shall take it. Having received such generous benefits, Li Mu was confident that the other party would not deceive him. It is now yours, Yunming declared, handing over the Fire Spirit Giant Sword. He continued, since you have chosen the Fire Spirit Giant Sword, I recommend selecting a fire-based divine ability to complement it. This way, you will form a complete set, maximizing its effectiveness in battle. All right, then choose the most suitable one for me. You shall not be deprived of your snacks. Certainly. With a swift motion, Yunming approached another shelf. This flame manipulation technique is my favorite. Paired with the Fire Spirit Giant Sword, you will undoubtedly have an abundance of fire spirit energy. Receiving the divine ability, Li Mu stored it in his spatial pouch and looked at Yunming with a beaming smile. If you and your brother ever desire snacks, feel free to seek me out. I have an endless supply. Is there really an endless supply? Yunming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swallowed hard. Could there be any doubt? Li Mu, generous in spirit, casually tossed 2 packs of spicy strips to him. Yunming was overjoyed, but his smile quickly faded. However, we do not possess any spirit stones. What a jest. You two guard such a vast treasure trove, and yet you do not have a single coin to spare? None at all. Impressive. Li Mu could not help but give a thumbs up. If he were in charge, no one would be able to prevent him from pilfering. He was not one to adhere to the path of integrity. Not to worry, we can exchange other items in lieu of spirit stones. Alas, Yunming sighed, returning the 2 packs of spicy strips. I understand your intent, but neither you nor I will defy the orders of the Saintess. You should abandon this notion. What on earth? Li Mu was taken aback by the small chubby boy's unexpected principles. He quickly clarified, "You misunderstand me. I simply seek your guidance in exchange for these treats, not for you to steal." In truth, Li Mu had initially thought that Yun Ming and He Yu, being young, would be easily swayed. He had hoped that by tempting them with snacks, he could open a back door and secure ample resources for cultivation. He never anticipated such a thorough rejection. Guidance. Well then, that works. Yun Ming's spirits lifted as he reclaimed the 2 packs of spicy strips. "If you have questions, just ask. As long as it's not a secret of the Zixiao Pavilion, I shall share all I know." Li Mu pondered briefly before addressing Yun Ming. "Take me to the medicinal herb garden. Questions about planting spiritual herbs? You have indeed come to the right person. I am much more adept at tending to spiritual plants than He Yu." Yun Ming patted his plump belly and gestured for Li Mu to follow. "Come with me." Thus, they made their way to the spiritual plant garden in the back courtyard of the Zixiao Pavilion. Li Mu strolled alongside Yun Ming amidst the fragrant spiritual herbs, the myriad of spiritual plants dazzling his senses. However, this was not his true intention. After wandering for some time, he casually pointed to a particular herb and inquired, "How many years has this spiritual grass been growing?" The blue silver grass, a first-grade spiritual plant, approximately 12 years old, primarily embodies the essence of water and wood. If it were to mature for a century, would consuming it at my cultivation level cause my body to explode? Not at all. 100-year-old blue silver grass possesses a rich waterwood essence. Consuming it would elevate your cultivation by at least half a realm without any risk of explosion. And what if it were to reach 1,000 years? Li Mu threw out a question, wishing to keep his possession of a 900-year-old Huangjing discreet. Had he not been concerned about potential side effects, he would have consumed it the previous night. 1,000-year-old blue silver grass is ideal for alchemy, its potent medicinal properties possessing the ability to detoxify and heal. Consuming it would increase your cultivation by approximately 2 realms, still falling short of causing any catastrophic consequences. Li Mu stroked his chin, feigning understanding, and continued to meander through the medicinal garden, asking Yun Ming whether consuming various 1,000-year-old plants would lead to disastrous results. It was only when he finally inquired about the effects of Huangjing that he ceased his questioning. Even at his current cultivation level, consuming a 1,000-year Huangjing would not result in an explosion, and with a 900-year variety, there was even less cause for concern. However, the higher the age of the spiritual plant, the more potent its medicinal effects, often utilized for alchemy or healing. Some spiritual plants even exhibit unique properties, such as aiding in foundation establishment, core formation, nourishing the primordial spirit, or the soul. Work diligently. When I next visit the Zixiao Pavilion, I shall certainly bring you more snacks. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Mu returned directly to the side hall, locked the door, and prepared to consume his medicine. Although the Huangjing would reach 1,000 years in several decades, he could not afford to wait that long. He was not seeking the unique effects derived from Huangjing. He merely desired an enhancement of his cultivation. Producing the 900-year Huangjing, Li Mu gritted his teeth, took 2 bites, and forcibly swallowed it. The moment it entered his mouth, it was intensely bitter, yet soon gave way to a sweet aftertaste, accompanied by waves of spiritual energy surging through his limbs, as if all his meridians had been unblocked. His cultivation continually ascended under the immense influx of spiritual energy. Chapter 107. The Ultimate Ice, unrivaled among peers from morning until dusk. Li Mu labored to refine the 900-year Huangjing, yet he had not fully assimilated it. Nevertheless, his cultivation had risen from the 6th to the 8th realm, after which progress became increasingly difficult. The medicinal potency of the Huangjing had dwindled, insufficient to support a rise to the 9th realm. Not bad. I've been rewarded with 3,000 spiritual energy. Should I purchase some energy capsules? No. I will save the spiritual energy for my journey to Fengji and let the remaining energy digest naturally. First, I need to procure something to eat. Li Mu clapped his hands and rose from the bed. He glanced around the side hall, not spotting Jiyu, and decided to disregard it. Heading straight to the imperial kitchen, after satisfying his hunger, he leisurely made his way to the Kuan-Ning Palace. Lei Yumei had received word early and was waiting at the entrance of Kuan-Ning Palace to greet him. It had been over a month since they last met, and Zitong was greatly missed. Li Mu embraced the delicate beauty, indulging in the fragrant allure that enveloped her. I too miss your majesty, she whispered sweetly. With a gentle gesture, he dismissed the surrounding palace attendants and playfully lifted Lei Yumei's chin, leading her through the garden. This time, Zitong, you have endured much at Qiandao sect. I have vowed that anyone who dares to harm you shall pay dearly. Li Mu had indeed kept his word. The one who dared to provoke Lei Yumei, Hua Tian, had met his demise, while Feng Wujia, though alive, was as good as dead. The remaining adversaries were the Lord of the Enforcement Hall, Hu Tuo, and others. This grudge would not be forgotten by Li Mu, who vowed to exact vengeance when the opportunity arose. Your Majesty, you are truly kind to me. Is that not so? Li Mu, filled with pride, leaned closer. And in response, Zitong bestowed a gentle kiss upon him as a reward. Lei Yumei's face flushed, her cheeks blooming a vibrant red that spread to the very roots of her ears. Despite her shyness, she tiptoed slightly to grant Li Mu a kiss. Overjoyed, he laughed heartily and spun her around in delight. Refining Qi to the 9th level. Zitong, are you on the brink of foundation establishment? Li Mu set Lei Yumei down and gazed at the information on the divine record with astonishment. Not only had her cultivation reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, but her affinity also soared to 30, granting her a spiritual energy feedback of 12 points per hour. Indeed, after my master stabilized the Ice Phoenix divine body for me, I attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, and I only require a foundation establishment pill to succeed. Furthermore, my unparalleled ice abilities make me invincible among peers, allowing me to alleviate your majesty's burdens in the future. Invincible among peers? How remarkable. This was beyond Li Mu's expectations. Yet it was understandable given the nature of the Ice Phoenix divine body. He affectionately ruffled Lei Yumei's hair and mused, I wonder if Zixiao Pavilion possesses foundation establishment pills. I have already sent someone to inquire. Unfortunately, Zixiao Pavilion lacks them as well, missing a few essential ingredients. Fear not, Zitong. Rest assured, I shall procure a foundation establishment pill for you. It would be a disgrace for a royal family to be unable to produce a single pill. Li Mu was puzzled. Was not the foundation establishment pill intended for those refining Qi? In a 4th-level cultivation nation, how could such a pill be scarce? Fortunately, there were leads on foundation establishment pills from Izhuan, and he hoped they would prove fruitful. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. The scarcity of foundation establishment pills is due to their main ingredients only growing in the abyss of heaven. Since the National Master sealed the abyss, the remaining pills have diminished. Sealing the abyss of heaven? Surely, the National Master must be out of his mind. Enough of this. Let us enjoy a leisurely stroll, Zitong. Li Mu said, wrapping his arms around the fragrant and soft Lei Yumei, meandering around Kuan-Ning Palace. Were it not for his worries, he would wish for such days to last indefinitely. Yet, this was not realistic. In the realm of cultivation, stagnation would ultimately lead to oblivion. This was also the reason for Lu Rian's diligent practice. 2 days later, clad in armor and wielding weapons, Li Mu paraded through the streets, leading his troops in the name of General Jingfeng, ready to embark on their mission. Had it not been for her obligations within the palace, Ji Yu had initially intended to accompany them, for the matter at hand was of great significance, and she could not rest easy. Do not become too self-satisfied, young man. Let me reiterate, should this endeavor falter, you shall remain outside and not return. As Ji Yu led the horse ahead, her sharp tongue was often at odds with her tender heart, rendering her incapable of uttering any auspicious words, yet her intentions were undoubtedly benevolent. A sentiment that Li Mu fully understood. Do not worry, with Zhu Hua overseeing, this matter will surely be handled splendidly. Let us await our triumphant return. With a wave of his hand, Li Mu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Hua, and the two galloped away. Commander, should there be any matters requiring your attention, I shall send you a message swiftly. Watching the grand procession depart, Ji Yu sighed and turned back towards the palace. Outside the capital, Li Mu raised his hand to signal the caravan to slow their pace, finally directing his gaze towards Zhu Hua. What did she instruct you about? Huh? Zhu Hua was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing she could not conceal it from Li Mu, she opted for honesty. The commander has commanded me to keep a close watch on you and to prevent any disturbances while outside. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, I am to send her a message, and she will arrive post-haste. Li Mu smiled knowingly, recognizing her soft-hearted nature. Is that all? The commander also instructed me to ensure you do not attract the attention of unsavory women. What nonsense. Is she now to meddle in such matters? Just tell her that while on campaign, military orders must be adhered to without exception. It's absurd to control every aspect of life. Li Mu grumbled, turning his horse around to the rear of the caravan. There, he spotted Morong Yunji mingling among the troops. After all, he had promised to assist her in her quest for vengeance and had already accepted payment. He could not simply enjoy the spoils without fulfilling his obligations. My lady, please follow me to the carriage for a moment of respite. All right. Morong Yunji nodded and gracefully mounted Li Mu's horse. Earlier that morning, the emperor had advised her that due to GUS stringent control over the inner palace, she could not openly leave. Thus, she had to resort to such a covert method of escape. However, the emperor had specifically stated that this General Jingfeng was his trusted confidant, someone she could fully rely upon to support her in her quest for revenge. Though Morong Yunji looked down upon Li Mu's cultivation level of the 8th stage of Qi refining, she believed that with his forces, her retribution should pose no challenge. My lady, the emperor mentioned that due to your training, you should wear nails. Now that you are outside the palace, why not adorn yourself completely? Li Mu still preferred the version of Morong Yunji who wore nails. While her current pristine appearance was undeniably beautiful, The memory of her adorned with nails had left an indelible mark on him. The sensation was beyond mere beauty or infatuation. What? The Emperor confided this to you? Morong Yunji exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. I am the Emperor's most trusted confidant. I am privy to all his secrets, even the color of his undergarments. Is it not just yellow? Goodness, how did you come to know? What other color could a yellow official's robe be? Morong Yunji could not help but laugh. This general was indeed amusing. The yellow robe was simply a yellow robe, and undergarments were merely undergarments. To speak frankly, the Emperor has a penchant for going without attire. Without attire? What does that signify? It means wearing nothing at all. You may verify this for yourself when time permits. Morong Yunji was left speechless. This person dared to utter anything. However, she chose not to engage in trivial disputes. By the carriage, Zhu Hua was perplexed to see Li Mu return with a young soldier. General, this is Li Mu leaned close to Zhu Hua's ear and softly revealed Morong Yunji's true identity, startling Zhu Hua, who hastily bowed to her. I have met the Empress. There is no need for such formalities. Henceforth, you may address me as Miss in public. It is crucial that my identity remains undisclosed. Understood. Morong Yunji boarded the carriage while Li Mu took the reins at the front. Their journey to Fengji would conveniently lead them past Yinan Mountain and Bailong Gorge, allowing them to assist Morong Yunji in avenging her grievances. According to the information from that Vilaizherwen, the entrance to the ruins of Bailong Gorge was likely to be discovered within these days. That evening, the army set up camp to rest. Li Mu approached the carriage to discuss matters of revenge with Morong Yunji. Ah, the Emperor was right. With the golden spikes adorning your attire, you truly appear both gallant and striking. Li Mu's eyes brightened as he beheld Morong Yunji clad in a dress of white adorned with light blue flowing clouds. Reminiscent of Tang attire, exuding an air of freshness and elegance, akin to that of a wealthy scion. Coupled with her authoritative visage, she was undeniably captivating, igniting a desire to rush forth and ravage her. Yet, that was impossible. At present, he was not the Emperor. Nor could he afford to be candid with Morong Yunji regarding such matters. Why do you disclose everything to me? Morong Yunji murmured softly, pouting in discontent. Haha. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, shifting the topic. Let us not dwell on that. I am here to discuss our revenge strategy. What do you surmise your treacherous senior brother's current cultivation level to be? He has usurped our master's spiritual root and cultivation, so he is likely to have reached the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, my concern lies not with him, but with the allies he has procured. The individual known as Zhou Hui is exceptionally cautious. Having witnessed our master's grievous injuries, he will undoubtedly be on guard. In that case, allow me to handle the allies he has summoned. You shall personally deal with that scoundrel. Morong Yunji furrowed her delicate brows. Do you possess the capability to do so? Rest assured, just watch. Later that night, Li Mu examined the tracking bracelet and noticed he was drawing closer to the first red dot, the fragment of the key. I hope it does not fall into the hands of a core formation expert, or the situation may become quite troublesome. After deactivating the bracelet, Li Mu retrieved the shadow of the Gale technique and the Fire Spirit Giant Sword, preparing to engage in earnest cultivation. As the practice of flame manipulation necessitated a location rich in fire spirit energy, he spent the night refining the Fire Spirit Giant Sword, inscribing his spiritual mark upon it. In the tale of Yingzhu, he has only mastered the initial layer, yet his steps have become considerably lighter than before. This divine technique comprises 8 layers, and Li Mu remains uncertain of the exact layer he has cultivated, finding the practice somewhat obscure and perplexing. General, something is amiss. Outside the tent, Zhu Hua hurriedly reported. What is it? Li Mu asked as he dismounted from his bed, noticing Zhu Hua swiftly entering with a letter in hand. The noble consort departed without a word last night, leaving behind this missive. Chapter 109, The Circular Shield Formation Blast. Li Mu cursed vehemently. Bring it to me at once. Morong Yunji's abrupt departure clearly indicated her distrust in him. The letter read, General Li, the journey ahead is long, and the troops are weary. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, I shall proceed alone, and you may follow to escort me later. After perusing the letter, Li Mu crumpled it into a ball, casting it onto the ground in frustration. Zhu Hua, you shall lead the troops swiftly in my wake. I will advance to ensure the safety of the consort. Here is the military token, guard it well. General, this is unwise. You are the commander. How can you leave the camp? Enough of this chatter, follow my orders. Li Mu retorted, disregarding the protocols. He had previously asserted that military orders do not bind those outside the camp. Moreover, the army would not falter in his absence. Such intricate regulations were hardly relevant. Very well. Zhu Hua accepted the military token, watching as Li Mu galloped out of the encampment. The distance to Yinan Mountain was at least a day's journey, even if he exhausted his horse. Li Mu would not be able to catch up with Morong Yunji. Even with the use of a flying sword, time was of the essence, and he was not yet adept at such feats. This will not end well. Li Mu sensed an ominous premonition. To avert any unforeseen events, he resolved to invest some spiritual energy into purchasing a combat aircraft from the store, coupled with a 2-level upgrade, expending a total of 2,000 spiritual energy. Regrettably, the newly acquired upgrades were lost before they could even warm up, which was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, purchasing now was preferable to needing it later, as sheer force could not be a long-term solution. Seated in the combat aircraft, Li Mu soared into the morning sky, the exhilaration surpassing that of horseback riding, though it paled in comparison to flying on a sword. At Yinan Mountain, within a concealed cave halfway up the slope, 3 individuals gathered around a jade table, analyzing a formation on parchment. This old hag is truly insufferable. Even in death, she does not find peace. Where did she acquire this circular shield formation? Despite our combined efforts, we cannot even locate its core. This formation was a fragment she stumbled upon years ago from a powerful wandering cultivator. She later invested substantial wealth to enlist a formation master to restore it, replied a young man seated cross-legged beside the jade table. Humph. You have followed her for so long, and now you possess her legacy, yet still cannot decipher this tortuous formation? Mocked a one-eyed man among the trio. I can unravel it, but it requires time. Do not underestimate the old woman's cunning. Despite her age and being a woman, her schemes run deep. If not for my superior skills, seizing her foundation would not be so effortless. The tall, slender man among the 3 turned his head to glance at Zhou Hui and slowly said, You'd best hurry. We have aided you in slaying your master solely because you mentioned treasures beneath the spring of the spiritual eye. Do not let us 3 brothers bear such a heavy karmic burden for nothing. Rest assured, barring any unforeseen events, I will locate the focal point of the formation today. With Zhou Hui's assurance, the 3 brothers breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. Suddenly, the eldest, Yang Jian, wore a grave expression and abruptly glanced toward the entrance of the cave. Who is it? What's wrong? Asked the one-eyed man and the tall, slender figure, looking in the direction of the sound, but finding nothing unusual. Someone has triggered the formation I set at the foot of the mountain. Brother, could it be a wild beast or a common person from the mountains? The one-eyed man speculated. Yang Jian shook his head. Impossible. Commoners and beasts cannot activate such formations. It must be a cultivator. It is likely my ungrateful junior sister has returned. You 2 stay put. I will go meet her. Zhou Hui rose, intending to head outside the cave. The one-eyed man quickly called out to him. Is she the junior sister who serves as a concubine in the palace? Indeed. I knew the old hag would have no choice but to seek her out. After all, her reclusive nature leaves her without a confidant in the cultivation world. Now that trouble has arisen, besides my junior sister, no one will claim her remains. Then you need not take action. You can stay here and decipher the formation while I deal with her. The one-eyed man licked his lips, grinning lasciviously. I've heard tales of your junior sister's extraordinary beauty. She would make a splendid vessel for the 3 of us. Zhou Hui chuckled, understanding the one-eyed man's intentions. Very well, it has been many years since I last saw her, and I am unaware of her current cultivation level. However, the last time we met, she was still in the qi refining stage, so just keep an eye out. What does the qi refining stage matter? Watch how easily I handle this. The one-eyed man exchanged glances with Yang Jian and the tall, slender man before swiftly exiting the cave. At the foot of the mountain, Murong Yunji surveyed the formation before her, her hands weaving intricate gestures to fend off the incoming lethal strikes. The elemental energies of wood and earth, whether cleaving or slashing, effectively utilized the terrain to their advantage. Murong Yunji skillfully maneuvered within the formation, rolling and observing until the moment was right. She swiftly summoned a flying sword, which pierced through the formation's focal point, causing the entire array to collapse in an instant. Quite a commendable formation, though regrettably, the focal point was insufficiently concealed. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort. After dusting off her hands, Murong Yunji stored the intact formation flags into her treasure bag. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she caught sight of the one-eyed man perched atop the treetops ahead. Indeed, she is extraordinarily beautiful. Little beauty, I would rather not harm you. If you are wise, submit obediently to spare yourself from suffering. Chapter 110. The One-Eyed Man's Demise. 1 against 2. The one-eyed man's gaze burned with intensity, fixating on Murong Yunji's exquisite face and graceful figure, causing his blood to boil. You are unaware of your impending doom. The flying sword whirled menacingly beside Murong Yunji. With a pointed finger, the sword soared through the air, heading straight for the one-eyed man's face. The sword's momentum was infused with terrifying power, and the one-eyed man barely managed to evade it, the specter of death lingering in his heart. This resplendent, thorny blossom is perhaps beyond his reach. Since you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The one-eyed figure no longer conceals his abilities, hastily summoning various treasures, unleashing a barrage of divine techniques. The dragon's wrath. A surge of dark, purple spiritual energy materializes in the air, transforming into a colossal drill, concealing two poisoned flying swords, which fiercely dart towards Murong Yunji. Humph. The corners of Murong Yunji's lips curled slightly as she lightly stomped her foot, unleashing a formidable aura characteristic of the foundational stage. Grasping her flying sword, she effortlessly neutralized the one-eyed man's proud technique with a single stroke, shattering the two concealed swords into fragments scattered across the ground. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. The one-eyed man spat a mouthful of blood, swiftly hurling a poison ball that detonated before Murong Yunji. He then retreated hastily, calling out for help from the mountain. Elder brother, second brother, come save me. However, no sooner had his cries escaped his lips than a speeding flying sword pierced through his chest. The one-eyed man fell heavily to the ground, watching as Murong Yunji approached, his life extinguished in a mix of regret and unwillingness. How audacious for someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Murong Yunji slipped into the woods, vanishing in the blink of an eye. From the one-eyed man's desperate pleas, it could be inferred that aside from the one-eyed man, there were at least 2 cultivators on Yinan Mountain at that moment. These 2 were undoubtedly the one-eyed man's elder and second brothers, likely possessing greater cultivation levels, possibly even at the foundational stage. If Zhou Hui successfully established his foundation, matters would become troublesome. 1 cultivator at the foundational stage could be managed, but 3 would require retreating from the spotlight. In the cave on the mountainside, the lean and tall figure and Yang Jian sprang into action upon hearing the cries for help, darting out of the cave one after the other. However, upon reaching the forest, they only found the lifeless one-eyed man. Yang Jian surveyed the surroundings, analyzing the traces of the battle. Elder brother, this person easily slayed the one-eyed man. His cultivation must be at the foundational stage. Foundation Establishment Stage 1, with a trace of femininity, undoubtedly Zhou Hui's junior sister. Yang Jian remarked, noticing the lingering aura in the air. The lean and tall figure, infuriated, pounded the ground with his fists. This scoundrel is truly deserving of death. My junior sister, whether she has established her foundation or not, is still unclear, leading to the needless demise of our third brother. Enough talk. Let's go and drag this wretched woman out. The 2 transformed into spiritual forms and pursued into the woods. Meanwhile, in the cave, Zhou Hui wore a sinister smile as he approached a richly spiritual, azure spring. Good junior sister, you must hold them off for your senior brother. With that, Zhou Hui leaped into the spiritual spring, diving deep into its depths. At noon, when the sun shines its fiercest, somewhere on Yinan Mountain, 3 auras whizzed past. Murong Yunji had been pursued by Yang Jian and the tall figure for several hours. They clung to her like a stubborn plaster, impossible to shake off. Murong Yunji did not wish to stray too far from Yinan Mountain. Should she miss the support from Li Mu, only death awaited her. In the early stages of foundation establishment, managing to hold out against my 2 brothers for such an extended period is indeed commendable. However, we have lost our patience for this farce. Prepare to meet your demise. Yang Jian summoned a grand flag, and, in conjunction with several previously concealed array flags, instantly formed a formidable formation that ensnared Murong Yunji within its confines. You truly are despicable, Murong Yunji lamented, hastily consuming a pill to replenish her depleted spiritual energy. Despicable? Yang Jian chuckled at the lanky figure. If you hadn't been lurking in the territory of Yinan, how would I have had such an opportunity? Pray tell, is there something of sentimental value atop Yinan? What benefits has Zhou Hui bestowed upon you that you would be willing to serve him so loyally? As she gazed at the 2 hovering in the air, Murong Yunji found herself with no avenue for retreat and was compelled to stall for time. While she possessed the means to break the formation, it would require considerable time, and with these 2 present, they would not allow her to easily dismantle the formation's core. Do you possess any treasures that might entice us? She inquired. It wouldn't be impossible. I heard from Zhou Hui that the old crone desperately took away a spirit herb. If you relinquish it, we might just grant you a chance at survival. Dream on. Even if I were to hand over the treasure, you would never allow me to leave. Why feign such disingenuousness? If I'm not mistaken, you are after Master S Spirit Eye Spring, and I presume Zhou Hui has been diligently working to decipher the circular shield formation? Seeing their expressions shift, Murong Yunji knew she had struck a chord and continued. But do you truly believe he has not concealed anything from you? With Zhou Hui's capabilities, if he could secretly set up the soul-seizing and foundation-snatching technique to harm my nearly core-forming master, why would it take him so long to break a mere circular shield formation? If I am correct, the 3 of you have all fallen into his trap. If you continue to entangle with me here, I fear you will gain nothing, not even a hair. Chapter 111. A Critical Rescue. Another fragment in hand. Upon hearing Murong Yunji's words, the lanky figure became increasingly convinced of their validity and quickly turned to Yang Jian. Brother, it seems Zhou Hui is indeed hiding his strength. What should we do now? Do not heed her nonsensical ramblings. Trapped in my locking yuan formation, she knows she has nowhere to escape. This is merely an attempt to disrupt our focus. First, we shall eliminate her, and then we will confront Zhuhui. There is no need to rush. Brother is right. The lanky figure nodded, drawing his sword to thrust at Murong Yunji. Vile woman, prepare to meet your end. Look at you, half man, half woman. Such a beautiful face wasted. Bang, bang. The two clashed fiercely in midair, creating waves of spiritual energy. The lanky figure's cultivation was not vastly different from Murong Yunji's, so even when injured, she showed no fear. Her concern lay with Yang Jian, whose mid-foundation cultivation and considerable courage made him a formidable adversary. Golden Light Soul Binding Lock. Realizing she could no longer delay, Murong Yunji swiftly unleashed her ultimate move. The golden spikes that adorned her body detached, forming a slender chain that shot towards the lanky figure with great speed. Second brother, retreat quickly. Perceiving the terror of the chain, Yang Jian swiftly approached the lanky figure, striking a palm towards the golden chain. Surprisingly, after being struck, the chain did not simply dissipate. It sought out its target with fierce intent, heading straight for the lanky one's dantian. That venomous, wretched woman. Yang Jian summoned a long halberd and brought it down upon the chain. Yet, the chain's defensive power was astonishing, causing his hands to tremble with the impact. Xuanjia shield. As the chain threatened to pierce the dantian, the lanky figure hastily conjured a life-saving artifact, a circular shield that expanded before him, shielding him securely. Golden Light Soul Binding Prison. Murong Yunji cast her spell once more, and the golden light chains that were blocked by the shield rapidly disintegrated, scattering in all directions around the lanky figure. In that moment, the shield could no longer provide adequate protection. Each golden spike seemed imbued with boundless power, exuding a peculiar energy from both ends, forming a deadly prison that swiftly penetrated the lanky figure's body. Even though his front was shielded, the attack still breached his defenses. Fortunately, he desperately protected his dantian. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to death. Stone Skin Spell Shatter. Yang Jian chanted the incantation, channeling his divine powers onto the lanky figure, instantly petrifying his body and greatly enhancing his defense. The penetrating golden energy lost its effect, and the golden spikes were sent flying back to Murong Yunji. Simultaneously, as the golden light soul binding prison was disrupted, Murong Yunji suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I never anticipated that your penetrating spikes not only possessed cultivation effects, but also harbored special powers. Hand them over, or I shall ensure your demise. Yang Jian, no longer holding back, swiftly advanced towards Murong Yunji. The oppressive aura of someone in the mid-stage of foundation establishment overwhelmed Murong Yunji, already grievously injured, causing her to cough up more blood. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a weapon imbued with terrifying power pierced through the formation and struck Yang Jian, resulting in a resounding explosion. Taking advantage of the breach in the formation, Li Mu hastily maneuvered the combat aircraft into the fray. Truly, it was a source of constant concern. Observing Murong Yunji's injuries, Li Mu was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time, or the consequences would have been dire. Who are you? Yang Jian coughed twice, emerging from the explosion in a most disheveled state, retreating to the side of the lanky figure. I am your grandfather. How dare you two, with such audacity, attempt to take the life of the esteemed concubine? Do you possess enough heads to lose? Li Mu spat disdainfully, leaping gracefully from the aircraft to stand beside Murong Yunji. Royalty? Initially, Yang Jian felt a tinge of apprehension, for Li Mu had managed to breach the locking formation and injure him. However, upon closer inspection, he realized Li Mu was merely in the qi refinement stage, allowing him to relax. How did the army arrive so swiftly? Murong Yunji found it strange. She had traveled tirelessly throughout the night to reach Yinan Mountain by morning. Li Mu had led his troops to rest for an entire night. How could he only arrive a few hours after her? No, it is just me who has come. Li Mu patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence, as if assuring everyone that all would be well. Are you alone? What a jest. Honestly, if I hadn't arrived in time, would you still be standing here? And to question my prowess, allow me to demonstrate that I, indeed, am a general of great renown. He positioned Murong Yunji behind him and hefted a rocket launcher, aiming it squarely at Yang Jian and his companion. Tell me, have you two considered how you intend to meet your demise? The lanky figure, suppressing the pain from his wounds, launched a futile attack at Li Mu from a distance. Bang! Li Mu wasted no words. He fired a rocket to teach a lesson. Boom! By the time Yang Jian realized what was happening, it was too late. The lanky man was struck by the peculiar weapon, instantly reduced to ashes, not a trace left behind. Now it was Yang Jian's turn to feel fear. Initially, he had dismissed this qi refining brat, but the situation had revealed the boy's extraordinary abilities. With a single artifact, he could kill a foundation establishment practitioner from afar, a tactic utterly unheard of. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. I shall remember this grudge. Understanding the gravity of the circumstance, Yang Jian fled without looking back, heading straight for the edge of the formation. Why the rush? Allow me to gift you an artifact. Li Mu called out. Bang! He wrapped an explosive shell with a cloth and pulled the trigger fiercely. Boy, that artifact won't kill me. With a thunderous explosion, the rocket precisely targeted its mark, but like before, it only inflicted minor injuries on Yang Jian, insufficient to be fatal. Really? Li Mu, unhurried, stowed the rocket launcher and produced a remote control, delicately pressing a button. A deafening roar ensued as a mushroom cloud erupted, shattering the locking formation with the force of the blast. As if unaffected, Li Mu leaped onto a fighter jet, heading toward the epicenter of the explosion to scavenge for spoils, leaving Murong Yunji dumbfounded, her eyes wide in astonishment. Goodness, the power is truly terrifying. Surely it hasn't left anything behind? Li Mu rummaged through the remnants, noting that the upgraded artifact would not detonate from the rocket's explosion, though its might was astonishing. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. He ultimately found Yang Jian's treasure pouch. Although it had been damaged, 2 items within were unscathed. One was the fragment of a key that Li Mu had long desired, an unexpected find he never anticipated would be in Yang Jian's possession. Had it not been for the tracking bracelet's location, he would never have believed such a fortunate twist of fate could occur. After securing the fragment, Li Mu turned his attention to the other artifact, a flag likely used for formations. Since it had survived the explosion, it must be of significant worth. Chapter 112, The Hunyuan Spirit Pearl and the Remnant Soul of Yin Nanyu. Murong Yunji caught up, at a loss for words. Not only was Yang Jian bewildered, but she too was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that a Qi refining stage practitioner could be so formidable? Dispatching Foundation establishment cultivators with such ease? No wonder His Majesty places such trust in him. There is indeed a reason for it. Now that you have avenged the great enmity of your sect, let us return. You must accompany me to Fengji, and later we shall head back to the palace together. Avenge the great enmity? You are mistaken. Those who perished are not Zhuwi. At this moment, Zhuwi is likely still in the cave of our master, seeking to collect the Spirit Eye Spring. The Spirit Eye Spring? Li Mu furrowed his brow. Is it not the same spring that enabled the ascension of Yinan? Can it truly be collected? Indeed, this particular Spirit Eye Spring is unique. Its spiritual energy does not emanate from the underground spiritual veins, but rather from a magical artifact. Our master once remarked that this artifact is remarkable. She could not control it, so she sealed it here, using it as a spiritual eye for cultivation. An artifact she could not control? Li Mu's interest was piqued. Very well, I shall accompany you once more, and I will assist you in avenging this grievance. If we can obtain the Spirit Eye Spring, our future cultivation will surely be significantly more effective. Follow me. Li Mu retrieved his combat aircraft and followed Murong Yunji to the cave on the mountainside. Initially, they remained vigilant, fearing that Zhu Hui might suddenly emerge. However, after a thorough search, they found the premises utterly deserted. He must have entered the Spirit Eye Spring. To collect the treasure that constantly releases spiritual energy, one must first break through the Master's circular shield formation and then delve into the depths of the spring. At this moment, since the shield formation remains intact, Zhu Hui undoubtedly has not departed. He must have descended first. Li Mu gazed at the azure waters, continuously gushing with spiritual energy, feeling a sense of trepidation. Surely, there are no unknown dangers lurking below. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to lie in wait here, ensuring he cannot escape with the treasure. Murong Yunji contemplated briefly before responding. If you are concerned, you may wait for me above. I will descend to investigate. Zhu Hui is typically cautious. Since he has so boldly entrusted his back to another, he likely possesses an escape route. I do not wish to miss this opportunity for revenge. Li Mu pondered this as well. Zhu Hui remains unaware that Yang Jian and the tall, thin man have perished. If he seeks the treasure alone, there must either be another exit below or means to confront Yang Jian and the tall, thin man. Regardless of which, Murong Yunji going alone would be futile. Very well. I will accompany you into the depths. Agreed. Murong Yunji expressed her heartfelt gratitude, then leaped into the spring ahead of him. Li Mu did not rush. Instead, he first purchased 2 sets of diving suits from a shop, ensuring there were no issues before following her. The spring water was icy and biting, and visibility underwater was exceedingly poor. Without actively circulating spiritual energy to protect himself, he would soon lose his sense of direction. Li Mu trailed Murong Yunji from a distance, diving for approximately half an hour before finally reaching the bottom of the spring. There, Murong Yunji slowed her pace, and the two concealed their presence behind a large rock, where they spotted a figure. The individual was seated cross-legged, continuously forming hand seals, and on a small platform not far in front of him lay a pearl the size of a fist. The ceaseless flow of spiritual energy emanated from this orb. Your master possesses considerable skills, having deployed a formation that has managed to impede him for such an extended period. Were it not for this array, The spirit orb would likely have been seized by Zhou Hui long ago. Such has been the way of my master. Had it not been for this circular shield formation, Zhou Hui would have likely grown impatient years prior. Let it be understood, should I assist you in vanquishing Zhou Hui, all treasures acquired shall belong to me, including that spirit orb and the circular shield formation. This is only fair. Without your aid, I would have likely perished before avenging this grievance, leaving no room for regret in my heart. Mu Rong Yunji's gaze was resolute, a tumult of hatred and past affections swirling within her, casting a veil of uncertainty over her. Henceforth, refrain from uttering such morbid sentiments. With me safeguarding you, none shall dare to harm you. Upon hearing these words, Mu Rong Yunji felt a stir of emotion, moved by Li Mu's unwavering loyalty. The two waited for roughly half an hour, until Zhou Hui finally discovered the core of the circular shield formation, which was an unremarkable stone. As he collected the stone, the grand array swiftly closed, several formation flags drifting towards him, all of which he gathered. The three of them quickened their breaths, their gazes fixed upon the spirit orb. Just as Zhou Hui stepped forward, the orb suddenly glowed with a white light, and a wisp of consciousness emerged. Was it Ah Hui or Yunji who had arrived? At this utterance, both Mu Rong Yunji and Zhou Hui paused in astonishment. The old crone had indeed made ample preparations, leaving behind a trace of consciousness. Zhou Hui smirked, genuinely feeling pity for his master. It was indeed Ah Hui. The recluse Nan spoke with a tinge of disappointment. Since you have arrived here, it signifies that my physical form has perished. Ah Hui, you have grown. Do you recall when I took you in as a bewildered child? Now, you are capable of standing on your own, and I take great solace in that. Old crone, if you have any lingering wishes, speak them now. I am curious to know what in this world is so precious to you that you anticipated this day long in advance. Ha ha Hui. The circular shield formation was forcibly breached, and it was at your hands that I met my demise, was it not? Thus, the outcome is sealed. Alas, Ah Hui, your desire is merely this primal spirit orb. I have pondered over it for a lifetime and have finally gleaned some understanding. Within the orb lies a fragment of my slumbering soul. If you could spare me, upon the day my soul awakens, I shall impart some methods of using the primal spirit orb to you. The tone of Nan's voice grew increasingly sorrowful, imbued with a sense of pleading. Ha ha. Zhou Hui remained unmoved, bursting into laughter. Old crone, I thought you had a profound wish. It seems you merely fear death and wish to linger a while longer. Ha ha. I have already committed the act of slaying my master. Do you truly believe I would personally resurrect you? It appears you have become muddled in your pursuit of immortality. Had it been another, perhaps your insights would have swayed them. But who am I? My understanding of the primal spirit orb far surpasses your own. You think you can teach me? Zhou Hui spat, summoning the primordial spirit pearl, and swiftly extracted a fragment of a slumbering soul from within. Old woman, my revered master. Rest easy. The path of the great way is merciless, and blame not others. I shall guard the primordial spirit pearl well. Having spoken, Zhou Hui clenched his fist, reducing the fragment of the slumbering soul to mere ashes. No. Mu Rong Yunji, already in tears, cried out vehemently and lunged towards Zhou Hui. Li Mu sighed, revealing himself as well. This hermit from Nan truly possessed extraordinary courage, exercising such caution. Such a figure ought not to be confined to this moment. Yet alas, she encountered Zhou Hui, a ruthless disciple. Chapter 113. The profound heaven self-contained technique, abandoning the physical body. Ah, junior sister. You have indeed slain the three fiends of the Yang family. I underestimated you. However, you have also saved me considerable effort. Zhou Hui's smile grew wider upon seeing Li Mu trailing behind Mu Rong Yunji. Initially wary, he relaxed upon realizing Li Mu was merely at the qi refinement stage, and his laughter became increasingly maniacal. Years have passed, and you have established your foundation. You grow ever more radiant. Your elder brother finds it difficult to part with you. Bah, you beast, your master treated you well, yet you conspired with outsiders to have her killed, ultimately leaving no path for survival. I vow to extract your soul and refine your spirit, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death. Oh, your words carry weight, junior sister. But I wonder if you possess the capability to back them up. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Hui unleashed his mid-foundation stage aura, stirring the waters in violent upheaval. Mu Rong Yunji was instantly swept away, but Li Mu intervened just in time, preventing her from crashing against the wall. Unexpectedly, this beast has usurped my master's foundation and attained such cultivation. I fear I am powerless. I implore you to act. For Yunji, I ask nothing more than his life. Rest assured. Li Mu gently patted Mu Rong Yunji's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, then shielded her behind him, turning to face Zhou Hui. You are indeed decisive in your killings. However, your life is now forfeit. Li Mu summoned the Barret, chambering around and taking aim. You, a brazen qi refinement boy. Let us see if you can truly turn the tides. Zhou Hui showed no fear, swiftly closing the distance to within 5 meters of Li Mu, launching a palm strike from afar. Li Mu awaited this moment. With a resounding click, he pulled the trigger. The enhanced bullet traversed the air like a ghost, piercing through Zhou Hui's palm and striking his chest. Although the bullet's power diminished underwater, a cultivator's combat capability was equally hindered in this realm. Moreover, Li Mu had fired bullets potent enough to contend with those in the late foundation stage. Had they been on land, Zhou Hui would have been obliterated by now. An artifact? Zhou Hui's pupils constricted as he forcefully expelled the fragments lodged within him, swiftly creating distance. Li Mu would not afford him such a luxury. The greater the distance, the less effective the Barrett would be. With 2 clicks, he chambered another round and fired again, this time hitting Zhou Hui in the left rear leg. The excruciating pain compelled Zhou Hui to cry out, gritting his teeth as he retaliated by casting a talisman towards Li Mu. The talisman enveloped in thunder and lightning, as the incantation was enacted, transformed the surroundings into a tempestuous sea of lightning, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Li Mu, caught unawares, found himself ensnared within this electrified domain. Fortunately, he swiftly summoned the Fire Spirit Greatsword, which spiraled around him, providing a semblance of defense against the onslaught of electricity. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to its debilitating effects. While he remained unharmed, this predicament rendered him unable to strike back, effectively trapping him within the tempestuous lightning pool, leaving him in a state of indecision. Witnessing Li Mu's entrapment, Zhou Hui swiftly altered his course, directing his attention towards Murong Yunji. Dear junior sister, relinquish your soul blood willingly, and I shall grant you the opportunity to serve me as a subordinate. Dream on. Even in death, I shall not become your pawn. Murong Yunji protested fiercely, brandishing her sword in a determined assault against Zhou Hui. At that moment, an overwhelming presence burst forth from the lightning pool, racing towards Zhou Hui with an astonishing velocity that left no room for reaction. Zhou Hui was struck by the enormous black serpent, and as he struggled against its might, the creature erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The tumultuous waters swirled chaotically, and the terrifying shockwave instantly toppled Murong Yunji, while the lightning pool that confined Li Mu was swept away. Due to his distance and the protective diving suit he wore, Li Mu sustained only minor injuries and hurriedly swam towards Murong Yunji, catching her in his arms. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. Murong Yunji shook her head, quickly regaining her composure. Is Zhou Hui dead? They both gazed towards the center of the recent explosion, and as the waters calmed, a lifeless body could be discerned, drifting amidst a pool of blood. If one can survive a direct hit from a torpedo, they must possess remarkable fortitude. Li Mu mused as he swam towards Zhou Hui, reaching out to grasp the Hunyuan spirit pearl. Just as he prepared to retrieve his treasure pouch, the corpse suddenly turned, delivering a powerful strike. Xiantian Zizai Xiantian Palm. Li Mu was taken aback and instinctively threw several grenades, then turned to flee. The grenades detonated in rapid succession. Yet they could not deter Zhou Hui's relentless assault. In an instant, the formidable palm imbued with extraordinary power struck Li Mu squarely on his back. With a resounding crash, Li Mu plummeted into the earth like a severed kite. You insignificant cultivator, to inflict such injury upon me is a rare honor. Rest in peace. Zhou Hui's murderous intent surged as he lunged towards Li Mu, intent on complete annihilation. At that precise moment, another inanimate black object launched forth. Zhou Hui was alarmed. Having learned from his previous experience, he dared not confront this object head-on. Instead, he resorted to summoning the square and round shield formation, enveloping the black object with several formation flags. Boom. A rocket exploded from within the protective formation, sending waves crashing outward. You wretched creature, meet your demise. Li Mu coughed twice and seized the opportunity to launch a torpedo. Zhou Hui's pupils contracted in shock. Employing secret techniques, he teleported away, yet the torpedo, programmed to seek its target, tracked him down and detonated with a thunderous roar. Underwater chaos ensued, and it seemed as though the battle was drawing to a close. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhou Hui's soul detached from his corporeal form, miraculously surviving the explosion. Excellent, excellent. Young man, should we meet again in the future, I shall ensure that blood is repaid with blood. With this fierce declaration, Zhou Hui surged with a force of teleportation, vanishing without a trace before Murong Yunji could react. Clenching her fists tightly, Murong Yunji cast one last unwilling glance in the direction Zhou Hui had departed, then turned to Li Mu's side. Amidst the ruins, Li Mu lay in tatters, bloodied and bruised. Had it not been for the bulletproof vest absorbing all the damage, he would surely have perished. He let out a foolish chuckle, his body succumbing to exhaustion as he collapsed. Chapter 114. The Minister of War's treachery, swift and decisive in killing 2 hours later. In Yinan Mountain, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Mu stood on a hillside, his arm dangling by his side, quietly observing Murong Yunji in the distance. The once vibrant cave had been shattered by her strikes, its entrance buried, all traces destined to fade into nothingness. You too are a ruthless person, leaving not a single thought behind. Murong Yunji shook her head, preferring to let it rest with her master below, seeking tranquility. Li Mu sighed, leaning against a nearby tree as he sat down. Though this battle had exacted a significant toll, the rewards were substantial. Firstly, the primordial spirit pearl, whose true function remained unknown, could transform into the spirit eye spring when soaked in water, alleviating concerns about spiritual energy for the time being. Secondly, the circular shield array, which withstood a rocket attack unscathed, demonstrated remarkable defensive capabilities, promising great potential if utilized correctly. Thirdly, the fragments of the key obtained from Yang Jian, along with an unknown flag, were treasures for future study. Let us depart. After settling everything in Yinan Mountain, Murong Yunji flew over. Li Mu slowly rose to his feet, somewhat unsteady. Then we shall go. Do you require me to transport you via sword? No need, I can pilot the aircraft. 1,000 miles away in Yinan Mountain, the soldiers of the Great Qian Kingdom marched in orderly rows, traversing mountains and valleys. Above them, Li Mu soared in a fighter jet, prompting many to look up in awe. If this army were composed entirely of cultivators, what terrifying combat prowess would they possess? Li Mu glanced at the co-pilot's seat, where Murong Yunji sat, her gaze fixed out the window. Do not underestimate mortals. On the battlefield, the combat effectiveness of such an army cannot be dismissed lightly. Ordinary cultivators, even I, would find it challenging to surpass them easily. Even in a war of attrition, they could outlast Foundation establishment cultivators. Do you think they are merely untrained commoners from the secular world? Among them, there are cultivators commanding their ranks. Li Mu was somewhat surprised, realizing that the princess was quite knowledgeable about such matters. Did she come from a family with military ties? Murong Yunji remained silent, apparently confirming his suspicion. I mean to ask, hypothetically, if my army were entirely composed of cultivators, what tier of strength would that equate to? Murong Yunji pondered before responding. With 30,000 troops, even if they were all qi refining cultivators, they could still overpower Golden Core experts. Golden Core experts, how impressive. Otherwise, one might think that while the formidable cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage possess great strength, they remain mere flesh and blood. Should they encounter an ancient being of the nascent soul stage, they would be swiftly vanquished, their blood flowing like rivers. Thus, true strength lies in one's own power. Those who, like me, rely solely on magical artifacts and external forces will inevitably pay a price one day. Wouldn't you agree? Li Mu recognized that Murong Yunji was hinting at him and decided to speak candidly. I did not mean to belittle you, but your artifacts are indeed quite rare. If you could elevate your cultivation, no one of the same tier would stand a chance against you. For instance, during that final strike from Zhou Hui, I truly believed you would not survive. Who would have thought you wore such a formidable defensive artifact? Li Mu was at a loss for words. Was this not merely reiterating the point? I do wish to enhance my cultivation. But do you have any idea how arduous it is to cultivate with a pseudo-spiritual root? After diligently practicing for several years, I might not even break through to the first stage. It would be better to venture out and seize opportunities. Li Mu held this belief. For rather than cultivating with a pseudo-spiritual root, it would be wiser to gather spiritual energy to purchase energy capsules or to snatch chances wherever possible. If one could acquire a 900-year-old Huangjing, a rare treasure, it would save years of arduous effort. You possess a pseudo-spiritual root? Murong Yunji's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Given Li Mu's age, reaching the 8th level of qi refinement was already a remarkable feat. She could hardly fathom the difficulties he must have faced. Even someone like her, with a true spiritual root, required special methods to establish a foundation, underscoring the challenges of cultivation. So what if it is a pseudo-spiritual root? Pseudo-spiritual roots can still annihilate mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Had it not been for Zhou Hui's peculiar nature, I would have avenged you long ago. The thought of Li Mu, filled with anger, lamented the escape of such a significant threat. Zhou Hui harbored secrets. He was far from being an ordinary orphan. Perhaps from the very beginning, his closeness to the master was merely a ploy for the primordial spirit pearl. As Murong Yunji spoke, her attention was suddenly drawn to a commotion below. She observed two groups of individuals engaged in fierce combat. Zhuhua? Li Mu sensed something amiss and hastily maneuvered the battle machine to descend. At that moment, Zhuhua was commanding the troops to charge. Both sides were clad in identical Qian military uniforms, creating an exceedingly chaotic scene. Guiyao, as the Minister of War, how dare you raise an army in rebellion against the court? Do you have no regard for the imperial authority? Ignorant child, surrender the military talisman, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, today shall be your last. Minister Guiyao shouted from horseback. Beside him, Guilin, dressed as a soldier, interjected, Father, why waste words with him? Let us seize the talisman and swiftly escape the country, going wherever we please. You dare! Zhu Hua bellowed angrily, raising the military talisman and commanding the troops. The general shall return soon. All soldiers, heed my command. Slay these two scoundrels and be rewarded with gold and provisions. Kill. Upon hearing such a generous reward, the soldiers were filled with fervor, disregarding the fact that their opponents were led by a half-step foundation establishment cultivator and charged fiercely. Ignorant of the consequences, Guo Yao snorted coldly, reining in his horse and charging forward. With a powerful swing of his blade, he instantly toppled the advancing soldiers. He leaped down from his horse, using his large blade to propel himself forward, charging directly towards Zhu Hua. The overwhelming aura of a peak 9th level Qi refinement burst forth in layers, causing the onlookers to retreat in fright. Zhu Hua's expression changed dramatically, yet he dared not retreat even an inch. Gripping his sword, he steeled himself and charged ahead. At that moment, to falter would disperse the morale of the troops, leading to chaos before the commander's return. Just as the blade was about to strike Zhu Hua, a barrage of bullets rained down, raising a cloud of dust. Guo Yu sensed the impending danger and hastily withdrew, stopping at a distance. It was then that the crowd discerned a colossal object emerging in the sky, resembling a celestial steed, yet somehow different. The previous attack had emanated from this immense being. Li Mu opened the hatch and leaped down, with Murong Yun Ji following closely. As the aircraft was stored away by Li Mu, the two landed gracefully on solid ground. Let me see, who dares to rebel? Li Mu's cold gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Guo Yu and his son. I thought it was someone significant, Minister of War. Are you truly willing to forsake your future for a rebellious child? Guo Lin had been stationed in the military camp, and Li Mu had known about it before his departure. This fellow had managed to survive in the Diziyuan, relying on the protection of the Prime Minister. As long as he served in the army for 10 years, he could remain unscathed. Initially, Li Mu had been prepared to let Guo Lin off, but with Guo Yu stirring up trouble, he could hardly be blamed. Arrogant child, do not think that just because you have attained the rank of a first-class general, you can stand on equal footing with me. If I wished to kill you, it would be as effortless as plucking a flower. Be sensible and hand over the military token. I shall treat this as if nothing has occurred and let you go. Guo Yu pointed his blade directly at Li Mu, fully aware that Li Mu was the mastermind behind Guo Lin's imprisonment. Humph. This remark amused Li Mu, who could not be bothered to engage in further banter. He shot a glance at Murong Yunji, who instantly understood and acted. In a flash, she appeared before Guo Yu, seizing him effortlessly. A foundational warrior. Please, do not kill me. I am the Minister of War of Deqian, in the presence of a true foundational powerhouse. A half-step foundational warrior was no different from a mere chicken. Guo Yu was instantly terrified, repeatedly begging for mercy. Minister of War. Murong Yunji was taken aback, pondering why he did not recognize her, but quickly realized that since entering the palace, none of the court officials had seen her true form as a noble concubine. What of the Minister of War? Kill him. Li Mu, perceiving Murong Yunji's hesitation, immediately interjected to assure her. With that, Murong Yunji felt unburdened, her wrist exerting force as she crushed Guo Yu's neck. Ah, please don't kill me, don't kill me. Guo Lin, frightened, scrambled to blend into the crowd to escape. Observing this, Murong Yunji kicked Guo Lin's large blade away, cleaving him in two on the spot. Excellent. This is precisely the decisiveness required. Li Mu approached, nursing his injured hand, and gazed at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, genuinely praising her actions. With the assistance of Murong Yunji, their chances of success at the White Dragon Gorge have significantly increased. Chapter 115. White Dragon Gorge. Puppets General, your hand? Zhu Hua approached Li Mu, her expression filled with concern as she beheld his injured hand, suspended in the air. It is of no consequence, merely a superficial wound. Li Mu replied with a calm smile, accepting the military token from Zhu Hua. You performed admirably. Guo Lin's treacherous heart remains unyielding. I should have eliminated him before his departure. It is my fault for being negligent, which allowed the Minister of War to exploit the opportunity. However, he is a high-ranking official of the court. Is it wise to simply execute him? Zhu Hua expressed her fears, particularly regarding the potential censure from the Chancellor, Lei Daoyuan. What nonsense. If he is to be killed, then let it be. I shall see who dares to voice discontent. Issue the orders to clear the scene. We shall depart shortly. Li Mu secured the military token, casting his gaze over those present. It is imperative that they hasten to the White Dragon Gorge. That wretched woman, Aizherwen, has likely already slipped out of the palace, and it is uncertain whether they might miss their opportunity entirely. Your Highness, I kindly ask for your assistance during this journey to Fengji. Murong Yunji remained silent, nodding slightly before turning towards the carriage, tacitly accepting the request. She understood that Li Mu had incurred injuries at Yin Nanshan, rendering him unable to act freely, a fact she could fully comprehend. Yet, the survival of Zhou Hui left her heart burdened with unease. I am aware of your concerns. Fear not, when the moment is ripe. I shall aid you in locating Zhou Hui. He cannot escape. Li Mu followed her closely. How do you intend to find him? Zhou Hui is likely a manifestation of some formidable being, and it is uncertain whether he even remains on the Xianyuan continent. Even if found, whether we can confront him is another matter. Grant me time, and I shall locate him, no matter how distant. However, if his true form possesses great strength, we must strategize carefully. Before departing from the Spirit Eye Spring, Li Mu had secured the remains of Zhou Hui's destroyed body in his treasure pouch, intending to find his true self. Thus, even if Murong Yunji remained silent, Li Mu would seek to eradicate the root of the problem. As they arrived at the carriage, Murong Yunji lifted the curtain. I hope you will not disappoint me. I shall exert my utmost effort to assist you on this journey. Li Mu smiled and said nothing further as he mounted his horse. 2 days later, at the border of Daqian, at the White Dragon Gorge, Li Mu instructed Zhu Hua to lead the troops ahead while he guided Murong Yunji to a massive rock for a brief rest. The listening device left in Aizherwen's chamber had remained silent for the past 2 days, devoid of even a single utterance. It was either removed by the maids or the room had been unoccupied. Li Mu leaned towards the latter. It seemed Aizherwen had likely arrived at the White Dragon Gorge, perhaps even infiltrated it. What are you planning? Murong Yunji inquired, absent-mindedly stroking the golden pin nestled between her brows. I am taking you to seize an opportunity, and you shall receive your share of the spoils. You may exert your full strength. An opportunity? What opportunity? Previously, I inadvertently learned of a relic containing countless treasures, including completed foundational elixirs. Murong Yunji's interest was piqued. You are not being deceived, are you? This place, situated at the border, is desolate beyond measure, and it hardly seems like it harbors any relics. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing, Li Mu replied confidently. The two stood under the scorching sun for over an hour, encountering nothing but a few passing birds and beasts, which only solidified Murong Yunji's suspicions. To be frank, where did you obtain this information, and is it trustworthy? Murong Yunji knew that Li Mu was waiting for someone, yet given the current circumstances, it was evident that no one would arrive. Li Mu muttered in confusion, it shouldn't be like this. I have set up monitors within several miles, and if there were any signs of human presence, it would be impossible not to detect them. Could they have already entered? Li Mu rose to his feet, gazing into the distance. The surroundings of White Dragon Gorge were filled with yellow earth and ravines, offering no concealment for anyone, even if Aizherwen had not yet arrived. Those she dispatched to search for the relic entrance should have made some contact. The only plausible explanation was that Aizherwen and her companions had already ventured into the relics. Although it was unfortunate to have missed them, I had prepared a contingency plan, Li Mu thought as he activated the tracking bracelet, retrieving a key from within and inserting a strand of hair. This hair had been procured by a eunuch from Aizherwen's personal belongings. It had remained and used until now, primarily because he did not want to miss the red indicating another fragment of the key on the bracelet. If the opponent were to suddenly appear nearby, it would allow for a timely response. Just like that piece in Yang Jian's possession, had Li Mu not been vigilant, Yang Jian might have been reduced to ashes, and he would never have anticipated that the key would be in his hands. As the bracelet activated, a red dot appeared on the screen, indicating a location alarmingly close by. Overjoyed, Li Mu beckoned to Murong Yunji, come, follow me. The two traversed the gorge and arrived beneath a rock face 3 miles away. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, seamlessly blending with the surrounding hills, indistinguishable to the naked eye. However, upon channeling their spiritual energy to sense the area, they detected a faint fluctuation of formation energy, and the yellow earth bore the unmistakable marks of human footprints, undisturbed by wind or sand. Could there truly be a relic here? Murong Yunji's eyes widened in disbelief. She gently reached out to touch the rock face, and in an instant, a force pulled her inside. Li Mu followed closely, entering a pitch-black cavern. Inside, the air was dry and refreshing, imbued with an ancient and weathered aura. Who were the individuals ahead, and what was their strength? Murong Yunji surmised that Li Mu was tracking them, which prompted her inquiry. The leader is merely at the peak of chi refinement, not particularly formidable, but her team likely comprises several at the foundation establishment stage. However, as long as nothing unexpected occurs, they should still not pose a threat to us. Li Mu was confident in this regard. After all, even the seasoned schemer Zhou Hui had not managed to gain an advantage over him, let alone Aizherwen. Murong Yunji nodded, summoning 2 torches from her treasure bag and igniting one, offering it to Li Mu. I do not require this. Li Mu waved his hand and directly switched on the flashlight, stepping forward. The pitch-black cave was instantly illuminated, rendering Murong Yunji's torch somewhat redundant. Come and see what lies upon the ground. Are these iron clumps? Murong Yunji extinguished her torch and hastened to Li Mu's side, surveying the surroundings. These were the dismembered limbs of puppets. It appeared that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. Puppets? Li Mu gently nudged one with his foot. Were these the lifeless yet obedient puppets? Indeed, judging by the craftsmanship of these puppets, they were undoubtedly not created by an ordinary puppet master. Each possessed strength exceeding the 5th level of Qi refinement. So, aren't these akin to robots? The puppets are merely driven by spiritual energy, making them quite similar. He mused. Robots? Morong Yunji shook her head. Puppets cannot rely solely on spiritual energy for activation. They are imbued with intricate formations and restrictions, which mere creations cannot replicate. Chapter 116. Spirit Stone Treasury. Li Mu was disinclined to elaborate further. The profound and intelligent concept of robots could not be succinctly conveyed to Morong Yunji. He collected the remnants of the puppets into his treasure bag, and the two continued onward. The cave was a labyrinth, and within a short span, they encountered several forks in the path. Had it not been for the traces left by Isolwyn and the others, they would surely have become lost. During their journey, they encountered several living puppets. At first glance, they appeared somewhat dazed, yet each puppet exhibited decisive combat prowess. Despite their strength being at the 4th and 5th levels, they could engage Li Mu in a back-and-forth struggle. Be cautious, these puppets are not simple. The puppet master who created them instilled highly refined offensive and defensive techniques. Without undergoing a significant amount of combat, one cannot comprehend this level of skill, Morong Yunji remarked, offering high praise for the puppet's combat techniques. Seizing the opportunity while Li Mu battled, she attentively observed and studied their movements. There's no need for such complexity. Just capture a few living ones to take back and learn at our leisure. Li Mu suggested as he cast a spell to control a living puppet and tossed it into his treasure bag. However, to his astonishment, the moment the puppet entered the bag, it became entirely immobile. No matter how he manipulated it, it remained a mere heap of scrap metal. Yet, upon releasing the puppet, the previously motionless scrap immediately regained vitality and instinctively launched an attack against the two. This is futile. If it were that easy to capture them, the previous group would have done so long ago, and we wouldn't have had a chance, he remarked. It's quite peculiar. Could there be some special magnetic field within this ruin? Li Mu pondered, ultimately resolving to eliminate the puppets and collect their remains. After half an hour, they arrived at an expansive cavern, where they saw Isolwyn and her companions engaged in combat with 3 puppets. The aura emanating from the battle startled Li Mu. To his surprise, 2 of Isolwyn's team members were Foundation Establishment cultivators, with the leader possessing strength at the mid-Foundation Establishment level. What is even more astonishing is that those 3 puppets possess foundational combat power. Wolf Tribe cultivators? They hail from the Tianju wilderness, exclaimed Morong Yunji, astonished. Not just that. You should recognize one of the women among them, Li Mu revealed without hesitation, disclosing the identity of Isolwyn. One is a favored concubine, and the other an imperial concubine. In the inner palace, it is impossible not to be acquainted. I have no connection with her. However, you, knowing she is an imperial concubine, still exploit her positioning for your own gain. Is the imperial concubine so formidable? If she dares to provoke me here, I shall ensure she cannot return alive. This statement surprised Morong Yunji. She had not anticipated Li Mu, who pledged allegiance to the Great Qian, would harbor such animosity towards the imperial concubine. What entanglement could exist between the two? Do you see behind those 3 puppets? Is there not a cave dwelling? Following Morong Yunji's indication, Li Mu's eyes brightened. Had she not pointed it out, he would have overlooked the cave that warranted the protection of 3 foundational period puppets. Surely, it concealed rare treasures. Morong Yunji shook her head, retracting her spiritual sense. It is merely a spirit stone repository. There is no need to contend with them. We shall circumvent it. Merely? Li Mu responded incredulously. I say, my dear lady, you must not be aware of the value of essential commodities, such as firewood and salt. Do not tell me you disdain such a precious resource as spirit stones. This expanse of ruins is unimaginably vast. Spirit stones are not what I seek. While they are delayed, I wish to explore other areas. For a foundational cultivator like Morong Yunji, spirit stones are indeed valuable. Yet the true scarcity lies in the heavenly materials that aid in forming the golden core. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. She must plan ahead. But there is no rush, is there? Look, even a small spirit stone repository is guarded by 3 foundational puppets. Even if there are items you desire, are they so easily obtained? Why not let them scout ahead? Wouldn't it be more delightful to reap the rewards without labor? Li Mu feared that Morong Yunji was overly dismissive of the spirit stones, while he himself was coveting them dearly, unwilling to allow Isolwyn to benefit. What do you intend to do? A mountain man has his clever schemes. Come, follow me. Li Mu led Morong Yunji around to a concealed platform above the spirit stone repository. They were perilously close to the site of the ongoing battle. A slight sound could alert those below, necessitating utmost caution. In a moment, I will drop these 3 flash bombs. You must remember to dive in with me at the instant of the explosion, Li Mu instructed, producing 3 recently purchased and enhanced flash bombs. Are you certain we won't be discovered? Rest assured, I acquired these at great expense. Within a certain range, they not only effectively shield foundational cultivators, but even the puppets will remain oblivious to what transpires in those few seconds. Very well, I trust you, Morong Yunji nodded. Without hesitation, Li Mu decisively hurled the 3 flash bombs into the air. In an instant, the minds of the few engaged in combat below fell into a void. Their senses, including spiritual awareness, enveloped in a haze, as though time itself had come to a standstill, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. From Morong Yunji's perspective, the individuals appeared dazed, standing motionless as if entranced. Even the puppets mirrored their stupor. Stay away from that area. Move quickly inside, Li Mu urged Morong Yunji, and fortunately, they managed to enter the spirit stone repository unscathed. Upon surveying the surroundings, they beheld an abundance of spirit stones, so dazzling that it was blinding. Morong Yunji's attention lingered outside, and in the second breath after their entrance, the others finally returned to their senses, each believing it was the other's doing. After a brief moment of confusion, they resumed their skirmish as if nothing had transpired. Your method is truly peculiar, Li Mu dismissed Morong Yunji's remarks. Fully engrossed in the task of collecting spirit stones. In no time, his treasure bag was filled to the brim, lamenting his lack of additional bags. These are all inferior spirit stones. Morong Yunji casually gathered a few and gradually approached the depths of the repository, reaching out to discover an invisible wall. What is this? Li Mu had collected over 10,000 inferior spirit stones and intended to continue, only to find the surroundings nearly depleted. Then he too noticed the air barrier before him. This is a restriction left by the relic's master. This spirit stone repository contains at least 5 restrictions, each protecting a cache of spirit stones. This particular restriction before us requires foundational strength to unlock, Morong Yunji explained. Then what are we waiting for? Open it, Li Mu urged. Nodding, Morong Yunji formed hand seals and pressed against the barrier. In an instant, a small door, just wide enough for one person, slowly materialized. Chapter 117. Escape separately. Stay close to me. Morong Yunji took the lead and stepped through first, with Li Mu hastily following behind, after which the small door swiftly closed. Beyond the restriction lay a space of moderate size, allowing them to glimpse the spirit stones behind, yet still separated by barriers. The spirit stones in this area, too, were inferior. Having collected nearly all they could, the two approached the invisible restriction. This restriction requires mid-foundational strength to unlock, Morong Yunji remarked, caressing the air wall. Damn, doesn't that mean they benefit from this? Li Mu gritted his teeth in frustration, internally cursing the one who set the restrictions. Having arrived here first, they should have reaped greater rewards, yet it turned out that those capable took more. Was that not sheer foolishness? Don't worry, I can pass through this mid-level restriction, Morong Yunji declared suddenly. Really, Your Highness? You mustn't jest, Li Mu exclaimed joyfully, looking over. Indeed, Morong Yunji formed seals once more, this time summoning several array flags to assist her. The passage I can open is limited. I will enter first, then I will create another opening for you to follow. No problem. Li Mu waited for a while, and after Morong Yunji entered, a passage quickly opened. The existence of the passage was fleeting, and Li Mu dared not delay. Plunging into it, this layer of space was filled with mid-grade spirit stones, although the quantity was not as abundant as the 2 layers outside. There were still around 5,000 to 6,000 pieces. Li Mu hurriedly emptied half of the low-grade spirit stones from his treasure pouch to begin collecting the mid-grade ones. In no time, the 2 of them had divided the 5,000 to 6,000 mid-grade spirit stones completely, and then they swiftly retreated. The subsequent restrictions could only be activated by someone at the peak of Foundation establishment, far beyond their reach, so there was no need to hesitate. Outside the Spirit Stone Vault, the Wolf Clan suffered severe losses, with only Aizherwen remaining from the Qi refinement stage. Fortunately, there was a mid-Foundation establishment member in the group, and after a fierce battle, the 3 puppets finally found themselves overwhelmed. As the first one fell, the last 2 could only be taken down one by one. However, at the moment the second puppet collapsed, that familiar blankness surged once more. Li Mu seized the opportunity to fire a shot. Baron, save me, Aizherwen cried out in despair. But in this void, even her own voice was inaudible, let alone anyone else's. When the blankness dissipated, Aizherwen was seen half squatting on the ground, her arms drenched in blood. Princess, the mid-Foundation establishment man flickered into view before Aizherwen, hastily examining her injuries. Seeing the severity of her wounds, he turned coldly to the other 2 Foundation establishment members. Kill it. Behind the rock wall, Li Mu sighed. It was truly unfortunate that he couldn't finish off that wretched woman with a single shot. Just moments ago, as Morong Yunji hurriedly moved with him, it had been exceedingly difficult to hit her. What enmity do you have with her? Morong Yunji inquired with curiosity. Li Mu waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate. There was truly little to say. Aizherwen was merely overconfident and had provoked someone she should not have. Li Mu had always found her displeasing, and though he had initially tolerated her for the sake of appearances, he never expected her to turn her dissatisfaction against him, even insulting him in front of the palace maidens. Any man would find it hard to swallow such indignation. Let us go? Morong Yunji shook her head. Li Mu seized her, saying, no need to rush, let us wait for them. Inside the spirit stone vault, Baron and the others collected the low-grade spirit stones from the first 2 layers and entered the 3rd layer, left utterly dumbfounded. Still low-grade spirit stones? The owner of this ruin is too stingy. One of the Foundation establishment initiates exclaimed. Damn it. So many lives lost for just over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a tremendous loss. The other echoed. Baron paid them no mind and directly approached the restrictions before the 3rd space. Peak Foundation establishment? This doesn't add up. What's wrong? Aizherwen, clutching her wound, came to Baroness' side. Princess, think about it. If the 3rd layer were all low-grade spirit stones, it should have been progressively richer. How could the 2nd layer have the most and the 3rd layer have the least? Perhaps the original master of this relic was indeed a madman. The design of the spirit stone repository and the puppets crafted within are testament to that insanity. Aizherwen's eyes were filled with hatred, her rage palpable. Balin stroked his chin, unable to comprehend the situation, ultimately deciding to cease wasting time. It was imperative to locate the elixir store, hoping that the foundational elixir would not yield such disheartening results. The group departed from the spirit stone repository, casting a cursory glance at the battleground they had just traversed, devoid of any lingering attachment, and turned their focus deeper into the relic. Shortly after their departure, Li Mu followed Morong Yunji's lead and made his appearance. He first rummaged through the treasure bags of several wolf clan corpses before utilizing them to stow away 3 foundational puppets. In Li Mu's eyes, although these puppets were rendered useless, their composition of special materials made them a valuable resource for future artifact crafting. You truly are a scavenger, Morong Yunji remarked, exasperated. While she could understand Li Mu's desire to collect puppets and spirit stones, she found it incomprehensible that he would not even spare the bodies of several Qi refining stage wolves, hastily stuffing them into his treasure bag. It was as though he left nothing but desolation in his wake. You fail to grasp this. What we deem as refuse may very well be treasures of great worth to my soldiers. Li Mu offered himself a convenient justification. In truth, his collection of corpses was merely to eradicate evidence. He wished to keep the existence of this relic concealed from the outside world, ensuring that no foreign objects remained, especially those connected to himself. Of course, the optimal solution would have been to incinerate the bodies on site, but that would undoubtedly alert Aizherwen. Morong Yunji gave Li Mu a thumbs up, exclaiming, you truly are a commendable general. Whether her words were genuine praise or not, Li Mu paid little mind, continuing onward with her. As they traversed the expansive cavern, the path grew increasingly narrow. At times, it barely allowed for a single person to pass, while at others, they had to crawl to make any progress. For those suffering from claustrophobia, such a place would be akin to hell. Suddenly, a faint hissing sound pierced the air. Did you hear that? Li Mu inquired, glancing at Morong Yunji, only to find her hastening her pace, moving ahead with urgency. Is it that obvious? Do you think I am deaf? She retorted. Well, how rude of you not to wait for me. Li Mu instinctively chased after her. The hissing grew louder, accompanied by the tremors of the cavern, filling both with an ominous foreboding. Abruptly, the rock wall behind Li Mu shattered, and a colossal serpent lunged forth. Li Mu directed his flashlight at the monstrous creature, his heart racing with terror. Its size was beyond anything he could fathom. Golden Light Spirit Binding Lock, go. Morong Yunji summoned her full array of golden light, forming chains that shot forth to grant Li Mu precious moments. Yet within this confined space, the giant serpent wielded a distinct advantage. The Golden Light Spirit Binding Lock merely delayed it momentarily before being crushed and returning to Morong Yunji's side. This giant serpent is a second-tier beast. We cannot resolve this swiftly. We must separate. I will handle it, she declared. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Morong Yunji anxiously remarked that the Golden Light Soul Lock had just shattered, leaving her with significant backlash. This cannot bode well. Perhaps we should proceed together? Enough with the trivialities. In a place like this, moving together will only lead to our demise. Do not burden me, she retorted, before swiftly dashing into the narrower corridor on the left, simultaneously unleashing the Golden Light Soul Lock once more. Li Mu found himself with no alternative but to sprint towards the right passage. Take care of yourself, he called after her, with the enormous serpent failing to follow. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although a second-tier demon beast posed a considerable challenge, it should not lead to death. However, according to the tracking wristband, this direction seemed to be misguided.